this is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there, live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, it is WrestleMania week. Hope you are well wherever you may be. What a week it has been already. Tuesday, we had a 12-hour Mr. USA Tony Atlas marathon. Wednesday, we had a 12-hour marathon with our Wrestling Insider Special Edition program that has a plethora of superstars and legends on a rotating basis. Yesterday kicked off our live episodes and cyber autograph signings, and today, before we go live with Al Snow tonight, we're going to have nearly 9 hours of Marty Jannetty's Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. As we've previously announced, Wrestle House in Tampa is well underway. If you missed all the great superstars that joined us live yesterday, we may have some autograph photos still available. Shoot us an email at bw@bostonwrestling.com. Obviously, we can't have them personalized at this point. We still have Wrestling Insider interviews, live episodes, and cyber autograph signings, again, tonight all the way through Monday. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com to pre-order your autographed 8x10 photos now that will be signed directly to you if you wish, live on the air. We have to keep these live signings, as you've seen, to around 30 minutes so we can tape as many Wrestling Insider episodes as possible. It's really a huge help to you and to us if you pre-order them. With all the work it's taking for us to get from Boston to the Sunshine State during professional wrestling's biggest, albeit different, week of the year, instead of our regular episodes running at regular times, we decided to borrow an idea from my buddy John Taffer of Bar Rescue, and again, we're presenting these Wrestling Insider all-day marathons. A great effort to promote what we do here in Boston Wrestling. If you guys can share the links, get some new eyeballs on these great programs, along with the live episodes, the cyber signings, our great eBay store that's on fire. The description, the link, I should say, is in the description box below. Our acclaimed Patreon streaming service, and even those super chats. They help raise funds with this huge 5-digit expense going into Wrestle House and present you with great superstars and great interviews this spring. Think how PBS kind of does their fundraising. We need to get new fans involved with Boston Wrestling MWF, and these supersized marathons are a great way to catch up on past episodes or relive the fun if you've already seen them. Again, please, if you can, share the link to the marathon across the internet and social media. We begin today's marathon with Marty shooting on his early career in the Kansas City territory, meeting Shawn Michaels, moving on to the AWA, leading to a one-day stint with the WWF before being fired in 1987.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to the premiere of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. What a hell of an introduction. We didn't think it was going to go quite that long. Man. I think that's an indication of how much fun we're going to have on this series. Again, as we noted, we hope Marty's going to be back not only throughout the summer, but back in September with us as well. And then we'll see where it goes from there. It's all up to you guys. If you guys support the show, on a premiere episode like this, we have the super chat going in that little gray box below where everybody's typing and talking back and forth. We've got great merchandise on eBay. We got the Patreon. We got so many different ways you can support our mission of trying to help keep professional wrestling legends working. Life for a lot of the veterans, the greats of this sport, is tough, even in the best of times. With coronavirus, you look at Tony Atlas. Last June, his wife suffered a stroke, obviously lost her job. She's been in the hospital now for 14 months. You add coronavirus into that, Tony's lost his job not only for his various wrestling matches, his wrestling appearances, but he also lost his job as a personal trainer. So imagine just that one individual, the avalanche that's hit his life. And it's hit all of them, Marty. You know, it's tough for the guys that don't have those 6-figure contracts.
Yeah, there's a lot of them there, too.
But we want to keep the guys working. That's what this show is about. We have Wrestling Insiders at your house, Atlas Your House, as we call it, up in Auburn, Maine, Tuesday nights at 9. We want Marty to be maybe a Thursday night institution. We're going to have a lot of fun. But Marty, right now the fans have been clamoring for this. Most fans will remember that are astute that you guys first came onto the scene on WWF television in the summer of 1988. But those that dive a little deeper into the history...
Well, actually, it was 87. But
that was it. No, that's what we were going to go to. 1987, the night after the Honky Tonk Man defeated Ricky the Dragon Steamboat for the Intercontinental title. Not the Rockers, but the Midnight Rockers competed in upstate New York at I think it was a Wrestling Challenge
Did they
taping.
call us Midnight Rockers when we
For
first?
in '87 they did, yeah. You weren't just the Rockers at that
I wonder how
point.
they got around that, because I think Byrne, AWA, I thought they trademarked it. Because we eventually, the second time in, we had to change the name. But the first time in, we come in, man, we tell about it?
Sure.
1987.
Now, so you were the tag champions, I think, in AWA.
Yes, we were. Well,
so who reached out to you?
And that's what happened. This is what happened with that. AWA was kind of cool. He didn't work as much.
All big cities.
Yeah. And, they had like a little circuit. We did L.A., San Francisco, Denver, Salt Lake,
Chicago.
Baltimore, Chicago.
Vegas.
Vegas was our TV taping every third week.
Yep.
Man, all that spit just come out of my mouth.
So you should see Tony eating fried chicken.
Cover myself.
When Tony has the KFC, it's like the back end of a lawnmower.
But I just saw a couple like golf balls come out. But AWA was cool. And that's where we did our TV tapings, Vegas. So every third week.
Oh my! In the '80s, that must have been something.
Oh man, you can't imagine. You put a bunch of crazy wrestlers in Vegas for a weekend, all together.
The good old days.
John Nord was the funniest man. He loved to gamble.
Oh, did he?
We all did. We all did. Hell, Greg Gagne taught us how to card count, which is illegal.
Really?
Yeah. But your odds are so good on the blackjack table. But old Nord, man, he would. If we made $500 that weekend, because it was to pay there with AWA, like I said, there was TV taping too. They never pay as much because they got paid for production and stuff. If we made 500, Nord spent 1,000.
Wow.
and he would. This was back in '86, so that's still now that imagine what that much would be. But yeah, man, it was one time I remember. And we never went to sleep in Vegas. It's like New York City, the town that don't sleep. And you got rockers in that town, Midnight Rockers? Yeah, we ain't going to sleep.
In the 80s still, yeah.
Yeah. And, but we all, it was funny when Van Vader, I was just looking at him, made me think of this.
Oh, Leon sat in that seat?
Did he?
Yeah.
Love him, man. Rest in peace, my brother. But he was Leon Baby Bull White.
The Baby Bull?
Yeah, and they wanted him to be a babyface character type of babyface. Cause it was so funny because he's got that high pitched voice. Bull power. How you doing, Larry Nelson? He'd go like that big, like a bull, and then that high pitched voice. But he, when he started up, he was a bad boy. He played in the NFL.
Oh yeah.
I think it was the Rams.
The LA Rams, yeah. Super Bowl.
Yeah, and he. Man, if he hadn't blown his knee out, they said he was good there. But he, anyway, everybody told him when he went to Vegas, he's like, what does everybody do? Everybody was Kurt and Scott Hall and all the party guys were like, get up with the Rockers, get up with they call us Rockers even though we were the Midnight Rockers, short term it. And we'll explain that later why. With WWF. But old Vader, he wouldn't know what to do. And told him, hang out with the Rockers, and there's just always something good happening. And so, man, we did party. We'd been on the road and the AWA didn't tour like WWF at the time.
Much more relaxed schedule.
Yeah.
That's why Nick Bockwinkel never wanted the NWA title, because of the travel compared to what he would have had to have done as the NWA champion, as opposed to the AWA schedule, which was what, maybe not even half the month.
Yeah, 15 days of
that's a great schedule.
Yeah, man, you're relaxed and you're doing good. I mean, you ain't gonna make the money if you was working 30 days, but you ain't beat up as bad.
Yeah,
and you get time to spend it.
Quality of life.
Yeah, and so we were in Vegas in that particular week. We had just done Salt Lake City, Denver, San Francisco, and then it come up time for TV taping. So it ran. And those were during the week, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And Sean, and I guess I can tell this, Sean, because you weren't married at the time. We were out every night, partying Tuesday night, partying Wednesday night, partied hard Thursday night. Flying to Vegas, now it's Friday, now it's the weekend. And we're like, burn out. And it's like, you know, you got to. We're like, Sean was like, let's just take an hour nap about around 7 o'clock tonight, so we'll make it through the. But so old Vader, we were like, really, really like, kind of. I think this is when we first started for AWA, because we were trying to find a name.
Yep.
We tagged, but Vern Gagne, Jesus Christ, guys, we got to find you a good name. And he's, you know, we're like, we'll think of one, we'll think of something. And Vader, you know, we're like this. We're in Vegas, it's about 8 or 9 or 10 o'clock. And we went to get something to eat first, and then we're going to, you know, hit the strip. And we're like this, and Vader was like, he's looking at Kurt, and he goes, thought you said these guys are partiers. And Kurt says, oh, it ain't midnight yet. Wait till it's midnight. They don't start till midnight. You know, which tied into the name of, because right about the time he said that, they had to blare some music in the place where, and you hear this, living after midnight, rocking till the dawn. You know, Judas Priest.
Yeah.
And Kurt and I looked at each other, and we all looked.
Click.
They started at midnight, and there was our music. That's just how it happened.
Wow.
We became the Midnight Rockers, and that was our theme song that we come out to the ring. Of course, I love Sean to death. Of course, he took claim for that. He goes, I just thought it'd be a good, I had that tape, back to the cassette.
Yeah.
I had that tape, and I thought that would be a great song for us. No, that's not how it happened. And how do you, it's one thing if you don't remember shit, but how do you remember shit that didn't happen?
That's being very creative. Yeah.
But so, yeah, man, that was it started in Midnight Rockers there.
So you guys were in a really good spot in the AWA. What happened in probably the spring of '87? Who reached out to you, and how did that all come to be?
Well, so we were the tag team champions. Now, and again, this was an issue where it was like WWE. We're watching. We're not blind. We see WWF is growing, and everybody's leaving AWA going there. When we first got there, it was, you know, I came out of Central States, Kansas City. I lived in there, and we did nice arenas. You know, we went to, Monday night was always Wichita, Kansas. Tuesday night was Topeka, Kansas. Wednesday was Lincoln, Nebraska. This was every night of the week. Every night, every Wednesday, every Thursday. Thursday was Des Moines, Iowa. Friday would be what we call a spot show, a small town near St. Louis. And St. Louis on Saturday, and Sunday we'd have off. So we were traveling 6 days, you know, in smaller territory. But those places were pretty, I'd say the arenas were half full. You know,
it was a dying territory, though, at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the end, like the last of the territories. But so then when it came time, AWA got in touch with me and said, would you be interested in coming here? And I was like, yeah, I guess. I mean, I was happy where I was at.
Yeah.
But then he told me they mentioned some numbers, and I'm like, actually, what drew me more was the cities they went to. They said, you know, you'll wrestle. So I'm a little small town boy. For me, going to Lincoln, Nebraska, Des Moines, Iowa, and Wichita, oh wow, this is cool. Now I'm going to go to L.A., now Chicago, Baltimore. If I'm with them, that's what lured me the most to go, and you know, and that was good. They were good to me. A Central States thing, All-Star Wrestling it was called. They were good to me. Harley Race and Bob Geigel ran it. And both
but even Holly bolted out of his own territory to go to WWF. So if that isn't a sign of the times with Central States, I don't know what is. The owner left.
You know what? I'm going to jump around here because I got to tell this. I'll forget it. It was so funny because Harley, all of his interviews for his company, you know, when we do interviews and stuff, I am the 7 times real world champion, not that Hollywood fake shit over there. It is all the time. We're just saying that Hulk Hogan crap. I am the 7 times real world champion. And you know, when he would talk to us, you were like, what would you do if they called, Harley? Fuck them, I don't do that plastic stuff. They called him and he's gone.
Bye-bye.
They called him. And you know what? A lot of people don't know about this. WWE was good. WWF was good about ribbing people. We called it ribbon on the square, which means you're joking, but the square part being it's based off something real. It's ribbing on the square. Harley was calling himself, I am the real king of wrestling. You know, he went in there, and guess what they did to him? Because they heard all those interviews.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
They put a big 25-pound bucket crown on his fucking head that he couldn't stand because he looks like a goofball. I mean, here he's a badass.
Badass man.
Yes,
yeah.
And make them believe it's real, old school type thing, raw bone tough. And you gonna put a fucking crown on him? And then he said, you know, it don't look right. They made him put a strap.
The strap, too, yeah.
His
so
face kind of
off.
like, and he pulled his face almost would go out. It wouldn't. It just gave the appearance. But they made him wear that strap. Now he looks horrible in it. And he did it. I wouldn't do none of that Hollywood. You know, and so you know what was funny, too? When Sean and I first got called in there to WWF.
Now, this is 87 we're talking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Harley, there was that TV. That was our first day in. And they're sitting around catering, you know, eating. And I knew Harley well. Right? And you know, he'd been real good to me. He got me in Japan my rookie year, which at that time, no rookie had ever went to Japan. That was a big deal. And it was because of him. You know, he took me with him. He kind of liked me. He took me under his wing, and that was a good man to learn from.
Absolutely.
But so I had to meet, me and Sean sat there with him. Sorry we're jumping around.
That's okay.
Am I talking too much?
We want you to talk. We don't. Imagine the two of us sitting here for an hour and just shrugging our shoulders.
You know what's horrible on my Facebook, which y'all can go to sometime.
We'll put the link in the program itself so they can reach out to you on Facebook and Twitter.
Y'all see, I get carried away. Talking is so much easier. I have to write all that shit on Facebook, and I meant to tell like something to take 2 sentences. It ends up being a damn paragraph this long. Nobody gonna read it.
Those are long posts sometimes when you want to tell a story. Oh yeah, I do.
But so we're sitting with Harley at the thing, and I said, Harley, how you like it here? How you like it here? He goes, let me tell you something, Daddy. He says, we did the Madison Square Garden fastest sellout ever. Me and Hulk Hogan sold it out in record time. And
that feud did huge business. They did back to back in Boston in May and June of '87. That was a big.
Really?
They did big money, big money.
But here, and this is so Harley. He goes, we sold it out that fast, and it wasn't because they came to see him. He had been there before.
Well, Holly, don't pat yourself on the back too hard. Barry Horowitz.
He had been there before. But back to AWA, man, it's just to try to shorten it.
Yeah, so you had the belts. You're in a really good spot. So who called you from WWF?
It became an issue
of
money again. But
all
this time it was similar to. Oh, let me tell you about. So when AWA called me, you know, to come up there, and I saw you, I knew if I'm hitting these big ass cities, and I'm looking like who they got. They got the Road Warriors. They got the Freebirds. We got Art Cruz. I love you, Art. I'm not putting you down. I'm just saying the names didn't have the value.
Oh, no, it was a dying territory. Yeah.
And so I told Bob Gallagher, I say, look, I got an offer to go up there. You can't even do that now. Or when WCW was around, you couldn't approach the guy on the contract.
Yeah, it's like Major League Sports. Yeah.
And so this is good stuff. What's his name?
John Cena Sr.
No, what I knew that, but the name of this.
Fabo Pop.
Fabo Pop. This is good stuff. Y'all already try it.
Yeah. Delicious.
Yep, it is good. Man, I got to come up with something like that.
Yeah. Party with Marty, baby.
I might have to put vodka in it.
Well, that's all right. We wouldn't do that. Only after hours.
I was thinking about the marketing. I get a bottle and put it on there. And call it. This may not be vodka. But AWA.
So it was a money issue.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I told Geigel. That's the thing, man. Thank you. I've loved it here. I love y'all. I want to go there. Now, this is the learning part because they pay you by the shows. You know, if you made $100 in Wichita, Topeka never really paid good. You get $70. Lincoln might have been 80 or 90. St. Louis was always a good one. You get a couple hundred. But so, you know, first paycheck I got from them was $400, and I was in heaven because I had been driving a tractor trailer truck that summer, right after I got hurt with my shoulder in football in college. So, or what the hell was one? Whatever had happened, I was driving the truck for the summer just to make some money. And I actually, believe it or not, I love driving a tractor trailer truck. I wasn't crazy about moving today. It was for North American, this damn plug. The furniture moving, man. You drive for 8 hours to somewhere, then you got to get out and unload all that shit. And then go maybe to a warehouse and load some more shit so you don't bobtail home broke. But anyway, when I don't know, I made $300 a week maybe doing that. 5 days a week, you know. Wrestling was like fun. Now I'm doing something, and I made the first paycheck was, I think it was $450. I still got it. And man, I'm in heaven. I'm like, I got paid for what I just did. Oh, yeah. And you know, the paychecks always were around that, $450 to $550.
Now this is AWA or?
Central States.
Oh, Central States.
Yeah,
okay.
Well, yeah, because this is where I learned a little bit of business shit. When I told Bob I was going to go, he says, I wish you'd stay. How about this? What if we give you a guarantee of $750 a week? I'm thinking, well, why couldn't you have done that the whole damn time? But I'm thinking like, oh, I see how to do it now. Okay, you got to threaten to, like, not threaten. Hey, I can go here, and then your money comes up. You know what Tito Santana told me one time? You know, because he's a teacher.
Yeah.
He don't need to, you know, now we're doing
He does very well, yeah.
But he said, Marty, the best money you're ever going to make in the business is when you don't need them.
Yeah.
Because when you don't need them, you can say, nah, and the money goes up. They start paying you more. I kind of learned that right there in the Central States. And so that lured, you know, that went to AWA. And the whole way Sean and I got together, she kind of remembers this incorrectly too. They had actually, I was in the singles. I was, you know, Sean and I already tagged one time in Central States. He came through for probably a couple months stint. And somebody couldn't make the show, Mike George or somebody. And so they had a filler match real quick, and they threw Sean and I together. Yeah, I forgot who we worked with. It might have been Jefferson, not Jefferson Starship, something Starship. It was Danny Spivey and Scott Hall.
Oh, okay.
American Starship, I think they were called. Man, they were big boys. One's 6'7", the other's 6'9",
yeah.
both built up. Here we are. We're like, what the hell? But we went in and had a match that we couldn't believe. Sometimes the chemistry's right. You can't teach that.
Exactly, yeah.
That's what I was telling you.
You can't book chemistry sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, as Kevin Nash one time said, you can't teach cool. And that's trying to,
that's exactly right,
true thing.
Yeah.
And even though he needs to remember that, Big Daddy Cool, love you, bro. But anyway, we had something that clicked during that match. We even said so in the back. It was like, because when he was in the ring wrestling, and I'd be watching, and I'm like, man, if he would just do this now, and then he would do it. I'm like, God dang. And he said the same thing when he was watching, like, well, if he would do, and then I would do it.
So even a young Shawn Michaels kind of was critiquing what you were doing?
Well, during the match I'm talking about, like when he's on the outside watching.
Oh, this is when you were teaming together?
Yeah, the first time we were a team.
You.
We were reading each other's minds. In other words, we became a one. And that's, again, something you can't hardly teach. Because I've tried it at my schools, and you just can't teach that either. It happens or it don't. And we knew something right when we came out. We were like, did you feel something? And I said, yes, I did. And we told each other, like, every time I think what you should do in that situation, you did it. And I said, that's what I was doing. When I was outside waiting to get tagged, I was like, he should do this. And he would do it like exact. So it was like, there was something there from that. And that was a throw together, and it was a one-time thing.
So you went to AWA together,
so went to
the two of you as a team?
And they wrestled singles, did pretty good the first couple of months by myself. And then,
you did singles in AWA initially?
Started, that's how it started. Might have to go to the
Sean
bathroom. You got a
there?
bathroom in there?
What's that?
You got a bathroom around?
Well, not in the physical studio, but we can take a time out once we reach the end of the segment. All right.
But just saying, because I was just thinking about that, like, do I just turn right here and go, or what? And I already got this bad hair. You got
Well,
a
we
hat?
had Cecil the Lion in the other room. He was actually pet by one of the superstars in the.
He was what? What
he was
happened?
pet.
He was a
There
pet?
was homosexual petting going on in the outside the studio after one of the tapings.
Oh, man, I don't
We'll
need
have
to know about this.
Poor Cecil was pet like he belonged in a zoo. But that's all right. Well, that's another story for another time.
Yeah, yeah. Let me put this on now.
Oh, all right, Marty. We really got to try and circle back here. I don't want to go too.
Okay, where were we?
We
Oh,
can
so-
do great AWA episodes as our series goes on. But it's 1987. You had a great run in AWA. I'm going to guess you weren't maybe making as much as you would have liked or thought you could have made in
It
WWF.
was okay because, like we
Who
said,
contacted you in the spring of '87? Vince, Patterson.
actually, all right. So,
Terry Garvin?
so we back up. Can y'all hear me through this?
They don't want to
The
do
camera,
that too
camera's
much.
doing this.
I think they're more than 6 feet away.
Oh, I can tell.
All right. Are we though? We're about 2 arms lengths away. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're about 6 feet. Like the Bash Brothers. Okay.
Yeah. But so Terry Garvin.
Oh, all right.
Terry Garvin was he was the booker for Kansas City when I was going through there. For
Oh,
Central
Terry
States.
Garvin? Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So he loved to rib,
Uh-huh.
and so we would rib. We would
He
play
loved more
jokes.
than that, but he liked that.
Yeah, I didn't go that route. And the thing was, he he never pushed on it, because we hung out and he respected the, I don't even think he ever even got drunk and one day said, "Hey, Marty, let me do something." Yeah.
Little fellatio.
I don't think he ever even did that. When he respected that, I was fine with how his lifestyle, and this is mine though. They just don't cross.
Yeah.
That's all. And he respected that. So we got along great, and we'd have so much fun together, ribbing people and playing jokes and stuff. He would like to say, "Hey, Marty, tell him it's going to be a lights out match during your match tonight." I'm like, "It ain't though." He goes, "Just tell him." So when I get introduced to the ring, I'm saying, "And this match is going to be a lights out match." He's specked by the power box and he cuts it off. The whole place goes black, and I'm sitting there like, "God damn it!" And he didn't turn it back on. Now, you couldn't see shit. It was pitch black. I think it was a guy named T.G. Stone across the ring. He goes, "Where are you? Should I jump you? What should we do?" But anyway, so Terry Garvin ended up going
WWF.
Yeah, and he was like third man on the list. It was Vince, Pat Patterson, and him. So I had that, and AWA started getting funky with us because we were two young punks. That was the first thing that pissed off Vern. He didn't like a couple young guys getting over. And I love you, Sean, but you know this, and everybody knows it. Sean was real young. He's like 4 or 5 years younger than me. And at that time, I think he was like 20. I don't even think
He was born in 65.
He was in 21
so,
because they couldn't get in the clubs at first.
Yeah.
We'd have to sneak beer down to him. We didn't have no fake ID.
Yeah, he's July '65, so yeah, he wouldn't have been 20. Yeah.
Happy birthday. I missed it. Sorry about that. Yeah, because it was last week, I think, the 23rd, maybe, I ain't sure. But, yeah, man, I remember we'd go to the clubs in St. Louis. Sean had to wait outside because we had no way of sneaking him in. He'd be yelling at him, "Oh, goddamn, I'm a wrestler. I can't fucking get in. I can wrestle, but I can't get in a fucking club." No. You ain't got an ID. He had an ID, but, he couldn't show it. So when you get in there, and I'd get a couple beers and go out and hand them to him out in the parking lot. So at least he was drinking, and he'd see the girls. Well, wait a minute. He'd see people coming in and out. So I got to be careful with stories. People coming in. So he was having a little party outside waiting. What got bad when he finished his beer, and I'd be up there and already sitting around a table full of ladies, and I forgot I need to go take him a beer. I mean, oh shit, hold on.
Sorry, yeah.
But anyway, so they got funky on us. They didn't. Sean was being Sean at that time. He was a different Sean then. And so they started fucking with us, beating us with ridiculous people, and we're there to do a business, but I mean, there's something going on here. Why are you letting these guys that will never be here anymore beat us? And then also the pay started. The house was the same, but the pay was going down and down.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know they panicked because WWE was taking off. But when we first got there, when I first got there, that was a cool thing to see too. When we went from half full arena, from half full arenas. We get there in the Freebirds or in the Road Warriors, the main events, and oh my God, the matches. But everything was sold out. All the arenas were sold out everywhere we went. Then the Road Warriors left, and then you go around to the houses, and they're half. They're big ass arenas, but they're half. And then the Freebirds left, and now we're down to like a skeleton crew. Come on out and wrestle. And that's about when Sean come in, but they had called me. They had actually asked me, like, we want to make a tag team, and is there anybody you think you got good chemistry with? I said, yeah, this guy Shawn Michaels. And they said, yeah, we've heard of him. We know about him. You like him? I said, well, we've had a hell of a match together before. So they called him in, and that's the Midnight Rockers. We did so good, we went up to the top. As far as it was, you can go. You can only go as far as that pencil lets you.
Right.
And they got tired of the cockiness. I used to cut up a lot and play, so they wanted me to chill on the play and cut ribbon and all that. And then your partner is just arrogant as shit, and they really just didn't like that. So the two of us
From
together.
a really, really young guy.
Yeah.
Really young.
21 years old. I think he might have been 21 time he got there. But yeah, they just got tired. They started doing stuff. So I called.
So even though you were you called Terry Garvin.
Yeah, I called Terry Garvin. Remember now, Sean says in his book, Marty handled all the business.
Right.
And I actually did till we got so far. And then when it was time to split off, all of a sudden he's the one that took all the business. But I mean, he never had. We got to take a break. I got to run.
All right, so if you want to find out, fans, what happened with Terry Garvin, how the Rockers came into Midnight Rockers came in 87 for one night, stay tuned. We'll be back after this brief timeout. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
On October 28, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now. Boston wrestling sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. Wrestling fans, that's how Marty's adventure in this great business began, and you ain't seen nothing yet. Don't forget the Super Chat button is open for business. The eBay store is rocking. The link in the description box below, and we're looking to add members to the Boston Wrestling MWF family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling for early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, exclusive Patreon content, and keep wrestling legends working at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You can also help by giving this video marathon a big thumbs up. Subscribe to the YouTube channel for free. If you click the little bell for the notifications, you'll be updated all week long on new content. And again, folks, please share the link to the marathon across social media to help new fans enjoy this content. There are millions of fans that have no idea we exist, especially those lapsed fans from the 80s and 90s that gave up on quote-unquote sports entertainment. I believe once they find us, they're going to love us. Let's start creating, again, our goal of original studio shoot interviews 7 nights per week. Up next, Marty remembers the late, great Ugandan giant Kamala, talks WWE's rehab program, and more.
Wrestling fans, it's Thursday night. It's 9 p.m. There's only one place you'd like to be. Here on Wrestling Insiders with the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Marty Jannetty.
MJ in the house.
Keep on rocking. And you know what? I guess you're worried that I'm a germaphobe now. You got the mask. You're being socially distant.
You know what happened was, well, I'm scared to take it off.
Yeah.
Can I take it off?
You can do whatever you want.
Well, I don't say that. There's a couple girls around the corner.
Annie and Gina, yeah.
My flight in here, this time, they didn't do that last time. You have to sign your life away to come into Boston. You have to sign a thing saying that you're going to quarantine for the first 14 days. And coming from Georgia, which is somewhat a hot spot, they interrogated. Like, well, never mind, man, just send me back home.
Who did the interrogation?
Well, everybody has to sign a form but coming into Boston. And it's basically saying you've got negative test results, or you're going to quarantine for 14 days, which, what are you going to do, fly in and get in the hotel room and just sit there for 14 days? But, it's just, they want to know where you live, how can they contact you, email, phone number, everything. And it's just so we can get in here and do this.
Do you think it's a good thing?
Well, I think it is, yeah.
Yeah.
But it just scared me.
You weren't expecting it to be so stern.
Well,
who actually
from the police, I would expect that, but from them, I was like,
but was it
just trying to catch a flight?
People that work on the airlines, or who actually?
No, I think it's. I have it on my phone. I'll show you later.
Oh, you took a picture.
You have to take a picture of a little code thing, and then it pulls up the agreement.
No shit, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I was thinking, well, might have should have told somebody that before they bought the flight. What if they said, no, I don't want to sign my life away. But it is good because we got to get everything down. Georgia's pretty bad, and I live down that way right now. I think some of the colleges partied too hard. And they called me to come to them. I said, no, man. But they partied too hard, and some of the COVID took off again. And I guess they opened the gyms and a couple other things, and it just got out of hand again. So they're really looking at Georgia as a hot seat. If you're flying in from Georgia, they're really looking at you. But what I was going to say out of that was Georgia, though. I mean, wearing the mask and stuff. But when I come up here to Boston, people got the mask, they got gloves. Today at the gym, some dude had plastic baggies over his feet.
Get out of here, really?
No,
really?
Yeah,
wow.
I'm like, damn, Boston, what's happening?
Well, Boston has been, better safe than sorry has been their approach.
I don't blame them.
I know Georgia, but we were talking in the car last night, Bill Eadie, Demolition Axe, who teaches down in Georgia. He was back to school with the kids in June. Never mind here in Massachusetts, the kids aren't even going back for the new fall season. It's going to start in most cities remotely online again. So the little one that was just here to get his birthday gifts, it was a tough spring for him. He wanted to be out with his friends, and every day he had to sit at a computer. The teachers weren't prepared for anything like this, so the work really wasn't all that engaging. And now I hope they have a better plan, at least for the fall year, until they're able to actually go back into the building.
You learn as you go, I guess.
Yeah. The kids
make the adjustments, trial and error. I can't imagine. Of course, I had a whole different scenario at the house. I wanted to get away from, but I can't imagine not getting to go to class, only to get away from home.
Right,
You
yeah,
know?
exactly. When I told him that that's how it was going to work in the city where he lives in Saugus, he was very disappointed. He said he hated doing the online classes. He wanted to go back to school. I was hoping, like with some of the colleges, one of the interns down here, Gabe, he's going to college 1 day a week, and the rest of it's going to be remote. And I think that would be great for the, the school-age kids, just to get them out of the house and around people again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It's got to have some kind of mental impact, psychologically. Different than what we were raised. You go to class with all.
Right, yeah.
You learn how to socialize. You can't learn how to socialize in front of a computer at home. Yeah, man, I feel bad for him. But if Joe Biden gets elected, it's going to be worse.
You think the virus is going to
Well,
get
he
worse?
wants to shut the country down again. Okay, we went political, didn't we? Sorry about that.
No. Well, if you ever seen Tony's episodes, my God.
Really?
We had to let him do his own world news shows for a while, where he just shared his thoughts on CNN and Fox News. But
Did he?
oh, he loves current events. He really does, and he's well versed in it for him. But
For him?
For him.
What the hell that mean?
well, maybe that came out wrong.
Damn.
I think you know
Sorry,
what
Tony.
I mean. I think you know what I meant by that.
I know what you meant, but I bet he does too.
Oh, poor Tony.
I can just hear him now.
Marty,
Dan, what you saying, Dan?
I tell you, Marty, it's been an interesting time. Since we last saw each other in person, has anything interesting happened?
Yeah, man, the Braves lost Acuna Jr. I think
That was it, yeah.
Matt was saying he's maybe only a 10-day IR, but we need him. And Matt's got him the Braves winning the World Series.
Really?
Yeah, so we bonded real quick.
Well, you and Bill have that in common. He's a big Braves fan too.
Is that right?
Oh, a big Braves fan.
I think they're going to do all right. Acuna gets back. And you see, I'm repping my team today, except I got my Atlanta Falcons socks on.
Now, last time you had the New Orleans Saints socks.
Yeah, I always see this cut right
mix
here.
up the
Can you
socks.
see that? That gash.
What happened to the leg?
I'm not sure if it was a bullet graze or a knife or if I fell down the stairs.
You don't remember? Maybe that's for the best.
I kind of do remember. I just don't want to tell.
Oh.
I'm already in trouble.
Well, I mean, I think we would almost be insulting the folks' intelligence if we didn't touch upon the fact that you were in the news a little bit. How were things going for you? Calm down a little?
A little bit. To be honest, I was worried about coming through security at the airport.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, because until they investigate this and find out what's really going on, they might have kept me in the state of Georgia. Now you can't leave the state, kind of thing. I mean, in the end, it's all going to work out, and everybody will know why later. I'll tell y'all later, not right now. But I'm looking forward to letting it go.
Putting it in the past where it belongs.
Yeah.
And you told me you heard from some high-profile people, didn't you? Mike Tyson gave you a call, and Dennis
Yeah, a
Rodman
lot of them. A lot of my friends is high profile. Thing is, I can't say nothing right now.
But you're doing all right, I guess, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
All right,
yeah,
good. Because there are people
out.
that have been genuinely because you got banned from Facebook for a little bit. So when people didn't hear from you, they were becoming worried. I know we received a lot of messages just to make sure you were doing okay.
Yeah, and a couple of my girls got calls from the Columbus Police Department,
Really?
Wanting to know whatever they're doing an investigation. Like I said, I'll spill the beans on everything later, not right now.
Once everything calms down, the sea will be smooth, and you can I know you're working on that great book, so what a great way to.
And I'm glad I wasn't finished. That's somebody asked me once, like, hurry up and finish it. And I'm like, well, I can't hurry up and make everything happen that's going to happen.
Exactly.
Who would have known that TMZ and People Magazine and Inside Edition would all come beating down my doors and all my friends trying to get interviews and stuff, and over something that they're going to feel real foolish at the end.
Well, I'll tell you in person, and I know I said it to you on the phone, I consider whatever happened that day, you did the world a favor. Anyone that would try and attack a kid deserves whatever happens to them, injury or otherwise.
And not to get too much into it right now, but the amazing thing to me is that little 13-year-old kid, is getting called a murderer even in his grown-up days, but they're calling him a murderer.
Junior high school kid.
In fact, that's exactly what it was at the age at that time. I guess they call it middle school now.
Yeah, middle school.
But you know, I don't understand that the kid defended himself. Now, sometimes if there's there's this thing called accidental murder or accidental death. That's not murder. You know, it's separate things. I mean, in that story, the kid did not mean for the guy to croak over, but he didn't want the guy, getting up in him.
He didn't want to be assaulted and molested and raped.
And
that's the point of view that I think anyone with any common sense should look at it.
And who's to say he wouldn't have got murdered at the end? You know, a lot of times rape victims get murdered, so they can't talk. You know, so...
and it probably wasn't the first time that asshole ever tried to do that to an innocent kid.
Oh, I'm
and if he was still around, whatever may have happened after the fact, I'm sure the 13-year-old kid wouldn't have been the last person he tried to attack. That's what those scumbags seem to do.
Yeah.
So if you can get rid of someone like that, instead of making social media headlines, what happened was a fucking predator was taken off the streets, or at least stopped in one instance. And I think that's a great thing.
Well, just remember, I mean, even there's a backstory to this that will come out later. I can't tell it right now.
Well, it's your story to tell.
It's gonna probably shock a lot of people as much as the original story did.
Oh. Well, I guess I better charge my cell phone, because I tell you, it was almost out of juice that when I woke up that morning, when everything broke that day. And then the emails, like I said, that we've received here from media outlets all over the world looking for you. It's been an interesting couple of weeks, to say the least.
I got stuff on my phone here. My fans and friends in Germany, England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales, Japan, Australia. I mean, the whole damn world, the whole wrestling world, and then it trickled over into the general public, all over the world. And like I said, once I tell part 2 of this, we'll see if that makes the newspapers.
Well, it just, as I said to you when we spoken privately and on the phone, it really bothered me, those headlines, how people could try and be that malicious to try and create buzzy headlines for Twitter and Facebook and whatnot, when in reality it was a story about a 13-year-old kid trying to fend off being raped by someone. I was infuriated when I saw those other headlines. You know what I mean?
And in the story about the kid, you know, he was a victim.
Yes.
And as I told the story, he made someone disappear. Might have even said the first time. He might have, the words got messed up on that. But he made somebody disappear. That could mean he just left and never came around again. That doesn't mean till me and you took it a step further.
Well.
And at one point I was almost upset with him, like, man, you know, this is almost like he's getting me to do a confession of murder on the radio or a podcast where, you know.
I just thought, as I said to you, the point of view needed to be presented instead of WWE superstar Marty Jannetty murders gay guy. The headline should have been, if it was needed to be a headline at all, 13-year-old junior high school kid fights off an attacker. I mean, what more do you really need to? How else should you word that story?
Well, at least put what I said.
Right.
Made him disappear.
Right.
Not murdered.
Right.
Murder confessions. Man.
You just didn't see him again after that day. That's all.
Yeah.
That's how it ended.
Yeah. Until me and you talked.
Well, what happened at that point?
Well, you kind of helped me along, though. Every time it was just flowing. It was just coming out too. And then it wouldn't be like I got to think of what's the next thing to say. It was coming, but then, I mean, if I hesitated for a second, you kind of, and what else happened, or did you drag him this way, or what, you know, and then I could pick up and keep going, you know, so it was, but I mean, that was so detailed. I think that might be when the police said, you know what, let's go ahead and look for missing persons.
Really, at this day and age, the police, the local authorities, they have to appease the people on social media. Like we had that conversation last night about Velveteen Dream and NXT. I mean, some of the people on social media nowadays, when they latch on to something, they latch on to something, and I can imagine that's a small-town police department. I can't imagine they're worried about a case from 47 years ago.
And especially what was told, you know,
Right.
what it involved. But I mean, I think they did. They checked, and there was no missing persons. And so,
all
the
said
way
and
they,
done.
the way they
No.
got it right now, they're going to do a thorough investigation, but it's not on their priority list. So,
Exactly. 47 years ago, I don't think anyone's too worried about the individual.
yeah, especially when nobody asks about him.
Right, right. All right, well, Marty, the fans were very interested to know. We lost one of the greats in professional wrestling not too long ago, a man that you intertwined with in WWF for a little bit, 1992 and 93, maybe even previously in some of the territories. Ugandan giant Kamala we lost.
Yeah, we actually met way back in
Kansas
like when
City?
There, he came through there, but I'd met him in Mid-South, Bill Watts' old territory.
Oh.
If I'm sitting kind of off to the side, I apologize. It's because on this side right here, I got this receding hairline. And like one of my girls over in England, she's got the same thing. It recedes on one side. And I keep looking in the mirror, and I keep thinking of her. I look like her. And
She's got the Deborah McMichael gimmick.
is
That's
that
all,
what it
yeah.
is? and so this side, I'm sorry, I'm
Well, the
twisted
thing is,
around.
Marty, when you have a great crew like we have in the back, the technical
They
director,
know how to
Ralph
fix all
Owens,
that.
the prodigy, Matt Degnan, we got my good friend Howard Miller, who was Howard Stern's stunt double in Private Parts coming down. Unlike the one known as Glantz that no-showed on us, we got a great crew, and you know what?
Why
They
do
can
you keep
just-
bothering him?
What do you mean? I'm out for blood on this one, baby. What's the one thing they
That's
teach
why
in
he didn't
wrestling?
come back.
Always make the town. That's all. You just got to make the town. Don't no-show.
Yeah, but you keep calling him a Jew.
I didn't say that. I called him Glantz.
Oh. Well, you got out of that one. I ain't going to say that. He's been walking around the studio all day. And Jew didn't show up. The Jew didn't. But he was mocking the Iron Sheik, though. Iron Sheik.
A little Cause Viziri action.
Yeah.
We got great camera people that can adjust as we need to.
That will be edited, won't it?
Well, I don't edit very much, believe me.
I saw the one. I only got to see part of it. I thought it was all right. I mean,
Our premiere episode.
I got to work on my talking because I mumble so much. But I saw one. It wasn't an abrupt cut, but it was like.
What was the cut?
It was shoot. I can't remember. It was just, and it wasn't.
There were pictures that
could-
were inserted over it. But you think we cut something out of the conversation?
Oh no! I think it was. It was. The only reason I noticed it is because I look for stuff like that besides just a conversation.
I don't remember anything being edited out
Really,
of that
it might
episode.
not have. Maybe it was just a camera change, angle change, or something.
When you watch it again from the
But
beginning,
it wasn't nothing to story. Nothing was cut out like words wise. It was just like it might have been stopped right there,
maybe it was the way they switched
or
the
maybe
cameras.
we took
I don't
one of
know.
them breaks real quick or something.
Maybe.
That could.
But when you watch the episode again from beginning to end, try and make note of where
Okay.
you notice. I'm kind of genuinely interested now.
Okay.
Because I actually did the physical editing, and I can't think of anything that was cut.
Well, like I said, I don't think it was cut out. It was just cut to
Just
another.
a switch or something. Okay.
Yeah, and like remember a couple times we had to cut right away because either something technical problems or I had to do the Flomax.
I forgot about the Flomax until now. But you're the first person I think that's ever watched them closely enough to even notice something like that. Of all the guys we've had in and out of this studio the past 19 years, so I tip the cap to you if I had one on.
Well,
I
thank
respect
you.
that.
I brought my Braves hat and we wear it.
It's nice to see someone on the show feel like they're taking ownership of it. You know what I mean? Honest to God. We don't want guys just to come in and sit down and do an interview. We want them to feel like, this is part of your story. You want it presented the best way possible, your thoughts, your experiences, your opinions.
Yeah.
We want it to be good stuff.
Yeah, all of us. I mean, we're working together.
And as we mentioned, Kamala a few minutes ago, he was another gentleman that just sat right in that seat. He actually sang right here.
Yeah.
Did you know he sang?
No. Oh, yeah. He sang in the car a couple of times
Yeah.
on road trips, but we had to drink a lot of beer to hear it. Yeah, I loved him to death, man. We'd sit back in his dressing room and cut up, and he, in a way, he kind of kept to himself. He had a friend here and there that was special to him. But me and him hung out all the time and would, cut up and we'd laugh with ourselves and he was just like a what do you call it, person that doesn't care to let herself out, you know. Introvert, maybe?
Yeah, introvert. Yeah, that'd be a good way to describe it.
But you see that in him? You see what I'm...
Yeah, yeah. Even when we did the interview, I mean, we did a 3-hour documentary-style interview with him, and it took a little bit of conversation for him to feel comfortable enough to come out with some of his life experiences, if that makes any sense. But
Yeah.
it wound up being a great interview. We had a lot of fun. It got sad at times with some of his life experiences, and we had some laughs too. I've described that interview as emotional. It was one of the most emotional ones we've ever done, as opposed to the Sheik, who came in high as a kite, yelling and screaming and threatening to rape men, but with no teeth in.
Where's the medicine?
I tell you, with all the, not to shy away from Kamala, but with all the buzz that came out of everything with you a couple of weeks ago, I still don't think it was as much buzz as when Howard Stern started to play the clips from the interview we did with the Sheik every day on his talk show. I could not believe our late friend, the Jackal, the great commentator who we miss every day. I remember he emailed me. He said, "Guess who's on Howard Stern today?" I said, "I have no idea." "Who?" He said, "You." I said, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Howard Stern or
Howard
Finkel?
Stern. No, Stern. And I said, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "Howard Stern is taking the clips from YouTube of that interview you did with the Sheik, and they did it for over a year."
Can they do that legally?
I think if it's less than 15 seconds, it's called fair usage or something like that.
Oh, okay.
So they could get away with it, but it wound up working out good. They wound
Well,
up,
yeah, of course. I was just wondering if that was legal.
They
Because I'll start doing it if it is.
They wound up having Sheik on the show, and in exchange to actually use the footage, they gave us free commercial time to promote live events. So it worked out really good.
Yeah.
There were actually some really good people over at Howard Stern.
I
I
bet
wish
there
I got
is.
to go on with them, but you know. And the funny thing is, with all my years now of that being all over the internet, everyone knows me as Dan Maloney, because the Sheik couldn't say my name for the life of me. And Tony, who I've known since 1993, calls me Dan Morella. So
Morella. There's Joey and Gorilla.
no kidding, right? Yeah. So when I die, I'm gonna need a billboard for my cemetery headstone when I go, because no one will recognize me by my regular name. I'll have to throw the other ones on. But
What is your regular name?
Muradi?
Say it again.
Muradi.
You what?
Muradi.
I'm sorry.
You're screwing with me.
No.
Oh
Oh, no, I've heard you. I'm just sorry that's your name.
Oh, no, Muradi. All right. Well, apparently he finds humor in it too. But I think I'll.
No, I was just playing. You know that.
When I run into people anywhere at conventions or shows, they're oh, Dan Maloney, you no good son of a bitch. Oh, I miss that poor guy. But anyway, back to Kamala. Did you ever work with him?
I think I did have a match with him.
What was it like to work with him?
Man,
I mean, he's a lot bigger than me, and I'm a relatively big guy.
He's so light, man. Sometimes if he was behind you, you'd hear the stomping of the feet's the only way you knew to, because I mean he was so light, you know. But at least he was with me. I'd hate if he didn't like him. Imagine he could lay it in.
A lot of guys have said that he was very smooth.
Yeah,
very smooth.
Yeah, real smooth. We was talking, you know, he's funny things. I think it was in Kansas City. We didn't work together that night. He was just coming through, and we hit it off in the beginning. You know, just sitting there and cutting up. And I'd ask him, I said, well, how do you like the gimmick, character? You know, and he goes, Marty, it's the only way I could get him to like a big fat black man. I was like, okay. Yeah, what did you say to that?
Right.
But
where did you work with him? Was it in?
I think it was
Mid-South,
an independent.
Kansas
No, it was
City,
an
or-
independent show,
an
and it was outdoors at a baseball park, and it's like a big baseball park. And the bad thing about doing baseball parks, yeah, you can have a couple thousand people there and it looks empty.
And they're so spread
Yeah,
out. Yeah.
it looks empty. But yeah.
He had a very sad end of life.
I enjoyed it. See, I didn't know that. He didn't ever get into that with me. You know, we kept it on the surface, you know, and you know, laugh around.
Did you know that he lost his legs?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was, and you know.
Well, there was a time with I can't say much about that either. Damn, I can't talk at all this legal shit. And it's about a lawsuit with WWE. I think we talked about it a little bit last time, didn't we?
I think we talked about it personally, not on the show.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got to be careful. My attorney said don't talk about the lawsuit, so I'm not going to talk about it. But yeah, we were kind of in the same boat where as WWE was taking care of people with drug problems and alcohol problems, like going through rehab, paying for it. That's just expensive. You know, and I love all my boys, you know, Jake and, you know, Sonny and Scott Hall. I love them all. So I'm not saying anything against them. I'm just saying, though, the guys that come through, had been through there 10, 15 times. Well, I don't know about 15, but been through a lot. And, you know, they keep paying for it. All I needed was
a foot.
You know, actually, they're both bad, but we did this last time. But I love showing this, and almost did it again. You see this ankle here? See how it's off the foot's over here, the leg bone's going over here?
It's just like the Sheik after we were in that car accident.
Is that what it was?
When I saw you walk that first time when you went into the convenience store when you were here last month,
yeah,
I said, before Sheik was completely immobile like he is now, I said, that's exactly what Sheik is like, walking on, not on his foot, he's walking on his ankle.
I always think about that, too, because you know, I've seen him a couple times in the airports.
It's brutal.
See, when you're in pain all the time, everything that's bad gets magnified, and things that are good are not quite as good. You know, because you're constantly grimacing, and you know, my toes, I would take all my damn clothes off. I mean, my clothes on my feet off. My toes are actually curled permanently until they get surgery, curled under from the squinching all the time, and possibly jigging into for grip, you know, to balance. Because I mean, just when walking over here on this bone, you know, leg bone, it's like walking on a pogo stick. I mean, you ain't got no balance. And this one is just bone on bone so bad. But anyway, that was the whole purpose of the, you know, the lawsuit was look, man, take some of that money y'all just made last quarter off of me. You know, it ain't like it, you know, it's costing you anything. You're making money on me still. But
there's a lot of individuals.
But Kamala, I think before what happened? But he had something bad with him before they got cut off.
He had diabetes for a long time, and he didn't get dialysis for it. So it just worsened and worsened and worsened. But I'll say, this is a two-parter right now. A lot can be said about your situation, the pain you're in. Imagine if your physical problem could be rectified, there may never be an alcohol or a drug problem.
Right, and that was the thing that my brother pointed that out to me. He says, he goes, I'm getting worried about you. You're taking 10 and 15 Percocets, strong ones, like the 10s, a day, which I was probably taking a little more than that. That's all he would see me take. And he was getting concerned about it, you know, and he, you know, he pointed it out to me. I don't want to get that phone call, you know. And he said, you know, see, I told him, I already called him, that I got to be quiet. I can't get into it too much.
Right.
Not supposed to be getting into it at all. Man, I can't do anything right.
Hey, I think you do a lot.
I ain't supposed to talk about this, so I talk about it. I ain't supposed to talk about that, so I talk about it. But he told me to do the rehab, go through the rehab. I said, that's not going to do me any good. You know, it's this. It ain't the drinking is to kill the pain. The pain pills. You know, I hate to say it, but after all the celebrities, who I like all of them, Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, Prince, but after they all started ODing and dying off it, it became impossible to get pain medicine.
Right, and you know what? And I've told you about, I developed the CRPS condition, which is just ungodly pain from that accident I was in with the Sheik, and you're exactly right. People that have legitimate physical needs now are being turned away by the doctors because they don't want to be put on the spot of someone potentially overdosing on it. And what do the people that actually need it do? They've put it in a really tough spot, and someone like you whose body has been just physically abused and tortured for almost 40 years, what do you do to get relief? And what do you do to get help?
There's a liquor store on every corner.
Yeah.
You know? And that's sometimes the way I look at it. Like when I'm training good and dieting good, liquor's the worst thing in the world because it slows your metabolism down.
Right.
Let alone makes you slur and make stupid phone calls to girls you wouldn't usually have phone sex with. But, uh-oh. Shouldn't have said that either. Nah, the phone should start ringing. Let me see if I got it off. Yeah, I got it off. But what was I saying? Oh, about the liquor store.
Liquor store,
Well,
yeah.
so we went back to my brother said, he goes, go in there because they're going to psychoanalyze you or whatever it's called. The doctor will come in and ask you questions. And then they're going to see what the problem is. You know, that you're doing to self-medicate. And he goes, it'll be written in a report. And that way you have that. Again, now I'm dipping into that lawsuit thing. But it's exactly what happened. I went to a rehab in Lafayette, Louisiana, back when I was living in New Orleans with Pat Tanaka and his...
those must have been some interesting times.
Yeah.
Those must have been some interesting times.
Yeah.
Especially down in NOLA, huh?
Oh, yeah, man, where you can walk down the street with a bottle, just don't get out on the road.
Yeah.
You can drink, walking, you can buy it at 7-Eleven.
I look at some of these situations, though, Marty. How much would it cost to, in your instance, fix an ankle compared to, and I'm going to give WWE credit for this, when they send someone to rehab, they send them to the fine, first-class institutions, some of which are almost 6 figures for the rehab.
Yeah.
If they spent less on some of the physical, I don't think it would cost $100,000 to fix your ankle.
No, in fact,
you know what I mean?
They would catch a break, and I told them that because
financially it would be cheaper for them.
Well, and also a good friend of mine, Dr. McCluskey, Lee McCluskey, we played football together in junior high and high school and college. Well, that was me in Watford in college. But anyway, he studied under Dr. Andrews, one of the best doctors in the world. And he's now one of the best ankle specialists in the world himself. And, you know, I went in to see him, and first thing he said when I walked in, he goes, my God, he goes, I already know what's wrong with that one without x-raying. I think he called it a collapse, something other. But he took the x-rays anyway, and then he came back out, and he goes, you know, I do this for a living. He goes, you got the worst ankles I've ever seen. He goes, I don't know how you walked in here. And, but he said, he goes, I told him, I said, I don't have health insurance right now. What kind of break can I get? And he said, you ain't got to pay me at all. But the hospital is a different charge. It's separate. And it would be St. Francis there in Columbus, Georgia.
Friend.
Was that?
That's a friend.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a good man.
And, you know, he said, you know, I'll get it for you. Don't worry about that. So now I'm thinking, okay, that's probably about, and I got to get them both done. He wanted to stagger. He didn't want to do both at the same time.
You'd be out of commission
if
they did both at the same time.
Yeah, well, and the way he's going to do it is one. We're going to get this done here fairly soon. We're just waiting on an open spot because of COVID. Surgery is so backed up.
Everything.
Yeah. And but so we'll get fixed. But anyway, that was a break that WWE wouldn't have had to pay for. You know, the doctor's going to do it for free. The hospital itself, that won't be that much, maybe 20 grand, I guess. I don't know.
You would have had.
I'm just guessing on that. But hell, he made more than 20 grand on me last quarter.
You would have had a resolution to a life problem as opposed to, like you mentioned, some of the individuals that WWE has sent to rehab, near 6-figure rehabs, they've had to do it multiple times.
Yeah.
So,
they like you said earlier, they send you to the best.
They do.
That one in Lafayette, that's why I had to go. It's probably an hour, 15 minutes north of New Orleans. But this one, it was the best in the area. So, you know, I think it was like $30,000 for a month. So I didn't make the full month, but I had a problem with a couple of the instructors. I said, no, I'm done here.
Yeah,
but I got what my brother said, exactly that happened. The doctor, he wrote it down. I have it on a piece of paper. Because I believe his drinking problem comes from self-medicating for a pain, obvious pain in his ankle, that would solve his issue. That's what we needed on paper from a doctor. That's exactly what my brother said would happen. Good job, Gino.
Your brother's a smart guy. Gino Jannetty, baby. Good man. All in all, man, I'll be back to Well, we just want you to be healthy. You know, as I was talking about that, the one that always stands out to me is Sherry Martel, because I spoke to her about an appearance not long before she passed away. And, you know, she just needed her back fixed.
Yeah, I remember that.
And the amount of stuff that poor lady was doing It was just so sad.
She took better bumps than the boys.
She was like the female Bobby Heenan out there. I mean, big bumps for big men. She wasn't in there working with women. Yeah. Well, she did have a run as a woman wrestler.
Right,
but
yeah.
When she was managing Savage and Ted and Shawn Michaels, she was out there taking big bumps from big guys in stiff rings. Stiff rings.
They were sticking her with people that needed a little help getting over to. Randy wouldn't have needed that, but it just accented the whole thing.
He just needed a fresh coat of paint after the Hogan and Elizabeth gimmick.
Yes. Yeah. And but like they bumped her over to Shawn. It kind of stagnated, so they wanted to, put her with him, so it got it over the hump.
And I thought that was a really good fit.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll get there as your time in WWF, WWE goes on. But back to Kamala. You know what really bothers me, Marty, about that? I actually got personally involved in that. When I found out, I think he did lose both legs at this point. We did an online drive to try and raise some money for him. We're very active in the Cauliflower Alley Club, which I think you're familiar with.
Yeah.
They made a nice donation to try and help him out. In the studio on a Sunday night, we did selling different merchandise and whatnot. And I'll never forget it. On the Monday morning, he turned heel. He demanded this money instantly. And I had to explain to him, when people make online payments, you don't get it automatically within minutes. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
To be able to send it to him. So he went online, and I tell you, aside from what we did, I was working with some of the highest ranking officials in WWE and their medical staff in Pittsburgh that does all the physicals when the guys go back on the road or when they sign a new talent. We were looking at potentially getting him 2 replacement legs.
Oh, yeah?
He went online in his wheelchair, sitting in front of his loincloths, showing off his, I don't know if stumps is the right way to put it, and he shot all over WWE, shot all over Vince McMahon, shot all over me. And you know what WWE's interest was in getting him 2 new legs at that point?
Same old.
I could say he shot himself in the foot, but. Yeah.
By the way, this might not be vodka.
I don't think that is. I think you're going to be disappointed if you're hoping for a little Smirnoff.
No, there's a little pop, soda pop, carbonation come out.
Well, so it's just Kamala's death really hurt because I liked him an awful lot as a person, even though he made that stupid video.
Which one?
Kamala. I told you he made the video sitting in the wheelchair, and he attacked us. And he got the money. It just, the online payments have to come through. Then we had to issue a money order. And I sent the money order to make sure there was no shenanigans through the Cauliflower who sent it to them, to Kamala, because it's a nonprofit organization.
Right.
But any final thoughts of Kamala? What did you think? What do you think he meant to the industry at his peak?
Well, he made character stuff. He was one of the originals way back with that outlandish. I don't know if outlandish is the word, but a different character, Ugandan giant. With stuff painted all over him. So I mean, we had characters back then. You had Sheik, the original Sheik, and you had Abdullah the Butcher, which he was just like a crazy man. He wasn't like a character. So he kind of advanced and was a trailblazer in the sense of opening the door for characters to come out. Because he was one of the originals.
I think he had a lot of credibility, and I think he had a lot of believability, which is certainly missing in this day and age.
That was the thing. I mean, you'd watch him work in the ring, and you'd think, man, he is a monster out there. Yeah. And then he's like the most lovable guy. He's like
a big 6'6" teddy bear.
Yeah, that's exactly what we used to call him that, something like bear, sugar bear or something.
That was his original gimmick, Sugar Bear Harris.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's just like a huge teddy bear, man. Nicest guy in the world. Very loving, very caring. He would get upset about when he would see mistreatments of some of the guys. He'd get upset about it. He wouldn't say much, but me and him would be sitting there, and he would, that ain't right, Marty. That ain't right. And I agreed, because see a lot of things in these dressing rooms.
Well, if you're interested, someday I'll send you the link to that interview. It was really interesting. From not even just a wrestling point of view, a human point of view. He opened up about a lot of his life outside of wrestling, and I hate to say it, it wasn't good,
Yeah, I never knew that part.
Yeah. But, his legacy will live on through YouTube and WWE Network and the video games that he's in and the action figures that he's in. And like I said, the big interview we did with him, fans can enjoy that for decades to come to learn about what was certainly a great gimmick. I remember the first time he was booked in Boston it was to work Hogan, December of 1986. I was legitimately scared when they played that, you know, boom, 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 boom. And he had the mask. He was a scary guy, you know. He played it to perfection.
Did he? Didn't you have Steve Lombardi come out with him?
He was Kimchi, yeah.
Kimchi, that's it. I couldn't remember.
Under the hood, he did a little hiding under the hood.
Yeah,
well, in more ways than one. But
hey, that's my boy. I love old Steve.
I like Steve. We sat with him at a WrestleCon a couple of years ago. Him and John Cena Sr. had long talks. I guess long talks is the best way to put it. He's someone. Think of the interviews he could do. My God, that guy was in WWE for what? 25 years?
Yeah.
Close to 30 years? I can't think of when he officially got released, but
you know, one of my fun stories with him, he loved the rib too. And remember when Jake Roberts and Bad News Brown was having their clash?
The sewer rats, yep.
Yeah.
Summer of 1990.
Yeah, boy, that was close.
You got it though. Good catch.
They had brought a bunch of them, I don't know if they're wharf rats or New York City rats, what, but they were big ass rats. And
not the rats that you were usually dealing with.
No, but
these were real rats.
Probably cleaner. but they had a bunch of cages. They had probably about 40 or 50 or 60 of them rats. Because it had to do with the rats and the snake, you know, the snake would eat.
That was his big gimmick. He brought in the Harlem sewer rats to combat Damien, the snake.
Lombardi comes over. They got the rack of the rats all over there. It was kind of interesting to walk by and just look at all these huge, big-ass rats. And Steve Lombardi come up to me. He goes, Marty, he goes, you fucked up, man. I'm like, what'd I do now? And he goes, you let all the rats out of the cage. And I'm like, I ain't even been over there yet. And he starts laughing. He goes, well, go over there. And I knew good and well that I went over there. There's rats running all over the damn place. The production girls are jumping up trying to climb the walls. People are screaming, running down the hallways. And them rats are scared of them. They're scared of the rats, so they're banging off each other. And it was, you know, Steve's just sitting over there laughing his ass off. And somebody said, that sounds like something Marty would do. Steve said that.
Who let the rats out of the cage?
You know who it is.
Steve?
Well, I didn't see him, but I mean, just the way he come over.
The way he ribbed you with it.
Yeah. But that was fun, man. It was watching them rats. Them rats were just happened to be running the same direction. They weren't really chasing the production people.
The poor rats, they probably didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
Just imagine it from the rats' point of view, being in a professional wrestling locker room.
Imagine what that snake was thinking. He could smell that.
You think so?
I don't know.
All right,
He might have.
Wrestling fans, unbelievable. The stories, the memories, the legends, the experiences from my friend Marty Jannetty here on Wrestling Insiders. We're going to bring it to you each and every Thursday night. Your response has been great. Some of the great fans that chimed in to help the cause during the premiere, they deserve a shout-out. Slick Rick B., one of Tony Atlas's neighbors up in Maine. We had Maria, you remind me of a West Side Story. She was a great help. Stoney, everybody that watches is a big help, but we can only ask you give us the big thumbs up, you subscribe. If you watch during the premiere, there's that wonderful gray little button under the chat called Super Chat. You can help the cause that way. Because let me tell you, it isn't free for us to bring you these productions. We want to bring them to you. I forget about every week. I'd love to do it every day. Like Bill O'Reilly and Anderson Cooper on those news shows.
Yeah, as long as they don't call me a murderer.
No. All I know is the story of a junior high school kid that fended off a predator. And rightfully so.
The story, remember that part.
I remember that part. That should be the headline.
The story of.
All right, wrestling fans, we're going to be back with more of Marty's.
By the way, or is it too late?
No, go ahead.
The reason I stopped going to that rehab about 10 days in, man, I've seen some things that I didn't think were right. You know, I know I don't have a degree in psychology and all that, like
like Dr. David Reese.
Who?
Dr. David Reese, the president of this organization. He's an acclaimed psychiatrist.
Really?
Yeah. He's helped a lot of the boys out.
But I've seen enough things in my days to know what's right and wrong. And this counselor, that's what I was trying to find the word, counselor, was really giving hell to this little 19-year-old kid that was in there. Because we were sitting in a little group and going around asking everybody, you know, why are you in here and why are you in there? And he came to the kid. And he goes, well, it was demanded by court that I come here. But he says, the drugs were involved because I had a bunch of marijuana, weed in my trunk. But the big thing was all the guns I had. I had a ton of guns. And that's what I do for a living. And he goes, I can't help it. And the counselor started giving him shit. You know, the guy just spoke the truth. The kid, you know, sweet little innocent boy you would never think involved in selling guns. And one of the counselors ripping into him in front of all of us. And I'm getting more angry as the questioning goes. He asked the kid, why couldn't you get a job like everybody else? And the kid was like, because I was making so much money. I was making unbelievable money. He goes, yeah, but why couldn't you just make real money? And after about the third time, he said, you know, that's a sorry-ass person that would. I'd had enough of hearing it, and I jumped on him and said, hey, man, how many times you want him to fucking answer you? And the counselor was like, huh? I said, he's doing what he knows. He's a street boy. He ain't like you. He got prepped through college and gave it a, he goes, I have a degree on the wall. And I'm like, what'd you get it from Walmart? I don't care. You don't treat that person. And then he was like, well, where's your degree? I was about to show him. But, nah, I didn't make nobody disappear. But I was pretty much, you know, that ruined that whole session. We had to end session. And
well, you were an advocate for the kid.
Yeah, he was pounding him in front of everybody. The kid was coming clean. He was already got tears, you know, from him. You know, he said, that's a sorry person that would sell guns and drugs. And, man, goddamn, he just came clean with you, and you're going to pound him now. And yeah, it just, yeah, it got me. And then the very next class, we had some lady that was rude as shit.
Really?
Yeah, because she was sitting there talking sex crap with the group. And there was a couple of girls that, once it was time to start, they was giggling about something she had said about sex. And she went from cutting up with them to, y'all can leave the class if you think something's so funny. I'm like, oh, goddamn, that's it, I'm done. And I got up and I said, I can't, no.
It must be a very interesting experience to have people with similar problems, but from all different walks of life, coming together in those groups, yeah.
But so anyway, that was the end of that.
How many times
I got 10 days in.
How many times did you go to rehab? Just once?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you wouldn't do it again?
There ain't no use in it.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, there was one class I liked, and that was it. It was just one ass class. And it gave the, you know, it got into science. Now that I could listen to, not somebody's fucking opinion. But it was just about the brain chemicals, how they react and change, you know, from drugs or chemicals that are put in them. And, you know, I like that, you know, because you're learning something. But outside that, the food was good. You know, what's crazy is I mean, you just get one plate, and sometimes if they got leftovers, you can go, you know, everybody go through a second time. But, you know, I mean, it's hard to diet when you don't get to pick the food, you know. So I'm in there trying to, you know, I was working out and trying.
They had a gym in the rehab facility?
No, you pick a bunch of concrete blocks out in the little.
Do some push-ups,
yeah. And, man, I'm afraid to cough. I got corona. Where's my mask? But I'm real bad about not wanting to throw food away because, you know, when it was rough in the beginnings, you know, you don't throw food away.
You needed every morsel.
Yes, and so it was kind of instilled in me, you don't throw food away. And sometimes I eat crap I don't even want. And it was funny because every meal we had, you know, I would eat it all. And the guys and everybody around in there would see, you know, he's eating it, I don't really want it. They'd bring me their stuff, and I'm like, damn, I got to eat it now. And another one like, ah, shit. And it got to where I felt bad, and I couldn't finish them all. I had about 4 or 5 plates in front of me of stuff I really wouldn't have ate the first helping of, but didn't want it to go into the trash can. That's like a horrible sight to me, to see a plate of food go in the trash can. You know, it's like the biggest sin in the world. But anyway, yeah, that was that experience. They had good. It was plenty of food because I was getting everybody else's.
No one else wanted it.
But it was.
What was the rhyme and routine? So I know nothing about rehab. Is it mostly classes when you go in?
Pretty much. You
group
get up
classes, individual?
Yeah, not individual.
Group classes?
Yeah, you get up in the morning for your breakfast, almost like jail, except it's upgraded jail. Why would I know that? But you get up in the morning for breakfast, and then you go back, and you got till about 9 o'clock. Like 7 o'clock or so is breakfast. Oh, and you go through and get a bunch of pills. I guess it's to help in case you're going through withdrawals or whatever. It makes it easier where you don't go crazy and flip out like I did recently on a withdrawal. I stopped drinking for a little bit.
Did you?
Yeah,
And
I'm
you
gonna
had
try
bad
to. I'm gonna try to make it
withdrawal,
last. In fact, those beers you gave me yesterday, I still got them if you want them back.
Oh, whatever you want to do with them.
But anyway, you get a bunch of like 8, 9, 10 pills, and I guess there's something for everything, for anxiety, for blood pressure, for whatever all you need for coming off of drinking real heavy. Everything but pain pills. They didn't have no pain. but anyway, they you got it at like 9 o'clock. You got your first class, and you go in. It's a couple hours. The only thing I enjoyed about them was there's other people that had gone through things, telling their story, and so and they got enough about them to not mind telling the class that they're only coming in that one day. They're coming in one day. We had one dude came in. He was from Compton, and he was really flashy with his story. So it had my attention. I was listening, but it was funny what he had said. It was like, wow, there's a lot of parallels there. I mean, he was saying that he'd moved to New Orleans because he'd found out that they serve alcohol around the clock, and I'm thinking, yeah. And then he said, and then I got burnt out there, and I found out that Las Vegas does the same thing, and I moved there, and I'm thinking, because that's what I did. I went from New Orleans to Vegas and lived out in Vegas for a while. And Vegas is, I think we might have said that last time.
We were talking about Vegas, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a party waiting, and you just open your door when you're ready. There's the party.
It's like Disney World for adults, as Nick Bockwinkel used to call it.
Yeah, but it's classes, and then you get lunch, and then you get a little free time. You go play. That's when I would work out. You go play pool or I think they had a basketball, but no hoop. So the guys would stand there like this, and we shoot at him. If you didn't like him, you shoot it real hard so you rebound off the face. But and everybody was so good to me in there. Most of them knew me from wrestling. And mainly the counselors and the lady I got mad at. She was a big fan.
Oh, really?
She came over and apologized afterwards. She goes, "Yeah, I might have overreacted," and that was fine with me. I said, "Well, look, I probably did too. I shouldn't have got up and just left like that." But anyway, it was. All in all, I'd say it was a good experience, but it's not going to help a person to get over whatever the drinking problem.
The consistent pain.
You know who rehabs help? People that just have a couple casual drinks at Applebee's or TGIFs. Is that open tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
That's where we're going?
I think so.
All right. Even though it's Saturday.
Everything else here is closed.
No kidding. It's awful.
Cologne's is
you got to be in by 10.
Yeah. They took care of us last time, though. Oh.
No.
No. We took care of us.
No. We had to go after Fridays that night.
Yeah, that's right.
Kowloon would certainly go by every restriction put in place by this town of Saugus.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
I just hadn't got to it. You beat me to it.
But every time the fans watch our great episodes, they see that little Kowloon ad in the bottom corner.
Oh, do they?
Oh, baby. We got fans from around the world that want to try some Andy Wong's great Chinese food.
Katie, my Boston friend here, she knew about it. We were talking about getting something last night. And she mentioned, like, there's this place called Kowloon's. I'm like, yeah, I know. Yeah, okay. How'd you know about it?
Under normal times, it's open until 2, but we're not in normal times anymore.
Not at all, man. That gym this morning, that was, I told you, right? When dude had plastic bags over his feet. I was like, well, now I'm scared to go in there. You got to wear all that. And all I got is this thing on. It
must have been nice to actually be able to go to the gym in a hotel, though. After last time, there was nothing.
Yeah, it was nice just getting in the gym at all, because at home, I have to work out, makeshift workouts out in the yard with this iron ladder I have, and you know, a couple weights I have. But it's a home workout. You know?
That's what Tony's been doing up in Maine in his garage.
But you know what? And I always tell my students this when I do seminars: if you want to work out, you will work out. You'll find a way. I mean, you know, sometimes like when I was at that place last time here, I did like use chairs and stuff in the hotel room and do like shoulder lifts and, you know, do upside down. Oh, I found a bag. I took a picture of it. I'll show you later. I was doing push-ups and sit-ups on the floor between the beds, and you know, I was laying there in between sets, and I just happened to look over to the left or right. It might have been this way. whatever it was, it was a little torn off baggie where somebody was doing cocaine. You know,
you're talking about last time?
Yes, last time.
You did show me that picture.
Oh,
yes,
I did show it to you?
You texted it to me.
Okay, yeah. It was just, they didn't even get rid of it good. They just like, oh, under the bed, it's hidden, it's gone. And the maids must have missed it for a couple.
Maybe it was the
maids.
maids.
I should have said house cleaning. I didn't mean maids. By the way, let me cover one more point real quick.
Right.
I know we got to go. In that story, I'd called the gay guy a fag. I said, just fag. But, and I don't mean that. I got as many gay friends as I do straight, I think, especially after working at WWE. But, well, no, I mean, there's just, okay. But anyway.
You mean it in a nice way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't mean, that was just part of the story to, it's kind of hard to be mad and put emphasis on, you know, dudes trying to rape you and just say he was gay rather than the fucking fag was trying to rape me. But in no way do I mean, you know, the word fag. That was story content of that little boy that's a murderer. But yeah, I just wanted to clear that up because a couple of my friends were like, I didn't know you felt that way. And I was like, you should know better. You know?
Well, as they always say, actions speak louder than words, right?
Yeah.
Anyone can misspeak. Anyone can say something out of anger or frustration. But I think someone's actions over the course of their life says a lot more than an instance where maybe they said the wrong thing.
Yeah.
But that's one man's opinion. But folks, we want your opinions. Leave your thoughts, questions, opinions in the comment section below. Marty and I want to know what you think.
And don't forget these.
We're in this for the long haul.
John Cena's dad.
We're going to have like the Raw and Nitro ratings war between Tony and Marty's weekly episodes. Who do you want to see more? Who do you like more? Do you like both?
That ain't right.
Who else do you want to see? We know because we have Brutus the Barber Beefcake coming in.
I said that would be a good one. He's got some good stories. We got some together.
Growing. We're going to have quite a little team here, a family. You know, most folks are familiar with the long-form interviews we did with the Sheik, Kamala, Paul Bearer, Vader, Harley Race. The list goes on and on. But
you want me to see if call Boogeyman, see if he want to make an appearance?
Boogie?
Yeah.
Oh, Boogie was right over here in the studio.
What's that?
Boogie's been here in the studio.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, because he would be good.
Oh, he was very interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. But I don't know if he's as interesting as this guy. This guy's had quite the run. For my good friend, Marty Jannetty, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you next Thursday, 9 o'clock. Tell a friend or tell a few thousand friends. Get it out there on social media.
Or tell a wrestler.
There you go. So we can bring you more great wrestling content and keep legends like this guy, Tony, Brutus, working. It's been 6 months since these guys have had regular appearances. We want to keep them on the road out there doing well for themselves. It's tough times for everybody, but we know we can do it for professional wrestlers. We'll see you next time, folks. Stay healthy. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com on our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay. Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this limited edition Bailey autographed Rob Schamberger outprint, one of only 50 made, a great addition to the collection of any Bailey fan direct from WWE. Also comes with a mystery autograph photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Wrestling fans, again, continue to follow us on Twitter at MWF Project X and on Facebook at facebook.com/Boston Wrestling Sports for updates in case we have any additions to Wrestle House, time changes, and so on. We had to pre-produce these marathons as we have so much content to try and get ready for our Tampa adventure. I know I'm personally very excited to have Al Snow with us live tonight
at the house. It's going to be really great to see Al again. If you're enjoying today's marathon and content with Marty and want us to be able to bring you more, again, that Super Chat feature, the little gray $ button under the Premier Chat, is open for business, or you can even use PayPal with the email address bw@bostonwrestling.com. It goes a long way to keep wrestling legends working and the lights on here at the studio. In our next episode, Marty discusses the bar and ring rat situation with Jimmy Jack Funk that led to he and Shawn Michaels being fired after one day in the World Wrestling Federation in 1987 during a wild night in Buffalo, New York.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders, the party with Marty.
Yay.
Marty Jannetty is going to be joining us on some Thursday nights. We have some great episodes we're taping now. Hopefully he's going to be back live in studio in September if everything works out, because we know you're going to be back in the Northeast. But back to the big question. What happened in the spring of 1987? You called Terry Garvin.
Yeah.
You made some kind of an agreement to come in. Tell us what happened.
Yeah. So what had happened was, you know, I've always tell people, prepping, when you hear this, what had happened was, usually that means, that's what everybody says in court, because you're about to tell a damn lie. What had happened was, but this is the truth, what had happened was, I can't even say it without laughing, because it sounds like I'm gonna lie, but AWA was just not doing us right, and we had enough of it. I did, and that time, you know, Shawn, he'd had enough of it from the beginning. But anyway, I called Terry Garvin and said, hey, man, we're not happy here. And I'm not sure about this, but I think he was like, well, don't tell nobody you talk to me. I'm not supposed to be talking to you. You know, because he was,
sure, yeah.
And our contract, you know, it was funny about the contracts. We were young and didn't care, man.
What kind of money was there in the AWA at that point for a guy, the tag champs?
It didn't really, that was the thing, man. The only thing it does is put you a little higher up on the card as a champ. The money didn't really change.
Yeah, you just had a little extra luggage.
Yeah.
But on that point, where you were on the card at that point, what kind of money would there be in the AWA?
Yeah, you know, if we did 15 days for the month, I would say, what's 15 times, say, 300? On average of 3, because there were some low ones. 4,500 a month. You know?
Really, that's it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, now, remember, when we got there, everything was crashing.
It was starting to decline, but I would have thought it was more than that.
It might have been $5,000 a month.
Wow, really? 60 grand a year?
But yeah, right about that.
Really? Wow.
But, you know, you're only working half the time. And
true, but yeah.
When you're 20 years old. You know,
they had that ESPN, well, I don't know the particulars of their ESPN contract, but I'm kind of
I'm
surprised
they were
by that.
one-sided as hell. They were not even legal
really?
after a while. Yeah. So we didn't care. We're just like, yeah, here.
Yeah, you got it.
And it's all wrestler must this, wrestler must that, wrestler. There was nothing promoter does. It was all one-sided. You were giving your life away.
So at what point did you agree to leave AWA as the tag champs?
So they had us wrestle Bad Company, Pat Tanaka.
Yep. Okay.
And oh my God, what a great team!
Great
they
team.
ended up being Orient
WWF.
Express.
Yeah.
It was funny because it was Sato, you know, the Japanese guy. But he went back to Japan, so they put a mask on a white boy. Called him Kato. It was Paul Diamond. But it was Bad Company again. We'd had great matches with them in AWA. Pat Tanaka and I are like best friends, even to this day, even though, damn, some of the crap we've gotten into. But anyway, they were so good as Bad Company. They come out to that music. You remember that song, Bad Company?
Yeah.
And it was so cool, man, because they come out, Pat looks like a little badass, and, you know, Paul looks athletic. But they wanted us to drop the belts. And we had been talking about a guarantee, because our money kept going, and we're the champs. Well, ain't supposed to go this way. But
or at least stay steady.
Oh, yeah. And so... And now, you know what's funny is every time, once you're the champions, you never win. You know, just you get disqualified, or it wasn't a title match, and it's like, well, gosh damn, look here, take the belts back. We're gonna be losing every day. But anyway, they just, you know, we asked about a guarantee and gave them an amount we thought was reasonable. I don't remember what it was. But it wasn't. It was just so the shit would stop dropping.
Yeah.
You know, we just wanted.
I think that's reasonable considering where you were on the card.
Yeah. And there was. I hate to say it, but Well, Kurt Hennig and Scott Hall were tagging. That was good. They were good. But we'd lost everybody. Snuka came in. That was good to have him, you know.
As far as a draw, yeah.
Yeah, and Colonel De Beers was great. But, you know, everybody had left and gone to WWF.
Yeah.
You know, everybody. Hulk, Bean Gene. I mean, everybody at that one point was AWA. So that's telling you something's wrong with AWA.
Right.
And you know, it is already told Sean, we're on a sinking ship. That was taken off. And
they're coming off 93,000 at the Silverdome for WrestleMania 3 a couple months back.
And after they did that, they did a thing. AWA was like, yeah, let's try something like that. And it was called the Wrestle Rock Rumble.
I remember the music video. Yeah.
We had to sit there and rap a song because Chicago Bears, remember they did that there?
When the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Yep. And it's Super Bowl Shuffle. So now we're like, well, Sean and Marty, we love to wrestle and we love to party.
I remember that.
You ain't got to worry. We ain't going to fumble because we'll be doing the Wrestle Rock Rumble. It was like, God, I was like, let me rewrite the words, please. But Vern Gagne thought it was good. Anyway. That was our biggest show. They did it at the Metrodome, which is down now. Where the Twins play. I think the Vikings, you know, they're old.
Yeah.
And we were used to wrestling, you know, at that point we were used to wrestling in front of, if we had a good house, 5,000 people. Wrestled in the Metrodome from first base side to the third base side was pretty full. There was empty seats here and there. It was estimated maybe 30,000 people. And our paycheck went up by a couple $100. Like,
wow.
And everybody was like, wait a minute, what the hell's... Greg Gagne was, you know, he was always in control. Vern owned it and ran it and got the ultimate say, but Greg was, you know, taking care of everything. But Greg said, guys, there was some fake tickets sold. So all those people who bought fake tickets was their explanation that our money...
They were comps, you mean?
30,000 people, and our paycheck is like when we wrestled at the Salt Palace. What the hell? But somebody was out in the parking lot selling fake tickets. Come on, man. That's a lot of damn fake tickets. That's because y'all didn't sell any real ones.
So you didn't feel uncomfortable then making the jump to go to WWF?
No, so I called Terry and told him. Because what they did, Greg took us in a room tonight. When I say room, the hotel room at the... It was called the Showboat. We did our TV taping downstairs. You know, everybody stayed there. They put us up there. And we're in the room going over what we're going to do that night. And Greg is like, and you know, you got your champions. You got the belts, right? And Greg is like, well, we're going to drop the belts to them tonight. And now we're negotiating that guarantee, right? He's just like, let me and Dad kick it around. So I'm thinking, now they want us to drop the belt. I said, Greg, maybe we should talk alone about something real quick. He knew what I was talking about. And he goes, you can say anything here. I said, well, we need to talk about that guarantee. Well, see, now the other boys, nobody was on guarantee. And when they heard that, their ears perked up like, what guarantee? And so Greg looks at me and goes, what guarantee? Like I was making some shit up.
Like you were bullshitting them.
Yeah, so I'm like, you don't want to talk about what we talked about? And he goes, really, there's nothing to talk about. So that's pretty much saying you ain't getting the guarantee.
He told you to go fuck yourself,
so then,
basically. Yeah.
So then it's like, okay, let's watch us drop the belts tonight. And we left, and Sean was like, he wanted to take the belts and go. I was like, no, leave them the belts. You can do what they want with them. But that's when I called Terry.
So you wound up upstate New York early June 1987. You had the conversation with Holly at catering. You had a match, I think it was over Jose Estrada and Jimmy Jack Funk that never aired. What was your impression of that first night in WWF?
Now remember, we're leaving a year and a half in the business, I think, right? So we've seen a few things. You get Bruiser Brody, rest in peace, come through, and you're like the big burly badass, you know. Who else did we see? We got to see our big guys come through, but once, you know, not every damn body. We walked the first night. We walked in for TV taping. We walk into the park. You go in the back door. First person walking by, and this could be out of order, but it's the same thing. Remember One Man Gang?
Yep, Moon.
And he became Akeem. 6'6", 6'7", about 300 and something pounds. He walks by, he goes, "Hey guys," and we'd seen him, so that's a big. Hogan was like the second one. He's 6'5", 6'6", huge. Now keep in mind, me and Sean are 5'11", he's about 6 foot, and we're 225 pounds. Right? And here goes 6'7". Then Big John Studd walked by. So, rest in peace. 6'10", just big as hell. He walks by. Bundy, rest in peace, Bundy. He walked by, and he's not as tall. He's only like, what, 6'4"?
He's probably about 6'4", but a behemoth. Yeah.
Goes by, and I'm like, I look at Sean. I said, I grab him. I said, "We don't belong here, bro." I started to go the other way because no, just give it a chance. Let's give it a chance. So. And we go and say hi and all that shit, and the dressing rooms were full. It was our first day. We didn't know you better get there early if you want in, because the rest of the guys, they don't get in the room. You're out in the hallway.
Yeah, right.
And you find a little spot.
At those big TV shoots, yeah.
All right, I'm already nervous as hell because all these big ass guys and our little ass. I'm like, man. Then Randy Savage, we're getting dressed. It was like a little half partition thing, but that's where we're getting dressed, everybody. But I just happened to get ready to pull my pants, regular pants down so I can put my stuff on. Around the corner comes Randy and Elizabeth.
Oh, boy.
And I hear, "Brother, do you mind?" And I'm like, God. What a start, man. But so what happened, though? What had happened, the bad part, as if that was just scary. And it was that pow, all these lights. When you see all the flashing lights, camera lights, some of them are cameras. Yeah. The rest of them are these little bulbs that hang all around, so it looks like
it looks like there's a lot more. Yeah.
And the pyros.
What a great gimmick.
And there was a dude. Yeah, this was production. We had nothing like. All we did is before that was threw a ring in the building and got a microphone. That was it. So we're going into guys rappelling down from the ceiling. Like, what the fuck? But that night, this is where things went wrong. First night in, right? We didn't have a TV match the first night. So we sat around and introduced.
So you were there, but you just didn't work.
Yeah, it didn't work.
That was the night Honky beat Steamboat. Okay.
I think so, yes.
Yep. So the next night you worked. Estrada and Jimmy Jack.
Well, that very night, and it was.
Oh, the night. Okay.
I can't forget it. It was Buffalo, New York.
Yeah.
And it was a club, a hotel club that all the boys went to. That was always good because they take care of you well. Plus, it's cool to mingle. You got your fans there. You know. Yeah. Whereas if you go to a regular club, they're gonna recognize you when you're on TV a lot. But it's regular people, and they kind of get a little attitudinal. Whereas if it's fans, they're happy to see you. You always, especially in a new city, somebody's going to want to fight you because you're getting too much of their attention, in their place. So this was a cool setting, and we were new and nervous. Sean and I kind of sat back, away from where all the boys were in the club. And Terry Garvin comes walking up. He goes, "Guys, you need to mingle. You're going to make it look like you're better than them." And there was another thing right there. They had heard about us. See, the thing was, I was never cocky or arrogant that I know of. But Sean, and the thing is, so these guys, the Midnight Rockers, are a couple cocky assholes. Their reputation, that's what I tell somebody. Like when you lose a match, a tag match, they don't say Marty got pinned. They say the Rockers got beat. So one is both. Yep. And so if one's arrogant, that team is arrogant. Right. And so Sean, as I said, he even admits that back then he was. He was young. But anyway, the guys we were younger than pretty much all of them. We'd only been in the business. Getting in WWF back then, in your first year, now everybody's doing it. That's why. At one point, the product, now they got it, doing good, I think, doing pretty good again. In fact, we'll see them one day soon or later, won't we?
Oh, yeah. The day we're taping this, we're going to do the live NXT watch-along.
Yeah, that'll be fun. You going to watch it, or you just...
Oh, well, they want to hear your input, not mine. But
you going to turn your back to it?
No, I'll be sitting here with you.
Okay.
All right.
So you got to go mingle. The guys are going to think you're arrogant, you know, assholes, and you're better than them. You got to go mingle. So we did. Went down and started saying hello. And me and Jimmy Powers, remember Young Stallion?
Oh, yeah,
Jimmy Powers?
yeah.
Me and him hit it off, buddies, right off you know, sometimes that happens, you
Sure.
know. And Sean was kind of bouncing. We was bouncing around, but we got this one table that was kind of in the middle, and all the guys were there. And so Jimmy Jack Funk come up. And he comes up, hey guys, I heard y'all were a great party. He actually admits that he says, well, they just had us on the road too long, and you know, I was out of my mind. I didn't mean nothing. But he came up and says, I heard you guys are big time partiers. Let me see you do this. And he picks up a glass. It's a bar trick. It's easy to do. I mean, I probably had done it, but Sean had never seen it. He picked it up. He takes the glass, breaks it off, and you know, spits it out. Let me see you do that, punk. And he's looking at Sean. So maybe the word already did get to him that Sean was the one that's
The pain in the ass, the arrogant one.
Yeah. And so Sean just like, no, man, no. He was mystified by the breaking it, you know. And if anybody wants to do it, all you do is take the glass, put it in, you pull down. You don't bite down. You just get a good grip, and you pull the glass, and it'll break real easy. But so Jimmy Jack Gray goes, come on, punk. And he kind of shoved Sean, not hard, just a little, like you egging him on. Like, come on, punk. And he grabs the glass, and he breaks it off, throws it up, you know, over. And says, come on, punk, you can't do that. And Sean's getting nervous because he's, you know, more, come on, you punk, I thought y'all two were partiers. And Sean says, well, I can't do that, but I could do this. And he took you know them champagne glasses, a long thing, breaks it over his head. Jimmy Jack went crazy, I love you. And he started hugging, everything was good. At the end of the night, time to go, it was closing time. This girl that I've been sitting there talking to, she was ready to go. She looked good. She was wearing, the top did like this. And she was bobbling out of the top. It's just the best way I can say that. What'd you just do?
What?
You just had a drink?
I had that's John Cena Sr.'s Fab-All Pop. It's delicious.
It's very good, man. It's good to think it's here because my mouth is so dry.
Yeah.
But this girl was like, let's go. And Jimmy Jack comes walking up and he says, wait a minute, let's go get something to eat. The Denny's down the street, which the guys usually did do that, go out and eat after the clubs.
Yeah, that's standard.
And so I'm like, okay. And remember now, I just met him. I didn't know. I was like, okay, go ahead. Am I talking a lot?
Yes, which is good.
Talk show, right? So man, I hope I ain't boring y'all out there.
They'll let us know. We get great feedback from our friends.
Or give some feedback. Tell a lie or two if you have to. Say he was great.
We have a great fan, the marvelous one out in Asia somewhere. I can't think of it because it's been a long day. He watches us in the middle of the night on our premieres because of the time difference. And we've got Slick Rick up in Maine. We've got a great regular following, at least on Tony's show. So I think they're going to come and join us too. But anyway, back to Denny's.
Well, real quick though, you ever had to take Flomax?
No.
You know what it is?
Not 100% sure.
Well, I'm a little older than you, I think.
Yeah.
Man, when you get older, you have to go to the bathroom a lot.
Oh, all right.
I don't have to right now. I'm just saying.
You're flowing.
But somebody introduced me to the Flomax. It's like I have to get up every hour and a half. I can't get a real good long sleep anymore. And you know, when you train hard, sleeping is the biggest part of it. When you get up every hour and a half, man, all night.
There's a lot of flowing.
Yeah, there's a lot of Flomax. But that stuff I just took.
The Flomax is midnight rocking.
But I just took some the other day. Somebody told me and gave me some.
Niagara Falls.
I made it a good 3 hours almost.
Did you?
Yeah, without having to go. You know, so I guess it really does work.
Oh, good.
All right, so what had happened now? Back to Jimmy Jack.
You headed to Denny's.
The girl, he went up to get his wallet. He goes, let me run out there and get my wallet. I don't know what the hell he was buying drinks with, but they kind of served us. That's why they always cater to the boys. But so Jimmy Jack goes up, I'm waiting, and we're waiting right in the lobby in the front, and she's like, let's go. I said, we got to wait on Jimmy Jack. She goes, it's just how she did it. She goes, do you want to be with him or do you want to be with me? Right? And I'm like, oh, I love you, bro. And we go get in her car. She grabs her car. And you know, that was pretty much, I was thinking, the end of it. But she left. When she left, I guess we was going to her house, or maybe my hotel, because I was stayed. Most of the guys stayed at that Ramada. Wasn't supposed to say that. I don't guess it matters. The Ramada, that's where everybody knows it anyway. No. But the hotel I was staying at was down a bit. So we were either going to her house or my hotel. And she went the wrong way. And now Jimmy Jack has come back out. And he's standing out there looking for us. He knows her car. I didn't know that, right? And she comes back by on my side, and I see him, and he's looking right at us. And I'm like, oh my God! I said, oh shit, we got to stop. She goes, we're not stopping. And I'm putting, because I know Jimmy can see me. I got my arm out the window pointing like, turn, turn, turn. But I'm like, God damn, he sees me, don't he? He does see me. And that was it. When we went, me and her did whatever we did, and the next day was TV catering. A little hungover.
Now, where was Shawn Michaels during all this? He was back at the hotel.
Yeah, he stayed at Armada there, and wherever, which was rare because we always stayed together. Always. I don't know what that deal was about. Maybe he left with somebody. Oh, sorry, I can't say anything like that.
Now, was this a rat you were with, or was this just somebody you met at a club?
Well, here's the thing, though. So, unbeknownst to me, the girl that I left with was Jimmy Jack's regular.
That was his regular rat in Buffalo. Oh, well, I can see that.
I would say girl. I hate saying rats.
Ah, well.
But even though some of them smell like rats. You ever smell a rat?
I used to see what would hang out at the Hilton and the Hojos, so there you go.
Do you smell one? Smell more than one. But anyway, I didn't know.
So the next day of catering,
yeah,
Jimmy,
we're going through to getting food.
You're a little hungover.
And a lot.
Oh, well.
Here comes Jimmy Jack right up in my face. He goes, "What is with you punks?" And now I'm remembering, because I'm hungry, I'm remembering we all had a good time.
Yeah.
You know, breaking the glasses and cutting up and doing all that shit, and you know. And the girl, I had no clue that was his regular girl. They never even said hello to each other. You know,
really?
So, yeah, how the hell was I supposed to know? She didn't have a finger up here that said Jim's ring rat.
Yeah.
I hate that ring. I didn't say that.
He didn't say it. We didn't hear anything.
But anyway, he's yelling at me, and now everybody's sitting right there. Harley's right here, Honky's right here. All the guys are there. The Warrior hadn't really got into his Warrior thing yet. He was still doing generic.
Yeah, he was coming in right around that time in '87 when he was still Dingo.
And he's sitting there. All these guys are seeing it, and I'm not even feeling like it's about to be a fight. I'm just confused. Like, I'm thinking, didn't we have a good time?
What's going on?
Yeah. And he goes, and this one, he points to Shawn, he goes, over there breaking glasses over his head and throwing them at the bartender about get us kicked. That didn't happen. He just exaggerated, said he was throwing them at the bartender, breaking all the glasses behind the thing. He goes, these two punks are going to get us kicked out of there. And you telling this is what everybody eating, but they're doing like this, right? Their eyes are cutting up. They're watching.
Like they're not listening.
Yeah. And then he said something. He goes, and you, pointing to me again, telling the driver that I'm a jobber and y'all are going to be superstars. Everybody stopped eating. And they were like, oh, I'm putting their shit down and leaning back like, really? I mean, it changed the whole damn cafeteria, whatever the hell you call it. And I was like, that is the worst thing. I was like, are you kidding? I was like, I mean, it was the best thing he could have said to piss everybody off. But it was the worst thing that you could say about somebody. You're a jobber, I'm going to be a star.
Yeah.
And it was never said. I don't even know who, I saw the limo out there. I never even talked to that dude. So it was just a total, him covering his anger. Mm-hmm. His anger was over the girl. He didn't get with the girl. That was it. But it turned
he was trying to justify it. Yeah.
So that night he goes, that's all right, punks, I'll see you in the ring. And we're like, what does that mean? Is it like, let's go out in the ring and fight?
Yeah.
And then we look at the damn TV thing. They had the list of matches.
It was him and Jose Estrada.
Yeah, and we're like, gosh, damn, it's going to be our first match. If we go in there and we're scrapping it out and it looks like shit, that's our first match in WWE. Right. So Shawn got a little nervous about it. I mean, I was nervous too. I was like, I didn't want to have a bad match. And if you feel like somebody, when we're standing there and somebody's throwing punches. But this time he may really be drilling you. It's hard to know. Well, I mean, what do? You lean back in case he's really going to throw it hard. And Deshaun went to, I don't want to say it, but so I won't say Strongbow, and went and told him the problem. And Chief, well, at this point he didn't know us well enough not to like us, but he called Jimmy Jack over. He goes, and he had that lean. He'd do like this with his hands behind his back, crossed. Heard there's some problems. And only Jimmy Jack, not Jose at all. It was Jimmy Jack. And Jimmy Jack, he was like, what problems? Are you going to be all right in the ring with these two? He goes, you know I'll be professional, Chief. I didn't say Chief. You know I'll be professional. You know I'll be. And we went and had the match, and it actually come off good. And Jimmy Jack did come over after the match. He goes, hey, I apologize. You guys are pretty good. Wow. Yeah. But.
He didn't do it in front of everybody.
But no, it was about, he wasn't, you saved that for catering. But that was it. And then Vince was leaving. It was the end of the night or whatever. Vince was leaving. He goes, you guys have fun, rock and party, but don't party too hard. And we're like, okay, so he must have heard. He must have heard something. The first day back off of TV, Terry Garvin calls me. He goes, Marty, you guys need to come up here to Stanford in office.
Yeah. The old one. That was the old one. That was in Titan Tower. Yeah.
That the one that was 4-story. It was a different one.
Yeah.
Like I said. But anyway, I was like, "What's up?" He goes, well, you need to be really nice and try to get your job back. I was like, what do you mean? About to cry. Like, what do you mean? We'll get our job back. He goes, just buy your own flights, come up here, have a meeting with Vince. So I told Sean, and we did. We bought a flight. I think it was, back then, it was like $400 each. Wow. Round trip from Minneapolis to, I think we flew into New York, LaGuardia, and then back. And this was how the meeting went. We're sitting there waiting. It was like 9 o'clock. We was there. It opened at 9. We was there. And sitting on the couch, talking to the little secretary. It was cute, but scared to death. I mean, Sean's sitting there with a barrel. I told you about the boots. He's got his legs crossed. He's got these snakeskin boots on. And old Vince comes walking in. And he goes, good morning, guys. And he points at Sean's boot. He goes, nice boots. Sean said, oh, thank you. He goes, they're made for walking, And we're like, oh, no. He goes, oh, no, come on in. And we go in the meeting, and then he let us go. But what he told us, he goes, guys, I'm going to have to let you go. I'm doing you a favor. And I'm like, what kind of favor is that? What? He goes, the guys don't want you here. And I said, well, so who's the boss? He goes, no, you don't understand. If the guys don't want you here, you don't need to be here. At that point, I thought it was bullshit. Like, that's a hell of an excuse. The guys don't want us here. You're the boss. You write the checks. You don't want us here is what I was thinking. And I was, I'm thinking, why? So over some girl, Jimmy Jack got it. So we got it. That's what I'm thinking inside. But as it turned out later on, remember now, we're new. We're a year and a half in the business. You're still learning shit. Well, I still learn shit 30 years later. But should I? Should I comb my hair? Hey, can y'all hear me? I forgot this is in my pocket right here. I just now saw it.
The microphone's in your pocket?
The microphone's right there.
Oh no, but I mean the box. Oh,
can y'all still hear me?
If we're having any technical problems, come out and give us some kind of a cue. Okay.
Yeah, I had that in my pocket. Sorry about that.
All right, don't.
And I was going to try to fix this caveman here.
All right.
Better stay on point here, huh? So because if the boys don't want you there, they will rib deep. When I say rib, no, it's nasty.
There were some mercenaries in that locker room at the time when it came to the
ribs.
They
would shit in your bag. They would. Oh, sorry about the language.
It's all right.
I've been cussing anyway, accidentally.
You said worse.
Done worse too, huh? Wait, am I talking too much?
No.
Okay. They would cut you. They used Terry Taylor's Red Rooster. I got to tell you that story too.
Oh, you know what? We're going to get there. That's part of the outline for this show. Yep. But Vince, you're in there with Vince and Stanford.
Yeah, and he was talking about And he goes, I'm going to let you go and give you a little time to tour, too, is the way he said it. That was it. Man, we talk about it. Now, we just told, we're all like, hey, AWA, fuck you, we're going.
Yeah.
We go in there one day and like, you can't go back now and say, hey, can we get our jobs back?
And I tell you this, I want to do some episodes about AWA with you as time goes on. I think right now, best thing we can do, I want to take a brief time out. When we come back, I want to dive into when you actually came in that the fans are more familiar with in '88.
Okay.
So right now, fans are going to take a brief time out. Again, remember, check.
Wait.
Oh, wait, what? Anything more to add in '87?
No, do you need any Flomax?
No, I do all right for myself, believe it or not. I wish I could flow more, but that's a different story for a different time with all the medication I'm on. All right, fans, don't forget we got the Patreon channel. Just a couple of dollars a month. You help keep wrestling legends like Marty Jannetty, Tony Atlas, and so many more working. You got the classic shoot interviews with the Iron Sheik that have been heard by millions on YouTube, million more on the Howard Stern Show, Paul Bearer, Demolition, Vader, Harley Race, Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff. The list goes on and on and on. The links are below the eBay. We got the great merchandise. So much of the stuff we have here on the set you can bring to the comfort of your own home. Some great wrestling memorabilia. If you're watching the premiere of this great episode, we got that gray super chat going. Send us a tip. Hey, you know what? Buy us a soda. You know, we're thirsty
this is
people.
good stuff right here.
We're thirsty people. All right, we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more as we look at the Rockers entering WWF in 1988.
And he's really going to get some Flomax.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. Hopefully this Friday afternoon WrestleMania Week Marathon is putting a smile on your face as we continue our Wrestle House Week here in beautiful Tampa, Florida, with Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, and cyber autograph signings all week long. To make life easier on your end, on our end, you can pre-order autographed 8x10s on bostonwrestling.com, and the superstars will personally sign them to you during their live episodes. With the schedule scrolling throughout the marathon, you'll always know who's going to be joining us when. Of course, you can continue to monitor our social media, facebook.com/Boston Wrestling Sports, and on Twitter at MWF Project X in case there are any urgent schedule changes, additions to Wrestle House. I know there were a lot of guys last minute that were trying to set something up with us. Up next, Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll trip through the WWF in 1988 begins as Marty looks at the Rockers' return to the company after being fired a year earlier, early interactions with Randy Savage and Elizabeth, Andre the Giant hating the Rockers, memories of the Von Erich family, and more.
Wrestling fans, it is Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. He's not Mr. USA Tony Atlas because it's not Tuesday night at 9. We got Marty on Thursday. We love having him here. Hopefully it's going to be a long-term project like we do with Tony Atlas, where we have the weekly episodes with him. Marty has so much to share with you from his, my God, it's got to be, what, 35 years plus in the business? Yeah, 35 years.
Started in 84. So
36?
Yeah.
And he's lived the life, as he'll tell you.
It hurts a little bit.
All right, we have gone on an adventure on these programs so far, fans. Right now, we're going to take a look at the official return of the Rockers in the summer of 1988. Take us back to that. You had an adventure through Nashville back to AWA.
Oh, my
How
God.
did you make contact? I know we want to do some AWA episodes as time goes on, so we'll save that part of the story. But when you came back in 1988, how did that initial contact go? Did you contact the office?
Again, Terry Garvin.
Terry Garvin again,
Yeah.
okay.
And that was another, we had to work our way. We actually went down to Birmingham. It was called Continental Wrestling. The
Oh,
Fullers.
yeah. The Fullers, yep.
Went down there, and Sean admits it in the book. He kind of screwed up a little bit. It was he was just cutting up, but he had some little 12-year-old girl autograph, and he wrote like "I'm a whore" and on the back. It was on her back.
Really?
Because she was just like, "Will you sign my?"
Yeah.
And so you imagine when she was like 12 years old. You can imagine
That's no good.
Yeah,
no good.
He was just cutting. He thought it would be funny. But you imagine the parents when she got back. It was like a white blue jean jacket too. It wasn't even like a. It was like a glow sign because he signed it with a black Sharpie on a white jean jacket, and you could imagine the parents got upset. And so we was in the dressing room, and the Fullers got bought out. Some new rich guys bought them out. Didn't know shit about wrestling. They just saw that the ratings, it was money to be made. And they come in and they said, Mr. Michaels, because he put his name in, he had to
Oh,
have.
Sean did this?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yes.
I thought you were talking about one of the Fullers.
No.
Oh, I didn't know.
If I made it sound like that, sorry, Ron.
So Sean wrote "I'm a whore" on a 12-year-old kid?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
And signed his name. If I was going to do that, I'd have put Brooklyn Brawler or something.
Oh,
somebody
my God.
else.
Well, he wouldn't be looking at signing the women, but that's all right.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't say that, Brooke. Yeah, so the guy
So you
goes,
had some adventures, Continental, Memphis.
Well, and the guy comes in, the owner, new owner, Mr. Michaels. He goes, yeah, Sean's like, think he's, what? Yeah, I'm Mr. Michaels. He goes, did you sign this? Now, Sean,
did he bring the girl back with him?
No, just a jacket.
Oh, this was on a jacket. I thought you meant it was on her back. Okay.
No, it was on the back of her. She had a white blue jean jacket, and it was on there, like on the back. She couldn't see it. She walked around all proud.
Yeah, I'm a whore. Yeah.
But anyway, the guy got on the show. He was like, "You signed this," and this is back during Sean's arrogant and cocky days. He goes, "It's my name, isn't it?"
Really? Wow.
I mean, all I was thinking was like, "Come on, Sean. God dang, that's bad. That is bad. Writing that on a little girl. So don't be arrogant on top of it." But so the guy just nodded his head like, "Okay." And that was the end of it. And Sean says, "What?" He goes, "You guys don't even know wrestling. You just bought the company. Don't tell me how to do my job."
Wow.
These are the owners. These new owners had to be going, what have we gotten into?
Right, right.
But that night we were at the show, Bob Armstrong, who I love to death.
And he's in bad shape right now. I don't know if
Yeah,
you
and his
know,
wife
really
just died.
Yeah, just a couple weeks ago.
The
Road Dogg has done a lot with us over the years.
Do you think the Patriots are going to do any good this year?
No.
Well, without Brady?
Not only that, I mean, there's so many defensive players that are backing out of the season
they're
now.
opting out, yeah.
So
I saw that.
Really, who knows if they're even going to play at this point?
Yeah, but they're watching baseball to see how many people. The whole Marlins team got Siggy.
Crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. Well, you know what? I just hope for the Red Sox state of mind not to get into baseball. But as long as they play a certain amount of games of the season, it's considered official. Then their luxury tax resets because they're in a bad spot with that right now.
Is that right?
Oh, the Red Sox are in a bad. With all the talent they have no pitching.
They won their first game the other day.
Huh?
They won their first game.
And then lost the next four, yeah. They won opening night and then lost the next four.
Yeah,
they don't have any pitching.
1-4 or something. But
anyway, back to the wrestling.
Oh yeah, so the owner, so that night Bob Armstrong comes up. I love him, man. Such a good guy. All of his boys too. But he goes, guys. He goes, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but they want y'all to go ahead and put your notice in. And for the little company, it was like 3 weeks maybe. It wasn't like WWE 90 days. But and he said that. He goes, but y'all got like, I can't remember if it was 2 or 3, but something like that. They want another golf ball. I'll put this on. Sean says, and this is to Bob, who Sean liked Bob too, but Sean being Sean, he's like, we don't need 3 weeks. We quit now. Ain't that right, Jannetty? I guess so. Because we always stuck together. Even though at the beginning it was always, well, anyway. And that was it. Luckily we left. And even Sean is in his book. He goes, I have to be honest. I was surprised Marty actually stuck with me on that stupid move. You know, thank you for putting that in there at least, Sean. But then we went to Nashville. Lawler or Jarrett's wanted us. We went there. And then once we got back there, it's like climbing up. You go from Birmingham was horrible, man. We did some rat-ass towns. There's a lot of rat-ass towns. Now, I don't mean the girl rats, but and I shouldn't have said that. Alabama's, tell us where I played football and not the University of Alabama, but state of Alabama.
The home of our good friend, the late, great Paul Bearer.
Yeah.
My buddy.
Mobile right there.
My buddy.
I like him too, man.
Oh, he was like a second dad. I miss him every day.
Good guy too, man.
Yep.
I could tell you a story, a good one, when he was, he was actually cleaned up where he called those things. But he had a funny story. You can't tell it here because it involves, like, when he would get a new guy, he'd have them, like, all right, you go down there and clean up a little bit, and he would run his hand through the girl and stick his hand up and wave and scare the shit out of him. Imagine looking at it, here comes a hand through the thing.
Oh, I miss that guy every day. I really do.
Yeah, we can't tell that story.
No, we can't tell that one. Although he'd be laughing with us.
Yeah, he would.
He was in, again, another one that was in that very seat right here in this room.
Oh, was he?
We got a lot of ghosts in this room, wrestling past, I think.
I got to go through all of them.
Oh, we had so much fun over the years with him. He helped with our wrestling organization. He was a huge help with the live events, too.
Really?
Even at times, there was a stint when he was in WWF and he was still a help. There was a time he had to leave wrestling when the wife had cancer really bad. And he went into, running the funeral home full time. Yeah. But he would still, even though he couldn't come up, he'd still help with how we were producing it and whatnot. And I didn't know that. I was so, well, I'm not going to get, when Paul Bearer comes up, I'll talk Paul Bearer. But anyway, so you had this journey down south. You eventually made your way back to Minneapolis. You were a face there. You were a heel in Tennessee. Then in May of 1988, you go back to WWF. How did it happen? How did you wind up in California May 31st, 1988?
I think it was the same situation with, now AWA came and got us because they saw us doing good, and they were mixing in the talent.
And they were dying too, so they needed everything they could get. Yeah.
And so, because they had the Midnight Express, but they had changed the players. So, a couple of them were not the original. And that's what they were putting together, Rockers against the Midnight Express. And AWA finally put their belts on us. So we were running around with CW, whatever they were, CWA. CWA, was it? And the AWA tag us. So we were champions in both places. And finally, we started feeling like we got power again when you start talking numbers. And
they didn't add up.
Because we made no money in Jarrett territory, none. We was making just enough to party.
There you go, right?
There was 4 of us living it was the Nasty Boys and me and Sean in a 1-bedroom.
You all lived in the same place?
Yeah, for a little bit.
Okay.
And it was a 1-bedroom, and at first we would take turns. The Nasty Boy, it was their place first, and we come into territory, and we were all friends from AWA. Now we're living there. The Nasty Boys would take the bedroom one night. Me and Sean would take the couch and floor, and then we'd alternate. And then alternate, every other day or so, until finally the Nasty's like, fuck this is our place. Y'all stay out there. So me and Sean would alternate couch, floor. But, and then when like Kurt Hennig and some of the guys would come in, they'd stay over. We'd renamed it the Home of the Wayward Wrestlers.
I thought that was a fun little spot, though.
Oh, we had so much fun. Oh, let me tell you what Kurt Hennig, he was a reporter, very, very, Sunji, something like that. But he was a Japanese reporter that was, big time over here. Mm-hmm. And he came over to the house and got drunk, and I mean, hammered, and whatever else the guys were doing. And he
fill in the blank.
Yeah. he goes out in the parking lot and gets lost. He's just roaming around. He forgot back where to come back to. And he's out there roaming, walking, and Kurt Hennig, I love him, man. He calls the police. He goes, "We got a problem here in apartments, wherever the name of the complex was." And they were like, "Well, what is it?" He goes, "There's some Japanese guy out there walking around. I think he's got a gun, and he keeps talking about Pearl Harbor." The police come shooting in there. Poor Sunji, or whatever the name was, he was just hammered. But and he ended up sleeping by the fireplace in the floor with about 5 other wrestlers. But We didn't make no money. You had to do that.
You had. That's how you survived.
Yeah, there was a Chinese, all-you-could-eat Chinese buffet right down the street for $5. And that's what we did. We went there one time, and you load up so you ain't got to eat for 24 more hours. That's how you had to get by there. Gas money, you know, to go to the city, and the little pay you got, shit. But anyway, then AWA finally, they went back to pulling the same shit again. You know, we're in there, and they're treating us bad in the pay. We're like, no, this can't be right. We're tag champions in 2 places. Yeah. And you're cutting on our pay. So called Terry Garvin again, and he called me back.
Almost a year, yeah.
He said, yeah. He said, he goes, y'all start in 3. He gave us a starting date. Y'all start in 3 weeks, next TV. And we were so happy, and that's when we went in. And then
so take us back, May 31st, June 1st, 1988.
I remember who we
You're out
wrestled
in Cali. Who did you work with? I got it right. Iron Mike Sharp and The Intruder was your first televised match in WWF.
Yeah, The Intruder was at, what's his name? Hernandez, Jesse Hernandez.
Oh, he was The Intruder?
I think so. Yeah. Good guy, man. Super good guy. And because he's out there in California, so probably that was him.
And Iron Mike Sharp, one of the legendary undercard guys in ever.
I like Mike. I love Mike.
A clean man.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Man, he brings his own toilet paper. He has it in his bag.
He would have done well in coronavirus if he was still alive. He wasn't getting any germs.
No, he didn't worry about none of that. Wait a minute. We used to love, like when we were sweating, go wiping. Wait a minute. No, don't do that. But oh my God, he was a great worker, but did he pound you in the ring? When he was doing that, bam, on your back, he's like, give me a minute. Give me a minute.
He was stiff?
Oh, well, he didn't mean to be, but he's just, well, that was his style, rock 'em, sock 'em, boom, boom, boom. You know, he didn't do arm drags and backflips, so yeah, he had to be pretty tight with it. But I can't remember if the match was good, though. I mean, it was good enough. I mean, you ain't going to do a bunch of high-flying with Iron Mike.
With Iron Mike Sharp, yeah. But it was kind of a credible guy. I mean, you're not talking about a name, but he's the guy that everybody knew. He was him, Barry Horowitz, Steve Lombardi, S.D. Jones. Those were kind of the credible guys you'd go over when you'd first come in and start to move your way up the ladder.
Barry was, all of those guys were real good.
When you had the meeting to come back, was it just with Terry Garvin? Did you meet with Vince McMahon again?
When we met with Vince the second time.
The second time. So this is 88 now.
Yeah.
Okay.
He called us in his office. When I say in his office, he got, there was
at TV.
Yeah, TV. Okay. There's a door with Vince on it. If you go to his office, the first time we went there, on his actual office in Stanford, there was a placard thing on his door. It says "Star Maker, Star Breaker."
Oh, really?
Yeah. And it's true.
Yeah.
You make you a star, or he'll break your ass. But
so what was that meeting like in Cali when you went back?
When we went back, he wanted us to come up with a name.
Oh, that's right, because they called you the Midnight Rockers in '87. Okay.
Yeah.
So how did you?
And that's what I'm saying. Probably because they said, hey, you can't use that. We got it trademarked. Talking about AWA.
Yeah.
And so he told us to come up with a name, and that was the first thing. We used to do Superstars on one day, and the next day, what was it called? Challenge.
Yep.
Yeah, a challenge. And then later Raw come in, so
Raw,
you had three.
Yeah.
But this was 2-day TV taping, and the first night he told us to go home and think of a name. We'll go home to the hotel. Sean and I told him, so let's think of about 100 names each. And then let's get together and see if any of them cross. Like, yeah, I got that one too.
That's a good idea, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we couldn't come up with 100. I got about 67. He had about 50 or 60. None of them were even close. They were like, oh my God, one was worse than the other. So next day we went to Vince all worried, like, what are we going to tell him? And he goes, what'd y'all come up with? I'm like, man, can we have another 100 day or another day? He goes, well, when the guys, now we put all this thought into it, right? He says, well, what do they call you when they come get you for a match? What do they call you? They said, well, the Rockers, you're up. He goes, there's your name. So that was it. We was like, wow, that easy. And we struggled and worried, and he just, the Rockers.
What were your expectations going back? Did you have any thoughts financially, what you'd be looking at? Did you push-wise? Did you have any idea what you might be doing creatively?
Well, I'll tell you what we did. Was scared to death when we come by the second time because remember we mingled and we ended up getting fired. So now we're being real quiet,
like mice.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Andre the Giant didn't like us for that. I think he didn't like Sean anyway.
He didn't like you because
we
were
kept to ourselves.
Oh,
no.
well, because you weren't social the second time.
Tradition is, you don't know if they still do it, but you go around and shake everybody's hand when you get to the dressing room. Hey, how you doing? How you doing?
Yep, yep.
And then you sit down and do your thing. But you know, it's a tradition in wrestling. And we evidently were so scared, we just went and sat down, didn't shake at least his hand or anybody's. He thought, fuck them. And if Andre don't like you, that's it. You ain't changing his mind, and he ain't having nothing to do with you. We'd walk right by him on the plane every day. He'd be up in first class. I was like, how you doing, Andre? He wouldn't say hi. He wouldn't even acknowledge it.
He was cold to you.
Yeah, Sean finally could just quit. He said, I ain't saying fuck him. I ain't.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he said, I ain't saying hello to him. He ain't gonna say nothing back. I always did, though. I mean, I knew he wasn't going to say nothing either, make me feel like an idiot, but that's all right. I respect. He didn't do nothing to me, and I didn't do nothing to him. So, and I watched him when I was a kid. So that's Andre the Giant. So I'd always.
Did you ever thaw the ice with him?
What's that?
Did you ever thaw the ice with him over the years?
We was over in. She might have been Paris, but somewhere over.
Oh, one of the European tours.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah.
And. It was a 6-man tag with him. We're like, oh, shit, how's this going to work? He can't stand either one of us. But we're walking to the ring, and his knees have gotten bad. They're real bad.
The end for him was a tough end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so he was walking, and you got the steps up to the ring. And he got there, he goes, come here, guys. Like he talked to us. I'm like, I don't know if I can get up. I said, Andre, put your hands on top of our heads. I said, Sean, stand real stiff. He puts his hands on our head and pushes himself up the stairs. And I mean, it was like when he was doing it, I'm like, yeah, dang, we're buckled, look like an accordion. And now you're like this, yeah, shit. But he, after the match, and it went okay, you got 5 flyers and you just got Mr. That was the match. We'd come in and he'd come in and do one hand smack, and you're. But when we went back to the dressing room afterwards, he come up and he goes, "Thank you, much respect for what you did."
Oh.
And
that must have made you feel good.
Yeah, he said it to me. He goes, "Your bell partner's an asshole."
Well, and that's what the Andre the Giant thinks of Shawn Michaels. and
it took that. I think Sean said he finally spoke to me. As the age, he spoke to me too.
Did those two ever get along as time went on, or not?
They didn't have no problems. They just didn't. They weren't buddy or nothing.
Now, after the TV debut, that was in late June. You guys started on the house show loop. I remember you came through Boston just a few shots in. You were underneath Macho Man and DiBiase, Jake and Rude, Morocco and Valentine. You must have worked the Conquistadors about probably close to 100 times in 1988 as you started out getting victory after victory. They were so good. Jose Estrada and Jose Luis Rivera, the Yellow Conquistadors. Your memories of working them so many times.
Rivera, we still stay in touch on Facebook every so often. Yeah. But I loved both of them. They were so good for us. They helped. They had a lot of experience to help us. We were 2 years in the business at that point. Those guys got 20, 30 years. We're learning some things. But, yeah, man. And you know what was cool? You mentioned Boston. I remember the first time we went to the Garden. That's a nice atmosphere.
July 9th, 1988. I was there. I was 7-year-old me.
You were a human Google.
Well, I remember the stuff I enjoy. If you asked me what happened a couple of weeks ago on Raw, I would draw a blank. I could give you every house show lineup at the Garden from the first time I went in '86 until they closed the building. For at least the first top 4 or 5
Did you know I think the Rougeos and us did an hour match.
And everybody got up and started to leave after the first fall because they didn't understand the rules of the match. Yeah, that was September of '89.
You remember?
I was there. Because the Hogan and Andre the Warrior and Andre matches were only going 20 seconds, so they needed to fill the time.
Yeah.
And again, who went on last? Andre was having
This is Mr. Human Mr. Wrestling
Andre
Google.
was having his wine back at some French restaurant in Boston. Cecil, thank you, brother. Do you remember the guy, and I were talking Boston for a second, Bob the Democratic Cowboy? He was about 6'8", he had a big cowboy hat. He was a lackey. He used to do the ring and whatnot. But he was in that locker room forever. But what I always found amazing about him, because he was, kind of slow, he still thought it was a shoot.
There's a couple guys that like
He
that.
still thought it was a shoot.
Yeah.
He was in the locker room for 25 years, and he still thought it was a shoot.
You know,
you don't remember him?
I remember the name, but I'm trying to picture him because
He looked kind of like Outback Jack with
That's
glasses.
what else it made me think of when you said that.
He was huge. He was a big, you'd think he was a worker if you didn't know any better.
They poor Outback, man. Them British Bulldogs used to get him.
Oh, did they?
Back then it was the House Johns. Davey and Dynamite both are gone, aren't they?
Yeah, Dynamite.
Y'all rest in peace, brothers. Love y'all.
I never met Dynamite, but I like Davey, boy.
They both were good in different ways. Davey was like always cutting up and laughing. Dynamite was cutting up, but he wasn't ever laughing. So you were like, okay. But yeah, they. I love them. Davey was one of the regulars, but they got Outback one time with the halcyons. Back in the halcyon age, it was like what it is. It's supposed to help you sleep.
Outback was just finishing up when you guys came in. So
Yeah,
it must have been early in your stint.
Yeah, we saw him at TV, and that's it because they halcyoned his drink, which if you put it in a beer,
oh God,
they probably threw a dozen of them in there. You drink that beer. If you just have one in a beer, you feel like you've had a 12-pack. You're like, hey, man, that's just stuff. No, it ain't even affecting me. But he got so jacked up on it, talking about Outback. You might know the story.
No, I don't know this one.
He ended up, we're looking out the hotel windows at the club we're at. Everybody's laughing and pointing. There's a Dunkin' Donuts next door. I was looking, and there he is over there, butt-ass naked, ordering donuts. Everybody, what do you do? They called the police.
I tell you, and from there, Jack went back to the Outback.
Yeah, and then he was gone.
He went down under,
he got released over that.
Wow, the poor bastard. Well, there wasn't much talent in that body. Those feet
I never
were
really
going
got
in
to see him as bad.
Yeah, you guys were just coming in as he was getting ready to wrap up. I didn't know that was the reason why. When you were on those, like I said, the initial loop, it was Savage and DiBiase. What was Macho Man like as the champion at that point?
I love him, man.
Yeah.
Of course, my introduction was,
with Elizabeth in the locker room. Yeah.
Do you mind? I was scared of him after that, and didn't realize how protective over Elizabeth he was. Me and him somehow got to talking, and we kind of bonded up from when we finally did, have our own little talk. In fact, there was a remember the storyline, the angle where Macho Man and Jake the Snake had kissed Elizabeth, and then them two were feuding.
And that was '91. Yeah, that was good. No, it was a great angle with the snake biting them and.
Yeah. And but he also had what's his name? Jake had grabbed Elizabeth and kissed her.
They did that thing at the wedding when him and Undertaker kind of ran into the wedding reception. I don't think Jake ever kissed her.
Yeah, he did.
He did?
He did something where he, if he didn't kiss her, but I remember kissing her, and I'll say that. I'll tell why.
All right.
And I was there at the time, so
right,
I
you
must
were
have
there.
seen,
You lived it, right,
seen
yeah.
that.
Unless you had taken the Outback Jack stuff.
Yeah, or one of my damn hallucinations. But I was waiting to see that match because those two guys right there have got psychology out the ass.
And that angle had so much heat behind it. You wanted to see Savage and Jake.
Yeah.
Because Savage was off. They did the retirement match earlier in the year with Warrior. So he was just a commentator at that point. And that's what led to him back working again, was that angle with Jake. It was exceptional.
Yeah.
With no real payoff, unfortunately.
Yeah, but probably, but I don't know why. I'll just leave that one out. But
we'll get there when we get to the 1991 episode.
They're together again now.
What's that now?
Both Elizabeth and Randy are gone.
Yeah.
Man, everybody's gone.
That's why, I hate to hit the pause button, but I mean, that's why I think these shows are so important. I mean, all of these great people in this brotherhood we have, a lot of them leave too soon. I never expected him to be gone the way he left.
From 1999, I think, to about 2004, 70 wrestlers died. And that's what, 5 years?
Yeah, I think it was a little longer than that, but you're right.
Maybe. It came up,
nuts.
it was the 7 year because it averaged out to 10 a year. It was 70 guys and however. And so 7 years. I
How
guess.
many of our friends, our peers, people we looked up to, even people we didn't like, they're all gone. We'll never be able to document their stories.
You know, and it got to like here was the call you would get, the one that sticks out in my mind the most was Kerry Von Erichs, because we were all in Japan together, and you know Kerry had several brothers die.
All of them except for Kevin.
Yeah. And I just wrestled him over in Israel not too long ago. Yeah.
Wow.
He's still
I didn't know he
moving
was
around
still
good.
going.
Yeah, that was his retirement match for Israel.
Really? Wow,
Tel
okay.
Aviv.
They were huge in Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
They were like bootleg tapes from World Class that were making their way overseas. I don't know how it happened, but they were like a cult phenomenon over there.
Yeah, and now his sons, you know, his two boys.
Yeah, they still work too, yeah.
Yeah, because we did a 6-man tag when I was over
was that
there.
what it was?
Yeah. That was his retirement match. And I'd never worked Kevin before. I barely knew him, you know, but he's the nicest guy. His sons, both great guys, pretty good workers. One was a shooter, and he still kind of ain't got away from that yet.
Yeah, yeah.
But he took me down, like, I'm like, God damn, man, I'm 70 years old. Stop that shit. But Kerry was in Japan, and remember Blackjack Lanza?
Oh yeah.
I ain't gonna say his name though, but he was in case he don't want this to be known. We were in Japan, and he's the agent, Blackjack, and we're all waiting on the bus, you know, for all the guys to come down to get on the bus. The baby faces on one bus, the heels, and we're all sitting there waiting for everybody so we can get on the bus. Here comes Lanza, and he's got his head down, and we're like, uh-oh, it must be gonna be a bad show. He goes, guys, he come right up to me and Davey Boy. We were sitting together, cutting up. And he goes, I don't know how to tell Kerry this. I don't know how to tell him. And we're like, what? At first we're thinking, is he getting released over in Japan? Just because he peed on that lady? Well, I can't tell that story either. But he's like, and I don't know which was the last one to die, Mike? Okay.
I think it was the
youngest.
Was it Chris? I think he
Could be.
I think he was the last one before Kerry.
Right. I think you're right.
And he killed himself, if I remember correctly.
Yes, that was it. Yes. So he said, "We'll go with Chris." I think it was. Sorry, Von Erichs, if I'm wrong.
If we got the timeline wrong, yeah.
Yeah. But I remember Lanza said, told us, he goes, Chris killed himself. His brother killed himself, and we're like, "Oh shit." And man, everybody's like, Kerry hasn't come down yet, and Lanza's got to tell him that, and we're in Japan. That's his third brother, you know.
And isn't that funny? David died in Japan.
Yes.
The first one. He was actually in the country,
Yes.
and I know Brody and a couple of the others flushed the gimmicks away to try and make for a prettier story. But
Yeah.
isn't that funny? Kerry was in Japan when he learned to Chris.
Yeah, I remember that very well. But so we're waiting, and all the boys, about 10, 15 of the boys, were all like this, like, gosh, we feel bad for Chris, number one, and Kerry, number two. We're feeling all bad about it. If it's making us feel like that, what's it going to make Kerry?
Right.
And here, ding, elevator thing, lights, it opens, here comes Kerry. And Lanza walked right up to him, and he was right 5 feet in front of me and Davey. And he puts his hand on his shoulder, he goes, Kerry, I don't know how to tell you this. And we're all like, oh shit, and we're putting our heads down. But like I told you, boy, we're peeking up.
Yeah.
and he says, Chris killed himself. Now everybody's silent, waiting. Kerry's quiet. Everything goes silent. It's like the room, somebody hit a pause. Everything's just. And Kerry goes, huh? I kind of expected it. And he turned and just walked onto the bus. And we're all like,
really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh, I wasn't expecting that to be the culmination of the story.
None of us, man. And then but me and Kerry were pretty close.
Yeah.
Davey, the three of us hung out all the time. In fact, Japan, that was us. We were the three musketeers over there. And that night, it was the last day of the tour. So he was getting to go home, luckily for that. And Kerry came up to me and he said, Marty, I got to join them.
Oh, really?
And I'm like, well, join who? I didn't, that's the way he said it. I'm like, join who? He goes, my brothers. And I'm like, what's he talking about? And it's coming to me slowly, like, oh, I know what he ain't talking about. I said, Kerry, what are you talking about? He goes, They think I'm afraid. They were competitive, all like in high school sports and everything, and wrestling. Very competitive boys. Very competitive. Sorry, piece of paper got caught in my teeth. Yeah. They very competitive. Kerry's thinking they're up there. He said they're up there laughing at me. They think I'm scared to join them. And I'm like, what do I say?
What the fuck? Yeah.
I'm like, Kerry, man, don't be thinking like that. No. Don't do that. You know, and that was it. That was the end of it. We didn't talk about it. The next day we flew home, which that's 14-hour flight from Tokyo to L.A. And then across the country where I lived, Orlando. Man, I got home so dead-ass tired, went to sleep for about 10, 15 hours without going to the bathroom, too.
Really?
Yes.
Well, you're not doing as well today. But not at all, but anyway.
Flomax.
Yeah, Flomax.
I just found it. But yes, a Davy boy calls me at home. And, you know, I see his number. What's up, bro? And he fucking did it. He fucking did it, man. I can't believe he fucking did it. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Slow down, slow down. And he was upset, you know, very upset. Because we were all close. His fucking Kerry, man, he killed himself. Oh, man, I felt my heart drop. And I guess I didn't even ask for the details. But I'm like, are you sure? Because now, remember, he already told me. They're laughing at him and shit. And, you know, Davey said that. So I'm about to tear up now.
It's tough. I remember when Mr. Perfect died.
That would hurt me, too.
Percy was on a show we did that Saturday, and I just remember the hurt in his heart that he had.
Yeah.
Over Kurt Henning's. I never met. I knew Larry Henning well. What a great guy he was, but I never met Mr. Perfect.
Oh man, I love Kurt. We were close, man, so close too. Back to when 70 guys died in a 7-year period, it became commonplace to get a phone call.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
Every 3 months you got a phone call.
Not even every 3 months. It was even quicker than that.
Yeah, I mean, some of them were on average.
Yeah.
I'm saying on average, because sometimes it's 3 weeks apart. That just happened with Dusty when Dusty died. Remember about 2 more guys?
Piper was really close to that,
yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah, but
well, I'm not going to go there, but we'll save that for an episode about particular people. But go ahead.
You sure?
Yeah, because I like to tie things into a timeline about certain people, and why jump the gun? Like with this man, I could say so much about him, but I mean that's later in the Marty Jannetty life timeline, I guess. The 1988.
Yeah. So, but here came the thing. On average, every 3 months. That's bad when these guys were all. Remember when we could do international tours? Sometimes you can't speak the language.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do learn some words, and they're words you don't want to say. You go to Rougeau's, you learn curse words, and they win another golf ball. You learn curse words in every language. I can speak 7 languages, but it's all like sakahachi, which means in Japanese suck a dick. And Fous-de-moi means fuck me in French. I mean, you learn all the bad words in the different languages. But the point I was going to make on that is all the guys, we're in a different country. We don't know the culture. We don't know the language. You get close. You stick close to, you know, you bond quick. Because it's like we're in this together, you know. Because the French people hate Americans. Or they did. I don't know about now.
Well, our director in the back, the mayor of
Watsonville. I'm sorry.
No, he's not. He's Jewish. But he actually has heat with a man that he calls the French douchebag as he tries to digitalize our video library. He's got 2 desks going in the back, but the French douchebag keeps rearranging his tapes, so he's getting very angry. He's going to go back to his day as a grappler at 205 pounds. But that's a different story for a different time, Marty, as we relive 1988.
Say this for me.
What are we going to do?
Park the car in the garage.
Park the car in the garage.
No, you didn't do it right.
No, that's how I would say it.
That's how you say it?
Park the car in the garage.
Now you changed it again. Y'all heard that, right?
I said it with a little more oomph, I guess.
Yeah. But
some people hate the accent. You should see the nasty messages.
Love it.
We get nasty messages on YouTube.
Oh, really?
That fat guy with the horrible accent. People I don't even know. We spend so much time to put together these nice shows, and these assholes on YouTube enjoying it for free, not even contributing to the cause call me a fat guy with a bad accent. What a horrible thing to say.
That's wicked bad.
Hey, you know what? We love you anyway. If we didn't have wrestling fans, we wouldn't have these shows, right?
Yeah, man.
So you're all welcome.
But that's
Just help and donate so we can do more with them, right? All right, back to 1988. What did you think as Macho as the champion?
Wait, I got to finish this one
Oh,
thing.
right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
On the deaths. Yeah, because this was, you think about this.
We're going to get to the deaths as these episodes continue. We got a lot of them.
All right, I'll do this real quick.
Sure.
Flomax. Yeah, when the phone call started like this, hey, did you hear about Davey Boy? As soon as you hear that, oh man, it got to a point to where when you heard that, hey, did you hear? Once you heard those words, all of us are dying. We're all comrades together. We're all bonded. We're all a family, like no other. It's unbelievable.
You know, funny, Percy, he made a nice speech very similar to that, right in this room, what you're saying right now,
right?
and it's truthful.
Very.
And it's sad. You know, I'm sure there's different people that affect you than would affect me,
right?
From who I've interacted with, but it still feels the same, because when it's done right, this is supposed to be a brotherhood of people that should, in theory, outside of the financial and the business aspect of it, people that look after and take care of each other, you know?
Yes, it's your brothers.
Yeah.
And yeah, it got to where at one point you kind of desensitize, horrible, crazy to say, but when it happens every 3 months, it's upsetting every time, but you kind of can handle it better because
you're so used to it.
Yeah, I would imagine it's like somebody working in the morgues, you know, you get used to it.
Like when Percy was doing it, yeah. I mean, what the hell on earth was that sound? It sounded like a turkey was in the room or something.
It sounded like it did.
We got a lot of turkeys, but that's all right.
Yeah, but you got to where you like, oh no, for me it was like Sean and Kurt. You get your like inner circle, Kerry, Davey. You're like, when they say that, did you hear? You start like, don't let it be one of them. Don't let it be anybody, but don't let it be one of them. And I got that one with Kurt. His age, you hear about Kurt Hennig. Like,
such a young guy at the time, early 40s.
You know what was crazy?
Did you ever meet Irene?
Who?
Irene Hennig, Larry's wife.
Oh no. Well, I probably did. You know,
what
I've seen him a lot.
Two. I mean, especially Irene. If you were going to cast a movie for the perfect grandmother, the perfect Mrs. Claus, that would be her. We were all together in New Orleans a couple of years ago, WrestleMania weekend. And just what a genuinely nice human being she was. Yeah. And it was Larry's last year with us, so I'm glad we had him.
Larry's like, Kurt loved Larry. He used to pay his way to go on the road to get him out with the boys.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, and his dad loved that, you know.
Yeah.
They were so close. But, yeah, man, back to 1987.
88.
9.
You're going to confuse me now. What did you think as Randy as the champion? Was he, you know?
Oh, wait, let me tell you that.
All right, go ahead. What do you got?
Am I talking too much?
Yes, but we love it. It's great. This is what we want. We want to relive these stories. We want to party with Marty. We want to see this, the greatest form of sport and entertainment and action and excitement that there is when it's done right through your eyes.
Damn, you're gassing me up on that
I'm telling you, brother. Let's go, baby.
Okay, so what had happened was they did the angle, Jake the Snake and
you're in 91, but that's all right. Keep going.
I went up a couple years. This is how good they are, man. I was excited to watch the matches because both, you know, wrestling's about, you got the moves and stuff, but it's really the psychology, crowd psychology. Can you get them to stand up when you want them to? Can you get them to boo when you want them to? Can you make them happy when you want them to? In certain areas, there was no two guys better than them that I knew. Jake's fucking unreal, man.
And I have a lot of personal animosity towards him as a human being. But as a professional, oh my God, was he good.
Yeah.
Forget about good, great.
Why are you mad at him?
3 times in different incarnations of him, we had no shows.
It might have been
a lot of money. A lot of money.
Well, he went through a rough, you know.
Life.
Yeah.
But you know, the good news is, in theory, we're going to have him back here in the studio in November, as long as our Back to the 80s event happens.
That would be great. I saw him, I lived out in Vegas for a little bit, and then he moved out there, and I went over to his house one day and we hung out a little bit. But, you know, because he had stopped drinking, or you know, he got straightened up.
He's had a few comebacks in life, and hopefully he stays that way now because
I think he's with AEW.
He is. Yeah, he's a manager now, and I think that's a great utilization of such a great mind.
Oh man, he's got a great mind.
That's why I keep trying to get him in because there's so much he could contribute. You know?
Yeah, I'd love to be here with him on that. That's two great men. Macho Man is one of the smartest guys I know, man. And then here's, you know, so he's got the ring psychology as well. So I'm thinking this is going to be a hell of a match. I'm watching it. And this is our first get-together since the Elizabeth.
It was Tuesday in Texas, that offshoot pay-per-view right after Survivor Series.
Is that what it was?
Yep.
Hey, man, and Jake comes out to, let me see, Jake comes out to the ring first. And you know, you're getting the boos and all that stuff, and he's out by. Then Macho Man's music comes out, watching, and he get, you know, the pretty capes.
Yeah.
He comes out, and he runs up to the rope. And I'm thinking, no, I didn't get it from the beginning, and I'll tell you why. So then when I learned from them, I'm asking questions. Randy and I were pretty close. Rest in peace. And you can't say that about almost everybody, huh? But they, I said, Randy, can you explain a little something to me? I missed it. He goes, what is it, brother? I said, well, when at the beginning of the match, you're up there posing, and there's the guy right across the ring that's kissed your wife. He goes, God damn it, I knew it. I told him that. Jake had talked him into, like, give him the pose thing. And Randy,
why?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Jake that when he's here. But Randy got so, he was like, God damn it, I knew it. and he took off and ran to the dressing room to Jake. So next day I watched the match. It was a jump start. They didn't do that thing.
Funny enough, a couple months later from that match at WrestleMania 8, which was Jake's last night for that run, when he went to WCW, he fucked up the finish for Undertaker's match. Instead of going over clean in the middle at the Hoosier Dome, Undertaker took him out to the floor and gave him the tombstone on the floor, then rolled him back in to pin it. And Percy said there was massive chaos when they got to the back because that wasn't the finish they were given. Jake changed it. So,
really?
Isn't that funny? Yeah. Who knows?
He's a master manipulator, man. That's why I love him to death. Master manipulator.
Hopefully we'll have him in this studio. I think he's got a lot of stories to share with us.
Yeah, I'd love it.
Was the '88 Macho Man, what did you think of him as a champion, as a drawer, as a guy?
All of them good.
All of them good?
All good. I learned so much from him, not just wrestling psychology, and I learned a lot of life stuff from him. We didn't get to travel that much you know, on the road. We had a few trips, handful of trips. Every time I hung around with him, I came out a little better. He said something about at one point he was. I can't tell that.
No, come on.
No. It'll get somebody in trouble. Just married. You can't do it that way.
All right.
But that person was kind of close to me. Might have been a tag team partner. I've had several, so you don't know which one. But Randy told me one time, he goes, brother, he cheats on his wife, and I'm like, yeah. And he goes, how can you trust somebody that cheats on the best person in their life, in business? So if he's going to cheat on her, what's he going to do to you? You know.
That's sage advice. Sage advice.
Damn, you know. But yeah, and you'd always get stuff. He was funny too, man. I mean, you could never. I was getting on the elevator in Denver, I'll never forget, because a lot of shit happened in Denver. I got this very pretty. She looked sort of Asian. She might have been an Asian girl. Her big old boobies. Sorry to say it that way, but big old boobies.
Voluptuous.
Flomaxing.
There you go. They were flowing. They were flowing.
And Randy was coming on the elevator. I got my arm around her. And this was after the clubs. And Randy wasn't big into, partying hard. I mean, he might have a couple beers with you, social.
Now, would he bring Elizabeth out with him? Or?
No. No, this is after they were.
Oh, I see. Okay, later on.
Yeah, he cried, man. We flight back from Japan. We were sitting up first class, side by side. Mm-hmm. It was a few months after they had split away. Man, he not tear cried, but he cried on my shoulder for about 6 hours of that flight. Wow. He was crushed, man, by losing Elizabeth. And I'm learning shit from him. I'm trying to think of what to tell him, you know. And really, there's nothing that best you can do.
What can you do?
Yeah, just hear him, you know, hear him. And
sometimes people just need to speak in those circumstances.
Yeah, he needed to get that out. He didn't tell nobody else that. He wouldn't talk to nobody else like that. But so we're on the elevator back to, I'm about to cry again. Going on the elevator, and I get my arm around this girl, boobs, you know, again, low cut. For some reason, the big boob, voluptuous girls.
Voluptuous, yes.
Voluptuous
Very
girls
voluptuous.
Wear them low cuts. And I'm like, Randy, what do you think of her boobs? And he looks and goes, yeah, well, that's a two-part question. And that was
I like that. That's a good one. I'll steal that.
And that was it. He didn't say nothing else. I'm just laughing my ass. Like, goddamn Randy.
There's many stories around that time when they were together, partners in crime on the road, that Randy would lock her in closets in different locker rooms around the country.
I don't know about closets, but she got her own room.
She had her own private dressing room?
Yes.
Would she lock him?
What's that?
Would he lock her in rooms?
I didn't see none of that. I mean, I didn't even hear that. I know he had a tight leash on her. And what the bad part, and I think this is what led to them splitting up, was when you know they had a perfect system. Whatever money he made when they were on the road, that's what that was theirs. What she made, that's what they paid their taxes with. So
you know what? That's really a good idea. Yeah.
And so
she wasn't making Randy money. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so it took care of the taxes of him. But so I mean, he's very smart with his money. Very, very, very. I guess he was big into this. He made a lot of money in the stock exchange.
Did he?
Yeah. Evidently, he was a genius anyway.
I'd heard that he was really good with the money.
You know, Lanny Poffo, they were in
well,
that
we know about Lanny.
Lanny
had a special skill of his own.
Yeah, he did it one time, I could tell you, but...
So you're familiar with Lanny and his self-service?
You know what, we was in the dressing room, I remember it was in Houston, Texas.
Lanny filleted himself?
Somebody said to him, this was after... the show, the last few straggling guys getting ready, getting dressed.
And Lanny decided to have a little fun.
No, somebody said to him, they said, Lanny, I heard you could suck your own, you say that word, suck your own...
dick.
No, you weren't supposed to say, I could have said that.
All right. Well, what were you going to say? What was the word I was looking for?
I don't know, you come up with voluptuous and things
voluptuous.
that are... I thought you might have said...
His manhood.
I thought you were going to say
penis. He was going to service his manhood.
Penis or something.
All right, well.
But so somebody asked, can you still...
Fillet?
Yeah. And
he rolled himself in a ball and had a ball.
He goes, I ain't done it in a long time. And he goes, let me see. And I got a visual it out. He grabs himself and he's kind of stretching it out so it's going to go as far as it will. And he starts cracking his damn back and stretching and shit. And then he goes, and he bends over.
He had to warm up.
And he got just the tip of it. And all the boys like, oh,
he had to warm up to fillet himself.
We're bouncing off the walls like, oh, God. No, and Hogan walks in. He goes, what's going on, guys? And I said,
now, was Lanny on the floor?
No, he was standing.
He stood.
Yeah.
He's standing. He did it.
It was like he got down there and just got the tip.
This sounds like it should be a cartoon.
What was funny was him preparing, stretching it all out and cracking his back and stretching his legs. And he gets this deep breath, goes, and I mean, it was like 1 second. But he did get the tip in. He got the tip in.
Did the boys pop?
Everybody was about to throw up. All they did is ask him, can you still do it? They didn't say do it.
Well,
and Hogan walks in like, why is it? Because everybody's like, oh, God. No.
And was Lanny still down in the position?
No, he just did it real quick. I mean, I don't want to look like, but it was in and done. Back up.
Well, I tell you, funny story.
Horrible.
Lanny is going to be with us.
Sorry about that.
Lanny's going to be with us in studio if we ever have that live
I hope
event.
I get to see him.
And we can talk about the filleting, I guess. Lanny's a very interesting human being.
I don't know if he wants the world to know. He don't care if the boys know.
No, he's begun to share
I think it's been told more than once. But Hogan was funny, man. Hogan walked in, he goes, what's wrong, what's going on? Because our guys were all like, we didn't need to see that. And Hogan comes to me, he goes, what's going on? I said, Lanny has put his dick in his mouth. And Hogan goes, fuck, I'm trying so hard to help him, and he's doing shit like that.
Well, There was a vendetta that developed on the show back at times when we'd do phone interviews, when Ole Anderson was promoting his book.
Yeah.
He talked about the self-service. And then...
Oh, yeah, they were in the Mid-South together.
Yeah, later on we had Lanny on, and I mentioned it to him, and he said,
Why don't you ask Ole how many bastard children that he has?
Lanny wasn't happy.
Oh, he wasn't?
He wasn't
Oh,
happy.
shit, cut that part out there.
No, he's come to terms with it. Everybody knows now.
Well, shit, he does it. We didn't do it for him.
I hope you didn't do it for him. Oh, well, poor Lanny. I tell you, fans, we're having a good time here on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. We're going to take a brief timeout, maybe Flomax time for the Party Man himself. Stand by again. Check out the eBay. We got the great merchandise. We got a Patreon. We got, if you're watching the premiere, the Super Chat is going. Help make these productions come to life so these great veterans like Marty, Tony Atlas, and all the others we've had here in this wonderful studio can keep working. Vince McMahon doesn't look out for everybody. We'll be back after this timeout. Stand by. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
But you will be.
I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your help.
No, because they got to pay me.
Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all 3 men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. NXT TakeOver was a hot 2-night event. Check out some of the awesome, rare autographed NXT merchandise we have in our eBay store. The link can be found in the description box below. Help keep wrestling legends working and get an on-air shout-out from the stars at the same time. Coming up, it's one of those wild episodes that's the perfect reason why you should be part of the Boston Wrestling MWF family and subscribing to our Patreon streaming service to get early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions more on The Howard Stern Show, some great Patreon exclusives, including some Marty Jannetty episodes you can't find anywhere else, and the knowledge that you, yes you, are helping keep these wrestling legends working over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. In this episode, Marty has some out-of-control stories, doing cocaine with Ted DiBiase and Sid, a wild night with a ring rat and Raven when he was Johnny Polo, Vanna White of Wheel of Fortune fame, and more.
Wrestling fans, welcome to Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. I'm Dan Marotti along with
MJ in the house, otherwise known as that rocker, Marty Jannetty.
Fans, we want your feedback. We know you love Tuesday nights with Tony at 9 o'clock. We have a lot of fun at your house, as we call it. Instead of WWF in your house, we go at your house with Tony on his front porch. It is a unique look for what we do, and the fans have been loving it. Now we have another great legend of WWE lore joining us in the studio, and we just want to keep piling it on. Let's keep these great legends working. Forget about the garbage that's on TV a lot of the times nowadays. For fans that weren't around during the 80s and the 90s, they may love what's on TV right now. That's fine. But to those that perhaps enjoyed another era, they don't enjoy it as much. And unfortunately, I fall into that category. But I love these stories. I love the memories. I love reliving the great experiences, the great things I watched, the great things I lived. So that's why you're here.
You know what I think you said when you were saying all that, it took me back. I was thinking about it. I'd go from 86, I would say, 86 to 93 or 4. That was the best era.
Yeah.
I mean, you had the characters, you had the flamboyance, you had bigger than life people. It started changing when everything kind of changed, especially with WWF in particular. You know, when everybody started going down to WCW, who evidently, from what I heard, don't get mad at me, Bischoff, I'll just say what I heard. Probably everybody's heard it. But you had an open wallet to Ted Turner's money. It was an endless sea of money. So everybody was, taking. Plus, I think Vince was.
And it was big guaranteed money.
Yeah.
Big guaranteed money. And a much lighter workload.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. When I went there that one year, 98. I only worked the TVs. I don't think I did a single house show, and they had a pretty good guarantee.
A man that we've mentioned on these shows that is the master of the art of fellatio, he had a contract.
Fellatio?
Yeah, the service,
Oh, you're back on Lanny.
He got, Randy
You're
helped,
starting to concern me,
Randy
brother.
helped get him a deal. He was making $80,000 a year for, I think, 4 or 5 years, and he worked one time.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, you can't bitch about it. Although, like in my case, I just left WWE. Actually, I went to Vince when we were doing the New Rockers. I wonder if I can tell this story real quick.
Sure, even though we're out of the timeline, that's fine.
No, let's stay on that.
All right, well, you know what? We'll save that for 96 then. How about that?
At the end of the New Rockers.
We talked about Macho Man. He was on top of those house shows you were working. What about Million Dollar Man Ted DiBiase? I'd say 87, 88 was probably his peak for that gimmick, even though he had a great career in WWF.
Yeah.
What was an 88 DiBiase like when you were coming in?
Oh, well, I knew him, first big name guy I ever wrestled when I was in All-Star Wrestling, back where it was Central States. Kansas City, Ted DiBiase was a big name. And he came through. And I'm 4 months in the business at that time, and DiBiase come in and they said, well, you're wrestling him. He was Mid-South. We didn't get that TV there, so I heard of him and I'd seen him in the magazine. So to me, that's a big star. So I was like nervous as hell. We had about a 20-minute match. I felt great about it. Ted talked about it so much. He goes, that guy's going places. This is about, yeah. He told it on the thing, and Ted's always a good guy. Always a good guy.
We've had him right here, another gentleman in this fine institution. I like Ted an awful lot.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's always been a good guy. He started a good guy, and he's still a good guy. But that's 30 years. I made him when I started in '84. So
that long
36
ago,
years ago. He's still a great guy. A lot of guys changed. You know what Macho Man told me one time?
What?
He said, and I talked about Sean, and I said, Randy, man, since we're starting to hit popularity, it's kind of changing Sean. He's being kind of an arrogant, which it was, but Randy goes, no, that's not what changed him. The popularity didn't change him. It just made him comfortable to be himself. And again, I'm like, you know what? That is correct.
I never met the man, but those are some, again, another great words of wisdom that he gave to you. Yeah.
I mean, because you think about it, once you're on top, fuck, I can be me now.
You're more relaxed, yeah. You don't have as much to worry about. And that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Did a lot of the guys maybe silently resent the fact that DiBiase got such first-class treatment compared to them, where they really wanted, the office wanted DiBiase to live the gimmick? He was given cash.
He damn sure lived it, too.
Limos, first-class plane rides, which were very rare back then.
Yeah.
I mean, he was living the life.
Yeah, and when he'd go to the clubs, I mean, he would wear flashy clothes, which before the $1 Million Man, he dressed like the rest of us. But, boy, he played the role.
And Ted's come out with all the problems that he had with the substance abuse and cheating on his wife and such, but how could that not go to your head?
He told it?
Oh, yeah.
All right, then let me tell something.
Let's see, that's a good one about old Teddy.
Old Teddy got in and he started doing the religion thing. And, I'm spiritual, a very spiritual person. I'm just not crazy about religion because it's a man-made thing to me. Anyway, before we go off on that tangent, I was just saying it's just made to control the people. Come on, man. But anyway, Ted, when he got into the ministry thing, what do you call it, $1 Million Ministry?
Something like that.
Yeah. But anyway, it was his ministry.
No, I think it was Heart of David. Was it? Oh, that's what it is now.
Oh, really?
Well, I'll tell you, yeah.
But whatever it was, I was happy, because on the road, we were partying. You had to. When you're on the road 300 days a year, and I've told this before, you got to, it don't matter if you're tired and run down and doing like this. You have to go out in front of 10, 15, and 20,000 people and make them happy, make them entertained, make them feel like they got what they paid for. And sometimes, after 20 days on the road, you line it up. Okay, I'm ready. Let's go. What are we doing? First match, second match, what are we doing? And you do that shit so much to stay up for the tour that when you lay down at night, finally, whatever time, for me, 3 or 4 in the morning, for some of them, 2 o'clock when the clubs first closed. But you can't go to sleep because your eyes are all big, and so you take a bunch of the pills.
Yep.
And up, down, that's rough on the heart. And some of the guys were taking steroids. I don't know which ones. Like
a lot of them.
Yeah.
Just about everybody.
And I injected Warlord. Oh, I won't tell that story. Warlord, one time, I got to go ahead and tell it, Terry. It was way long time ago. Terry was Warlord.
Yep.
You know, I say all the guys. I don't know. Most
just about everybody.
Most of them, yeah. I think even Fuji did it just for
fun, yeah.
Yeah. What's they gonna do? Make your head grow? But Warlord said, "Marty, would you inject me?" You know, because he was so big he couldn't quite turn.
Couldn't even turn, yeah.
You know, so and Fuji used to do it for him. Fuji would give him a shot.
Poke him?
Yeah, and he wasn't there, so he asked me. Me and him were good friends. We still are. Miss him, man. He's a fun guy. But he takes the syringe. It's 3 cc. That's normal, and it's full. Where some of the guys put 1 cc. Some guys got it half full. When you see different, you see like some white, and then some oil base is separated. But all kinds of shit in the needles. His is full, the full 3 cc. I'm like, damn. And you know, Warlord is 6'4", 300 pounds. No fat,
yeah.
No fat, and strong as. One time, I know I'm skipping. I'll come right back to the needle. That didn't sound good, did it? Am I talking too much?
No.
Whatever. We was in the gym. The first thing you talk about when we first got there, you always find a gym. That's part of your day. That's part of your job. You got to get built up and look right. Got to look the part. And Warlord is over at the squat rack. And he's wearing tank top, big as, and he's sweating, so he looks even bigger. And he's got 3 plates, which is on each side, big 45s, with the bar that's 315 pounds. And so he goes over to the squat rack. He's got it on the squat rack. I come up behind him to spot him, say, "Hey, you want me to spot you, brother?" He goes, "Oh, I got it." He goes underneath, and I'm thinking he's going to squat, because that's 300 pounds. He's pressing it. Oh my gosh, damn, we don't belong here. Damn. But so he was strong as he was big. For you guys that work out, you know what 315, 3 plates, and he's just doing reps with it. Off the squat rack. He had to put it over in the squat rack. But anyway, the first needle, yeah. Well, you heard me say first, right?
Yeah, the first one.
First, but in the needle bin, he goes, "There's a lot of scar tissue back there." He goes, I was like, he goes, "You got to throw it hard. It's got to cut through." I throw it like, and it went in. They give him the shot, and he reaches and he hands me another syringe full, 3 cc's again. I'm like, "You already started. I better finish. I don't want to piss him off." And the needle bent in. He goes, "It's okay, squirt." It's in him, but it's bent. And he's like, "Just squirt, push it in." So I'm squeezing it into 3 cc. And he hands me a third one.
Really?
Yes, and I'm like, "No." I am not
You gave
going
up
to,
at that point.
I'm not killing you, bro. No. He goes, "Marty, I do this all the time." Fuck. 3, that's 9 cc's. Again, those guys that are familiar with working out and stuff, you know how much that is. That's insane. 9 cc's of stuff. No wonder he was doing 315 like that.
Well, I'll tell you, interesting story, but to circle back to Ted.
Yes. You know, Ted was doing the ministry, and
yeah.
I got happy about it, because now he knows the road. That's what I was saying about the cocaine and the pills to go to sleep, and the girls, the lifestyle. He knew what it was like. So now I've got somebody, a comrade, a buddy, a brother, who I've got that in my own brother. My own brother's like that for me. Gino, he's my hero. But this is a guy who's done that life. You know, my brother is one of the smartest people I know, especially street smart. And I can always go to him. But he's never lived that life. You can't really give advice on something you
didn't experience.
Yeah. And so Ted, that would be Ted now. And I was so happy about that, because, like I was caught in the middle of the versus religion, you know. He said, I wanted to talk to Ted about it. And we were in Philadelphia. We was at the hotel room. He comes in and Sid Vicious. Oh, I can't. No, rewind what you heard. You didn't heard Sid Vicious. This is a long time ago, so don't worry about anything. But we were in the room, the three of us, and I accidentally had brought a couple girls, and just to party and shit. It wasn't like I was trying to hook everybody up. I wasn't a pimp. But Sid pulls out like a big old, for y'all at party, 8-ball and throws it down. Let's do it. And it's 3 guys and the 2 girls, and the 2 girls just did like one line. It's a pretty good bit. But when I was seeing Ted do it, I went, wait a minute. And he's got the ministry. I was going to talk to him about spirituality versus religion. I guess I'll do it over the cocaine. So I do a line and start talking to him about it. You know, because the cocaine will keep you up. You're awake. You're alert. Why do you say it like? How do you know?
What? Observation. Observation.
Okay. But anyway, so yeah, and then I mean we ran through that 8-ball. Wham, gone. And Ted, he says, Marty, do you know anybody? Like to get more?
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah. He goes, I got the money, let's get some more. It was when we bought another 8-ball. And me and Sid finally, because now it's like 3 or 4 in the morning. Girls are sitting over here naked waiting for us to come play with them or whatever. But we're just sitting there and then talking.
So
we'll look at me, y'all want any?
As we continue to make the cartoon of this, it's you, Ted DiBiase, and Sid doing coke with 2 naked women
sitting there
on the bedroom, in the bed in Philadelphia.
Yeah, and waiting.
Well,
and they're just waiting, and we're like we didn't even know they were there almost. It would be like we turn and say, they don't want any? that was it. And they look good, man. They were, great bodies, and they're sitting there like, but they were wired up too, but they were kind of, we didn't tell them to take their clothes off.
Yeah, they were just trying to send a hint, I guess.
But yeah, but so we I almost went off on a Vanna White story that I cannot tell.
Wait. What about Vanna White?
No, let's finish this.
Whoa, Vanna White.
Let's finish this. I can't get in trouble.
All right. Wheel of Fortune.
But
spin the wheel. Give it a spin.
Yeah, one time we was doing a personal appearance that it was like a car show, doing a signing. This is when we were doing Birmingham. Okay. When Sean and I was doing that Fuller's thing, doing this autograph thing. She's one table next to us, and she had just come out with a book that said Vanna Speaks. So, she was promoting her book. I don't know if she got more books, but that was the first one. And it was entitled, or titled, how you said it, entitled or titled? Titled Vanna Speaks. And our line is pretty long, mine and Sean's line is pretty long. And she's got a few, but she keeps looking like, because we were Midnight Rockers. If actually they changed our night to there, because they had to change the midnight, we were the Midnight Rockers and Rollers.
Really?
Yes, that's what.
All right.
We had T-shirts that we had to wear. It said Midnight Rockers and Rollers, and that's what they announced. And the Midnight Rockers and Rollers are rolling now. But yeah, so she's looking like, who are these guys? Because we weren't known, and why they got a line and I don't? She did have one, but she finally came over and talked a little bit. For whatever reason, she thought Sean was arrogant. That's got to be a shocker, right?
Well, yeah.
But I won't say that later that night we kind of hung out, and that party stuff.
You bought a vowel.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah, and
real now
the same kind of thing. I've told the story, but not on camera before. So,
well, this is your platform, brother.
Yeah, this is where I'm going
Party
to jail.
with Marty. This is your platform.
All night long, she kept on trying on different lingerie.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, was she posing for you, or?
They ask, how do you like this one? How do you like? That's fine. Get over and take it off.
Did you unwrap her like a Christmas present? How did it go?
All right, we better. So it was 1988. So DiBiase, I told him.
About Vanna?
No. Oh. I told him. I said, that night, again, now we're geeked up to the gills and naked girls. I'm like, hey, I don't
There's more
understand.
naked women at this point in
No,
Philadelphia. Just the two. Okay.
Just the two,
All
yeah.
right.
And I think Sid had left, so it was down to me.
Sid had enough.
Yeah. And so
He didn't see a lot like that in Arkansas.
But I tried to bring up some religion thing during in Naked Women, and I'm sitting here saying, I don't understand though if religion wants this, and like I don't understand like the Bible. I mean, you're saying Adam and Eve, a snake come around and talk to them. A fucking snake talked.
Yeah.
Golf balls again. And, you know, stuff like that. And the whale just swallowed the Jonah guy or something, or whoever it was, for 3 days and spit him out. What? Come on, man. How? Remember what we said earlier about if you tell one story, one little fib, one little lie in your book, you discredit everything?
Right.
Talking snakes. And if Adam and Eve started everything, right? Mm-hmm. How did they populate without incest?
Yeah.
You know? And that's the big thing in the Bible not to do, incest. So I don't know, but that's what I was trying to get out with him. And
now, what did a high Ted DiBiase? How did he respond to you?
well, he was like, well, you know, it might be an analogy type thing or symbolism. I'm like, I thought about that. I said, I don't even understand. The most popular verse in the world is what? John 3:16.
3:16, yeah.
Which God loved the world so much He gave His only begotten Son so that we could be saved. That shit don't make no sense. I mean, we're taught as kids.
I don't know if it's something I would do, but you know. I'm not as over as God.
The reason Jesus got killed was because Jewish people were pissed that He, you know, was doing things. How is that He died for us? And now we could be forgiven before He died. And none of it makes sense. But everybody, you know, is taught that. You grow up with it, so it's brainwashed into your head.
Yeah.
But and I asked him about it, and he goes, I don't know. I have to ask some of my higher-ups. And then he goes, Marty, he goes, really? He says, we don't need to talk about religion. We need to talk about money. And now I'm thinking, okay, I'm spiritually needing you. This is what you do. And you want to talk about business. When I'm asking you, hey, man, is it okay
to just a real life conversation?
Yeah. Is it? Am I okay if I believe in a higher power and I don't want to say worship, but have well, I talk to a higher power. I talk to it, and I feel answers sometimes.
Good.
I've never heard anything in my head like you hear some people say, I heard the words. Nah, I ain't never heard shit, but I felt it. And
does it bring you peace?
Yeah, and yeah, well, sometimes it lets me know the right thing or wrong thing where I'm not confused what's the best decision, and I can feel it.
Good.
And usually I meditate to get that kind of stuff. But Ted wanted to talk business, and he said, I can pay you $500 to do a show. So you remember they were doing wrestling matches for a while. I don't know if they still are. You know, wrestling.
And this is while you were still in WWF?
Yep. And when he had his ministry thing. He'd come back in, and I don't know if
this is like mid-90s type situation. He wasn't working
probably
at this point.
Because
okay, all right, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
This is much further down the road, but okay. So he wanted you to work?
Yeah, well, he was just saying he wanted to talk business, and I'm pouring my soul out there because this is what he does for a living. He's the head man. Help me. I'll help you later. Let's talk money. I was like, yeah, dang. And then, you know, I think couple weeks later, he called me and apologized. He goes, Marty, that was so wrong of me. I apologize. I slipped. I shouldn't have been doing that cocaine. I should have listened to what you were trying to ask me. I apologize. It'll never happen again. And you know, and I don't know that he ever has partied anymore since then.
Yeah, he's a good man. I know that.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if you're familiar with the recent issues the family has had when they got kind of exposed in that Mississippi several $1 million payout that went wrong, but hopefully that situation works itself out for the best.
I don't know nothing about it.
Hopefully our good friend Ted, you know, the money, the several million that, you know, he was entrusted with to put to good use for the people of Mississippi went to good use, and his name will be cleared. That's all I can hope for.
I hope he ain't involved with Benny Hinn.
He's well, his son was directly involved with it, Ted indirectly, so hopefully Ted will come out on top in this one. I can only go by the person that I know.
Right.
And he's a good guy. He paid me one of the greatest compliments I've ever received in doing this now. We ran our first show back in 2001, almost 19 years. He gave me the greatest compliment I've ever received.
What did he say?
I went to give him the money at the end of the night, and I said, "Do you want to count it?" And he goes, "No." He goes, "I know the
That's
kind of
good.
person you are." And for him to say that to me, that meant a lot.
And I feel that too, would you, man?
Good.
I told you I felt we was
Well,
going to have
there's
to.
not one person, we talk about Bibles and religion and whatnot, there's not one person that could put their hand on a Bible that could say, I ever shorted them 1 penny in the entire time we've done this. We've made many errors along the way,
2
but
pennies.
we've never, ever stiffed someone. And I think that's the way the business
It
should
should
run.
be, and
You
it
make,
was-
you make a commitment, you honor it. That's
you know,
all.
Well, you know, I didn't ask you for a deposit. And you know, that's usually a thing because I could feel
I
like
don't mind doing that the first time with someone I don't know because
Right.
you don't know them. But the
Right.
second time, not so much.
Yeah, you
But
don't
anyway.
now you know it, so yeah. But yeah,
The
man,
good thing
I mean,
about
I
us
got,
is we're not fly by night. You know we're not going anywhere.
yeah. And plus, I could feel you, you know, through our conversation. I could.
Well, good.
No, good.
I've had a great vibe since the beginning,
Yeah, same here.
and I'm glad we're doing it. I
Yeah.
don't know if Ted was glad with what he was doing, but you know, we'll have to have him back to the studio and ask. Maybe we'll have to have Sid bring an 8-ball. I don't know. Maybe that's how we'll get the honest answers. And then he'll say, "You want to talk money?" I'll say, "All right, what happened in Mississippi, Ted?"
You know,
Anyway.
speaking of that stuff, the 8-ball. You know, I ain't done that. I've not touched that stuff in over a week.
A week.
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
all right.
I was just playing. I don't know when. It's been
right.
a while.
That's not.
I'd probably
that's
die
not
now.
the
My
midnight
heart would
rocking
explode.
anymore.
You know what's crazy?
What do you got?
All the wild stuff we used to do to, you know, pals. One time in Vegas, remember Showboat,
Yeah.
when we first went there, they had the handshake, they call it the handshake, like the dealers, when they become fans. Hey, how you doing? And here's however much, an 8-ball. A lot of times they had like a 3-gram vial. Again, the partiers, y'all know what I'm talking about. But they come do the handshake, which is, how you doing? And they give you whatever, give you. And they don't worry about you going to do it and then you're going to want more later. They just got so much. I got the scaredest I'd ever been, and this one dude that used to do that. Me and Sean and Kurt Hennig.
So this is Vegas you're talking?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he would always greet us at the airport. He'd be waiting on us. And how you doing, guys? Each one of us got a little goodies. One time he didn't do it. He's sitting there with me and Sean. I got y'all a room. I got y'all a special room at the Showboat. So, I mean, because the Showboat gave us, I mean, that was part of the deal, us wrestling there.
Yeah.
And so we're like, okay, now don't make it weird kind of thing. Like, what do you mean you got us a room?
Yeah.
You know what we're thinking, like, no, man, Pat Patterson, I don't do that. But anyway, I love you, Pat. Miss you too, man. But anyway, he took us to the room and we're thinking, well, you know, rooms are free anyway, so I mean, but that was, I guess, nice. He said, I got a surprise for you. We're thinking, girls, naked girls. In the room, when you'll see it. We open the door and go in, and it's a big ass M and a big ass S for Marty and for Sean.
All in cocaine?
Yes, we had to snort. That was our shit.
Oh my God! How big was the M?
Oh, it was big, man. I tried to get as much as I could, and it
You needed several snorts.
Yeah, it looked like an N after I got one line, and now it's an N there. It took a few hours, but that guy.
You got it down though.
Yeah. Well, it took a couple hours, but he took me to his house once, and again I'm like, why? Why are you getting me away from things? But he was like this, and we were cutting up, partying, and drinking, and we had that day, you know, but it fly us in early, so we had one day to do whatever we want.
Was that a mistake for the AWA to fly you in too early?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think it was a mistake.
I think it shortened some lives.
Yeah, they shouldn't put us in Vegas. I will come back to what you just said. Shortens the lives about, because I never finished. You know, because I got ADD, ADHD, and OCD.
Go with it, brother.
But
if you feel it, say it.
Okay. Wonder how the Falcons are going to do this year.
Well, all right. There you go. All you NFL aficionados out there, I don't know. Do the Falcons look good this year?
Yeah, I think they're going to do good. I can't wait to see what Tampa Bay.
You don't know who's going to bow out of the season. That's what's going nuts.
Well, Tom Brady and Gronk aren't going to, so that's going to be fun to watch.
I don't know, though. Do you think their time has come and gone?
Nah.
You think Brady's still got a little left?
1 year left.
I hate that he went out on such a sour note because he got a lot of heat from the expert the smart mark, so to speak, to football. And, you know, they were treating him like he was a jobber. Yeah, he was Tom Brady.
Yeah.
And he didn't have a great offensive system to work with last year.
No, he had no weapons.
As long as he doesn't beat the Patriots, I wish him great luck. I hope Cam Newton has vengeance in his heart.
That's going to be good to see, but one of y'all's
baby.
receivers opted out.
That's what I mean. It could be.
And one of the linemen, good guy just on the line, he opted out.
By the time we tape, I think the cutoff is this coming Monday where they can say they're in or they're out. I'm not 100%
right?
sure. Something like that, yeah. So,
I'm hoping for college football, man, because that's my favorite.
I don't even know about that.
I know, well, one guy gets sick and the whole damn team's got
like we were talking about the baseball earlier.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough to contain. I think the NBA, I don't know as much about the NHL, but I know that I think the NBA is doing it right. Enclose these people in one specific area, try and keep it as clean as humanly possible. These are younger people, they're athletes. You know, I think if you can keep your distance until you have the games, I think you have a much better chance of success than these people just flying and going and rolling all over the country at any time.
You know,
but that's just one man's opinion.
And it's yours.
And it's mine.
It's a good one. But I will say this, that's two different types of personalities. You can bubble up the damn football players, but you're talking about guys who their passion and their you know, nothing against basketball players, but that's a different kind of person than or animal that tackles each other, knocks your heads off. You got to worry about CTE. You got to worry about if you're going to live. Those kind of guys are hard to put in a bubble and say, "Hey, behave."
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. But as far as how the different leagues are trying to approach it, I think the NBA one is the best. I think
so far, yeah.
And for the hockey, what I know, you know, they have the 2 spots up in Canada. It sounds like they're kind of doing the same thing.
Really?
So I hope, you know, at least it'd be something to watch.
Yeah. I started watching bowling again. I got so bored. Yeah. I used to bowl, man. I was good when I was young.
Did you really?
Yeah. I had a high average for a 12-year-old. It was called Bantams. I had the 167 out of it. This was way back before they got the residue balls that grip the lanes and tear the pins up. I mean, this is when they had that hard rubber. And, man, you had to spin the shit out of it to get a little curve. But yeah, man, I was good at it. But then as I got in high school, I started doing other sports, you know, football and wrestling, track. I started thinking like, bowling. What the fuck am I doing bowling?
I used to bowl.
It's fun though. It's fun.
I used to love the ball.
And if you get good at it, like I was good at it.
If I hit triple digits, I was happy. We have candle pin here, though. We don't have the big ones.
You got what?
Candle pin.
Oh, like duck pins?
No, the ball is about 4 pounds, and it's just about.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm talking about a bowling ball.
Yeah.
Not Lanny's.
Yeah, they used to call it, or they have what they call duck pins. Man, you couldn't get a damn strike because it's a little ball, and the pins, you know, like the regular. It's going to go, even if you hit like where you would for regular bowling, hitting right in the pocket, it goes and knocks down 4 or 5 pins, and you got silly shit.
I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, I mean, they probably don't have it no more. That's why, because if you did the other bowling, it's like, what the fucking. First of all, what the fuck am I doing bowling? Now you got me duck pin bowling.
Well, fans, tonight, did you think we'd be talking about bowling here on Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty? You never know what's going to happen. Poor Ted DiBiase. We hope things look good on his end. The summer of '88 exploded. The Rockers were there. It was a rare time that happened very few occasions in WWF. Usually after WrestleMania, you'd see a decline. When they put the belt on Macho Man in 1988, the business actually started to go up a bit across the ABC tours.
And you know what else they did around that time? Made sure, because like you said, the business, like usually at WrestleMania would be in April.
Yeah.
Up until the June, you're going to have a
dip. Yep.
And even then, June is a slow climb back. So that's why right after WrestleMania, they started implementing foreign tours all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, because, man, they didn't care about WrestleMania was yesterday. We got American wrestling coming over. We got WWF coming over and all these, you know, different countries.
Up until just a few years ago, those tours were such guaranteed big money. I don't know if I ever told you, but I worked with Ed Cohen for a little bit in WWF, and he would explain to me the different logistics and the different breakdowns about how all the live event system would work back then, because I did stuff with him in 2000 and 2001. The 80s stuff and the early 90s stuff, when they had all those different tours, how they approached it was very, very different than post-Attitude Era. So it's such a fascinating time to me because I wasn't around for it other than, you know, enjoying it as a kid.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you had 3 different tours where you had stacked lineups of
Yeah.
guys where you could make decent money. They would draw in very, very well.
They had, even in the States, they had, we called it the A team, B team, C team.
And even D sometimes.
Yeah.
Not all the time, but they were D teams some weekends.
And the way they did it, too, was...
Everybody was working. Everybody was making money.
Every house was filled up. They put Hogan was the main event in the big arena, like the Spectrum, back then the Spectrum, Rosemont Horizon back then. I don't know if it's even still up in Chicago. You know, Madison Square Garden, Boston Garden, all the bigger arenas. The main event was going to be Hogan was the draw.
And he wasn't even the champion.
No.
As 1988 came to an end, you had Hogan for one town.
Yep.
You had Macho Man defending the world title in another town.
That was the B team.
Warrior as Intercontinental Champion.
C team, yes.
C team. I mean, you know.
And the buildings, each one, the A team was the big, you know, that's big money. Because then they're still paying us by the house.
Yeah.
It wasn't a
sure,
flat
no
thing.
guarantee, right.
And it would trickle down. If you went from the big arenas, the B team was in the mid-size. It's still going to be sold out. It's still going to be 10,000 people.
Yeah.
And then the C team would be in sometimes high school gyms or college the gymnasiums. We got to see a lot of colleges like that. For me, a lot of college girls. And I was still young.
You were
then.
still rocking, baby.
I was young back then. But yeah, and like you said, Warrior was C team. When you get your booking sheet, it'd be like this, what you got here.
Yeah.
We'll mess nothing
Take
up.
one, that's all.
But this
Take
is this right here.
Yeah.
It's like your booking sheet.
Yeah.
And you're flipping through the pages because it shows you where you're at for the next 3 weeks. Because it was back then
And all
when we
the
did
plane tickets. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God, the plane
The big
ticket
stack.
thing.
Yeah.
You got when you're on the road, like say you're in Philadelphia, and somebody comes up and says, "Hey, where were you out yesterday?" You so damn burnt out because you did 50 shows in a row. It was like, well, I don't know. And it's honest. You'd have to think about it. Where the hell were we yesterday? And then you get to the airport. So like I said, in Philadelphia, you get up to the thing with your ticket, and they already had them all in a little packet. You just pull it out. The lady said, "Where are you going?" You just hand her the ticket. We don't even know. We'll just get on the plane.
We're going somewhere. Yeah.
And that's the way it was, man. But everybody would look. That's back when we were doing Challenge and Superstars.
Yeah.
And it was every third week.
Yeah.
I think one of them might have been live, and the next two were taped. Or it got like that at one point. But anyway,
they did that with Raw towards the end. When they do multiple Raws in one night, one would be live. Superstars.
Maybe that's
was
what it was. Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
But so you got your booking sheet, you're going through it because you're looking and seeing how much money you're going to make. Because if you're hoping to be on the A team,
shows,
and if not the A, at least the B.
Well,
if you're on the C, it don't matter because some guys were off. You know,
right.
At least you're working. But this is when I found out how much partying one of my partners and I was doing. We're sitting there, Barry Dorso, Demolition, good guy, we're good friends.
Man that's been here, a great guy,
man.
Great guy, love Barry.
Super. I'm sitting next to him. I met him when I first broke in the Mid-South.
When he was a Russian?
Yeah.
Khrushchev?
Yeah. And rode with him, and so we were buddies for 30 years. But anyway, but not at that point. In the dressing room, he's sitting there. Sean's sitting right here. We're going through the booking sheet. Let me use a prompt.
Sure, go ahead.
And they would have, each sheet had a day, and in one row is your A team, another row is your C. They'd be looking for your name, you know, hoping like for the good thing, and hoping you're on there. You might get some time off. My partners, did I say Sean already?
No.
I didn't?
No, you did, but that's all right.
I did.
You did, yeah.
But I had two different partners named Sean.
Waltman.
Yes.
There you go, all right.
So we don't know which one it was.
They weren't C teams in that era, though. That's for sure.
No, they
were lucky if they were B teams.
Stop, you killed me. I'm in trouble.
Right,
You're getting me in trouble again. I was going to escape with that one.
All right.
No, I wasn't. So we're sitting there, one of my tag team partners, and he's going through his sheet. And we're looking at where we're at. Like, and this is an example. Chicago. Oh, that'll be Julie and Laura. Okay.
So you're thinking rats?
Not rats, girls.
Women. Women that hang around wrestling events.
Yeah.
All right.
They call them arena something.
Arena something.
Yeah.
Arena something or others.
It rhymes with Matt's. Looking in there like Boston. Oh, that's Laura Reginini.
Annie.
I shouldn't have said her whole name. Lori. No, AEA we called her too.
What did you call her?
Ass-eating Annie. A-E. Oh,
That, she had a code name?
A-E.
I didn't know she had a work
Ass-eating
name?
Annie.
That educated, and then we were talking in the car last night about the sister Gina that looks something like Big Bird.
I know what you're talking about. It does look like
There were
Big
a lot
Bird.
of happy asses on the WWE tours when they came through Boston.
Gina. Do what?
There were a lot of happy asses when they'd come through Boston. It'd be almost like a buffet at the Hilton.
You didn't have to use toilet paper that weekend.
It was like trick-or-treating going room to room.
Greg Hammer would come walking by Valentine, and you could still hear the liquid, the saliva swishing as he walked by.
He got his discounted $39 room at the Hilton and his ass eaten, and he
This
still,
is horrible.
and he still didn't.
Sorry y'all having to hear this.
He still didn't smile.
No, he can't smile. He said it hurts his face.
It took him 15 minutes to get warmed up, even with Annie.
Harley did that to me. Yeah, Harley did that to me when we were in Japan one time. Probably the first time I went there. I'm excited. We're in a legendary Ribera Steakhouse.
Oh, I'd love to get one of those coats.
Oh man, those were you have one of those.
It's my bucket list. Yeah.
And we're in there, and he gives all the new guys. We got one, and I'm happy. And, oh my God, the steaks, because in pretty much all other countries, the piece of meat you get is going to be that big around and not finger thick. I mean, this is everywhere, man. Snoop Dogg did a damn thing one time in Germany. And he was trying to order something with meat on it, like some meat, because they kept bringing them little damn things. And he was like, shit, I'll have it shipped here from America. But the Ribera Steakhouse, oh boy, you got one like this big and this thick. And he bring it on a sizzling hot skillet with some rice right there, steam or whatever he did, rice.
You're going to drop that. Yeah, be careful, brother.
Yeah, I'm going to do it, everything.
And you still have my sheets, by the way.
Oh, yeah, but I'm going to finish.
Oh, you're not done with them yet.
Yeah,
right,
so Harley, though, so I wanted to take a picture. Like you were talking about, Greg couldn't laugh. So I'm like, picture. Harley, let me get a picture. And he looks. And then selfies, but this was selfies before selfies. I'm trying to,
Japanese
on a regular
selfies,
camera, like one of them Nikon, Kodak. And I'm trying to get in there, and I'm smiling, and we got Ribera thing in the back. And I looked at the picture, and I was like, Harley, that's it. And it wasn't just from that picture, but we're taking the picture, and he's just stone faced. I was like, why do you never smile? And I was almost scared to ask, because that's kind of personal. He says, the last time I smiled, it cost me $250,000. I'm like, what? He goes, my ex-wife.
Well, you know what? I could feel Holly's pain.
So we're going through, and we're like, Laura Reginini, sorry, Laura. Okay, then you got Nashville. Oh, we had a big bird down there. She was like 6 foot tall. But
she was a good arena something or other.
Yeah. They went even like, oh, where's Denver? Oh, Denver, we're in Denver. That's Ann, not ass-eating Ann. That's Ann. That's Georgia. Georgia's the one that I told you, Randy. The two-part question.
The two-part series.
And then you know, and then Barry goes, Jesus Christ. I mean, I was like, what? He goes, you know, we're all sitting here counting money. You guys are counting women. And we never thought about it. He goes, how many people do y'all think y'all are with the year? We looked at each other, whoever our tag partner was, and we're like, don't know, but what we just did must be a lot. So we, you know what we did? And you always got like a little black book to write your taxes on here.
Yep.
I'm good with the prop now.
Thank you.
I don't think I mixed them up.
No, you did good.
You saw it?
I did.
You was watching for that?
Yeah.
Flomax.
I was getting nervous, but that's all right.
Man, this is dirty pool to be telling this, but I'm not going to say no more names like Ann's and Sabrina's in Georgia. I'm not going to be saying any more of those names. Laura Reginini, especially the last name. She was a cool girl, man. She was a veterinarian up here in Boston. Me and Johnny Polo had a lot of fun with her. At the time, Raven was Johnny Polo.
Yeah.
That's a story you can't tell here.
Sure we can.
It's a sex thing.
It's all right.
Okay.
It's just me and you.
Yeah, the camera.
I don't think they're recording now.
Look, anything that Johnny, like with her, she didn't mind, you know, two guys. She was a good girl, real good.
Was she a 3-input woman?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
and we had Polaroids back then. Remember
Polaroid,
them?
yeah, the Polaroids on the road. All right.
Instant. You take the picture,
Now, Laurie may live
and you
on,
wait.
yeah.
And then, oh, Johnny, he was so funny. He was standing up there naked, like she's down there, that area, you know, doing. And they're taking the picture, and he's just looking at me, smiling like a porn star, pushing off the roof, pose while she's blowing away. And then I was sitting messing with her, but I was like, shit, I'm having too much fun to get serious and have sex right now. I want to play some more. And I accidentally took out a Jack Daniels bottle, and you know, she was like on her hands and knees. This is horrible. You know that,
That's
right?
all right.
No, it's not.
It's your observations and experiences in the world of professional wrestling.
Remember now, this is like 25 years ago.
This is in the mid-90s.
Yeah, this is, we don't
Johnny
do that
Polo,
now.
you're talking 93,
Yeah,
94.
Polo. Yeah.
Statutes of limitation are gone.
Yeah. But I had a Jack Daniels bottle. You know it's got that long neck. So, and Johnny's, now he's got the camera flicking the picture. I'm hearing click, click, click. He's taking pictures. And he starts, when I put the bottle up, you know, yeah. You get the idea of putting the bottle up there. He's taking pictures of it. And then he starts handing me shit.
Wait, he violated her with the bottle?
No, she didn't mind. It wouldn't violate it. If she wouldn't have liked it. If she wouldn't have liked it.
The bottle found a cavity.
Yeah.
All right, the bottle found a cavity.
The bottle
We'll
was happy, so happy that after it was empty, you know, the top was off. And he says, I don't know if this has ever happened to any of y'all at home, but when you take a bottle and you up in the girl,
yeah,
and the top is off, there's suction. Her earrings.
It was suction.
It got caught. We couldn't put. We had to bust the bottle to get it out of her because she goes, oh, it was getting her earring. Was that me? I did that?
That's all right.
No,
the first bump you've taken in a while.
Yeah. See, I don't remember, but they yeah. Just Johnny was funny. He was handing me shit to stick in her. He handed me a candle.
A candle?
Yeah, he was just looking for anything to take a picture with, and she was cool with it.
She was like a Mr. Potato Head. What can we stick in this hole?
Yeah, and you know what? You know what got the craziest is he was serious. He took the lampshade off a lamp and handed me that. He wanted me to stick
the lampshade. How would you have ever got it in?
No, he took the shade off. So
okay.
And the thing, this is a bulb. So he wanted me to stick the bulb, and it's still warm. I'm thinking, nah, man.
Heat her up a little bit, yeah.
And it's a damn light bulb. It might break. Now.
And this was up here in Boston?
Yes, the Joe's girl, man. It's New England.
Was it in one of Annie's discounted rooms?
It was the Hojos.
It was the Hojos. Okay, that's down the street. That's all right. We drove by it last night. It's a Marriott now.
Yeah. But yeah.
No harm, no foul.
Hey, you know what's funny was we took one picture with the phone. I said, "Nah, man, give me the phone." That's again. Well, they still got cord phones in the hotels. That one I got. No, it don't. It was a hand free, or what do you call it? But I took the phone. She don't care. She's all smiling for the pictures and shit.
All right, well, so she was happy as this was going on.
Yeah, and I thought, well, give me that. We're gonna give her a collect call.
You were like E.T. phone home, baby.
Yeah. But it was kind of getting in there, and he took the picture where, like, first the ear part.
Now, how far were you going to go?
Well, I stopped there because there's a little clip on the cord. You can unclip it.
Yeah.
So I took that and then put the clip there so it looks like the whole, and he took another picture. It looks like the whole phone is up in there. But that's the only things you do when you're on the road and 300 days a year.
The things you got to do to pass the time.
Yeah, I mean, it gets boring sometimes. But you know, in reality, that's one thing the business never. For a guy like me, single, like if you're married, if I was seeing somebody committed to, wouldn't do all that stuff.
Only the single men could stick telephones into the arena, something or
You
others.
know, I'm not ratting out nobody, but I'm just saying the guys that impressed me the most on the road with their faithfulness to the family was Macho. He never messed around with Elizabeth. Owen Hart never messed around.
Tito, we talked about,
and those stood out the most.
That might have been it, but
yeah, I'm sitting there thinking, wait, give me one more big name. I don't think Barry Horowitz did anything, but nobody messed with him anyway.
Yeah.
it's hard to mess around when you get through with your match and go straight to your room.
Right, yeah, yeah.
And pat yourself on the back.
There you go. Well, all right, back to 1988.
Okay. Shit, what year was we at just now?
Around the time you debuted, another man that came in with a monster push right away was the Big Boss Man. Any memories you were working the loop with Boss Man at the same time? Any memories of him?
Yeah, Boss Man, you know, got not close, but we became good friends. And that was a call that hurt, you know, to get that call.
Yeah, yeah.
Ray and I, you know, we were pretty good buddies. Him and Kurt were real good, so that, you know, we were always together. But Boss Man, I remember one time we were sitting in a restaurant eating. He's glowing, and I'm like, "What's up, man? What's that?" What you say? He goes, "Marty, I gotta say it correctly, and we gotta be respectful because he's passed. So I'll see a nicer way to say." He didn't say it ugly, but it's just words. You know, like if he said, "I have never got this much pussy in my life," I wouldn't want to say it that way. So I'm gonna try to say it a different way. He said, "Girl, I've never got this many girls in my whole life. This wrestling is great."
Now, what did you think, though? Here's a guy that came in just about the same
nice
time
guy,
as you.
man. Super
Younger
nice
guy. And he comes in right away, and he's put into a program almost immediately with Hogan on top, making and those house show loops, as you were on when you were working the Brain Busters in '89, those house shows drew big money, Hogan and Boss Man. Did you look at what was happening with Boss Man and say, geez, this is what I want?
Mm-mm.
No,
I was happy with what we were doing. I really liked the rocker thing. For me, it was just...
No, I don't mean as a single, but I mean as far as to how high you guys could shoot together as a duo.
We figured we'll get there. It's hard for a tag team to be the main event. Like, I don't mean go on last. I mean actually be the main event.
Be the main event. There's a big difference.
Yeah. And it's hard, but I think the tag team is one of the most exciting matches because you got more action.
You got four ways to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, we always said we're going to break, you know, raise the, what they call it, raise the bar, bust the glass ceiling or
raise
some
the bar.
shit. We figured, no, we'll get there. We'll get there. But I do know this. Remember Kevin Kelly, Nails?
Yeah.
Well, he came in as the convict, remember? Natural Angle, Big Boss Man to him. And I knew Kevin Kelly real well.
Mr. Magnificent.
Let me give you,
Mr. Magnificent,
yep. He was in AWA when we was always wrestling Buddy Rose and Doug Summers forever, and finally got the belts from them. But one of them got hurt. I think it was either Buddy or Doug. And was
well, there were only two of them, so you have a 50-50 shot.
Yeah, I got 50-50 chance. One of them was hurt. Kevin Kelly filled in. Magnificent Kevin Kelly and Pretty Boy Doug Summers. Kevin, I love him to death. Oh, man, you talk about stiff. Y'all in the wrestling world knows that. When he throws a punch, yeah, your head, you got no choice but to do that because it's bam. And in the first time we wrestled him, Sean was in the ring with Kevin. And Kevin tried to be light because everybody was saying, "You're killing me, man. You're killing me easy," especially his kicks. If you went your hands and knees, you hurry up and got up so you didn't get a kick. But he threw a punch at Sean. He tried to be light as he could, and I don't even know if it hit him. But I heard Sean, he said, "Lay it in." I'm like, oh, and he did, and Sean's eyes crossed, and he went to his knees. I was like, you told Kevin Kelly to lay it in? Damn. But so Nails, that guy. And Kevin, do you know what the word in the street is? There's some women. Oh, no, it ain't.
Women?
No, I thought it was long hair.
Cecil the Lion's got long hair, yeah.
Yeah, what am I looking at? You know, man.
Gary, I guess.
We got to go to the club tonight. But what was I saying about Kevin Kelly? Oh, he went up to Vern Gagne when to get in the business. And Vern was, "Jesus Christ, kid, everybody wants to get in. Go win the Tough Man contest and I'll get you trained." Because Kevin was known to be a brawler, street brawler. Go get you. So Kevin went out, and not only did he win the Tough Man contest, he won 2.
Really? He really wanted to get in the business.
Yeah. And he was a badass. He was a bad boy. Still is, I'm sure. I love you. Hey, Kevin. But he came back to Vern. He goes, "Well, I'm ready." and Vern had no choice but train him. He won. He said, "I won 2 of them. Do you want me to do anything else?" Well, wait. Now let me finish this because I remember it was about Big Boss Man. So you're talking about a guy that badass. Kevin just soon kill you as argue with you. You just to get the shit over with. You're dead. Now, who won the conversation, the argument? But so he, with the nails, came in. Man, he was so funny. He had that big ass orange jumpsuit, and he always walked like he had attitude, right? And walking like with the orange thing, he just looked like a murderer.
He looked badass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he stomped around. Boss Man and him had a match. Either they were the main event or semi-main.
Well, on the house show loops, they were doing, if not mains, they were doing a lot of semi.
This was a pay-per-view.
They did Survivor Series 92 in a nightstick on a pole match.
Which one of them? I thought it was in the big city. Like, let me see. No, we was actually in Green Bay, because I remember like yesterday as far as that. We were in Green Bay, but it was a pay. See, when we would do back then, we had the four. We had Royal Rumble, WrestleMania, or SummerSlam, WrestleMania, SummerSlam, and Survivor Series. All the other shit came later, like In Your House, and then the month-to-month shit. But Kevin had this match with Big Boss Man. And somehow they were, because you really don't like to talk about your pay. You're not supposed to. There's no written rule saying don't talk about your pay, but it's just something you kind of keep to yourself, how much you got paid.
And I think that's a mistake.
Yeah,
I think that's cost the boys.
Well, yeah, it cost Vince too, because on that day, because Kevin Kelly comes up to me. We're buddies now.
Mm-hmm.
He knows me well, and he trusts me more than anybody else. Marty, I'm going to go beat his ass. I'm like, who? He goes, Vince. I'm like, what are you talking about, Kevin? He goes, fucking Big Boss Man got paid. We were in the same match, and why did he get double the money? He's taking food off my fucking table. I think I'm going to go beat his ass. You think I should? I'm like, no, don't do that. No, Kevin, no, don't do that. He goes, well, I don't fucking feel like talking to him. Why didn't I get paid the same thing when I'm in the same match? He had a point.
Ran into that same problem with Undertaker at that same period of time.
Probably. I mean, I know Warrior had a couple issues. I'll tell you if you want to know. But rest in peace too, Jim. But anyway, Kevin's like, yeah, you might be right, right? And me and Sean are up at the ring because we always go up to the ring early, and this was a TV taping, and we're thinking of new moves and new shit we can do.
You guys were just starting your singles feud at that point. That was late '92.
Was it?
Yeah, December of '92.
Maybe that's what we were doing, going over our match then. But old Kevin goes stomping, that walk he had. And he goes in Green Bay, there's like only a couple dressing rooms, and if you got 60 guys, but so many going to get in there. And Vince had one little smaller room. That was his, he always had where he conducted his business. And I see Kevin going right to that room, and there was a bunch of Minneapolis boys right around there. There was Wayne Bloom, there was John Nord, I think Sergeant Slaughter was there. I don't know, he's a Minneapolis boy, just saying who was there, but what was the other Beverly? I love him dude.
Mike Enos?
Mike Enos, Mike was there. Mike, I love you, Mike. But all the Minneapolis boys, Kurt, and there was a lot of Minneapolis boys. But anyway, and he was a Minneapolis boy. Kevin Kelly. He kind of, when I see him push those guys, because what it was everybody on TV day, you line up to go see Vince.
Yeah, right.
But he pushes everybody aside, and it's his own boys. And I'm like, something ain't right. I got out in the ring, started walking back there, and I'm hearing yelling, and all the guys go rushing in, and I go, look, Kevin's got Vince by the throat, is squeezing him down. His face is looking like a grape. I mean, it's getting purple, and the guys are, yanking him, trying to yank him off. No, Kevin, no. And when Kevin let go, this was pretty smart on his part. He comes out, just that fucking walk. He accomplished what he wanted. He took Vince and he yoked him. And then he comes right out, goes to a payphone and calls the police. And he says, you heard about it?
Yep.
I was standing there. He says, we got an issue over here. What was it, Brown County Arena, Green Bay?
I don't remember.
I think it is Brown County Arena at that point. But he says, we got a problem here at Brown County Arena. Says, I just had to choke out my boss. And you can't hear what they're saying. It was, well, he has had a bad habit of fondling the guys, and he tried to fondle me. And the police
exactly
showed
how
up
I
and went
was
after
told.
Vince.
Yep.
Choked him out and then said that he got fondled
Tried to
by
diddle him.
That was Kevin.
That was, I tell you this, it was a waste because I thought that guy was just a scary presentation. I thought
Kevin?
just as they were setting up, I'm sorry, a big thing with him and Undertaker.
You got corona.
No,
here.
I don't have it. I had a little soda pop in my throat.
that's a good
Undertaker
idea.
and Nails were on the cover of the magazine,
I remember
setting
that.
up their feud when he wound up leaving because of Vince. So he left
you
a
can't
lot of money on the table.
You can't go choke out the boss.
He left a lot of money on the table.
But that's Kevin. There was another time we was wrestling in Lawrence, Kansas, and this was back in the All-Star Wrestling days, Central States. You know, Kevin is in the ring, and you've seen him. He's a big boy, man.
Yeah.
He's 6'4" and strong as hell, muscled up. But he's a lanky muscle. He's not the bulky, short, bulky. So I mean, he can throw some fists fast. But he's in the ring, and the Kansas football team, about 15 of the guys are all there on one side. And, you know, Kevin's a bad guy, and he's posing, and he's punching guy. All these guys are, like, getting known to him, and he didn't like shit like that. You know, but he's, you know, he looks over at him and goes, which one of you punks can take me, do you think? And everyone starts, I think he was a linebacker for the team. Everybody's, like, pointing at him. You know, here's this guy right here. And he's like, oh, shit, y'all dedicating me to, I guess I can do it. All right. You know, then he kind of, Kevin sits on the rope and pushes us. Come on, buddy. And the guys are pushing that dude, and he's getting, and Kevin really let him stand there, kept that up until the guy got in the ring, and then he let go and walked towards the guy, and the guy double-legged him. And Kevin went to his ass. And I'm watching through the curtain, I'm thinking, fuck, hey, guys, so, you know, we can't let our guys get beat up.
Sure,
You got
sure.
a football. And Kevin, the guys, you know, he double-legged, so he's down here, Kevin, the guy rolled over, he split him. You could see it, the scalp opened up. He split him, and the guy laid there, and they took him to the hospital. And that was their bad guy for the football team, the Kansas Jayhawks linebacker. And all he did was went and got stitched up and came back. We were like, Kevin's going to get sued, but he couldn't because that guy came into the ring
he
and
came into
tackled
your
him.
work environment.
And tackled him. He came back, and he wanted to make peace. He said, Kevin, please sign this. Autographed a picture of Kevin.
Really?
Yeah, he asked for an autographed picture.
Nice
Everything's
enough.
cool.
Nice enough, I guess. Well, you know what? We've been getting the time cues galore, but we're having so much fun talking about the old days.
Did we get anyone? We were supposed to go faster this time.
Well, I'm trying to get through the back of the first page.
Do a fast one. Let's do it quick.
All right, this one is now, you want to talk about that. We talked about that house show loop that came through Boston. Just a few days as you guys started on the house shows. You had Randy, DiBiase, Rude, Jake. One man that made a very, very short return at the time period you came in. He was groomed for a world title, not a run with the championship, but to feud with Randy on house shows. And it didn't last, it almost lasted just a little bit longer than your 1987 run after being
Wait, that only takes a...
After this,
Okay, real quick. I know I'm bad at
All right,
this.
go ahead,
We
go
had the record. We were in there one day and gone, right?
Yeah.
So the Midnight Rockers, and then Rockers, we held the record shortest time ever. I don't know if that's something you want to. Yeah.
All right.
Probably anywhere, but Chavo Guerrero, rest in peace, my brother, came in. His first day, we had a piss test, and he failed it. he broke our record. He made 10 minutes.
Well, and then there's that. But in 1987, this man was found in a kayfabe-breaking drug arrest in New Jersey. He was ousted from WWF supposedly for life, but it only lasted about a year and a half.
Duggan?
No, close. He was brought back for a chance to have a run with Randy on the house shows. He was, who the heck was he working? Was it Scott Casey?
Oh,
No,
cowboy.
Boss Man was with Scott Casey. Well, Sheiky Baby was on these loops.
Wait, let me time out
All right,
here real
what
quick.
do we got?
But stay right. You
All right,
remember?
all right.
You remember Scott Casey? Remember Big Ron Bass?
Oh yeah.
Well, Scott Casey was a good friend of ours. Me and him and Sean were riding together, and he said we got to the show, TV taping, And he was all excited, and we're like, why are you so happy? He goes, I got to talk to Vince. Vince wants to talk to me. I think he's going, because Scott was a great worker. Scott Casey, great worker.
He just wouldn't fit in that environment.
Yeah, I mean, and he was always opening match. Him and Brad Rangers, we used to joke on him, say their ring music was a national anthem. But
I like that. That's a good one.
Yeah, he was on first or second, so he thought he was getting his break, right?
Yeah.
Cowboy Scott Casey, he did the cowboy hat and boots. And then it was his whole gimmick forever, you know, and down in Texas where he was huge. Him and Andy Mansfield, man, they tore it up. But remember him?
Cool.
Eddie Mansfield, Continental Lover.
He was before my time, but I know all about
He's the one that was on that thing showing how wrestling was done.
That's where I know him from.
And John Stossel got that. Dave Schultz. But so, damn, I forgot what I was talking about. What was we saying? It was, Scott Casey.
Scott Casey.
Scott's going to go to Vince. He's got a meeting. Vince wanted to see him. So, you know, he's excited. Like, we're thinking, okay, fine, you know, good for him. He's going to move up the ladder. That night when we left, he wasn't saying shit. And we always cut up, go grab a 6-pack each, you know, 12-pack or whatever. And you talk on the road. That's how you learn the business. That's
what's missing now.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say for the guys down. You got to remember, when you do a match every night of the week, especially when you was in the territory, that was the best because
you had to change it every week.
And you ride that night with somebody, and you get to discuss your match while it's fresh in your head, and you make all the adjustments. You learn. But so anyway, Scott wasn't saying a word, and I mean, he was just stone faced. He was driving. And it was, Scott, you all right? Not really. I was like, oh, okay. All right, just you want to talk about it? Not really. so we're like, okay. And it's like uncomfortable silence. Like Sean's sitting back there. He don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. So, you know, I don't know what the hell I said. I think I said something about, hey, did you see that one girl ringside that Rick Rude was supposed to kiss, but she'd already sucked somebody's dick, and they didn't want him kissing the girl that already sucked somebody's dick? Oh, sorry about the language. Y'all didn't, rewind that in your head. Y'all didn't hear that. But so Scott found out, you know, I was like, did you see that one girl? You know about the girl? I think she blew my partner, whoever my tag. Damn, I already told that one.
At the time.
Yeah.
Whoever that may have been in 1988.
I already just said he was in the back. Yeah. But I don't know that. I don't know who it was. We just know that she was, you know, because they would always grab somebody to pick out for Rick to, you know, they were already, you know, a plant in there.
Yeah.
Then, you know, they'd gotten her, but somebody got her in the back and got to a room. and it got around about her blowing somebody. And now Rick's got a, you know, she's coming in the ring. Remember how he did that kiss on him?
Yeah.
So they were like, switched it up real quick because they got around about her blowing somebody. They didn't, Rick would have kicked the shit out of somebody if he would end up kissing her. But so I brought that up to Scott. And, you know, you saw the girl that blew, you know, about what happened.
Yeah.
The girl blew. So I'm saying it to him, and then he goes, fucking Vince calls me in there. I'm like, okay, here we go.
Now you're getting to the goods.
Yeah.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marty.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay. You can add this to your collection.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this WWE NXT TakeOver War Games 2020 11x14 limited edition autograph poster signed by everyone on the event, number 23 of only 100 made. Includes signatures from the Undisputed Era, Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Tommaso Ciampa, Timothy Thatcher, Io Shirai, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, Dexter, Loomis, and more. Comes with authentication hologram on the back of the poster. Also comes with mystery autographed 8x10 and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m., After our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. If you think Marty can't top that one, fans, you ain't seen nothing yet, believe me. This marathon has a long way to go. Join us for new episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty every Thursday at 10 p.m. If you're just tuning in to our Friday WrestleMania Week Marathon, we're preempting our regular production schedule this week with a variety of superstars and legends coming to our Wrestle House in Tampa for Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, and cyber autograph signings. The schedule will be scrolling throughout the marathon this week. You can follow us on social media at facebook.com/Boston Wrestling Sports and on Twitter at MWF Project X for any additions to Wrestle House, any schedule changes, and so forth. Don't forget that former WWE Hardcore European and Tag Team Champion Al Snow will be joining us tonight live. Again, pre-order your autograph photos at bostonwrestling.com. Up next might be the episode, that takes the cake. There have been many interviews about the infamous WWE plane ride from hell in 2002 from the UK, but not much has been said about this insane voyage. The majority of the WWF roster took place on a red-eye flight in 1990 that saw college students get GHB'd by HBK, the Ultimate Warrior cutting tops of some young ladies off, and more in this unforgettable episode of Wrestling Insiders Put the Women and Children to Bed. It's time to party with Marty.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world. I'm Dan Marotti, along with
MJ in the house, otherwise known as that rocker Marty Jannetty. Can I take this off?
I look a little bit like Bruce Valanche right now.
I feel like a Skittles kid.
All right, wrestling fans will be back with a brand new episode. Stand by. Wrestling fans, welcome to another episode of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. I'm so happy to be joined by my new partner in crime, along with Tony Atlas on Tuesdays. Thursday night, I'm not 100% sure if you are Marty Jannetty at this point.
I'm not either. Like Skittles kid here. But see, what had happened was, first of all, this is not vodka, I don't think. And
no.
Don't forget John Cena's father.
The Fab-All Pop.
Yeah, these are good. Yeah, we like, can I tell?
Yeah.
We do like several tapings at a time, so this might not be live. Is that okay?
This one is not live. That's absolutely correct.
And so last week I had this pretty much same outfit on. So it's not that I don't have, let me take this thing off. Shit.
It's not Bruce Valanche. It's Marty Jannetty, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, did I tell you about on the plane? Johnny Trendy was sitting next to me. I sat down, mask on and all. And he's looking at me. I'd not met him before. And he kept staring, and I'm like, man. Delta Airlines, they separate you. American, everybody's right there together. And
what do they do on Delta?
They got seats in between. You get a middle seat, or you get the two end seats with the middle open, each aisle, all the way up.
Really? That's how they do it? Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it was how they did it last time I came up here on Delta. Were we doing commercials?
Well, I own Delta stock, so put them over if you want.
Yeah, Delta's the best. They're all pretty it's all the same airplanes. But American, everybody's crammed in there together, and I got we're A and B, like the two seats on the one side, sitting next to the dude, and he just keeps staring at me. I can see it, and I glance a little bit and start leaning over some. I feel like I was going back to the bowling alley. He keeps staring.
Oh, well, we hope we don't have any more confessions.
No. He kept staring, and finally I was like, well, damn, how long is this going to last? and I just kind of like looked at him like, what's up? And he goes, Anybody ever tell you look like Marty Jannetty with that mask on? With the mask, he goes, when you got that mask on. And I said, yeah, I've heard that a couple times. Who is that guy? And he said, oh, he's a famous pro wrestler. I said, damn, I wish I had his money. And then I thought and said, no, I don't. But he goes, and he kept staring, and I thought, how you doing? And, you know, I introduced myself. And he goes, you are Marty Jannetty? I said, yeah, man. No way. He says, take the mask off real quick. So I showed him. He's like having a fit. And then we got to talking wrestling. He's from up this way. He's from Providence, Rhode Island. And Johnny Trendy. He's a good-looking kid. You know, looks like he'd be one of them. You know, he said he was high flying. That was his style and all. But yeah, it was good meeting him. What was the point? What was we started out with?
Sometimes, Marty, you know, the GPS couldn't follow your directions sometimes. You know what I mean?
You get broke. You know, that thing's dumped me in dead ends a couple times.
Really?
Yeah. It was just explaining the outfit, the Skittles and shit colors. That last week was really earlier today. So it's not like this is only. I was going to say, look, man, I'm going to start repping my damn city, Atlanta, and the Braves, and the Falcons. You know, I'm going to support them. I'm going to wear this every time. So that's why I'm wearing the same thing. Don't know why he wears the same thing every time.
Linda Moratti isn't good with the laundry. It's been a long time since she helped me out with that. I tell you, during the episodes, Marty, maybe let the fans in a little behind the scenes. This woman was driving me crazy to give.
That was a short trip.
To give the little one his birthday gifts, and he wanted to come in and meet you and get a picture. He was out in the car, but you wouldn't let him come in, so I had to give him the gifts at the car. And then as we're talking on the last episode, she's texting me, mad because the Kobe Bryant jersey didn't fit him. Well, you know what? I didn't see it on his body, so how am I supposed to know?
You're supposed to know.
Oh, I
it's
tell
as
you.
simple as that.
I know the kid watches the shows. We'll give him a shout out to our junior ambassador, Devon Brent. We wish you were here, buddy. 15 years old now. I can't believe it. He was about this big when I first met him, like a little sack of potatoes.
Or a little action figure.
Yeah. Well, he had The Rock as action figure when it was out. And,
yeah.
Well,
God
different
bless
story
him.
for a different time. You don't want to get down on one of these shows where we have so much fun.
Yeah.
But she's a pain in the ass.
And I'm eventually going to have to take this off.
Yeah.
I just wanted it to look like I wasn't wearing, I only got one set of clothes.
Now, as you mentioned in that story, a thought came to mind as I complain about Linda. With you.
Linda McMahon?
Linda Moratti. Linda Moratti, please. Linda McMahon. I'm not. No, you know what? I'm not going to. No, I'm not going to say that.
You was going to go somewhere you shouldn't anyway.
Probably. I'm not going to do that. But as someone that has traveled as much as you, nowadays you're not on the road every day. But do you enjoy?
How do you know that?
Well, I don't. That's right. Do you enjoy interactions with people when you're on a plane? Would you rather be left alone?
It was like with him, it was great because we talked wrestling a whole while, and you know, with some of the girls, it's nice because I might end up meeting them later. If we're going to the same city.
And the flight attendants.
Yeah, they playing hardball lately.
Really? Now, why are the flight attendants
That's
playing hardball?
That's probably because I'm 90 years old now.
Come on now.
But yeah, but I love interacting. You know, when it's just a fan, average fan. I don't mean just a fan. Man, I got to take those off. Probably the hat, but the hair is a mess. I mentioned last week, see, it's receding. So
you got the McMichael going on.
Yeah, I got to, or just put the hat on. It's a different
Put the hat
week.
on, yeah.
Do you know how to cut hair?
I know a lot of my good friends over at Noel Salon, 347 Pleasant Street, downtown Malden, Massachusetts. You should see the stylist I have there. I have Pure as the new fallen snow. She's tremendous. We have Hollywood Barani. We have Cupcakes Hausman. Don't put Cupcakes in the corner.
All names.
And even Iron Man Pollock. She's tremendous as well. Along with the La Jefa herself that runs the show. I miss my salon.
I bet you do. I miss it too.
It was like it was like when you get Future Endeavored by Vince.
Right.
They didn't put it on the website though. But anyway. So we were talking about fan interactions. Have you ever had a bad fan interaction on a plane?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Well, let's hear a couple. That's kind of an interesting story outside of the realm of wrestling.
Well, there was this time, I feel like I can tell this, and not get in trouble again. This was back in 19, that already makes it old, 19, let's go with 89, somewhere in there. And it was at the end of one of those 30, 40-day tours, and we finished up on the West Coast. It was out in San Francisco, I guess, and they have red eyes, you fly through the night, and we go through Dallas, and then wherever everybody split up, wherever you're going home. It's the end of a 30 or 40-day tour. Everybody's dead ass tired. The red eye, we figured, well, good, we'll sleep through the flight. You know, kill two birds with one stone. Getting home and you get some sleep. But it was mostly the boys, probably 15 other people. And the rest was like, it was about 30 of us, the boys. All the boys on the flight. And these last 3 people that came on, actually it was 1, 2, 4 people, 3 guys and a girl. They come on, they were obviously been partying, they were raising hell, like, and you know, we're like, ah, shit. Me and Sean in particular, like, ah, shit, we got to keep partying now. and I was like looking at him. We were just like, just go to sleep. Let's go to sleep.
No, were these wrestling fans or just regular people?
At this point, all we knew was these loud ass. You could tell, you know, college kids.
Yeah.
And you know, raising hell. And then at that point, me and Sean, at least I was pretty sure I knew what he was thinking too. We were like, shit, you know, we're gonna party with him, you know. So it was like, fuck. But then they started being rude a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they recognized the wrestlers. They recognized Sergeant Slaughter was on there, and they were like, look, we're on the flight with G.I. Joe, G.I. Joe. That's that wrestler, G.I. Joe. And he didn't like that shit. I mean, he's just. You can see his jaw going out even further than it does already.
Like the puppet, yeah.
Yeah, like Jay Leno. And sorry, Jay. And yeah, he was getting pissed off. Then they saw the bushwhackers, like, oh, it's those guys, whoa, whoa, and you know, making fun of all that. And then is that a 10?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll hurry. And then,
No, don't hurry. I just, for my brain, I like to kind of know where we are time-wise.
Am I talking a lot?
I love it when you talk a lot.
Okay. They started messing with the bushwhackers. And then they, you know, now they're on everybody's bass. Everybody on the plane, too, they were loud as hell. You know, there was a bunch of senior citizens, including, I would be one of them now. But
no, you're not there yet.
Yeah, boy. With the way things are going. Yeah, they were just rude. And I mean, of course, they were just partying. But it was rude. They were drunk as hell and not realizing that they were being obnoxious. And how's this hat working? Shadows? I got to keep it up so unless I just
That's
don't
what
want
we need to do to glance.
Oh, man. You leave him alone.
Well, the fans of the Tony Atlas version of our show, they get a big kick out of glance up on Tony's porch.
Do they?
You never know what to expect with glance, literally, as we found out today. But
What's that other word you call him?
a nice guy.
Okay. That's not a word, that's a phrase.
That's a phrase, well.
But
nice.
anyway, so the kids, they're raising hell. And they sit on the plane, and now they've turned it from me and Sean wanting to party with them to...
They're turning heel.
Yeah. and so we sit in our planes, our seats, whatever, and after takeoff, you know, they're wanting to order more drinks, which they did, and you know, they were obviously came on drunk. That was real obvious. And but they got served anyway, which you're, at least with me, if I just stutter a word wrong, now you can't have nothing else to drink on the planes. You know? So I was a little amazed at that. But this was back in GHB days. And what GHB is, it's a powder, or you can get it in liquid, or you could back then in liquid form. But what it is, you mix it up with water, and it's It's probably Heenan used to call his favorite cocktail. But
I can hear those words coming out of his mouth.
Yeah, cocktail time. All the boys were taking it because it was actually legal. It was sold at GNC's. They found out that it was originally used to help induce sleep, and you take a big scoop of it, you will go to sleep. But as they were testing it, they found out it helped burn calories too. What it does, it raises the body temperature like about a half a degree or 1 degree, sort of like what Stackers does. So it became a health product. You know, GNC's, gyms, you know, you could buy it everywhere. Gold's Gyms would have it right there. But it was to all the athletes. We all were very aware of what GHB is, what it does, what it does is when you take a little scoop of it, that's all you really want. You feel like you just drank a 12-pack. I mean, you get like buzzy. Really? Yeah, and all it is mix it with the water, and it lasts about a half hour. Well, for some people, it lasts about an hour and a half, and then you're back. You're completely normal. It's not like you actually did get drunk, and now you're gonna be fucked up for the rest of the night. But like I say, outside the athletic world, not many people knew what the hell GHB is. What is it called? Gamma hydroxybutyrate. Oh, anyway, sorry, I drifted. These kids are like, so Sean and I are like, you got the GHB? And we did it correctly. We didn't, do it in any kind of way where y'all need to call the police to me again.
Maybe me too. I don't know.
Yeah. So we, after the plane's taken off, we walk right up where they're at. The guys, the girl, one guy, and I think two other guys over here. They're all together though. But we walk right where they're at, and stop in the aisle, and we're playing the role now. Like, Sean, you ready, buddy? You ready to party? And he'll, yeah, let's do it. And they're looking, and we take a cup of water and put a little scoop. It's white powdery. I don't think it really fizzled, but it's just white powder, and you stick it and stir it up, and drink it. And boom, he did one. I mean, we actually did it. And I did one, and then they're like, hey, what is that? And we're like, oh, this is some party stuff. Y'all don't want to mess with this. This is strong. This is good stuff. And they're like, oh man, we're from the fraternity. We do anything. And we're like, nah, y'all don't want to mess with this. and the more we said no, the more they're like, yeah, we do. And so we were generous enough to let them have some of ours. And I don't want to say Sean, but somebody, one scoop is all you need, no matter how much you can drink or smoke or snort or whatever. One scoop of this is all you need. And Sean takes and dumps a couple scoops in. Got to be careful because people would have OD'd on it. That's why they finally took it off the market. All the little scrawny ass damn hippie ass kids down in Tampa were ODing on it. And so they just snatched it off the market. So passed out the drinks, everybody had a drink, and wham, wham, wham. It takes about 7 to 10 minutes. And
you actually have a time.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, because I'll be doing like this. All right, it's only 5 minutes, a couple more minutes. But yeah, so the guys after about 5 minutes, and the way you feel it coming on, I mean, when you're drinking, you don't feel it coming on. When you smoke weed, you don't really feel it coming on. When you're snorting, you kind of do. I don't know why I would know this stuff. But but then with this, you feel it. You start getting a little, the eyes start like, hey, what's going on? And then you're full like, God damn, life is great. But 5 minutes in, the one dude sitting there goes, man, this ain't shit. And Sean's like, let me give him some more. I said, no. and I was like, it takes a couple more minutes. Just if you need some more in about 2 more minutes, 3 more minutes, we'll give you some more.
We'll help you out.
Yeah. And so he, a couple of minutes go by, and he goes, uh-oh, I feel something. And then he looked at the girl, this beautiful girl, long blonde hair, She had a spaghetti strap top with big boobs. Beautiful girl. And he looked over at her and he goes, "Are you feeling this?" And she goes, "I'm feeling something." And then the other two guys over, like I said, they'll put you to sleep if it's too much for you. The one guy's already passing out, and the other guy had to run to the bathroom because it'll make you shit. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, I didn't mean to say that crudely. It'll make you poo-poo.
Yeah.
And
there's no language barrier on this show.
Yeah, but I don't want to do that to people.
All right.
So they, so now everything's in place. The word got out amongst the boys up and down the plane. The rockers, damn, I'm in trouble again. The rockers gave them some GHB. The college kids some GHB. So now they're knowing what it. Let's see how they respond.
They want to see the finish, quote unquote.
Yeah, so they're coming back out of first class. We were in the back. I was back there with Brooklyn Brawler and shit. No, I'm just playing. But I think Earl Hebner, one of the Hebner, it was Earl, because he always cut up more than Dave did. They were twins, the referees. Great guys, man, I love them. Earl comes back and he's laughing from like 3 rows up, and he's looking over at the girl, and so I'm looking, and she's now leaned up against the window, the wall, and the throw up's coming out, and it'll make you throw up too if it's too much for you.
There's a big scoop.
Yeah.
We're not talking about Raisin Bran either. We're talking GHB.
I was running down the wall too, and he was like, "Ew." And old Hebner saw that, and he ran back. I mean, she was like asleep doing it, throwing up and down the wall. So he runs back up front to get something. The one tall dude that was the first one that felt a little something, he's gone back to, I don't know where he disappeared to, but so now Hebner comes up. He's got a pair of scissors. And the girl, like I said, she had she had a spaghetti top. I shouldn't be telling this. This might be another damn federal offense. It's just a story. So clip, and her big old booth popped right out. Now we're flying down the plane, flying in the plane, and here she is, passed out, looking, trying to look down. Oh, Warrior come back. Ultimate Warrior comes back there. God rest his soul. He comes back, he goes, "What are y'all doing?" And he's behind her, and he reaches up, twisting the shit out of her nipples. I mean, like,
the Warrior grabbed the nipple.
Yeah, both of them, and twist them like he was dialing in for Tokyo.
Now, did he grab him like when he used to shake the ropes? Or no?
Yeah, that would have been good. But yeah, and she's like, and then she goes like this, and it was 2 mounds of throw up. You couldn't even see her flesh. All over here, all over there, and then we heard Warriors now gone to the back of the plane where the guy that went to the bathroom has passed out on the toilet and left the door open, and you just see feet. All you see is some feet sticking out the door.
Like the house in the Wizard of Oz.
Warriors back there, and you could hear this faint zzz. Like, what the fuck? And you can see just his arm, like, doing like this.
Whose arm is this you're talking about?
Warriors.
Okay.
Where he's back there, and now here. While the girl was getting all pinched up, no, G.I. Joe, who was pissed about that, he sees him and he bows up like when the stewardess are coming, like blocking the view. Everybody was contributing their part, and then Warrior's back there doing something. We're like, what the hell is he doing back there? What's that sound? And then the stewardess sees him, and she's going back there like, oh, shit. She's going in trouble.
So this is the first time a flight attendant noticed anything was going on.
Yeah.
Is this GHB festival on the Red Eye continued?
Yeah. And she goes back there, and she sees the feet sticking out, and the guy was like this. And he threw up. And he threw up in his underwear and his pants right there. But he's like this, passed out. And Warrior's like this, rubbing or doing something. And then when she gets back there, what's going on? He puts his hands on back to the neck and says, "I'm a doctor, I'll take care of it."
Well, he was a chiropractor, right? So there you go. He could get away with that statement.
And he did it so smooth, like rubbing him back, "I'll take care of it." And she said, "Okay," and the big ass Warriors, "I'll take care of it." She turned and walked away. So then he goes up the aisle giggling. And then we were like, the fuck did he do? We go back there, and the guy looked like he had a reverse Road Warrior haircut. He had zipped.
Who cut the hair?
The Warrior. That's what he was doing. That's
Warrior
what
had
he had.
buzzer,
The buzzer
okay.
kind. Yeah. He just zipped him up the middle and zipped him off to the side. And so the guy's now he's got throw up and hair all in his underwear and pants, and he's passed out on the thing. I'm sitting there. We're all dying laughing. Like what are we gonna do about this? We can't just leave him like this. And I told him to shut the door. That's what you do. And then we hear zzz, 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 like, where's Warrior at? He's over there by the girl.
Oh no, he didn't cut the girl's hair, did he?
She came in looking like very pretty, like a Tara Reid sort of looking. And then when Warrior was through, she looked like Sinead O'Connor.
Oh,
there was like a strange hair sticking over here.
And the flight attendants didn't
hair
notice
all over the
going
place.
On in the middle of this plane?
No, I'll get to that.
Okay, okay.
We got, what, 3 minutes, 2 minutes? Okay, and then, and again, then you hear zzz, zzz, you know, and Warrior's over there. Well, the one guy had passed out across 3 seats. He's laying all down, and
he's got the Road Warrior haircut now.
No, that's the one in the bathroom.
Oh, this is another. Okay.
This is another one of the dudes, and he's laying like this on the seats. That's the only hair he had. He looked like a reverse Boris Zukov. He had just hair shooting up here. All the rest of it was gone.
Oh God!
and then the one tall dude, the first one that wouldn't, you know, he goes up and, hey, whatever her name was, turns the light on. He goes, how do you feel? Oh my God! Oh my God, this ain't good.
This ain't good.
He's looking for his other guys like to tell them. He goes over to the Boris Zukov. He goes, Boris, or whatever his name was. He goes, hey, wake up. And he turns the light and he goes, oh my God. He's ashamed. And then he like looks for the other guy and he sees his feet sticking out. And he goes back there and he goes, oh my God. and he comes up to me. He goes, man, you got to help me. I don't know what's going on around here. I don't know. And I'm like, all right, well, calm down, calm down. He goes, you're my friend, you're my friend. He goes, what's your name? I said, Steve Lombardi.
Did you really?
Yes. I got him back for the rats. Yeah, so you know, he was telling the stewardess, and Stewart was a dude up there, Steve Lombardi, Steve, he can help us. He's on our side. He's helping us. He's not with the wrestlers, Corona. And so the steward dude, he takes me aside. He goes, Steve, I'm trying not to laugh. He goes, you were back here. You saw what happened. I said, no.
No, who's asking you this at this point?
The steward guy. Okay. And I was like, I didn't see nothing. He goes, look, man, all the wrestlers from up front, I know y'all all together, all the wrestlers, Warrior came back there. Macho Man's up there asleep the whole time. He didn't come back yet. And there's a reason I say that. But he was like, you know, telling me he knew the wrestlers had something to do with it. He goes, no, they said you're helping them. We need to know what happened. I said, here's the only thing I know. They came on the plane very drunk, and you guys served them alcohol. And then he kind of like,
it was a male stewardess?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he went and told the girls stewardess, but he was like, if you don't say nothing about that, we won't say nothing about the wrestlers. So it was a peace treaty. So Steve Lombardi got him out.
30,000 feet.
Yeah, Steve Lombardi got him out of that one. But then when we landed, and all the older people on the plane, they were going and asking them, and they were like, we didn't see nothing. But they did. They thought it was the greatest flight in the world. Yeah, because they were mad at the kids too. You know, we're raising hell and say, ain't nobody sleeping on this plane. We're partying. You know, they got mad about that. So they were hooping and hollering about it, all of it happening. But what was the funniest part was when we landed in Dallas. Now, Randy's hearing all the shit, you know, because everything had to be straightened out now. But you know, when everybody gets off the plane in Dallas, Randy's like, brother, I want to see what happened. I'm going to wait right here. So we stood outside the door and a few of the other guys. And then, you know, people walking by recognized a couple like Randy and Warrior. And so it gets to be a horseshoe around where the gate where they pull them and come out. Mm-hmm. Police went down in there. Damn, I keep spitting. They went down in there with wheelchairs. And then they bring them back out one at a time. Haircut's funny, and the crowds were like laughing when they'd bring them out, because they're like kind of waking up when they got these zip haircuts. And, oh, Randy's brother. He would laugh. He'd be elbow me, brother. And then the last one, they brought that girl out, and it was pitiful because they had to wrap her because she's hanging out up here. And I mean, pretty much Sinead O'Connor, except for a couple of strays that Warrior missed. And I think they all went to jail.
They went to jail?
Oh yeah, but that's like a federal thing.
What?
Well, destruction in the plane. There was hair and throw up and shit all over the place.
So they wound up going to jail?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Imagine that, you get shaved up and now you got to explain this to your fraternity.
You got drugged? You got a haircut?
No, it wasn't drugged. It wasn't
Another
drugged.
one had their top cut off, their breasts were molested, and they wound up going to jail.
I just saw, I mean, I don't make the news, I just report it.
What happened when the girl that had her top cut off? What happened? Did they cover her up with a
Yeah,
blanket?
they had like a
or?
little sheet thing, doing one of the warm-up things around it. That's why it was funny they had that around her. Nobody knew why but us, because her tops. and like I said, it looked like Sinead O'Connor.
And they all came out in wheelchairs?
Yeah.
Hey, what did they do with them?
We took off against our next, I had to get in my next flight. That was like the end of that story.
Well, geez, who would have thought a simple question about fan interactions on an airplane would lead to that story? Only here on Thursday night's Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty.
Remember this, GHB was a legal substance. I don't know what the hell you call it. It wasn't a drug. It wasn't classified.
It was
as a
over
drug.
the counter, like you said, at those supplement stores.
Yeah, and we told them. I mean, what more can you say? Y'all don't want none of this. And they insisted. So
they wanted to party with Marty?
The only thing was my partner maybe didn't know the right amount to give them.
It's a little too much.
Maybe. I mean,
Just a
then
smidge.
again, everybody's different.
Just a smidge.
And I was working security down in at Shepherd's, it's called, on the beach in Clearwater. And, it was a beach club, the tiki bar. And, man,
I love Clearwater Beach.
Oh, man, it's the best.
I love Clearwater Beach.
The best.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm working security, and they'd come running and get me. Like, you're familiar with this stuff. We got one over here throwing up no OD, and he's got it came in a little plastic white bottle that had GHB, and it stood for gamma hydroxybutyrate, which was written right on the bottle. And it was, everybody knew you could get it at GNC. But, people were taking too much of it. It's sort of like those kids, they waited 5 minutes, and see, normally, kids will say, I ain't working, taking another one, and so they were passing out, and hell, I had to get one guy out of drowning in the water, because I don't care if they know I'm talking about them or not now. The manager at Shepherd's told me, don't worry about it, as long as he's out in the water, it ain't our problem.
Wow.
Fuck, I ain't gonna let the guy.
That's a little stiff.
Yeah, you're gonna let the guy drown? He's passed out there. So I pulled him out of the water. Then he told me, don't pull him on our property. Go right over there, like it was the next hotel thing. And that was another reason I quit working security, shit like that.
This was after your big wrestling days.
It was like in between. It was year 2000.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so you were still very active.
Yeah.
Then. Okay, but you did that as a side gig.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, because it was a lot. It was a beach bar. There was a lot of benefits. I wasn't doing it for the money. Just put it that way.
If the sand could talk, right?
Yeah, them dunes.
All right, well, you know what? As usual, there's many twists and turns on this program. We've been talking a lot about Marty's early days in WWF, AWA, Kansas City. We started talking early, July '88, when you guys went out on the road on the House Shoe Loop. There were a lot of newcomers at that time. We talked about a few of them. One we didn't get to yet was a man I think is a class gentleman. I like him an awful lot. Terry Taylor, who came in as Terry Taylor and certainly morphed into something else.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, it was overnight, too.
Did you know Terry before WWF?
Yeah.
You did? Okay.
Yeah, we knew him. Me and Sean knew him from Tennessee. What the hell was that called? It was Jerry Jarrett's territories, I don't know. Tennessee, I can't remember what.
Was it CWA at that point?
It might have been. I don't know.
That changed names a lot of times.
Yeah.
USWA, CWA, yeah.
Lance Russell was the announcer. I just know that because I used to mess with him. But yeah, Terry, we met Terry there, and you know, when we started the rocker thing, and we'd been there a little bit before Terry came in, before Terry got the invite. And Terry he come up very catering. We'd been doing interviews and stuff all day, promos and that stuff. And Terry comes, me and Sean sitting there, and I think Davey Boy, British Bulldog, God bless him, rest his soul.
Good man.
Yes. And so Terry comes up to the table to sit with us because he knows us. He's real familiar. We've made road trips. Him and Sean knew each other even before that down in Texas wrestling.
Oh, really?
I think it was Texas All-Star. But yeah, so he come to sit with us, and Pat Patterson comes walking up, and you know, Terry's got the suit on and everything, and Pat say, "Teddy, we noticed in your interviews you're wearing the suit. We like the guys to spritz down like they just came back from the ring so they glisten." And you know, because he had just come up from WCW, I think. He's like, yeah, everybody does that. I want to be different. And me and Sean were like, oh, God, we're eating right down here now. and Pat just like, was like, okay. And he walked off, right? That next day at TV, Terry wouldn't talk to me and Sean. You know, we'd rode together, too, to that city. And we're like, what's going on, man? What's going on? You had a meeting with Vince. What's up? And he didn't want. I don't want to talk about it. And later that night, when it was they had this new character on the chalkboard where you have the matches, and you know, we're looking to see what matches we are, because you usually get 2 a night back then.
Rock is against Tom Stone and Conquistador #1, and what did you see?
Yeah. And then there's one that's Red Rooster, and we're like, oh, we got a new guy in the territory. The new guy in the area. And then right as that match comes up, we're looking to see who's this new guy. And here comes Terry Taylor out in the dressing room, pissed off. He's got that damn mohawk of red, like a rooster thing. And it was all because he's cocky. He was so cocky, he said, okay, well, you're a rooster now. That's the kind of shit they would do to you.
I don't remember who, but in this studio, someone had said that he was relentless in calling them for a job.
Who, Terry?
Yeah, over and over again. And
it worked.
Did they bring him in almost to embarrass him, or
no? He's a great worker.
I think he is too. But did they think there was actually potential to do something with this man as a Red Rooster?
Well, no, that was because the cockiness. You know, I'm gonna wear a suit. He's telling office people.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, he was beneficial in many ways. I mean, he could teach the guy. He was a very good worker, and he's very good working with the guys. You know, the least little things he used to tell. He told me one time, it's such a little thing that makes a big difference. He was, you know, like when you get a rear choke or something, you got your hands down and you're trying to keep them up. He said, always turn them upwards. It's like you're asking the fans to help too. You know, little things like that. He was real good.
Yeah, he's such a smart wrestling guy.
Yeah.
And had great interactions with him when he ran talent relations in TNA Impact. And now he's got a great gig with WWE, so
yeah,
all's well that ends well, I guess.
Yep. Oh, he's back with
great. I think he's a trainer and down in the Performance Center.
Oh, good, man. That's good. They got a good trainer then.
Yeah.
Speaking of meetings, did we already told the one about Ron Bass, right?
No.
With Scott Casey?
No.
We didn't?
No. We didn't talk about either gentleman yet.
Is this story time?
Story time, baby. Let's hear it. The Outlaw and the Cowboy from the mouth of Marty.
We were riding together. Scott Casey. I love Scott, man. Great guy. Super guy.
I met him at a Cauliflower Alley Club. He was a nice guy.
Yeah, he is.
First time I went, because he was explaining the difference in the humidity there out this way. Good guy.
With the humidity, huh? Yeah, I know the air's a lot lighter there, sort of like Denver. Yeah. Well, he's a good guy. We used to tease him and Brad Ring, as we said, their themes, their music to come out to the ring, because they were always first match. So we always said, your music's played, and then it'd be the national anthem.
Get out there.
Yeah. So Scott was a very good hand. I hate saying it that way because he's better than that.
Well, in
but
WWF, that's what he was.
Yeah, he was a very good hand. It's the way we were using him first and second matches with the newer guys, you know. And then Vince, when we were riding together, he was all excited that night. He's driving and he's just gleaming, and we're like, "What's going on? What kind of beer are you drinking?" And he said, "No, I got a meeting with Vince tomorrow," which Vince always would meet with the guys at TV tapings.
Right.
And oh man, and if you had a complaint, you got in that same line. That line outside Vince's door would be about 20, 30 people all the time. And so he had a meeting. He's excited because, you know, it's not going to be, you know, you get to meet with Vince. It's going to be something you're going to like. That night, after the show, we're riding. He wouldn't say a word, sort of like Terry was, where he wouldn't talk. And they said he finally wouldn't talk. I'm sitting up front, Sean's in the back, you know, and I said, if you feel like talking, I'm here. We got a 2-hour, 3-hour trip. You know, I'm right here. After a few beers, he goes, "God damn it, Jannetty." I'm like, "What'd I do?" Because I always get in trouble for something I didn't realize I did. Like recently. He says, you know, Vince called me in there. I said, yeah. And now I'm all excited, you know, want to hear what, but I also realized something didn't go right.
Yeah.
He said, he asked me if I knew, you know, because he was cowboy, right? He said, do you know how, wherever that thing is where you take the rope and where you spin it in a circle? You know, it's got the loop, you spin it, wherever that's called. He asked Scott Casey, he said, do you know how to do that? He got, you know, yes. And he goes, good, can you teach Ron Bass?
Well.
Yeah, that was his meeting.
Yeah.
And he did. He went and taught Ron Bass how to do it. But you got to imagine the letdown, right?
Oh my God, he was probably excited for weeks about that meeting.
You know how they, you know how they told Terry Taylor, like for preparing him for his release, called him in TV, and you know, Vince was like, "Terry, you're a very solid worker. Really like your work, but unfortunately, the business is going a direction that's not necessary anymore." So he got released. That's how he was told.
He didn't even. It was not even 2 years he was there. It was a short run.
Yeah, and then that's sad to think. We don't need good workers no more. I guess in that time frame, maybe it was all going to characters because we was doing the Big Boss Man, Nails, which that has a lot to do with my.
Oh, we'll get to Nails as time goes on. That one interests me. But do you think it was it a hard experience for him when he developed into the Red Rooster for the next couple of years? I know
he rolled with it. I mean, he didn't like it at all. But he like his interviews. He'd roll with it as much as just like Dusty Rhodes didn't want to have to do the plumber, you know, the common man, but he made it work. You know, that's the best sign of a good worker, is when they throw a shit character on you for a rib and you make it work.
But do you think the Rooster ever really worked? We're talking about it right now, so it's stuck in people's minds. It
just stayed solid, solid work. Like I hate saying that, a good hand, but you know, it's where it stayed. You know, with the Rooster. It didn't decline, it didn't ascend, but what? It
was just an undercard type.
Yeah, he got up to mid-card at one point, but he did. He was interviews. He was like, "Hey, folks, I'm really excited today." You know, he would come up with you know, he tried to roll with it. I mean, God bless him for that. You know, a lot of guys would say, "Fuck you." But you know, Tatanka, he had to do the Indian with the red hair down the middle.
Yeah, yeah.
And he was just, you know, hell with it. You know, he'd cover his head with a hat all the time or a bandana. Not bandana
he didn't
as
like
much
the red
as hat.
hair?
Well, no, when you go on the airplane.
Oh, yeah.
And you got business people looking up near you, walking there with a, but Terry didn't give a shit. I mean, I think his would wash out anyway, but when it wouldn't, he just, no hat, no nothing, just, I'm doing this.
He was the Rooster.
Yeah.
Well, that's too bad. I mean, as you just noted, there was a lot of potential for someone like him that was so solid to work with a variety of opponents, but at that time when he came in '88, it was, I don't want to say cartoonish, but there was more character oriented.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I mean, and that was kind of a cool thing, I think. I often wonder what would a character right now, with everybody's shooters,
Yeah.
what would it be like to throw a character in there now? I mean, would it just be farted on, or give it time and see if it was like, hey, that's kind of cool. This guy is making this work, whatever the hell it is.
Yeah. Well, as they say, what's old is new again. So, at
Yeah.
some point, maybe the business will transition back.
I could go as an escaped convict.
Oh, I'm not going to touch that one. Poor Bob. All right, July the 25th, 1988. It was a big day in your history, Marty. Your Madison Square Garden debut. You and Shawn Michaels.
July 28th?
July the 25th.
25th.
It was your MSG debut. You worked
This year?
No, 1988.
Oh.
32
Oh, yeah,
years
yeah,
ago.
when we
Close,
came back.
32 years ago. Worked the Rougeau brothers in an attempt to build them up.
Was
to
that the first one?
That was your first MSG appearance.
They were good, man. Gosh, I loved working with them. Jacques. Jacques used to get so mad because I'd say his name like that. That's not how you say my name. That's why I'm saying it that way. Jacques and Raymond were great to work with, man. And both super guys. Love them both, man. See, I'm drifting off to the Dynamite Kid and Jacques.
Well, we're going to get there, baby.
Story.
But right now we're talking MSG. What was your impression of working Madison Square Garden for the very first time? The mecca of pro wrestling.
The Rock, his dad, Rocky Johnson.
Yeah.
Him and I were good friends.
Oh, really?
Yes. And, I don't. No, I better not say that. I was going to say, I wasn't going to say that me and the Nasty Boys were all part of The Rock, Dwayne's first beer he ever had when he was 14. We all lived in Memphis.
You're both The Rock and Young.
Hey, man, but we were saying about the Rougeaus.
Mm-hmm.
Rocky, his dad, had, we made a lot of road trips together, and he got me into over to Hawaii a couple times. Because he was, very strong pull over there. So we bonded pretty good.
His mother-in-law was in charge at that point, probably, right?
What's that?
His mother-in-law was in charge of the territory.
I think she was, yes.
Yeah.
And one time Snooker's wife was running something. I think that was a different one. But anyway, he told me, when they announced about us being on the Gardens, and him and I used to work out together. My guy, Rocky would walk in any gym we went to, which every city you go to, you find a gym, And he'd walk into any one, and every time, you don't do the same, you do chest one day, chest, shoulders maybe, and back another day, arms, legs another day. Every day that we'd go in, he'd go right over to the bench press. And he'd put 4 plates, which is 405. Ain't even warmed up yet. He'd get it, set it back down. He goes, I just ain't feeling it today. He'd go next door and get a beer or a sandwich or something. But I mean, that was the routine every damn workout. I'd look at him like, I'm gonna need about an hour. Take your time. But he told me, now he was a conditioning freak. That's how look at Dwayne. But he told me when he found out the Garden, he goes, I need you. You're going to want to do some more cardio conditioning. And I'm like, I'm doing 30, 45 minutes a day now. He goes, they want to do an hour. And I'm like, what? Why? He goes, you're at the Garden. And I said, yeah, no. And he goes, well, here's the thing. I've seen the best conditioned athletes in the world get to the Garden, and you hear that 25,000 screaming people, and just the atmosphere of being in Madison Square Garden, the place where Ali fought a lot of fights, actually. Major events, sports events taking place there, and now you're about to perform. And he goes, you'll blow up, you get winded just from the excitement. So you're going to get nervous as hell, and then you're going to get excited as hell. The first time the crowd pops, you're going to get excited as hell. He goes, you'll be out of breath within a few minutes. You're going to want to. So I kept that in mind, nervous as hell. I'm like, well, damn, if I wasn't that nervous, now I am. For Rocky to tell me that, and then
where were you seeing Rocky?
I did, like he said, did that extra cardio and shit. But damn it, he was right. The nerves. And once it's like anything else, like in sports, especially football. that initial contact and all the butterflies are gone. It was sort of that way going out to the ring. The first lock up and bump, and the crowd either booing or yaying, and now you're ready to go. You know, butterflies are gone. I always often tell my kids though, when I'm doing seminars or running to school, never be afraid to be nervous. That's life's way of protecting you, making your reactions and making your awareness more acute, more sharp. When you should worry is when you're not nervous. You know, that's when you go out there and blow a knee, or you're just being rambunctious and tear something up. But don't ever fear being a little bit nervous. That's nature gave you that to protect you, and it helps.
You know,
Now don't be over nervous to where you get, damn, I can't get one leg in front of the other. But yeah, it's all right to be nervous.
I think once life
I still get nervous 30-something years later.
I think
I'm nervous now.
You're nervous, so am I. So that makes two of us. We want to make some great content for the fans. But once life gets back to normal a little bit and we start having our live wrestling events and your ankle is fixed, I think there's such
I just heard it again,
great,
stomping it.
Stomping it, yeah.
Damn it.
Great potential for you is almost like a player-coach type role, where you can,
Yeah.
you know, still get in there and you can talk with these young athletes
I
that
love
aspire to get to where you were, as we continue to talk in our Party with Marty Wrestling Insiders series. I really think you have a great value in that. I think you have so many interesting experiences that the younger independent talent can really learn from you.
Well, when I was running the school down in Tallahassee, I actually ran one out in Houston first, called it Body Slam University. And then when we went to Rod's place, Rod the Body was one of my buddies there, that he owned a school, wanted me to come down and train. It was the second round with all these new kids and stuff. And I found, you know, and at that time, this was 15 years ago, I still could bounce around pretty good. You know, the ankles, if I get these fixed, I can still go. But yeah, the kids, I noticed that when I would teach them some things, I was, you know, I get thrills in the ring, making 15,000, 20,000 people scream and holler and cheer. I get that, you know, the thrill. I work my ass off to get that. You know, because it's a thrill, it's a high. I don't have to drink vodka. This ain't vodka though. I don't have to drink vodka. I don't have to snort a line of something or smoke anything or take any pills. It's just a natural ass high. It's one time. Now I know I'm drifting. When it was called the Philadelphia Spectrum. If I ever repeat stories, just let me know, because I got CTE bad.
Okay.
And it makes a lot of bad things come out of my brain. You know what CTE is, right?
Yeah.
Too many concussions over the years. But Spectrum, Philadelphia Spectrum, and the Rockers, you know, we'd gotten over pretty good. I'd say at that time it held 16, 17,000 people.
It was a big venue.
Yeah, and we went out there and we did the first spot we did, might have been with the Rougeos too. We cleared the ring, like bang, 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 boom, and then they scoot, and then you fire up. The crowd, the pop from that 17,000 people was electric. I mean, Sean and I were looking at each other like, you feel that? Because you could, you know, you take a 9-volt battery and stick it on your tongue, that vibration thing.
I've never done that.
You're missing out. You got to try. It's free too. I mean, well, you got to buy a battery.
Now, what happens when you lick a 9-volt battery?
Ask Eating Annie.
Well, she doesn't need batteries where that tongue has been.
But yeah, it feels like you get that tingle through your entire body that you get on your tongue. You know you've ate a battery before.
I've never done it.
Yeah, it's a tingle, and me and Sean are looking at each other like, because that was the first time that we'd gotten that kind of reaction. I mean, they roar in Philadelphia. They roar, and I mean we're looking at each other like, this is pretty cool. And from that moment on, I always worked for that feeling, because it gives you energy. It pulled me and Sean through a match in Denver one time against each other. We'll get to that later on, I guess. But then at the end of the match was a finish where Hogan had to come run out and make a save. I think it was Rouge. Who was with Rouge? Oh, Jimmy Hart.
Jimmy Hart, yep.
Jimmy Hart was out there hitting people with the megaphone thing. Here comes Hulk Hogan to the ring to make the save. That little vibration thing we felt when Hulk come out there, oh my God, I don't know how the roof stayed on. And we're looking at each other now, and our hair is actually, it's vibrating so much. There's so much energy. Our hair is like when you get chill bumps, you know, how the hair stands. It's like, holy shit, we got a ways to go yet. We thought that was cool, what we just did. Hogan come out here and, man, talk about the place coming unglued. Just the electricity you feel. That's why, you know, in sports it's true, there is home field advantage, because you feel that energy. Because it's all focused in the arena, it's all around you, and all the energy's focused inward. You're going to get it, you're going to feel it, and it's going to help you get through. Like I said, it helped me and Sean finish. We had a 20-minute match, it was 15 in, and we jump-started at the beginning, never slowed down. People, McNichols Arena probably held 14,000 maybe.
Yeah, that was the home of the Nuggets, yeah. That's a big arena too.
Yeah, and they were all on their feet from the beginning because we jump-start, but we never slowed down. 15 minutes later, we'd always heard about the thin air, you know, in Denver.
Yeah.
In Mile High City.
Mile High City, yep.
And but we'd always just laughed it off. I don't feel nothing, except for that day. That day we were like looking at each other from across the ring. And we were always in pretty good condition because we had to be that way. We were the little guys in the territory or the company. And, you know, we had to be in better shape because we had to zing, 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 zing the whole time. And, but we're looking across at each other. We're both, I was glad to see him puffing and he was glad to see me puffing. But we was like, we still got about 5 minutes worth of stuff to go. You know, we're not done yet. And it was like, I think the crowd caught on. They saw that. Because there's moments you just can't describe, and that's something I try to tell my kids too. When you're locked in a moment, things happen that you don't even know how they happened, where they came from. Sort of like that story we told. They're a bad story that I'm now a murderer. But anyway.
Not at all, in my opinion.
But so yeah, and the crowd caught it too. I mean, because it's something it's hard to really teach at a school. So everything becomes one. There is no the wrestlers or the fans. There is no Marty, no Sean, and the referee. It's all one. It's all one unit, glued together. I think they picked up on me and Sean staring across at each other. Did I get a call yet?
I'm trying to kayfabe that. We're getting some interesting intel. I woke up a little late. Is that the guy you called the Zoo Boy? It's my buddy Glantz. I don't know. I don't know, Marty. Marty, I tell you, it's like one of those cartoons. The steam is going to be coming out of my...
take it easy on him, man.
He's a good man. He's a very creative man. He's a smart guy. He's done a lot of creative things down here at the studio. I just can't explain the past few days, but no hate. He's a good...
He might be afraid of me.
No, he loved you.
Yeah, but he thought he might think I'm a murderer.
Well, you know, he is kind of a small guy.
I'll tell you what. I think I already told you. I don't know if I told you or not.
Let's hear it.
One of the things I got, you know, like the memes and different little things that you get. There was one that somebody sent me, and it shows me like when I ran in the ring to get Sean that time. Was come out of the crowd or something. Mm-hmm. Oh, in the mirror.
The mirror with Sherry. Yep,
came in and I'm sitting there and God damn, that hurts. Shit, sorry. Yeah, I'm sitting there and draw back to punch him, and he's like this. And then the thing overhead says, when your drug dealer tries to get fresh with you behind the bowling alley.
Well, we got some creative people online, I guess. All right, wrestling fans, I got the cue from the back, unfortunately.
But the fans got us through that in Denver, just to throw that up. They felt that we needed the help, and they
pumped you up?
Gave a roar, and they got us through the last 5 minutes.
When you have a crowd that big, they can give you the energy.
Yeah, they can.
All right, wrestling fans, we continue our journey with Marty Jannetty here every Thursday night. Wrestling Inside His Party with Marty. Don't forget, we have so many...
We're done.
For this episode, we're wrapping up, brother.
What are we going to do now?
We're going to talk more next week. You lost my train of thought. So many great ways you can interact with us. We've got the great WWE T-shirt bundles going on for the same price as you can get the shirt on WWEshop.com. We'll give you the shirt. We'll give you a shout-out from Mr. USA Tony Atlas on his program Tuesday nights at 9. You get one of these great wrestling cups, and you get a Legends autograph photo, all for the regular price you'd pay from WWE. And the best part is you help keep wrestling legends like Marty, Tony, Brutus Beefcake, all these greats working and during very tough times. Again, it's been 6 months since these guys have had regular work and counting. There's no end in sight.
And now I can afford to buy glasses like this.
Now we can afford to buy glasses thanks to you, Guy. If you're watching the premiere on Thursdays at 9, that gray super chat button is open. You can help us any way you like with that, like our good friend Slick Rick, like Maria, like Stoney, and so many other great fans that keep us going. Stoney.
Sonny got in trouble again.
She's always in trouble. What else is new? It's like saying the sky is blue. Nice woman, but... Yeah, all right. Well, for my partner,
She whipped the shit out of Damien one night, though. I had to pull her off of her.
I heard about that. I didn't know you were involved, though.
She had him deep, what do you call it, rear naked choke.
Really? Was she naked?
She had clothes on.
She had clothes on, all right.
But I had to peel her arm off. Damien his eyes were starting to bug out. And I'm like, damn, Sonny, stop, you're going to kill him.
She was stiff.
But he never put his hands on her, he never even made a motion.
Well, he was smart. He was smart. All right, wrestling fans, we enjoyed having you with us this week. Give us some feedback in the comment section below. Give the video a big thumbs up and share it with your friends. And, of course, subscribe. It's free. Never miss an episode. We'll see you soon.
And hook me up on my, what is it called?
Be well.
Facebook.
Facebook. Check out Marty on Facebook. We're going to put the link below on that, too. See you next time.
I'll respond later because they got me blocked.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this limited edition WWE NXT Johnny Gargano personally autographed 11x14 comic book style poster, a great addition to the collection of any Johnny Wrestling or NXT fan direct from WWE. Also comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. As our Friday Wrestling Insiders Marathon continues with Marty Jannetty of the Rockers, don't forget the Super Chat button is open for business. The eBay store is rocking. You can find the link in the description box below. And we need more familia, some more members of the Boston Wrestling family to join us at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling for early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, exclusive Patreon content, and your knowledge. You can go to bed resting easy, knowing that you're helping keep wrestling legends working at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. There's many small ways you can help the cause. You can give this marathon a big thumbs up. You can subscribe to the YouTube channel for free. Click the little notification bell for updates on all the great content coming your way this week, and share the link to this marathon across social media to get new fans involved with our content. There are millions of fans that have no idea we exist. So many lapsed fans are out there that don't bother with WWE nowadays, but once they find these talk shows, I think they're going to love us. Let's start creating original studio shoot interviews 7 nights per week. That is my goal for 2021, but it's an expensive goal, believe me. Up next, we have some laughs, but it's also a very emotional episode as Marty remembers Owen Hart debuting in the WWF around the same time he did in 1988 as the Blue Blazer, along with his death.
Wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Forget about Monday Night Raw. Forget about the Wednesday Night Wars, forget about SmackDown. If you want to talk about great professional wrestling instead of that sports entertainment stuff, it's right here on Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty, brother.
I agree with you 100%.
Where did you get that T-shirt?
I'm selling these now. I got to make a couple more alterations to it, and I'll be glad to sell everybody who wants some.
Well, I know fans have inquired about both you and Tony making T-shirts we can distribute here on the show for them to show their support. Maybe we'll have to make the official Marty Jannetty Wrestling Insider's Orgasm Donor T-shirt.
You didn't have to say it out loud.
All right, well, people can read, Marty, at least most of them.
Let them read.
All right, let them read. All right. Marty, we've been having fun. We've been talking about all kinds of things as we try and go through your time in the World Wrestling Federation, trying to break it down. As usual, it takes many twists and turns, which make this program so much fun. We're going to go back, continuing to the summer of 1988, when you and Shawn Michaels debuted in the World Wrestling Federation a year after your one-day stint with the company. Another gentleman that debuted the summer of '88 to try and freshen up the roster was, he had a few different incarnations. At first, he was known as the Blue Angel.
Oh,
Owen Hart, yep.
Owen was a good one, man. Me and him were real close. Pretty much the whole Hart family, you know, good friends with. Everybody is. Everybody loves him. Owen and I, there were times that, how do I say this in a nice way? Shawn and I had to take a break because we roomed together. We rented cars, we rode together, we ate together, we partied together on wild nights. Well, I can't say that because he's married now. But there was wild nights. I mean, we did that together.
Well, he wasn't married then. That's what counts.
Yeah, but, you know, he's got family now. They don't need to hear that. But anyway, we were together 24/7. All the boys, all the tag teams, like the Rougeau brothers, the Davey and Dynamite, you know, the British Bulldogs. Who else was in there then? It was like 3 or 4 tag teams. And they all come up and said, oh, the Hart Foundation. They said, like, man, y'all ain't going to be able to keep that up here. Because, meaning the WWF at the time, they were doing 30 and 40-day tours straight through every day. And if you're around each other 24/7, you're going to get on each other's nerves a bit. And so, but we didn't bother us for a long time. First year or so, we went right through it. And then nothing bad happened. There wasn't any animosity. Nothing went wrong. We just said, hey, man, maybe we do need to take a break. And I think it was probably because I think Shawn might have, I was bringing too many women back to the room, and he wanted a break from that. And I think, you know.
There were too many women for Shawn
I know
Michaels
one time, man, I can't tell that story either. Damn, there's so many fun ones.
But what if you left names out of it? Could you tell it then?
No, because, not now. Not at this point. But, yeah, so Owen Hart and I always, got along great because he loved to play jokes too. And, Ribbers, not Rubbers, Ribbers, they always seemed to bond together. That's right, me and Steve Lombardi and Davey Boy. That's the first night I met him, is how we got along. We were writing, I think, Rick Martel or Tom Zink, somebody didn't show up. I remember there were the Can-Am connection or something. Actually, I know what happened, but I'm definitely not telling that story. But
oh, you're going to leave him hanging, Marty. Well, I can't wait to see the comment section after this one.
No, I'm not going to tell about, it turns out to almost be a gay thing, so I'm not going to get into that.
With Tom Zink?
Huh?
With Tom Zink?
What are you talking about now? You're always trying to hook me up on something.
No, I wasn't sure who you were talking about in that thought.
Greg Valentine, the Hammer Valentine, told me this story.
Annie's friend.
Now, if I can, I'll ask Eating Annie. Greg told me. Yeah. But see, now he'll get mad at me.
No, that's all right. He won't mind.
No, he won't mind. They were late one night. All the boys go to the boys' rooms to party because we're going to be up. And if there ain't no women around, we're still going to be partying. Yeah. And I think they went to get, now I wasn't there. So it's just something I was told. No, I'm not going to tell that.
Oh, you started, Marty. It's Party with Marty, brother.
Yeah, but that's beyond partying.
Well, after the story with you and
But
Johnny
so what had
Polo
happened was,
with the telephone, okay.
oh, we didn't tell that on
Oh,
camera?
you did, yeah.
On camera?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Damn, I got to stop breathing.
So anyway, what Greg Valentine said was...
So what Greg and what had happened was, they went to Tom and Rick's room.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, to get them to, you know, like, see if they were partying. If they weren't partying, the guys got what they call bait to get women. Those two could get the women. So I think they were going to get them for bait, you know, to attract the women.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I wasn't there. I was just told. And when they got to the room, the do not disturb little placard thing you put on the outside of the door, unless you want to be disturbed. When that door is shut, it's slung around, and it got between the latch, so the door was just pushed right open. And now I can't tell the rest.
Oh, Marty, come on. What was going on behind the slightly open door?
How do you like this hat, man? It's the Braves, Atlanta Braves.
Well, friend the prodigy, Matt Degnan, thinks it's going to be there, yeah.
Matt Daddy knows this shit, I'm telling you.
So what about the hammer?
Greg Valentine knows this shit.
Yeah.
By the way, this is week 3. I got the same pants on. But we're doing these like in one day.
Were there any orgasm donors in the room with the latch that was open?
It seemed like somebody was talking about, you know, there was nightclubs used to be named weird things, but it lets you know what kind of nightclub it was. One was called the Brown-Eyed Jacks, and there was another one called Slide 9.
Slide 9.
Yeah, in Columbus, Georgia, we had one called Deep Purple.
Deep Purple, really?
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's where Velveteen Dream hangs
Could
out.
be.
I'm sure he's been a deep 9, but...
But I think something like that was going. They were trying to make their own club in there that night.
With Tom Zink?
Huh? Why you got to throw a name in it?
But I misunderstood what Greg's story was.
I can't tell this.
It was Zink and Martell?
It was but they were the two in the room.
Yeah.
Coming to the room was Greg the Hammered One, and that's my name for him. Me and him are good friends.
So Greg was going to the Can-Am Connections room.
Him and Don Morocco. And it was one other person, I can't remember who. But yeah, and the door wasn't latched, and they probably did not need for the door not to be latched. Can I just leave it at that?
Was there filleting going on? Or?
I don't even know what that word means. And I'm a
You gotta
sex fiend.
ask, you gotta ask Lanny Poffo about that.
Oh, that kind of stuff, okay. Now, according to them, well, I say them, Greg.
Yeah.
Nothing happened because as soon as they bust through the door, you can see the boys doing that.
It was like a surprise party, yeah.
I think they said Martell had jumped out of that bed and back into his own bed and threw the covers over. So nothing, I mean, as far as, you know, but.
I heard that about Rick.
Well, and Zink quit after that because they were ribbing the shit out of him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But he left very abruptly.
Yeah.
And they were going to get, you know,
why.
Martell and Tito wound up getting the tag titles.
Yeah. What were they, the Strike Force?
That would have been the summer of '87. They were Strike Force, yeah. I remember in the Garden, they had a big program with Haku and Tom of the Islanders. And when they had their month at the Garden for that program, it wound up being Rick and JYD against the Islanders, July of '87. So now we know, for any fan that was in the Boston Garden in July of 1987, the night Bruno Sammartino took on the Honky Tonk Man for the Intercontinental title.
That happened?
Yeah.
I didn't know that, damn.
If you want to know why JYD replaced Tom Zink, we have a pretty good idea why.
You can hear it from me.
From Greg Valentine.
Yeah, that was the voice of Greg coming
The voice
through.
of Greg. Well, I tell you.
Hammered One.
He's had more than hammering done to him, but we know that.
I don't know about none
We'll
of
have
that.
to get him up here to the studio to share his stories of Annie.
You've changed, bro.
Who, me or the hammer?
You.
Me? How did I change?
I don't know.
I've been crazy since I came out of the womb. That's
you?
why the shows are fun. But anyway, back to the summer of 1988, we were talking about your memories of a very young Owen Hart breaking into the company.
Yeah, so, you know, we made the decision like, hey, think, I might be right, but I think Paul Diamond had come into the territory with Pat Tanaka as the Orient Express.
That was a couple of years later.
It was?
Yes, they debuted in '90. Owen came in.
Man, nobody needs Google.
The summer of
when you got
'88.
this man
Well,
around.
I do my research, and I loved it. So that's why these shows are so much fun. In 20 years, I don't think I'll be doing a show about what happened in WWE in 2020. There'd be nothing interesting.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I often say that to, when people say about what, the barbershop window, man, damn, I mean, yeah, he's throwing you through the barbershop window, they're showing it. And I always like to say, think about this now, that was 27 years ago.
28.
28 now. Think about anything that's happening right now. Do you think you'll be talking about it in 2050 or whatever, 28 years from now?
Do you think you'll remember it a year from now?
Yeah.
And granted, everyone's going to probably remember the craziness that was the coronavirus time.
Yeah.
But as far as what's going on with the actual wrestling, I mean, come on. I remember maybe how disappointing it is when they have such great athletes, but the creative is just the shits. But anyway, we don't want to job out our good friends at WWE. I tell you this, their production value is the state of the art. There is no other form of sport or entertainment that does what WWE does. When they're in regular venues, regular arenas, what they do is first class, top notch.
Whoever does it comes up with the stuff is brilliant because others copy them.
Yeah.
In fact, when the first time when Vince had the what was it? XFL. Remember he had the cameras coming around?
And look who stole it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if they stole it
well, they borrowed it.
Creative borrowing.
Creative borrowing. There you go.
Yeah, I couldn't say that right.
Yeah, no, it's a first-class operation.
Yeah.
I just think there's many millions of fans that have drifted away from our industry would like to come back to a more interesting wrestling-based product as opposed to something that insults their intelligence. We have. I'll give you a great example. Right now on our screen, we're getting ready. The day we're taping this is the day of NXT TakeOver. Saturday night's main event on NBC. Those NBC specials, WWF was so hot, they replaced Saturday Night Live about every 6 weeks or so. Drawing, I mean, you're talking about sometimes, forget about 7 figures, 10 figures. The night they did Hogan and Andre on NBC, 33 million people.
You know why we lost Saturday night's main event?
The ratings, no? What was the matter? Now, we're talking spring of '91 at this point.
From what I heard.
Yeah.
I was told, I wasn't there, but what was it, Dick Ebersol or Ember?
Dick Ebersol, yeah.
Ebersol. It's kind of, I don't know if I say widely known, but it's kind of known that there's a lot of gay people in the television industry. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, my friends, I ain't talking you down. I'm just saying.
It's widely known.
Sort of like the airline stewards, guys are all it's like a little family. Well, I think that's cool. I'm taking care of each other because it's a little bit different.
In more ways than one.
Nah, you didn't have to do that. But yeah, I guess some of the guys that are in the industry, the entertainment industry or television, assume that they must be too. But because from what I'm told, and I'm not going to say who because they're not here no more. So I don't want to put Kurt's name out there like that. But evidently Pat Patterson, and Pat, everybody knows Pat. He ain't worried about hiding nothing. But I guess he was in the limo. They were going to the next town or wherever it was. They in the limo together, and I guess Pat tried him, with the hand.
Patterson went for Ebersol?
Yeah.
Really?
From what I'm sure very gently. I'm sure it wasn't. It wasn't forced.
Very gentle. All right. Well.
But and that was it. The plug was pulled.
Do you think he sang "My Way" when he was trying to do it?
I don't know, man. But yeah, that was the end of Saturday Night Main Event.
Oh my God! I tell you, well, yeah.
That's what I was told. Now, from a perfect person.
Dick Ebersol was the one person that knew who Carly Simon was talking about in the song "You're So Vain."
So vain.
He paid a tremendous amount of money for some charity. And she sang it to him at his house, and she whispered it in her ear who she wrote that song about. I guess he really liked the song to spend 6 figures to have Carly Simon sing
Let me
in his
ask you,
house.
which dictionary did you get that info from?
I don't remember where I ever read that. Or I think it was when he passed away. There was an article in the newspaper about it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was sad.
Yeah.
I liked him, man.
Did
Good
you
guy.
interact with Dick Ebersol at all?
What's that?
Did you interact with him at all?
Yeah, I mean, it was very just business. Hey, how you doing? And, never got to cut up and laugh a little bit. But, yeah, he was very good to me, very respectful. And I was hopefully the same way back, very respectful. Yeah, he was I liked him, man. Good business and very friendly.
Back to where we started
Well, not as
from.
friendly as Pat wanted him to be.
No, he wasn't that friendly. But other than that, he was, on a scale of 1 to 10, he was about a 9.
Yeah.
Just wasn't Pat friendly. All right. Again,
Is that where 10 takes you, though?
you had you and Sean weren't rooming, so are you leading to the fact that maybe you and Owen kind of roomed up?
We just took a break, and Owen and I, Owen, damn, I can think about a million of his ribs already, but one of my favorite ones was every time, and he'd catch you every time. Yeah, you'd be sitting there together, like me and him at a restaurant, and right as the waitress comes up, he sees her, I don't, she comes from behind, and he starts saying, but I don't think she's a piece of shit waitress. I think she's pretty good. And then there she is. I'm like, I didn't say that. I mean, where it would be at checking in at the hotel or whatever, he'd always get you with that. I don't think they're an asshole. You need to tell them that. And you're like, they're looking at you. You're like, nah. But yeah, we roomed together a few times, and Owen's one of the few that I may have told before on here that I had such respect for, because he was married, and he's one of the guys that did not mess around. All he wanted was to get his job done and get back to his family.
I'd heard that.
Randy, Macho Man, was like that. When she was, of course, when she was on the road, what could you do? But when she was off the road, he was saying the same thing. Now later, after they separated, and that took some time. That kind of crushed him.
Sure.
Yeah, he cried on my shoulder, not literally, but we had a 14-hour flight from Japan to L.A.
Oh, wow.
To Tokyo to L.A. And probably half of it, because he trusted. He didn't open up to nobody. And he's like the DTA. I should have listened to him many times over that, but he preached that DTA, which means don't trust anyone.
The Steve Austin line that he wound up using.
Is Steve use that?
He made a T-shirt out of it.
Really?
Yeah.
That's Randy. Randy used to say it. And but anyway, Owen and I, we roomed together, got to know each other real well. Out of respect, I wouldn't go mess around with the girls and stuff, but bring them back to the room, because this guy is very good to his family and very much a family man. So I'm not going to bring wild girls in the room, subject him to having to either get another room or roll over and look the other way, or just total respect. You're not going to do that. And it didn't even bother me. I mean, I figured there'll be other nights. There always was.
There were many nights.
Yeah. And we bonded pretty good, because he knew too. Because he actually thanked me one time. He goes, I want to thank you because, I see what you're doing, and you're not doing your party and stuff, and out of, respect for me, I really appreciate it. And that meant a lot to me. That he actually knew that. He knew that I'm not doing the things I normally would. He ribbed the shit out of us. Sometimes he would rib himself just to get the rib to work. They'd come back one night somewhere in Pennsylvania, Scranton or something. You know where Biden's from?
I know he's from Pennsylvania. I'm not sure where.
I think it's Scranton. That would explain what's wrong with him. Oh, I didn't mean that by Scranton people. I'm sorry. Yeah, what was the story? Let me get back quick. I'm going to lose my I got a lot of friends there in Scranton. Yeah, so we were getting ready to go to the town somewhere. Maybe it was from Scranton going to, what's that city where they make the chocolate? Hershey.
Hershey, yeah.
Yeah, Hershey. We was heading over there. That was a cool place, man, because the factory was right next to the building, and they'd always invite us to go through and see how the chocolate's made. There's a ride, and me and Dobbs got pictures on it, riding it, but that damn knobs would look around, nobody's looking. He's sticking his finger over the chocolate just dripping down and eating it. When we come out, you know, like a 2-year-old, you say, did you get into the candy? No, and there's shit all over the face. It was knobs, but with the chocolate. But we were to make that road trip. It ain't that far, maybe a couple hours at most, I guess, I can't remember. But couldn't find my keys to the rent-a-car. And I'm thinking, Owen, we're both gonna be late, you know that, right? And he goes, I haven't seen your keys. With straightest face, right? And he goes, what did he say? Did you, I think he asked me, did I leave them at the restaurant? I said, well, how the hell did we get home? That's when I kind of knew, okay, when he started suggesting where I could have left them, that's when I'm like, I know he's got them. You know, he's just gonna make me sweat, because I couldn't be, you know, when me and Sean would come in late, you know, you're supposed to be there an hour early. Well, Sean and I would come in late, you know, it was like the rockers are late. If I'm split off with Owen and I still come in late, now it's going to all go on me. Oh, he's the reason that they're always late. So I'm sweating it, man. I'm like, come on, Owen, stop. Come on, let's go, man. Come on, Owen. And then it was getting to the point where, you know, we got to do something. I mean, because we can't miss the show. So Owen was calling for, what did he call it? Some kind of wrecker service, or where they come out and change tires and shit, or batteries.
AAA.
AAA.
Yeah.
And called them and asked. This is when I like, motherfucker, Owen. He's calling them and asking them, could they come help find our keys? And it's somewhere in the hotel room, but we can't find them. He's calling AAA asking them that, come help us look for the keys. and I was like, God damn it, Owen.
That's funny.
And then Owen's like, he's enjoying it, and he leans back to laugh a little bit. And when he hit his bag accidentally, you hear a jingle.
Jingle?
Ching, ching. And I'm like, Owen, what is that right there? And he goes, when did you put them in my bag? And yeah, it was a little bit late, but not too bad. But Owen was always playing, man. He'd come up with some good stuff.
Did he seem to enjoy what he did as a mass blue blazer with all the changes to it, or you think he would have preferred to have been himself, where he found his big run?
Probably would have liked to stay himself.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, sometimes you roll with what they give you, you know. And I thought he did pretty good with it. Again, I don't know this because why am I always talking about something that might be murder? He didn't, I know he wasn't crazy about doing that rappelling thing down to the ring.
When he passed.
Yeah. And now from what I've heard, I don't know. I wasn't even there. I was watching, I think it was a pay-per-view. I was watching
May
it on
of '99
TV.
in Kansas City.
All right, encyclopedia, man. Yeah. In fact, I think it was like third or fourth match.
Second.
We watched one match. I was having a little party for whatever. What was that? You better not miss this. What was that? SummerSlam?
Over the Edge.
Over the Edge?
Yeah.
Oh, it's when they started doing all the once a month.
Monthly ones, yeah.
The first match went off, and then I had to go to the bathroom. Imagine that with my Flomax. And then I come back, and the screen's black. And I'm like, you know, I asked the people who were there, what's going on? And
They had just a wide shot of just the crowd away from the ring for a long time when they were trying to figure out what to do.
Well, down there in Florida, Tampa, where we were at, it was black.
They blacked it out?
Blacked out, like sort of like that screen there. And then I think you're right to come back, and there was a crowd, but not the ring or whatever. And you know, then who called me? The Stone Cold, somebody that was actually at the event, you know, was there. It wasn't. It might have been Steve, but I'm not sure. But somebody called me from the thing and told me what happened. They said, "Man, Marty, Owen's dead. Owen's dead." And I mean, they're not saying anything but that. And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he said, and then, I don't want to cry here, but. You know, he'd said, because I knew as soon as he said about the repelling that you didn't have to say no more. And then I said, well, I didn't see it, and they didn't. I don't know if they showed it and then blacked it out.
It was never on. It never made TV. It was they were doing a
when it was live.
It was rolling a pre-tape. He started. They were getting ready to descend, and it was before they came back from the break that it happened.
Yeah, and so whoever it was I was talking to, it seems like it was Steve, and he was. I think he had a match with Taker that night. But
He did. Yep. Yep.
And I thought, well, you know, show over. Not a big deal, but you know, I'm just thinking that's what's up. You know, you're not going to keep going. And then the TV came on, and it was going to the next match. And I think Jim Ross or somebody was saying it was a tragic event and that it wasn't meant to be part of the show, or however he said it. That's when I knew whoever called Steve or whoever it was that called me wasn't ribbing. You know, he wasn't joking around. You know, that's not something you joke around. Plus, like I said, Owen did not like doing that repelling thing. I knew that. He didn't like it. He just, it's got nothing to do with wrestling. You know.
Why put someone in that position?
Well, see, that's where the murder part came in. I actually got mad at the boys for, you know, going out and working after that. I was like, so one of us dies, you just sweep them aside and keep going? What the fuck? But so, you know, I guess they had to do what they had to do. And also I was told, don't know, I wasn't there, that Vince had a meeting with the boys and said, look, we got a 30-second window here to make a decision. Let's all wish Owen well, and I think he would want us to keep going with the show. Deborah McMichaels had said, told me, he said, no, he was pronounced dead in the ring. So Vincent already knew he was dead. So that plus the Kansas City investigation, from what I understood, found out that Owen was not, he didn't like doing it, because I guess a lot of the boys knew that. So, you know, when they got word that it wasn't something he liked doing, he wasn't comfortable with it, they looked at did Vince force him to do it, and then it would be like manslaughter or something like that. So, you know, they investigated the hell out of it for a murder case or a manslaughter case or whatever for a while. Which at that time, man, Vince was getting put through so much shit. I just thought, they're just trying everything in the world to stick something on him. But yeah, that was a tragic thing, and you know, yeah.
Needless.
Yeah,
it wasn't like it was a spot gone wrong in a wrestling match. Well, there was no point for that man to be up there.
He did the Blazer thing. I actually thought crap of Sean too for a minute, because remember he come repelling in
that WrestleMania 12 spot. Yeah, when he came down from the top of the
Anaheim
it's
beautiful.
Pond.
I mean, it's iconic. You know, they still show it.
It's a beautiful shot.
But you know, I was just sitting there thinking, our friend Owen died like that, and it's like, you don't care, I'll do it. You know. But it wasn't that. I'm just saying that it just felt weird. You know, just like it felt weird for the boys to continue to show that night.
I remember Paul Bearer, who was in the main event with Undertaker in Austin, here in the studio. He had a very in-depth version of that night too, and it tough.
What was his? Because he was there, I think.
Oh yeah, he managed Undertaker in the main event.
Right. It was Steve, right?
Yeah. It's available for great fans over on the Patreon channel. We have some clips on YouTube of it. But I believe he was of the belief that Owen was not dead when they wheeled him past the guys. You know.
Yeah, they had a picture in the USA Today. Remember that newspaper?
They had a picture of him
with his arm hanging down with the gurney thing.
Oh, I've never seen that.
Yeah, I started crying in the store because they made it all real. You know, it was real anyway. Yeah. But then to see it in the newspaper, I went. It was like an Albertsons grocery store, and it was about 2 a.m. and I'd been partying, so I was hungry, and it was just going through to get some food, and newspaper, it might have been 4 or 5, because that next day's newspaper was out already, so probably closer to 5 in the morning, and I looked, and right there on the front page, it was in the corner, it wasn't the whole page, but, and man, I'm sitting there, shit, about to do it again. You know, seeing your friend there in the newspaper like that, it got me. It's sort of like right now. In the grocery store, and these people are like, I'm sitting there in front of this magazine, bent over like this, and probably even had tears at that time. And people were looking like, what the hell is this guy, you know? And I think one lady, are you okay, sir? Something like that. And grabbed it, and I said, this is my friend, and pointed at Owen. Damn, man, let's change the subject, shit. So remember that time Howard Finkel was trying to change it quick as I can.
Well, it's just we've lost a lot of the great brothers over the years, and they're all tough.
Oh, you're just going to stay right on it so I can think about more.
Well, and I don't want you to be upset, but you know, he's someone whose memory deserves to be honored. He contributed a lot to our industry. He was a good person. I think what's really nice is that his wife, Dr. Martha Hart, is doing so much great work with the Owen Hart Foundation up in Calgary. So the fans, you know, maybe we can put a link up during this episode how you can make a donation and find out more about what they're doing. It's a great way to carry on his legacy. I know there's been a lot of problems. Recently, a lot of Bret Hart's content was removed from WWE Network, and I'm wondering if that was in part because of Martha Hart. I don't know. I haven't spoken to anyone from WWE about that, but she's been adamant that he doesn't go into the WWE Hall of Fame. Do you think?
Who?
Owen. Do you think he should be enshrined, or do you think they should respect her wishes? Well,
I just so in case more tears come out.
Well, kayfabe, baby.
Yeah, I would say yes. I mean, he gave his life for it. Who else has done that?
Well, it seems from Martha's point of view, he gave more than enough, and that's that. So it's sad for the fans that enjoyed him so much, but there is the Owen Hart Foundation.
What?
All right, well,
What? I didn't know they'd see me crying.
This is an interesting
I wasn't
show.
crying, though. It was just a tear.
We go from Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Tuesday to our friend here, Marty, on Thursday night. You know, I think maybe we should just keep this episode as is. I think maybe we should just maybe an early look at Owen. Do you have any final thoughts? I know you shared some fun ribs that you had with Owen over the years. Maybe where we're talking about 1988. Anything that stands out from when you first got to know him, when you guys were both new to the company?
Well, one more with Owen, because and it would be here in Boston. You had that,
really?
Howard Hojo's over there in Revere or something.
Yeah, the Hojo's, yep.
Yeah. We used to, when you got recordings of it, somebody somewhere still has. Owen would make prank calls. He'd call people up, and he would act like a pizza delivery guy. Just checking to make sure I've got all your order now. I've got a pizza, thick crust, pepperoni, and you got some cheesy sticks. And you could hear the person, I didn't order nothing. He goes, well, sure you did. I'm reading your order off. And then he'd read the number. And he's just going through the phone book, getting numbers. and oh my God, he would have them so riled up. Like one of them hung up. He waited a few minutes. He'd call back. He goes, do you want the pizza or not? And the guy starts screaming and cussing. He goes, look, I'm just a kid trying to make a living. You don't have to yell at me like that. Do you want this pizza or not? I mean, it was like a bunch of people. We did that to a whole bunch of people.
He'd do it to the boys, too, wouldn't he?
Probably.
Yeah, in their rooms.
Well, I know me and him used to would sit in the room and call cabs, like call a cab, like 3 or 4 or 5 cabs, send them to Sean's room or wherever. Yeah. But in '88, the only other thing that I can remember was that right now, I mean, if you mentioned something, I'd be like, oh, yeah.
It'll come up as our series goes on, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Sometimes the strangest things trigger memories, but.
Yeah, and that's true. Like one little thing. That's why when I'm doing the book, writing the book, I like writing it because it takes time with my slow ass. And as I'm writing one memory, it sort of unlocks all the memory files to, oh yeah, you remember this happened out of that, and that caused this. Whereas if you're just talking it, you blow right past it. But
well, maybe some memories and thoughts will come to you by doing the show. I know when Percy was here, he said it was almost like therapy sometimes. Different thoughts would come to mind, and it would lead to other memories and other experiences. So maybe it'll even help with the process for the Party with Marty book. Or what is it, MJ in the House you're going to call it?
I don't know, MJ in the House and something to go with it. Don't call me murderer or something.
Well, no, we don't want to go there. All right, wrestling fan.
I know one thing, it was, and it's more business.
All right.
It was our climbing up to the top. We started with the Conquistadors.
Right.
And that was great, man. They were so good. Jose Estrada, Luis Rivera, great workers, great for us. And we had some great matches all over the country.
You must have worked dozens and dozens and dozens of time from the spring into the fall, the summer into the fall.
Yeah.
I mean, every night, outside of a few rare occurrences, it was Rockers and Conquistadors.
And the one problem that, and we learned that there, when you work every night with the same people, you start getting so comfortable with each other that your facial expressions go away. You're like, you take the arm bar, but you're just kind of mechanical, just going, you're not putting the imp and all that, but because you're so comfortable, you know what you're doing, and you're doing sort of the same thing. But I forgot, Nick Bockwinkel or somebody pointed that out.
He was an agent at that time, right? Yeah.
And we was like, didn't think of that. That's good. So we learned from little things that mean a lot. Now just sticking on the little things mean a lot. When I teach my kids with the tag team wrestling, you know how you tag the guy and he comes off and chops the, he's got the arm twisted. Was something that Eddie Mansfield or Jerry Oates, one of my trainers, taught me. Like, the arm is twisted like this. When the guy's coming up in the air, if he's stiff, you're locked. So the guy that's holding the arm, when you get there, turn it under. So when you hit, if it's too stiff, I mean, it's just little bitty things like that, right, Matt? My boy Matt over there is taking care of business.
Well, it's like I said, once the life comes back to normal a little bit, we have the live wrestling events here in Boston Wrestling, the MWF. I think you have so much you can contribute to these younger guys that anyone can open a wrestling school, rent a building, rent a ring. Right. But I think unless it's someone, it doesn't have to be a top-tier superstar, but unless they've actually lived the life of a pro wrestler on the road full-time as their income, I think they're missing a lot in that education. One man's opinion. I know I get heat for it sometimes.
I'll say this, and it's not a put down to anybody because I love you all, but it's just to me, because you wrestled, did what they used to call a jobber, I hate that word, but an enhancement match on WWF once don't mean hey, I can go open a school. I was in the WWF.
Or even worse, just doing indie shows. You know?
And you're teaching, and I always say you can't teach what you don't know.
Thank you. Someone that agrees with me at least.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not really their fault because nobody told them, no, man, no. That'd be like me, in my first year of martial arts. Black belt, just getting a black belt is not really a big deal. Anybody in martial arts will tell you that. It's just learning forms and stuff. It's when you get up to second and third degree that you're actually dangerous. But it'd be like me, okay, I got a black belt, and now I'm gonna open my own school. Shit, I still got a ton.
Long ways to go.
Yeah, a lot to learn. How am I gonna go run a school?
All right, wrestling fans, if you want to continue to learn about all the great stuff we're doing here, follow us on our social media platforms. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com. Again, we have the ultra cool WWE t-shirt bundle going on for the same price as WWE Shop. You can get a shirt, a shout out from Tony Atlas on Tuesday nights, an autographed photo, and a cup. We've got great cameo-style videos that are going to be available with Tony and Marty. We're trying to get Marty back for more live streams. We need your support for that. If you're watching the premiere on Thursday night, it's down there. My buddy Slick Rick, Maria, Stoney. You click that little gray...
you ain't going to sing?
The little gray button. Not this time. I can't do it every week, or it'll lose its charm. The little $sign, click it, send us a tip. And we're doing great work here, Marty. Don't forget to tip the bartender.
Did you spike this?
I did not. It must have been Howard. He's been known to do that.
Matt Daddy, did you spike it?
All right. For my good friend, the future Hall of Famer, Marty Jannetty, I'm Dan Marotti. Don't forget, Tuesday nights with Tony at 9. We'll be back next Thursday, 9 p.m. with Marty Jannetty. Give us a big thumbs up, subscribe. See a reminder. We'll see you then. Stay healthy and be well.
The Rocket.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
If you're just tuning in, our regular programming schedule has been postponed this week. Instead, we're bringing you live episodes and cyber autographs signings tonight through Monday at our Wrestle House in Tampa, Florida, as we prepare for WrestleMania 37 weekend and in an effort to raise money to help keep our programs going. We also have Wrestling Insider marathons until we're back in action in Boston next week. A great way to catch up on past episodes, relive some favorites, and please, share the hell out of these links across social media and the internet so we can get some new eyeballs on these shows. There are millions of fans that have no idea we exist, but once they do, I think the majority will love us. We keep rolling until Al is with us about 8 o'clock tonight. Coming up, Marty goes back through life in the WWF in the summer of 1988, along with concussions he suffered and very bizarre hallucinations he goes through as a result of CTE. A very powerful episode, to say the least. One you won't forget anytime soon about what these wrestling greats go through when their time in the ring is done.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, it's Thursday night. It's 9 p.m. That must mean it's Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty, along with
MJ in the house, otherwise known as that rocker, Marty Jannetty.
If you knew how many times we have to do these introductions every time we tape, because it's the only way we can afford to put them together at this point until you find folks help the cause more by subscribing, giving us the thumbs up, using that super chat button below when you watch the live premieres, along with the great merchandise, Marty. It's always great to have you here on Thursday night. We've been having a lot of fun as we continue to grow this project of ours.
I'm just wondering what the date is.
So do I. I know it's getting cool, though. It's probably a little after my birthday. So
I was going to say, because, you know,
the big 4
time this shows, because this is not live. This is recorded like maybe a week or 2 or 3 or 5 earlier. And so they may not even be wearing these things by then when this shows.
There may not be a virus.
Yeah.
COVID-20 may have hit.
But, yeah. And, you know, another thing I've noticed.
What do you notice?
We're spending a lot of time here in the studio, and you know, this is my second, third, fourth, fifth time here. Do women, like the girls, get into this industry?
You don't want to see the woman that works here.
There are some here?
Are you familiar with the nursery or the kid story Rapunzel?
Yeah, I've heard about it.
They stick the hair out the window and the guy climbs in. She's actually able to do that with another carrier of hair.
Damn.
It's that long and thick.
Why do you know that?
Well, they call her Fluffy.
Okay.
When she wears shorts in the summertime, it kind of looks like she's got a mini skirt under the skirt.
Damn.
You know what I mean? It's kind of long.
Bring her a weed whacker.
Well, we'd have to talk to our good friend in the control room, Ralph Owens, about that. He's actually used to fantasize about her as a teenager. He thought she was a MILF, Fluffy Guerrero.
Damn. Corona.
I'm bringing it.
You know, I got accused after that silly ass murder thing. Then I got accused of bombing Vince's limo. Then I got accused of spreading the virus. I'm the one that brought it here to the States.
When Beefcake comes into the studio, he may have to give her a trim downstairs. You know what I mean?
Oh, you back on that?
He'd need the big clippers for that one. There's a lot of bush, baby.
Yeah,
that's all right. The 70s never ended for her. All right, wrestling fans, as we continue the voyage of the Rockers, Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty in 1988, 2 young guys taking the world by storm. They running the territory coast to coast, working with the Conquistadors on a regular basis.
Yep.
There was also another debuting babyface tag team at that time, jumping ship from the NWA down south. It was Warlord and the Barbarian, managed for a very brief time by the Baron, better known as Baron Von Raschke.
I didn't know that. I know Fuji was with him.
That started at Survivor Series in November.
Oh, okay.
But for the first month or 2, they had Baron Von Raschke with like a hoodie type hood over his head.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah. That was a man working with them. I think here's how it went. We started with Conquistadors, and they were great to, also get us adjusted to the company, acclimated to the differences in WWF at the time and AWA where we'd come from. Oh my God, was it different. And so it kind of got us in there, broke us in there and learned everything. And plus our wrestling skills, timing. And the biggest thing about wrestling is psychology, crowd psychology. You can know all the moves in the world, but if you don't know when or why to use them, it's no good. That's the whole purpose of psychology. When I do my seminars now, when I first started, I gung-ho, loved getting in there and hands-on training, show a couple new flips and whatever else, fancy moves. But as I continued doing the seminars, it got to where, they can learn this stuff in school. And I'm only here once. Let me teach them what they're not going to learn in school. Like you and I were talking about some trainers, because they can do an arm drag slam, suplex, now they're qualified to train.
Would you have someone that read a book once in their life become a college professor all of a sudden?
Yeah. And psychology is the part that's missing in most schools. Now, down there where they're at now, I think Sean's helping out with NXT. We're going to see them later.
Well, not tonight. The night we're taping this was the night of NXT 30.
Yeah, okay.
Before SummerSlam. So we're going to get a good look at that's their 30th takeover. They run them almost like Clash of the Champions in WCW, once a quarter with WWE's big pay-per-views.
That's a lot of quarters. But yeah, so, psychology is a big part of it. And that's what we were learning more and more of with Conquistadors. Then we thought, okay, we had about a year-and-a-half run with Buddy Rose and Doug Summers and Sherry Martel.
Oh, yeah, AWA.
And it was some good matches, and, the blow-off was that damn blood match. It sometimes still gets talked about.
Oh, my God. We're going to do a couple of episodes about AWA as time goes on, but I remember that was right around the time I started watching wrestling, and I remember those matches on ESPN, the blood, oh, my God.
Yeah, man.
You guys lit it up.
All four of us, and even Sherry tried to. But, we thought we were like, okay, we know what we're doing now. We just had a year-and-a-half run with Buddy and Doug, and they were great teachers, great workers. And then we got with the Conquistadors and adjusted a little more. It was more, again, getting acclimated to a different company, and what they like and what they don't like. The fans were even a little different. For whatever reason that is, maybe because when you got a sold-out arena of 18,000 people, they react a little different than when you're in a place with 2,000 or 3,000 people. Mm-hmm. I guess I don't know, but yeah, the next, as we were thinking, yeah, we got this. We just Buddy and Doug, Conquistadors, yeah, we're good. Then we got with the Brainbusters.
That was your second big house show run, was with the Brainbusters.
Yeah.
That started in late '88. I want to get there because I saw that live and in person, and that was just great. I mean, that's about as good as tag team wrestling as you're going to see. I would put that on par with a couple of years before at the Garden. They had a couple of months of the Bulldogs and the Hart Foundation, and those were excellent too. Yeah. And I would put what you guys did, at least in Boston, and some of the televised, I saw the MSG one, which was considered a classic from early '89. That was a clinic in what tag team wrestling is supposed to be. And
boy, did we learn every night. It was how to up the intensity as the match goes, which is something we had not really. We were just used to the standard babyface shine, get the heat, make the comeback, and go home. But then when we got with Tully Blanchard and Arn Anderson, we learned to, you take it from this level of intensity, take it up a little more in intensity, and then you get it to this level of intensity, which was usually where we all four brawl and all end up squared off with each other. And they usually got a pop from the crowd because, oh, these guys are serious.
Great program. I have some in-depth questions about that once we move forward a little bit into the next year. But what a great, probably a 4-month run you had every night on those house shows. Why that couldn't have been presented at WrestleMania, I don't know. But we'll get to 1989 in a little bit. But any early memories of the Powers of Pain and the Baron who was there for about as long as you were in 1987?
I don't remember much of
you weren't working with them, yeah.
Yeah, we started working with them when Fuji was with them. And, at first, just like WrestleMania 5 scared me and Sean to death. And I say that because it's our first WrestleMania. And we got this new team put together, the Twin Towers. It was 6'7", Akeem the African Dream, which was a one-man gang originally, and Big Boss Man, who was like 6'6", big old boy. And here's our little asses, 5'11" and 6 foot tall, 230 pounds. These guys are 375, 350, 6 foot. We're the littlest guys in the company, and I'm drifting off, ain't I?
Yeah.
You changed, bro.
I haven't even changed my clothes. What are you talking about?
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Well, coming up soon. That'll be for November
I
Sweeps.
didn't really either. Look, I've done every combination I can.
For
I'll put the
November
shirt
Sweeps.
over, the shirt under.
What's that shirt say?
I can't read it. What does it say?
Donate blood.
Donate blood. Yeah, it was a worthy cause. I try to do it nightly. But yeah, we had the Twin Towers, right?
At WrestleMania 5 in '89.
Yeah, we're just saying with the Warlord and them, it was a similar feeling. It was like, gosh damn, I mean, the two biggest guys in the company, it's our first WrestleMania, talking about the Twin Towers again, Boss Man and Hakeem, the African Dream, and me and Sean's little asses. And we're like, man, how are we going to make this work? But somehow it ended up working. I think we did something that you still haven't seen, not even in Japan, was the double drop kicks from the top rope on Boss Man.
Yeah.
We, you know, Sean on one side, me on the other.
That was a good spot.
Drop kick Boss Man in the middle. I've seen a couple of guys try it before, and it's real embarrassing when it don't work.
You had great timing for that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because even in ours, I think one of us got there a little before the other. And the other one kind of almost shot over, but, you know, scraped enough. But
did you have...
But with Warlord... Well, no, I was just comparing it to, you know, Warlord and Barbarian. Now you got guys that they're not 6'7" and 6'8", you know, but they're right 6'5", 6'4".
Big boys.
Yeah, and they're muscled up. They're not just, you know, big bodies. They're muscled. I mean, Warlord was 330 and not probably 5% body fat, if that. I mean, you know, and Barbarian's just as built. And here we are again. What are we going to do with that? But we learned how to work with the big guys like that, and I loved those matches. So we went around with them.
You had a feud with them about a year and a half later. You had a program in early '90 with them. But at that point in '88, did you think to yourselves, okay, we're new, we're a babyface tag team, and in comes a huge babyface tag team in Warlord and Barbarian? Did you wonder where you may wind up in the shuffle with this new team coming in? Or?
No, we got lost on that. We were just so focused on our work. You know, a lot of the guys are that way. Like everybody's a threat to their meal. You know, everybody coming in is going to get their money. Sean and I was never like that. We just wanted what we had and make it as good as we could make it. And that's really what the guys should do. Focus on your own work. Don't worry about somebody else's. It'll all work out in the end the way it's supposed to. Or at least that's in my opinion.
Another newcomer in the summer of 1988, a man we've spoken about a few times on the show, maybe not too in-depth. Were you happy to see Mr. Perfect Kurt Hennig join you in?
Oh,
before he was just Kurt Hennig when he came in 1988.
Yeah, he was perfect, man. He was
no pun intended.
Yeah, he was you know, we were a tight-knit family over there. Me, Scott Hall, Kurt, and Sean. You know, we had to grow. We grew together, you know, in the business. Kurt probably had to jump on us because his dad, you know, he had his dad to learn from. That might be why he was so good, man. To me, Kurt, if I had to do an all-time greats, that would be number one on that list.
You think Kurt Hennig is the greatest wrestler in wrestling history? Yeah, now, why is that?
Because the guy knew exactly what he was doing psychology-wise. He was so easy to work with. It was fluid like water. He was, you know, everywhere. The psychology, like we said, was unbelievably perfect, spot on. And he's so athletic, man. The guy used to have, we said he got springs in his calves. He could just bounce across the ring on one foot like a damn deer. You know, jump over the top rope, you know, from a bump almost in the middle of the ring. Just athletically, the whole package. He was pretty good on the mic too, you know. And they always,
yeah, no, he was a good interview. Yeah.
They say, you know, the three things needed is a body, the work, and the microphone skills. And he had all three. You know, if you got 2 out of 3, you'll do all right. If you got 1 out of 3, you're gonna have to work some. But if you got all 3, you're gonna do good. And he had all 3, and he was excellent at each one of them, each one of the skills.
I can't think, as I sit here pondering what you just said, I can't think of a bad match the man ever had.
Probably didn't have one.
Yeah.
Nah, I can't think of one either.
No, he lived the moniker as time went on. But any memories of Kurt when he first came into the company? Was he happy to be there? Was he reluctant? Where he wasn't a giant at a time when the Giants were really being pushed.
He was, you know, like I said, he had his dad to teach him, you know, everything. So he'd come in prepared.
He was confident.
That's generally, again, what I always talk about when I teach my kids. It's preparation. Once you're actually at the show, you've already put the work in. Now go enjoy the benefits, you know. He was prepared when he came in. He was ready, you know, and I'm sure, like I said, his father had a lot to do with that. But he came right in and stepped right in place, like he belonged there. And
he had a great run.
That's the way you do it. You come in there like you belong there. And everybody loved Kurt. Kurt was like a man, you know, that saying, the man's man, you know. The guys just loved him, you know, and he was another one that was, I was going to say pretty faithful, but faithful as far, you know, he didn't never do anything on the road with the women. He'd cut up, you know, he'd be with the boys hanging out and cutting up, and, but I don't remember ever seeing him bring a girl back to the room or, you know, hugging and kissing all over one or anything. And maybe I'm wrong, maybe I missed it, but I don't think so. But I loved Kurt to death. That was one of them phone calls that actually tore me up too.
I remember the weekend that it happened. Percy Paul Bearer was with us, and that was a tough one for him.
Yeah,
that was February of '03.
Kurt got the unique position of being one of the boys, working and all that, and to work in the office. He was sort of an agent, or he was included in the booking.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And
that early on in '88, or as time went on?
Yeah, that's probably around '90-ish.
Okay.
You know, he came to me and he goes, Jannetty, or he called me Jannetty because Stan Hansen used to call me it. He thought it was Jannetty. So Kurt would, you know, cut up and Jannetty. He goes, I don't want the boys to think that I'm company. You know, I want the boys to know I'm still them. So I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. So he would go into the meetings and battle for the boys.
Really?
And
I never knew that.
Yeah, because he didn't want to be looked at as a company man, you know. And he wanted to always be one of the boys. He didn't want to be an office boy. But
they were a great family. I got to know Larry and Irene, his parents, well, and Irene is just one of the nicest ladies. I was really sad because Larry was with us in New Orleans in 2018, so probably 6 months or so before he passed away. And so many of the guys came over to pay their respects to him. Bill and Barry, X-Pac came over, the Nasty Boys came over to sit with him, and you could tell he was kind of slipping.
Yeah.
So I think it meant a lot to him to be there, you know what I mean? And did you ever see his son wrestle?
Yeah, a couple times.
What did you think of him?
I thought he was good. You know, it was like you can't miss. It's Kurt's boy. You know.
Yeah.
Had to get some of the genes. You know, and but I don't know what happened. He was there, and then we didn't see him no more.
WWE released him back in April.
I wonder why that was.
When they released, my God, 20 or so guys during the.
Oh, you mean recent April?
This year, yeah.
Oh, they cleaned house because of COVID.
Because of the virus.
Yeah, gave him an excuse.
Well, I remember Irene said he's been a very, very, very smart man with his money, so hopefully he's enjoying life up in Minnesota, wherever his travels may take him. I'm sure.
Robbinsdale.
Once life gets back to normal, with so many national promotions out there now between AEW, Ring of Honor, TNA, even Major League Wrestling and NWA. What's that now?
Ring of Honor still around?
They have some pulse, yeah. It's just, I don't know, after 18 years or so, it seems like it's never got traction to become a mainstream promotion.
Yeah, I don't know why that is, because they had great talent.
And they're owned by a great television outlet in Sinclair, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They have television outlets all over the country, but you can't find the show at the same time, the same day every week, and I think that
well, that makes a big difference.
Big deal. Even Impact.
That's just like changing a venue where you wrestle every Wednesday night, and then well, now we're going to be over there in the Armory.
Some weeks it's Thursday, some weeks it's Saturday. You'd never be able to commit to it.
Good. Yeah. What about Chikara?
I don't. I don't want to, because I'm not 100% sure.
But that's not stopped you before.
Well, because it's kind of a sensitive subject that came up over some of the social media.
Okay, never mind. I'm sorry.
Attacks over the past few months. I'm not 100% sure if they were included in something, and I don't want to put them.
I know what you're talking about.
If they're innocent people, you know what I mean. Why?
I know what you're talking about. The owner, man, I love him to death. But yeah, I heard what you heard.
Okay, so yeah, we're talking
Yeah.
the same thing. Then, so I don't know what their future is going to be. Not good, probably.
Is this vodka?
It's Polar water. Polar is, I think, a Worcester brand.
This might not be
Massachusetts.
vodka.
But you hope it is.
That's where I'm gonna get a T-shirt. I'm gonna start selling. This might not be. Then you can put whatever you want
I
behind
might
it.
not be an orgasm donor.
You did spike it.
All right, sorry. It was like that plane ride from San Francisco to Dallas. But
Wow.
anyway, another debut.
And they were handcuffed.
And they were.
They were in the
when they
wheelchair
came up,
handcuffed.
you'd
Yeah.
see, I forgot
That's how
that.
you knew they were going to jail.
They were in trouble.
Yeah. They got their hair shaved, heads shaved off, boobs hanging out, and then they went to jail on top of it. I just would love to have been there when they explained it to their fraternity. What happened to you guys?
Oh, can you imagine when they went home to try and explain that?
Do you have, hey, explain to me how that works.
What's that
I'm
now?
sorry. Go finish that.
No.
Like, so I learned how to do this. That way I can come be a cameraman.
Howard comes out and gives me a 10-minute mark.
But he does it like 20 times.
Well, that means it's another 10 minutes. So
So
like
then why
if
not-
we see him the second time, that means we're at 20 minutes. If he comes
Oh, that's
up,
going upwards, not
it's going
coming
up.
down. Oh, okay.
So Howard, since you're actually part of this program now, we're at about the 20-minute mark.
Mark. That's
Howard Miller.
Park the car at the garage.
Does that mean we're around 20? All right, well, we're incorporating you into the show, brother. We're putting you over. Again, I'll say it. He's a good human being. Not everyone wants them, but when we have some of the intern types come through, the good ones, I always offer them a letter of recommendation.
What about Glouch?
Glance?
Yeah.
Who knows? After that text message, we may see Glance again.
That'd be
Or
good.
as they call him on Tony's show, they spell it wrong. They call him Glance.
He had a good. He texted a while ago. He had a real good reason though. He slept in.
Until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah. I had
He'd
Linda.
have been at one of them MJ parties.
Linda Moratti breaking my balls about a Kobe Bryant jersey that didn't fit the kid, even though I wasn't there to give it to him, and I'm getting heat over that. And we got Glant saying I slept a little late at 5 p.m. when most people are having dinner. What a world we have. But like I said, we got Howard in the back. We got Ralph Owens, a longtime MWF executive.
Matt Daddy.
We got your buddy Matt Daddy that picked you up at the hotel. We're having a good time. We're talking 1988. We're talking about another character debut as the individual was working at the office previously. It was the debut of
Brother
Bruce
Love.
Pritchard as the Brother Love.
Brother Love.
The Brother
I
Love Show.
love you.
Memories of Brother Love and that
all that
interesting
pink
show.
ass paint.
Well, how did he get red? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't know if he had bad breath or if sunburn. I don't know what happened, but boy, they put that pink.
He was red.
Was red.
He was red.
Pretty much red. I guess had high blood pressure. Drank too much.
Not Bruce.
No, I like Bruce, man. Bruce
Bruce is a longtime friend of the show. I think we've talked about how popular his podcast is.
Yeah.
When he's done live shows, I've been the MC for them a few times. I open for them and I go around and get the questions from the fans. And Bruce has been great to the show. I think the world of him. He's a good guy.
I do too. He was really good to me while I was there.
And he's got one of the toughest jobs in wrestling right now. My God,
What's he doing?
executive director of Raw and SmackDown.
Really?
Yeah,
Damn,
both
he
shows.
worked his way right back there. Good
Yeah.
job, Bruce. His brother, I can't remember his brother's
Tom.
name. Tom, yeah, Tom.
He was really good too.
Yeah, he
I
was.
would have loved to have seen that tag team, the Heavenly Bodies, him and Jimmy Del Rey,
Yeah.
work with you guys at
We
your
worked
peaks.
with one that would have. No, that was Well Done. Remember, it was who's Well Done? It was.
Timothy Well and Stephen Dunn.
Are they both dead now?
Yeah.
Damn. Sorry, guys. Rest in peace. Love y'all.
Two young guys, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. You know, I was telling somebody, now I'm going to get myself in trouble again.
These are usually the better stories.
But this one ain't all that great, but it's just in my opinion, and from my point of view, you know, when all the guys were dying off there, I hate to say it that way, dying off, but you know, it was like 70 in a 10-year span. And you know, we talked about that. We you know, hated that phone call when it started out. Did you hear what happened to? And then you just started
Fill in the
hoping it
blank.
wasn't your inner circle.
Fill in the blank.
Yeah, and but when that was going on, it's not going to fit all of them, because I know somebody will say, "Well, that didn't happen. That's not the case here." That I'm not saying that. I'm just saying a lot of them. The guys that were partying, doing the recreational drugs, you know, cocaine, whatever, pills, But I don't think weed has ever killed anybody yet. I don't think there's one recorded case where a guy OD'd from weed. Might have went to the hospital scared to death that the damn dragons were coming out of the roof. But the guys that were partying, pretty much all were still around. You know, some went way too far with it, yeah, and it might have, some of them, you know, we kind of would more study on the CTE, which I have real bad. We now might be looking at, maybe there was suicide, maybe it was on purpose. It wasn't accidental.
There were suicides in a lot of cases.
Yeah, there was a lot of them, and that's CTE. That's a big thing with CTE. And if we get off on that subject, man, you know, I think I told you before when I first started learning about it and finding out, like, oh damn, there's 13 symptoms. I got 7 of them. Wow. I got 8 of them. Oh shit, I got 9 of them, and it got down to where I had 10. And the attorney called to check on me, see, you know, how I'm doing and all. And I said, well, I got 10 of the 12 symptoms. Or was it 11 or 13? I think there's 13 symptoms. I said, I got 11 of them. And I said, the only 2 I don't have is the suicidal thoughts and the sudden mood swings. And my girl from this when I was living out in Vegas, my girl I was hanging with then, she's right there. She goes, oh, yes, he does. And he goes, let me talk to her. And I'm like, well, shit, I guess I got 12 of the 13 now then. And she was telling him. And he told me, he goes, you need to listen to the people around you because you won't understand that you're going through it.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
So 12 of the 13 and never had the suicidal.
Good.
Until recent.
Oh, don't say that.
No, there was just some bad, dark moments.
Are you familiar with the work that Chris Nowinski has done with the concussion legacy right here in Boston? We
I
go to
think
the dinner every year, the fundraiser that they do. It's a great thing. It's a great thing.
He's the one that kind of initiated the whole thing, I think. What was the girl's name that, shit. Sorry, I can't, I'm sorry, sweetie. She was in ECW for a while. I think she was either Tommy Dreamer's girl.
Beulah? Francine?
Francine.
Okay.
Francine, she's the one that got pregnant too, right? And then wanted to just sue the company for letting her off. Cause
that was Dawn Marie.
Dawn Marie, that's who I'm thinking. Sorry, both of y'all. Sorry for getting that wrong. Please don't hit me next time you see me. But one of them I thought got involved with the CTE thing too.
I'm not familiar with it, not to say that they haven't. But
yeah.
In Boston, usually late October, early November, they do a great dinner. Our president, Dr. David Reese, has been a big supporter of them, and it's a nice dinner. WWE usually makes a pretty big donation and sends in a couple of talents.
Oh, do they? That's good.
Yeah, they become, I think at first, they were kind of an enemy to what he was doing, and then they realized this is something they need to be on board with.
It definitely is, because I tell you what, man, as far as what I know right now of it, and I try to keep up on it, since I got bad cases of it, it's got me doing things that I don't understand. They can't fix it yet.
No, there's nothing, no.
You know, if you got it, that's it.
That's it.
And once you get it, it's not going to get better as you go. That's why I went from 8 symptoms to 12 and a half. Because sometimes I drift off into that 13th. But it's horrible, man, because it's like I had an attack here recently. I say recently, probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. And man, you hallucinate.
You have hallucinations because of the concussions?
Yeah.
Now, what would happen?
Well, at this point, you know, I mean, like, to give you an example, one time I told a story about a bowling alley.
Here we go.
No, but that in that time frame, I was sitting around my house, and I'm lived out in the country in Alabama right now. That ain't gonna last much longer. But you know, there's nobody really, because of the COVID thing, nobody's visiting people, and you know, I've not been throwing any of the wild parties with the women, and so everybody kind of just settled in there. At first, it was decent, you know, it was nice and quiet and peaceful, and you know, to train and focus on certain things. Then after a while, it's like, damn, this is getting boring as shit.
Yeah.
And that's about where it's at now. But so a few weeks ago, I was sitting there. I have a lot of playtime with my cat, Swaggy, and you know, we bonded close because hell, we're the only two moving things except for when he looks outside at the birds and stuff. But he'll, you know, we play with each other, and he'll attack me, I attack him, you know, just common stuff. But I was sitting there, and just like what the attorney said, when it's happening, you don't realize, you don't know those mood swings because you're in it. Same thing with a hallucination. They seem as real as can be. Swaggy came up to me and started talking to me in English. And
you had a hallucination that your cat came up?
Well, I didn't know. I was thinking he was talking English to me, and I was like...
You really, it got to that point? You thought the cat was talking to you?
Yeah, he was
really?
talking to me. I mean, he was talking to me, and I'm like, oh, that's cool, man. Are you all right? I think, you know. And he was answering, and we carried on the conversation.
Jesus.
And, you know, it didn't dawn on me like, man, something's wrong. It was just like it was natural. It was just like, shit, I didn't know you could talk English. That's all it was. And it wasn't until I called my brother Gino, I called him and told him, it was like a day later or something. I called and told him, I said, hey man, you need to get over here, because where I stay is right by Fort Benning. They do a lot of military training. And he goes, what's the matter? And you could hear it in my voice. I said, what's the matter? Calm down. I said, there's a helicopter at Fort Benning. They've landed a helicopter in the front yard. And, you know, I got trees all out there. You couldn't even get a damn drone in there. But, yeah, he just got quiet because he knew. As soon as he heard that, he knew, oh, okay, he's going through one of his CTE things. And he wasn't saying much. And I'm like, man, get over here. I don't know. They're just sitting there. He goes, well, what are they doing? They're just sitting there on that CB thing talking. They ain't got out. They're just sitting there. And I'm seeing it plain as day. It ain't like, you know, fog and you see through it like a ghost thing. It's there. And then, so he says, Marty, you're hallucinating again. I said, no, it's there, Gino. It's right there. It's them, a military company. You must be practicing shit. I don't know why they're here. Yeah, I was all panicked. There was a helicopter sitting there. And he said, well, take a picture of it and send it to me. So I said, okay, I will in a second, but stay on the phone with me. Don't. And then finally I said, hold on, I'll call you right back. So I took a couple shots. And I look at them and like see which one's blurry. And there ain't nothing there but the yard. You know, it was nothing. That's when I like, shit, I'm going through it again. And the thing is, when you don't know how long it's going to last. Like even like then I realized, okay, I'm hallucinating. Then I thought back like, okay, and Swaggy probably wasn't really talking to me. You know, but you don't know how long it's going to last, and you have no concept of time. 3 days could be like 3 hours.
Wow.
And you know, the other thing that happened was that I was sitting there talking. The Grim Reaper was sitting on one like the bigger couch, and I'm on the, what they call it, love seat, or small chair couch. I mean,
you actually thought?
No, he was actually there.
Really?
I was sitting there talking to him, and he was nice. We had a few laughs, and you know, finally I got up. I even said, "Let me take a picture of you." He goes, "Yeah, sure, go ahead." Took a picture. I thought it was cool that he was sitting there on my couch, and I got hungry. I wanted to go get a sandwich. I asked him, "You want anything to eat?" He goes, "No." I went and made a sandwich. I come back and he was gone. And first thing I was like disappointed. I was like, "Man, he didn't even say bye," you know. And I was kind of, you know, I'm by myself again, me and Swaggy. You know, I had company for a minute. So then I look at the pictures and nothing but the couch. And I'm like, ah, damn, I'm hallucinating again. And this is like day 4 or 5. I mean, how long does it, you know, when you go through them? It's like a fog.
This lasts for days?
It can.
And it comes and goes?
Yeah,
really?
This one's probably the longest one. It went like 5 days.
Wow.
But you couldn't, for me, I can't speak for the other guys, drift in and out of them. You're in it. It comes a point where you don't know what's real, reality, and what's a hallucination.
Really?
You know, because it all seems real. The hallucinations, when they're happening, real as hell. I mean, it's really happening. You're seeing it. Hell, if I'm taking a picture of it, I must be, you know, seeing it.
Are there times that you have a break where you seem of clear mind, or is it always?
Once you hit that fog, but you think you're clear-minded while you're in the fog.
Yeah.
But you don't know the difference. Another thing that's happened maybe in the last 6 months, 8 months, is I'll be walking through the house with a smile on my face. Just got through watching some funny stuff on ridiculousness or you know, some kind of fun thing on TV. Smile and overcome with the emotion of sadness, and I mean a tear, not that, but like tears will come down, like somebody you just lost your best friend, but there's nothing happened, nothing's wrong, and. You know, I've talked to, I'm not going to say their name because they said, and I really want on this because I respect them. and they didn't want nobody to know. But I was talking to them and telling them what was going on. They played football and wrestled. That's the only hint you get. I would say been to the studio, but I'm not going to say that. But the he's a pretty tough guy that doesn't want nobody knowing this thing about him. He's private, kind of private, So that's why I ain't going to say the name. But I told him about this CTE thing, man. I'd be walking through the house just happy as can be, and then all of a sudden you actually feel the emotion coming over you. And he goes right to sad, and I mean so sad that you got tears coming out of your eyes, and you don't know why. You're like, there's nothing wrong, but the emotion of sadness is there.
Real, very real.
It's just like if my dad had just died, that emotion that I felt at that time, same thing. That emotion's right there, but there's nothing wrong. You're like.
Well, we have to put it out there.
Well, and what I was just going to say with the guy I was telling him about the phone. It's going to make me cry again. Boy, I get emotional, don't I? He started a little bit crying on the phone with me.
Wow.
And
well,
he
this
said,
is someone that understands.
He goes, Marty, I do it all the time, too. And he goes, don't you tell nobody. So that's why I don't want him to say the name.
No, we got to respect the health situation.
But he, I don't know if he's embarrassed about it or I mean, I'm not really that embarrassed about it if I'm telling y'all. Hey, it is what it is. 30 years of trying to please y'all, bouncing my head off the floor, has led to this. But just saying, and that was kind of selfish. I do please myself too, late at night. What?
Well, just look at the T-shirt.
Yeah.
But I think it's important.
But yeah, him and one other guy that I won't say either, because those guys want to stay private with their, that's. But they do the same thing with the emotion.
Absolutely.
I mean, when you walk and smiling through the house, and then all of a sudden you just bust out crying. I mean, and there's several of us doing it, so it's not like, oh, okay, that's just your case. Nah, this is his case and his case.
Not that I can compare what you've gone through, but when I had that accident with the Sheik, I had a bad case of post-concussion syndrome for probably about a year. I remember one time I took a thing of orange juice out of the refrigerator and I started to pour it. I didn't have a cup. I mean, just weird things that would come about. I'm better now.
And it's weird because like you catch yourself like, what the fuck
and I'm looking as I'm still pouring. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, what the fuck
I don't have a cup, and I still didn't think to tip it up.
Right, because you're in that moment. It's surreal.
Chris Nowinski was a good person to talk to when I was going through that because he understood. He went through it himself.
Yeah.
And whether it's you or any of the boys that may have been watching these programs of the Brotherhood, Dr. David Reese, who's the president of our organization, he's an acclaimed psychiatrist. He works with not only wrestlers, but many professional athletes and their families out west in California, and normal folk. He's, to the Brotherhood of Professional Wrestling, is always willing to extend a hand at no cost. You can contact us confidentially via email, and we'd be happy to set you up on that. Again, this has been a very interesting episode, Marty. Sometimes we go from these crazy stories on the road. Sometimes we talk about the brothers that we've lost here, real-life situations that the guys are going through. So I think that, again, I don't want to, at this point, segue into more wrestling talk. I think this kind of episode should stand on its own.
Yeah, let the CT, and the NFL went through theirs, the big lawsuit. I think they lost $2 billion.
Couple billion, yeah.
Off that thing, and now they've taken the precautions. WWE's going through it, whether or not it sticks or not. Probably be kind of hard when your best friend's the president.
I tell you, I look at it like this. I think it's a great thing what WWE is doing now with the precautions they're taking for their young talent they're training.
Yeah.
But why leave the vets in the position they're in? Now, you look at the law. I know you don't want to talk about the lawsuit, but just when I look at it, I say this. Did all those guys' bodies, probably 99% of them, honestly go through that? Yes. I think the problem it's going to come in the end is, how do you prove that it happened in WWE? Like Matt Bourne, for example, he was in it. He wrestled 2 years of his career in WWE out of probably, 30 or so.
Yeah, but you know what they say, what I found out, I mean, they're still learning daily. Nick will tell you there's still a lot. But they are making some advancements. And somebody was telling me, one of my girlfriends were telling me that or they wouldn't just study on it. They now can do the CAT scan.
Yeah.
And tell if it fairly accurately, you know, if you got a bad case or you got it or whatever. And you know, that's advancement, because before you couldn't find out until after you're dead. They have to, you know, go into your brain.
Right, and so many of the guys are donating their brains now to try and help.
If I had any, I would. But you know, and the thing what I was going to say out of that was that it can take one huge bump to the head to develop that bruise. It's a bruise, basically.
Yeah, that's what it is, to the brain.
You know, as I always say, taking the egg, you know, raw egg, shaking it real hard, that egg yolk, how it's beating, that's how our heads do in the wrestling world. But just one big one, car wreck or anything, can cause it, or the accumulation, which most of them are through accumulation.
It was almost like a car wreck for you every night.
Yeah, especially with some of the guys.
And they say, oh, it's fake.
I got, you know, as far as in the ring, or even like around, I think I've gotten knocked out maybe 3 times. Mm-hmm. One of them, Kevin Nash, was over in England, I believe, London, or one of the, somewhere on the European tour, probably England. Big ass stadium, I mean not stadium, arena, about 15,000 people. But he was still getting over with his the diesel thing, and he had me, and it, you know, when he did his thing out this side, he was getting that power bomb, and that was the first time I'd taken it from him. So I don't know if I over-rotated, but I don't think I did. I think I didn't have no choice but to over-rotate. But we got me up, bam! Man, my head dribbled, and then next thing I know, I'm laying there. I must have my eyes crossed, because I was seeing Joey Morella, God rest his soul. He's looking down at me, and I'm like, look at it, there's like 3 or 4 of them, like shaking my head. And then I'm like, what's going on, man? He goes, dude, you got knocked out. And that one, and then there was a time with Q-Ball and 8-Ball, or who were the brothers?
The Blue Brothers.
Blues Brothers.
The Harris boys.
Yeah, Harris, and them. Me and Al Snow had a match. That's the only time I kind of got upset at Vince once. I mean, for a personal reason, not like continuing the show with Owen or anything like that. They had shot me in for that finish where they each get a leg, and then bam, knocked me out. I mean, I'm looking up and the lights are blurry, which they're blurry anyway, but they're like super blurry. And Al's, it's Monday Night Raw, I think it was. Yeah, pretty sure it was, because it's a live show, right? And I'm laying there, and you know, I'm not sure what's going on yet, and Al's helping me. You're like, come on, let's get to the side, come on. He scooped me to the side. He goes, I think you got knocked out. And I was like woozy on the whole walk back to the back. And as soon as you get through the curtains, there was some mats rolled up, the roll-up kind, like the wrestling match, amateur wrestling matches. And I laid right on top of that and was just like trying to get it together. And Vince comes through and he stops and he gives me the dirty ass, I mean, horrible look. And I'm like, what the hell? And then I find out later he thought that I was overselling. And it was live TV, so it was screwing up the timing. The next day at Nassau Coliseum in Long Island, New York, we were coming in together, and he comes up and he goes, I guess you was really hurt yesterday. I said, yes. He goes, well, I apologize, I didn't know. And that was it. I mean, that was the end of that. But that was a brutal knockout. Wow. The only other time was in Japan when I was working with a light heavyweight champion and done something where it a flip over the top rope out to the outside, which he had moved, and there was somebody's either sweat or something was still on the floor. And we had like this thing, concrete. We didn't have the mats around yet. And man, it slid, bam, that railing, the metal railing. Yeah, I saw about 13 of him.
Oh my God.
But so yeah, all those accumulations, when you get knocked out, that's, you know, concussions.
Absolutely. I think we are running out of time on this episode, fans, without a shadow of a doubt. Please stop the drivers. All right, well, wrestling fans, we're running out of time. We got a top secret message sent our way, Marty. CTE,
is that at the club for tonight?
There you go. CTE is a serious thing.
Yeah, it is.
We implore you, check out all the great work that Chris Nowinski is doing with his foundation, based right here in Boston. And again, any athletes especially, that the veterans of this sport, they mean a lot to me personally for what they've dedicated to this genre. Dr. David Reese, if you want to Google him, he's available at no cost to you if you ever need someone to talk to. We mean that very sincerely. Again, wrestling fans, we thank you for joining us. Every Thursday night, it's an adventure. We laugh, we have fun, and then sometimes we hit the serious notes. For my partner in crime, Marty Jannetty, I'm Dan Marotti. Don't forget, Tuesday night, it's Tony Atlas, Wrestling Insiders at 9. Marty will be back next Thursday at 9. Check us out on social media, and you and yours, be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Rock it.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com on our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
On October 28th, 2020, Wrestling's Scariest Night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now. As our Friday WrestleMania week continues, Wrestle House in Tampa, Florida is rocking with Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, and autograph signings all week long. To make life easier on your end, on our end, you can pre-order autographed 8x10s on BostonWrestling.com. The superstars will personally sign them to you during their live episodes this week, with the schedule scrolling during the marathon. Of course, continue to monitor Facebook.com/Boston Wrestling Sports and Twitter at MWF Project X in case there are any urgent schedule changes, if we have any additions to the lineup, which is a possibility. Again, Al Snow is going to be with us at the end of the marathon. It's going to be great to have Al with us live in Florida. For Saturday, we're looking to bring you a John Cena Sr. Fabulous Friday marathon. Isn't that funny? A Fabulous Friday on a Saturday. After we bring you yet another live episode in Cyber Signing, I know Marjo Ouellette of Ms. and Mrs. fame will feel all warm and fuzzy when she sees John Cena Sr.'s fuzz. Up next, Marty's WWF 1988 adventure continues as he remembers the Killer Bees, the one-man gang transforming into Akeem, meeting future President Donald Trump, and more.
All right, wrestling fans, Thursday night, Marty Jannetty is back here on Wrestling Insiders as we continue his trials and tribulations, his early days in WWF. It may take us a year just to get through 1988. We've been having so much fun, sharing so many different experiences.
That was a year long. I mean, I think Mac Daddy and I were talking earlier. If it wasn't him, it was me and somebody else about the partying.
Yeah,
hold on.
There's a lot of partying.
Get my tooth in.
All right.
It was a lot, and like if we were on the road 300 days a year. Sean and I, or one of my partners and I, we used to probably go out 285 of those days of the year. So when you go out and partying every night, there's a story every night. So there's a lot to tell, you know.
There is a lot to tell. And that's what I think is so much fun about it. You know, we come up with one topic and there's so many different avenues and twists and turns you can take with it, and it makes for interesting content for the fans at home. Yeah, we're certainly not rushing the process.
Right.
And I think that's for the best.
And we drift sometimes. He'll start talking about Joe Biden. I have to get him back on Trump, but we don't want to do that here.
All right, where we kicked off from last time, we were talking in depth about the chronological order of your WWF career.
Yeah.
It takes us to SummerSlam '88, the first one, Madison Square Garden, August 1988. The Rockers weren't featured on that show. You were still kind of a new phenomenon to the company. You weren't really in a feud. No, you were not on that show. Do you remember where you were the night that SummerSlam kicked off? There obviously weren't any house shows. Were you at MSG, in the locker room?
Is that where it was, at MSG?
It was at MSG.
I probably might have been there. I don't know. I think we were, 'cause I think most of the guys back then were always there because we did some kind of promos,
right,
or, you know, or you had a dark match or something.
Is it true that in the early days of the pay-per-views that WrestleMania was the only one you got a true big bonus out of?
No, you
would get a pay-per-view bonus on all 4 of them?
Yeah.
Sometimes you have guys that say it was just WrestleMania that you'd get the bump for.
Everybody's contract was different.
Yeah.
You know,
so every pay-per-view you were on, you got some kind of a bonus.
Back then we'd get, I think it was around $5 grand for summers, all the ones but WrestleMania, that would be up to 10, 15 grand, according to where you were on the card. So you could be up to 250,000 if you're up top.
Right. I had seen, I think it was the payoff sheet for SummerSlam 91, which was also in New York, and everybody did get, a significant bump compared to what you would be paid off the gate.
Oh,
there are some guys that have said adamantly, though, no, they only got, you got a big pay-per-view bonus for Mania, and just you were paid off of a larger house show gate for the other pay-per-views that year.
I think I told maybe on one of the episodes before this one. This is like our 8th one, right?
I've lost track. We're having so much fun, Marty. I know my birthday is hit by now, and I tell you, 40s never look so good, right?
But they, I think I did on one of the other episodes, so if you missed it, here it goes again. Or maybe if you saw it.
It's available in our archives if you haven't.
Yeah, they used to give us our booking sheet for 3 weeks worth because we do TV every 3rd week. 1 week was live and then 2 weeks tape. That was for Raw, because that's right. Live all the time now, but every week. But we'd get our booking sheets, and we had the A team, B team, and C teams, what we called them. We even had a D team at one time. It was so good.
When it was really hot, there was even D team shows.
Everything was. I forgot to do something about my head.
All right, there you go, brother.
I forgot what I was saying. Oh, the booking sheets. So you get your booking sheet, and everybody's sitting there. That was like it was like Christmas because you're like, hey, what did I get? What cities? Because you knew if you was on the A team, that was Hogan's. You were getting the bigger venues, the bigger arenas, and they're going to be sold out. So that's going to be a good payday. You can figure 700 to 1,000 according to where you're on the card for that show. And you go through the whole thing like that. Next day, Chicago, if you're on that, okay, that's going to be Rosemont Horizon was always full. Big, great wrestling fans there.
Why do I have this on my face?
I don't know. You want me to put mine back on so you feel
No,
better?
that's all right. I didn't realize I had it on.
But yeah, so everybody's looking. If you're on the A team, Hogan's, you're getting a good payday. If you're on the B team, I think it was between Jake and Macho Man we're heading the B team, but it's still arenas, but a little bit smaller, like 10 to 12,000. And the pay was come down a couple $100 from what you'd get off the A team. And then the C team, which I think at that time was Warrior, they were in the small venues. Hold about 5,000, 7,000, something like that. It's still full, and you still get a payday, but you could kind of judge your check by the cities you were in. And you would switch in and out. You could kind of calculate
ahead of time what you'd be looking at, really.
And you would switch in and out. You wouldn't always stay. If you're on the A team, a couple shows, you might be on the C, a couple shows, B, a few shows. But you'd go through it. But Sean and I would sit next to Barry Darso, Demolition, Smash.
Yep.
Smash. And we're a tag team partner of mine. I had a couple Seans as partners, right?
You did? You had a Waltman and a Hickenbottom.
Yeah, so one of the Seans is sitting next to me. That way nobody gets in trouble. And we're looking at Chicago. Oh, that's Julie and them. Let's see, New York. Oh, that's your friend, Lorraine. And then, San Diego this one, or Denver that one. And finally Barry's like, Jesus Christ. And I did something wrong. Like, what? You talk to me? He says, we're all here figuring out how much money we're going to get, and you guys are figuring out how many girls you're going to bang. We didn't say nothing about banging, but we're just saying we'll see them.
Yeah, well.
But it was funny, Sean and I never really even thought about it till then. We're like, damn, it is kind of a lot. Wonder how many it is. So we started marking them on the sheet. Back then, when we were young and dumb and full of cum, or whatever, however that saying goes, we were stupid. We call it had to be blowjob or better. Anything less than that, you couldn't mark them in your book. I know that's horrible, but like I said, we were young.
It was the nature of the beast in the late 80s.
Yeah.
That was the lifestyle, that was the environment.
There was, Matt Daddy and I was talking about this for sure on the way. Like some of the guys that, did well on the road. And I told him, so you can tell it, I'm not. But I think of all the ones that did real well, I was the only one that was single. That's why I was saying no names.
Again, it was the environment at the time,
I think, hey, has Paul Roma been married? Yeah, back then I don't think Paul was married, but he might have been, so I don't want to say his name.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paul was right up there with us. But I think he was just friendly, you know, he would just walk him to his room, let him see the room, maybe check out his bag.
Cup of coffee, maybe.
Yeah, maybe a little workout and then say good.
Little
good
workout, there you go. That's a good way to put it.
Aerobics, exercising.
Well, it was better than the Tom Zink way, I guess, that we talked about on a previous
gosh,
episode.
You're going to go back on that.
You always got to make sure the latch is shut, I guess, right?
Was that last episode?
Yeah, I can't keep track. We're having so much fun. But I know it's a recent one.
A couple of my people out there are they're always texting and like, how do people, well, if they're seeing it, I guess they know how. I was going to say, how do people tune in like to past shows?
If they visit us on our YouTube channel, they can access everything in the archives.
Oh, they go all the way back? Okay.
Not just you and I, the episodes with Tony Atlas, episodes with the Sheik, everything, 2,000 plus free videos they can have fun with, and it's free to subscribe so they never miss a future episode.
You're going to be like WWE Network.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Marty. We got a long way to go to reach that network number.
You just did Vince's laugh.
Who did?
You.
Oh, did I? Well, that was a good joke. Nonetheless, Marty,
yes,
after SummerSlam,
you
got to remember, Country Boy.
I thought we did SummerSlam. First
Not 88.
I know
no.
we missed WrestleMania because we had just got there. I think you're right. Cause
You were in the company, but you weren't on the show.
Yeah, I think Survivor Series was our
Well, that
first,
was your first pay-per-view,
and man, that was, you remember 100 different finishes, and everybody wants to get a few spots in when you can work spots pretty good. All the guys come to you like, hey, I want to do this with you. Like, God damn.
We'll get to Survivor Series, but
we're not that far yet.
As a Southern guy, were these your first experiences in New York City?
When I left Columbus, Georgia, first territory, Kansas City, that was an eye opener. Even though it's kind of cowland country, because I was in all the capitals of the states. There was like Topeka, Kansas, Lincoln, Nebraska, Des Moines, Iowa. I don't know if those are the capitals, but the biggest cities, and of course Kansas City, and then St. Louis. So I mean, those were like I kind of got broke in slow. They didn't have to hit all the big cities at once. Hit the big cities in the Midwest. And man, that was like a big change from, I thought I lost my mask, from Columbus, Georgia. I mean, seeing big city, well, but Atlanta's right up the street, and so we spent a lot of time in Atlanta, so it wasn't culture shock, but it was still, it was a good way to break in and get the Midwest big cities first, then start hitting Chicago and L.A. and Denver and Salt Lake and Baltimore. I said Chicago. Those were our main cities for San Francisco for AWA days. So we moved up now, going coast to coast. Plus, we was on ESPN TV.
Yeah.
We had worldwide exposure actually, but national exposure, and then of course WWE. You're hitting every damn big city. Now you're hitting them all, from Austin to Boston, Maine to Spain, and all points in between.
You must have had, maybe not the night of SummerSlam '88, but over the years, some very interesting experiences in the Big Apple.
Oh my gosh. Some of them, as Al Snow said, I really can't discuss here.
What's the first one that pops to mind?
In New York City?
Yeah.
I was amazed. I was walking down to Manhattan, downtown.
Mm-hmm.
All the big cities, lights and everything. And New York City is, you never can get tired of it. Even Jimmy Nuzzo, my buddy that lives there, where he grew up in Brooklyn, one of my best buddies, he grew up there, and he says you never get tired of it.
No.
You never get tired of the city. I mean, it's always fascinating. And but what was so fascinating to me was, here I am, a little Columbus, Georgia boy, and we walk in this one little pub. Who was with me? I guess Sean. And I guess I didn't see Sean, or maybe sometimes Sean had sort of a smirk on his face, like attitudinal maybe, or cocky or something. And sometimes people didn't really, attach to him real quick. I guess the best way to say it. But we walk in this. Now we're just walking down. This pick a bar. Here's a bar, a sports bar. We go in there and watch a game, have a couple of beers. Oh, by the way, this is Pop's. How you say it though?
Fabo Pop.
Fabo. And it's, so just so y'all don't think we're over here drinking a bunch of beer.
It's the new brand. It's the green flavor. Yeah, the mint Fabo Pop.
Where's Goliath?
Glance?
Yeah.
Well, you know, we're going to have to check the official screen, as even though the camera's on me, which director, if you could put it right back on Marty as we continue the conversation. You know, there you go, Marty.
All right, so what had happened
You're talking,
was,
you're in some pub now. Sean's got a smirk. What do we got?
Yeah, we walk in a little sports bar, and, you know, it's pretty packed, which, you know, maybe 100 people. And there's 100 of those, you know, down the streets of New York City. But one person recognized us, I guess, but they all started chanting my name. Marty, 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 and beating on the bar, and hell, I didn't know what to do. New York City, millions of people, and y'all chanting my name. My little Columbus, Georgia. I could walk down Main Street in Columbus, Georgia, and not even get a handshake. Nobody even wants to know me in Columbus, Georgia. Probably heard about the bowling alley.
Well, they'd have a hard time renting the shoes at that point, I guess, but that's a different story for a different time. Yeah. Did you have favorite hotspots in New York City as the years went on?
In New York City? Yeah. I liked them all. I liked all of them. They were good to us everywhere we went. Back then, they still had the limelight. That was the big attraction for all of us. It was they had the limelight down in Atlanta, so we were used to it. And the one in New York, just, you know, a bigger version. I mean, it was so many different rooms. I mean, upstairs, downstairs, you get lost in there for a day.
What was it?
It was a club.
Oh, it was a club. Okay.
Yeah, and Baltimore, believe it or not, I know Baltimore's kind of rough right now. Baltimore used to be a lot of fun. It was even dangerous back then. I can't remember the name of the damn club. Was it Sailors? No, that was Boston. But it had like 5 different types of clubs. There was one, I think it was called Sailors in Boston, that same way. You remember Boston?
Sailors? No, I don't remember that.
It had like about 5 or 6 different clubs in it, like kinds of clubs. They have country, they have rock, and rap. It have not so much rap back then, but I mean, it had different styles of music. You know, the country, the old stuff, the new stuff. Like I said, it was some form of hip hop. But different little clubs, little areas, all in one building. You know, and there was a beach club thing, but that was the limelight there. They used to do. You know, I guess it was right after Studio 54 just closed. I never I never got to go there. I heard.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I heard stories. I would have loved it.
You would have loved it. You're right.
You got that Vince laugh down.
Do I? I didn't know that.
When Vince gets real happy, ha 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 ha.
No one has ever said that to me before.
Well,
I don't know. Well, there you go. After SummerSlam, as we noted, you and the Conquistadors were all over that house show loop through the second half of 1988. Although, at this point, you moved more from the A-team underneath working the Macho Man and DiBiase house show swing to working on the C-team shows. So as you already noted earlier in this interview, smaller towns and whatnot. How big of a financial change would that be going from the A to the C? Was it very noticeable?
For me, I mean, I can't speak for the other guys, but they, you know, you'd get 300, was generally to pay for a C-team show, 300 a night. And like B would be around 5 or 6, and then A would be 7 to 10.
It's a big difference.
So yeah, so that's how you would bounce back and forth and count up your money. And it would be close. I mean, sometimes you get surprised and get more than you expected, and sometimes you get pissed off. Like, it was a full damn high school gym, or, you know, a lot of universities would go to their gymnasiums. And, you know, that's a couple thousand, 3,000 people. And even back then, paying $20 a pop, that's a pretty good house, not to mention concessions. But, yeah, and sometimes you would not get paid what you thought.
And how would you dispute that? If you thought you were owed
more
off of a house show payoff, or maybe a series of house shows.
You disputed too much, your ass is gone.
There wasn't a talent relations department back then like there is now.
I don't think so. I mean,
would you take it up with a certain individual, or?
Now?
No, back in the late 80s, when you first got there.
You just bitch to the boys, and the boys would bitch to the other boys, and they'd get around like a wave.
So you didn't have a way to dispute it?
No, unless you wanted to go tell Vince.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we had a meeting one time with Vince, with the boys. And it was Jim Brunzell, Killer B Jim Brunzell. Him and Brian Blair, remember the Killer B? So he spoke up, man. He said, Vince asked, was there any questions? He goes, got one. Nobody knew what he was going to say, but he never really said much. So we were like, what the hell's Jim going to say? Jim's a good brother, too, good guy. He goes, you know, it's looking through the booking sheet, it looks like the workload has increased, but the payload has decreased. And we're all like, let's see how this goes. And Vince was like, well, you'll have to speak with me later on that. And then next week, they were gone. Brunzell and them were gone.
Tony has a similar story during a group meeting at a mid-'80s television taping that Roddy Piper actually wrote about in his book. He was talking, Vince said, does anyone have any questions? And Tony raised his hand and said, you know, how come the live attendance is going up, but the paydays are going down? And he gave him some kind of an explanation that, you know, WWF had to invest more into travel and production and so on and so forth. And then
he might have said something like that on this one too, but I think he said just get with me later.
Yeah, just go get.
I'm sure he was taken back by like, what am I going to say in front of everybody?
Yeah. What about a guy that you worked with on television a few times in enhancement matches? Doesn't get a lot of love as far as a top superstar goes. Iron Mike Sharp. Any memories of the world's Canada's strongest and cleanest man?
Yeah, I got a couple with him.
All right. How clean was he?
I'm sorry I keep picking up my face here, but my dang tooth is falling out.
All right.
Paper tooth. You know that, right?
You told me last time, yeah, but I certainly wasn't going to mention it.
Just some Kleenex right here.
Oh, no, well, I thought maybe there is one in it. Look at that. Well.
I got a new tooth.
You got a new tooth. All right, well.
Don't look at this. It's horrible.
All right, well.
See that right there? It looks like a tooth. But what I got to do to cover up this. I should have done that. Somebody gonna freeze frame that and put it all over the damn internet.
You're going Isaac Yankem route now.
Yeah.
Isaac Yankem DDS.
Oh my God! You remember we talked about who was hard to work with?
Yeah.
And it was Adam Baum.
Yeah.
I forgot about Dr. Yankem.
Early Isaac Yankem was tough.
Oh my gosh! I had to work with. I always got the new guy to get their character over, just like Goldust. Mm-hmm. You know, Dustin come in there. He was nervous to death. He was like, Marty. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
He says, Marty, I don't know what exactly they're wanting out of this character. If I got to try it out tonight with you. And it was In Your House. Remember those pay-per-views?
Yeah, that was one that, an infamous one up in, I think it was it Winnipeg?
Yeah, I think
October
it was.
of '95.
Yeah. Yeah, because Winnipeg could be weird. Sometimes they would cheer loud and sometimes they'd sit on their hands. You never knew. But generally we have places we know, what it's going to be like. It's a hard crowd. Or it's an easy crowd. Mm-hmm. But Winnipeg would mix it up on us. Be hard sometimes and easy sometimes. I don't know how that worked. Because that's something I always teach my kids. Study crowds, because they're going to be different. Like in certain areas where amateur wrestling is big, in Iowa and stuff, they like a lot of groundwork. In other cities where, like say out west or down south where they know the Texas, where the luchador style, they like a lot of high flying. So you got to study the crowd to know what kind of match you want to give them. But Winnipeg, just crap luck there. But Yankem, back to him, he got better. I never got to work him as Kane. I think maybe in a battle royal. And Glenn and I, we were pretty good friends. Me and him and Al Snow always roomed together. Al tells some good stories about it. When we get a roll away, I usually got the roll away because I'm not going to let the big guy, big guy get on it a little bit. Yeah. Freaking roll away. The same thing with the Steiners. I get the damn roll away.
How did you always wind up with the roll away?
Well, because those guys were big. Arn Anderson caught me one time.
Al's not that much bigger than you, is he?
Who?
Al.
No, I mean, but he offered to.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, we want to let the big man.
That would have. I couldn't see him on a rollaway.
Yeah, his feet would be hanging off the edge, maybe arms drooped over. But okay, it's almost good.
Good. So you're doing a good job over there.
They got knocked out at one of my classes seminars, trying to teach a guy how to take the post right, like hit it and spin, but not hit it too hard.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, but I said, Larry, how'd that look? They said, it looked real good. I said, this is what it causes, though. don't do that. Don't put a hand in there if you have to. I usually try not to put the hand up, but because it looks so much better if you start spinning your body right before you get to the post, it's like centrifugal force. You're not, you'll spin around without hitting the post too hard. But if you got to go straight in, Bastion Booger, remember him?
Oh yeah.
Ah, dang, man. He threw me so hard I couldn't do anything but run in. I mean, ting! You could hear the pole like ding all through the building.
Wow.
I think it was up in White Plains. I can't forget that because that was the first time. Then he laid me against the post. He goes, "Don't move," and he comes running. You know, he's a big old boy, man. Rest in peace, brother. I liked him, man. But he comes running, bam, in my head, ping. I got the backside of it. So I'm walking around seeing little blue birdies flying around the ring for about the next 5 minutes. Then he nut shots me. I mean, with his nuts. He gave me a slam, and you know how he did that finish where he squat and set on you?
Yeah, he did a little dance, and then boom.
Yeah, and then he's sitting there with a big old sack in my face. I'm like, get off me. I couldn't even wait for the 2 count. Like, get off now. But Yankum, though, he was, when he first came in with that character, good God, strong, man. He is strong. Shit, he was throwing me around like a rag doll. I was like, damn, I don't like somebody manhandling me like that. You know, shit. But what am I going to do about it?
Right.
But yeah, he got good, though. I was to say in the Battle Royal or something, and he came over and got me, and it was real light. I mean, it was you know, he might have just been nervous, too, because he was doing that, you know, that character. He was wearing them teeth. Remember, he had the yellow teeth shit, and he had the wild, crazy man look, and, you know, he was trying to get the character down. Kane, he seemed to fit right into.
Yeah.
And it could have just been he was settled down with his nerves or whatever. Glenn, you know he's the mayor of Knoxville?
Yeah.
Yeah. Congratulations on that, brother. Keep doing your good job. You know, I did an appearance there at a sports store, like well, whatever you would call it. It was like action figures, a lot of wrestling stuff, a lot of pops, like these things. A lot of those of everybody. The Avengers, what were those turtles called? The Ninja Turtles.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Yeah.
Those guys and a bunch of stuff, you know, a bunch of toy kind of store, really, for grown-ups. But it's just a little small place on the corner of a building. And Glenn got word to me, thank you, I heard you did a great job there. He found out about the least little things in the city.
Really?
Yeah, I thought that was great because it's like a tiny little section of Knoxville.
That's impressive.
And I didn't get to talk to him. I was in and out. But I forgot who, CJ, my buddy CJ, was my agent for a while. I guess he got word to him to tell Marty, thank you for, he made a really good showing with these people. You know, they're bragging about him. And I just thought that was great that he keeps up with every little thing about his city.
A big city like that, and he's keeping up to date with what's going on in a little, you know, toy store, a small business like that.
And he's probably thinking, shit, Marty's coming to town. I'm going to have to get him out of jail, damn it.
Any memories?
There's no bowling alleys there.
I don't know. I've never been. What about Iron Mike Chop? Back to the
oh, yeah. He used to come do he'd work out, man. He'd be there. He'd be one of the first guys at the house shows, which if it was an 8 o'clock start, we had to be there by 7. Or was an hour early. He'd be an hour and a half early because he'd be doing his push-ups and jumping rope. Man, he'd jump rope the whole damn time. He'd do push-ups the whole time. He'd alternate them and do free squats. So he was a machine. He's probably one of the most conditioned guys in the company. And man, raw bone strong. Like when he would hit you with that damn whack across the back, damn, you'd like catch your breath. But and he didn't, you know, he was, sorry about that. Well, bam, and give you another one. Sorry, I couldn't help it. He was funny in the ring. And you just pinch him in the side. Wait a minute. And he'd start selling it. Like, well, don't sell it. I was just fucking with you. But he, we accidentally ribbed him one time. He's such a nice guy that you really didn't even want to rib him, you know. But we had to. I think Owen, speaking of Owen, Owen switched out his toilet paper. He got some from the bathroom, and somehow somebody wiped their ass on it, so it was a brown stain on the paper. And Owen went and put it. He'd do his push-ups on him. He set them there so he wasn't touching the floor. You know, and he brought his own toilet paper. He didn't use his toilet paper at the buildings, but he's doing his push-ups on them. And Owen comes to switch it out. He's got the shit stain on him. Mike goes like, wait a minute. Who's got my toilet paper? But he was all, you know, people would mess with him like that, just cutting up a little bit about his you know, neat freakness. or whatever you want to call it. I mean, he was, you know, one of those ones like now he'd fit right in with sanitizing your hand every 5 minutes. But
he was ready for the coronavirus in the 80s.
Yeah, he was already waiting on it. And we left the building one night, and he was, man, he'd be on like second or third match, fourth, maybe even mid card. We all right?
I have no idea. I can't see. That was
there
the
was
worst.
A bunch of threes.
That was the worst signal I was ever given. Maybe we'll try it in English. Was that a certain time cue or? All right, I guess we'll just guess. I have no idea.
It was a bunch of threes. I could see
bunch of threes.
I thought it was.
Was there any specific reason why we would get? This is unbelievable, Marty. The things we go through here in this studio, he's still not responding. I have no idea what he's doing.
Might have left.
He's snapping his fingers at me now. What is that supposed? Glantz made it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying.
Well.
Oh, is that what it was?
Glantz is. Well, I thought you were giving me a time cue every 10 minutes.
30.
Oh, 30. All right.
I'm by myself, so I don't want to do the camera.
Oh, yeah. You could always leave it on the wide shot, though. Well, it's unbelievable.
Then if I go and, you know, signal
Yeah.
you,
Okay. All right. All right.
Glantz, I need to see you,
your
bro.
Name is. Oh wait! he wants to talk to the mayor of Glantzville.
I got his name right on that one.
You got it right. Well, the mayor of Glantzville has made it back to the studio. I guess everything is right in the world.
Yeah, we're on the right track anyway.
Anyway. All right, also in 1988. Wait a minute. We're talking about Iron Mike.
So, yeah, he would be one of the first ones at the building, so he'd start getting his workout in. He'd go in about, you know, anywhere from first match to third or fourth. And then he'd stay there and work out some more afterwards. And you know, he'd be leaving with the main event guys at the, you know, at the end of the night. And,
how long was his shower?
I don't know. I never watched.
Yeah. But I mean, was it noticeable that he was in for so long?
I never really checked out. The guy wasn't a pecker checker like some of the guys.
Well, I don't know if he had to actually, you know, check the peck, but
only one was Virgil, because you couldn't help it, because when he was sitting there with Marcus here, he'd just be swinging in the wind, and you had to get way on the other, you know, those round showers that got like 3 or 4 on them. You know, the guys would have to share one post. You know, you'd be in the showers. And, you know, Virgil, man, that thing would be swinging. You would have to get way back
Lanny
from the shower.
Poffo was probably jealous. Lanny wishes he had that.
I think somebody took a picture. They had Polaroids back then. And I thought, man, what are y'all doing taking pictures of guys in the shower? But I think it was Lanny and Virgil were both in there washing. The 2 elephants were.
Oh, my God. I love it. I love it. Well.
But so Mike, he was working out still, or he's finishing up with me and Sean, a tag team partner of mine. Now, this one's okay to tell, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a big deal. We just, when we left, we were silly back then. We locked the gates to the, you know, back of the arena where we parked. The gate swung the gates. The chain was there with the lock, so we locked them in.
You were the one that did that to him?
Oh, you know about
that?
that?
Oh, I've heard the story. I had no idea you were responsible for it.
Me and Sean.
I never knew that.
I didn't know it got out that much.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, that's kind of well known. Yeah.
You know, Mike,
he just wanted a shower and he couldn't get out of the building.
Yeah.
Where was that?
That I don't know.
You don't remember?
Yeah, that's when we would just hand our ticket to the airline people and
say, send us to the next one.
Yeah, where are we going next?
Yeah. Oh, that's funny though.
Yeah, that's about it with Mike though, because I mean he was such a good guy. You didn't want to mess with him. He died.
Yeah, he did.
He died too.
And he had such a long run for as an
worker,
undercard guy. Yeah, you're talking about he must have been with the company for about 10 years,
if not more.
I think early '93 was when he departed, right in the infancy of Monday Night Raw.
Did you say departed?
Departed, yeah.
Okay.
You always pick up on the accent, but
well, you can tear me up with the dang Southern shit.
Hey, I'll tell you this though, that guy, he enhanced a lot of careers.
Yeah, he did.
He did.
He was. How could you not love him? He was no problem. You're never going to get a problem about Mike.
Anytime you saw Mike Sharp working with a babyface, you knew usually that babyface was on the ascend, especially if it was a newcomer, that this was someone that was going to go further up the cards as the months and the years went on. So it was a good cards. They were a good Mike Sharp, you knew, was a good stepping stone. You were off in a good direction.
He would, like, if they came in and say, hey, make Matt Daddy look good, he's like, okay, no problem. That's it. He didn't have no complaints. I told you when Terry Taylor was booking.
Yeah.
I told you about that. I don't know if I told that on there. I thought, hey, you're doing a great job, man. You're booking. You go sit down right there and watch. You know, and the guys that would come in and you had to tell the ones to lose, the head would go down and they get all sad. Or like I told you, it was Mysterio who got pissed off, went out and told Kevin Nash. Kevin comes storming in. What the hell are you doing? We're trying to get him over. Rey Mysterio getting over. You gonna beat him? What the fuck, Terry? And Terry says, fine, let him go. He's just like, shit. Because you had so many cliques there, and Kevin had his. You know, he had a big say. That was the thing about WCW. I never did the clique shit with any. I never even did that, except my little crew back home. You know, we kind of had a little crew. We called ourselves the crew. But outside of that, I never did that. You know, the whole Dusty Rhodes crew or Kevin Sullivan's crew, Ric Flair's crew, Kevin Nash's crew, Hulk's crew.
A lot of crews.
Yeah,
a lot of crews.
And if you was on the outside of that, you stood a better chance.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, or you got none because you ain't got nobody with you.
Right.
You know, you got less power. But I just prefer not being in a clique because I kiss up to anybody. Shit. I mean, I know I'm silly, but I'm a man too.
There you go. Also in this fall of 1988, we saw a new character in WWF, but not a new superstar. It was the debut of, formerly known as One Man Gang, the African Dream Akeem, who became one of the world's largest Africans, I guess. He was introduced dancing in the jungles with Slick and Mean Gene. And
he told me one time.
What did he think of Akeem?
He said, Marty, when I first got in this business, I had no clue I'd be doing this shit. But he tried to do his little, whatever he could with it, wiggle. But I told you, that was our first WrestleMania.
Yeah, yeah.
WrestleMania.
Several months later in 1989.
5, yeah. Well, 89, actually.
That was WrestleMania 5, yeah in AC.
And we were the littlest guys in the company. Everybody's 6'6", 300-something pounds. Some of them muscled up. Some of them just big boned. And Sean's I'm 5'11". I've sank down to 5'9".
Really?
Well, between the ankle and I guess the back like an accordion because, doing heavy squats all the time, I guess the spine's just
squishing you down.
Yeah, I went to the doctor the other day to get the ankle looked at, and they measured me, and they 5'9". I said, no, that's wrong. And 5'9". No, don't take nothing from me. I'm already short. I'm already 5'11". Don't take nothing from me. Some guys. Never mind.
What?
No, we ain't get.
All right.
That's for another show. But
it's almost like a sound effect we just had.
Yeah, you heard that?
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm getting cussed out somewhere. But could be the Columbus Police Department.
No.
But we were. And Sean's right at 6 foot tall, maybe 6.5. But I think 6, right at 6. So anyway, we're the smallest guys in the company. And, which is why we did all the high flying and tried to be in real good shape so we could buzz around and make ourselves look good with the big guys. But here we get Big Boss Man. He's 6 foot, 5, 6'6", 350 pounds. When he first came in, he lost a lot of weight from that.
He did lose a lot of weight from his debut,
he was huge, man. And me and Sean, it's our first WrestleMania. It's like you've made it. That's like the Super Bowl or World Series. You've made it once you hit a WrestleMania. So we've made it. And now we got this match. Shit, we're gonna go out and make our family and friends proud that we're on WrestleMania, but we got to do a match with the biggest guys in the company. They just put them together, so they were kind of new how they were going to do their thing, and it actually became, it was like wrestling two singles. It wasn't like a team so much, but them, and but we both of us nervous as hell. You'll find it's hard to believe, but we got drunk as hell the night before, and because we were just nervous, like, what do we do? What do we, we hadn't even. I think Boss Man was new in. Akeem,
Boss Man started around the time you did.
Did he?
And Akeem started in '87, but he became Akeem in the fall of '89,
he was
'88.
Before.
Yeah.
But when they threw that team together, it was that was it. That was the start, and we have to make it look good, and hopefully we look good doing it. We got drunk and just sat and talked all night at Trump Tower there, Trump Plaza, whichever it was. Such a good guy, man. I mean, what you see on TV is not what you really get with him. He was the nicest in the world. He came through the casino like shit. It had to be around close to midnight, and he was checking, making sure everybody's doing everything right. He was keeping an eye on this place. And we had done a photo op with him earlier upstairs in one of the penthouse places. And, you know, he said he was a big fan. And I thought, yeah, he's just saying that. He's the owner, you know, he's putting on the WrestleMania this year, you know, because it was at Trump Plaza.
Trump Plaza, yeah.
Yeah. And because it's Trump Tower and Trump Plaza, and the guys split up where they stayed, but was in the casino, whichever one it was that night. He came down, like I said, to check the thing. He looks at me and he waves from, as he's walking up, wave down the hall, like, I guess he does know who I am. And he walked right up. He goes, "How you doing, Marty?" And I thought, oh, he really does know. You know, I thought he was just bullshitting earlier. You know, I thought it was cool. I said, you know, and I had my girl with me at the time, you know, seeing at the time Ray lived. She's sitting there, long blonde-haired girl, pretty. He, you know, introduced himself, and but he said, "How are you doing?" And I was, you know, yeah, you know, win some, lose some. And he smiled, and he told the guy where I was playing craps, he told the guy at the table, give him a 500 marker. Wow. And I didn't know what that meant. I mean, what does that mean? I asked them after he walked off. He said, "Well, good luck, and I'll see you tomorrow. Have fun." And he walked off, and he kept eye. You know, he keeps eye on his business, man. He knows what he's doing. But he went. I went to the blackjack dude. I said, "What's a 500 marker?" He goes, "Well, basically, he just gave you $500."
Yeah.
And so I was like, I played one hand and took the rest. No, I didn't. I didn't do it. We played all night. And I think we about broke even. But what was impressive about him is I didn't see him for another 2 years. 2 years later, L.A. WrestleMania 7.
The WrestleMania 7, yep.
And he brought Marla May. He was with Marla May.
His new lady, yeah, his new wife.
And she was doing like interviews in the back. Gosh, she was such an ass.
Oh, really?
Sorry, Marla, I'm just saying what my experience. You might be a nice person, but wasn't that day. And the Nasty Boys made sure to take care of it. I think they won the belts that night. In fact, I know they did, because I got another story about with Willie Nelson after that.
I think we need to save that for 1991, though. We'll give him a little teaser for once we get to that point.
All right, we'll just finish on this one with Trump. You know, he was there with Marla. I heard a rumor. Now this is just rumor. He made a bar bet. He don't drink, you know, but he hangs out, sports
Trump?
bars or whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
He bet somebody. I heard it was a large amount of money that he would take Marla Maples and make her a household name. And damn if he didn't.
Sure did.
He did it. He's out there announcing WrestleMania, and but so man, she was just. Maybe she had a bad day that day. I don't know.
Maybe, and that does happen to people.
Yeah, it happened to me once.
What?
I started kicking my own ass. Well, you got to pull your heel up real hard to kick your own ass like that. But yeah, I see him walking out. Got a different girl, looks close to the same. Colleen, that Pat Tanaka actually had brought her, flew her out there as you know they were friends, and then asked me to watch her. So he could go gamble and do everything because she wasn't really into that. So I'm stuck hanging out with this pretty girl for 2 days, 3 days. And, you know, we were walking, had my arm around her, you know, we were walking backstage at the LA Arena. And here comes Trump, and he's smiling from part down. So, you know, I know he knows me now, right? So we get up and say, "Hey, man, how you doing?" And he says, "You've always got a pretty woman under your arms." And I was like, "Thank you." And she was smiling so big, you know, because he said that. But I got him, though, later. I got him later.
Trump?
Yeah.
How did you get him?
I went to the dressing room. He was sitting in there talking with one of the guys. And I, "Hey, bro, you got me in trouble." He goes, "What?" I said, "That was my wife." And he goes, "Oh my God, I'm sorry."
That's good.
Yeah, and then I started laughing. I had to let him off the hook because he was so apologetic. "I didn't even think of that. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." But I started laughing. I was just kidding. He goes, "But I did learn something there." That's how much, you know. I was impressed he knew the difference in the two girls.
Yeah.
2 years later.
Yeah.
I mean, they looked real close to like sisters, and white. I mean, like sister, like black, well, white. Yeah, never mind. They look like they could be twins. Is that better?
There you go.
And he knew the damn difference because he's like he used to be a little ladies' man himself, you know. He gets the best out there. But to finish that with Marla, boy, she was being such a bitch that day. The Nasty Boys won their belt, and they got champagne bottles, just shook them up on the, the interview is live.
Yeah, right.
She's shaking them up and they pop them right at her and just get it all over her hair. Oh man, she was so mad. She comes storming up, not doing it anymore with these damn wrestlers, I'm done. She looked like a wet rat, man. There's champagne dripping out of her hair. But yeah.
Well, I look forward to hearing the part about the Nasty Boys and Willie Nelson, as I'm sure you do, as we continue
Angel
this.
flying too close to the ground.
As we do with this fine gentleman each and every Thursday night on Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. We'll be back next week. Who knows what twists and turns we'll take as we attempt to break down, examine, look at the history that was 1988 in the World Wrestling Federation.
Hey, by the
as
way,
Frank Sinatra would say, a very good year.
The Braves are in first place right now.
Well, by the time this ends, the season might be over.
Yeah.
All right, Marty, for our friends in the back, the prodigy Matt Degnan, the man that has made his triumphant return, the mayor of Glantzville himself, Glantz.
Where is Goliath?
Glantz is in there. So I hope someone's pressing the buttons. For Marty Jannetty, I'm Dan Marotti. Don't forget, Tony Atlas is back.
Yes,
Tuesday
sir.
night at 9 p.m., then next Thursday with Marty. Till we speak again, folks, you and yours, stay healthy. Be well.
Yeah.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer, yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your
No,
help.
because they got to pay me.
Okay. Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. Boston Wrestling Sports and the MWF explodes into a new year of unknown with professional wrestling content galore, and we need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after we review the previous night's Monday Night Raw, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with the unpredictable WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights after WWE, NXT, and AEW at 10 p.m., you never know who's going to show up on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll journey through the 80s and 90s on Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. Friday nights after the lights go down at the Thunderdome on SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. If you want early, ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and to help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times, for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021. As our Friday marathon with Marty continues until about 8 p.m. tonight, you can make sure the party never stops. Join Marty every Thursday night at 10 p.m. for a brand new episode and help the cause big time by giving the video a big thumbs up. Subscribe to our YouTube channel for free. You can click the little notification bell for updates for the great content coming your way this week, and share the link to this marathon across social media so we can get new fans, get their eyeballs on this content. There are millions of fans that have no idea we exist, millions of lapsed fans that loved 80s wrestling, millions of lapsed fans that love the Monday Night Wars. But they gave up on the wrestling as we know it today. Once they find us, our old school talk shows, I think they're going to love us. Let's start creating original studio shoot interviews 7 nights per week and keep these wrestling legends working. I know we can do it as we continue to grow this family bigger, better, and stronger month in, month out. Up next, it's more WWF from 1988 as Marty discusses the departure of the Junkyard Dog and Brian Blair, Harley Race returning from injury, Nikolai Volkov, and more.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, it is Thursday night, it's 9 p.m., it's Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. I'm Dan Marotti, but more importantly, we're joined by my...
MJ in the house, that rocker Marty Jannetty.
I don't even know what you are. I couldn't even finish my thought.
Oh, what was you going to think?
I don't even know.
Were you thinking?
I was thinking.
Oh, okay, sorry about
I kind of drew a blank, and you just, you picked up on it, and you
How you
carried
draw a
it.
blank?
That's a good question. I know how to shoot them, but that's a different story for a different
boy.
time. You'd have to ask Linda about that.
Oh, dang, harass eating Annie.
No. We're not talking Annie. Well, Marty, it is a great time here. We've got Tuesdays at 9 with Tony Atlas, Thursdays with you. The fans have really helped pick up steam. We have the Super Chat button going tonight. If you watch the live premiere at 9 o'clock, you can talk along with us, and you can help keep wrestling legends working at the same time. The more fans that contribute and help out what we're trying to do, that means more bookings for Tony Atlas, more bookings for Marty Jannetty, more bookings for Brutus Beefcake. We have so many guys that we've spoken to about coming in.
More for Matt Daddy and Goliath in the control room.
Is that what his new nickname is now, Goliath?
Yeah, that's what
he
you
is
got.
a Goliath. But when you're a mayor, I guess you have to be, right?
I guess.
You got to have those balls of
Ask
steel.
Lynn.
We're also working on something tremendous. I don't know if we can let the cat out of the bag, so to speak, not to be confused with the cat on Tony Atlas's porch.
Better not be swaggy.
No. But we're working on something great for our Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive endeavor this year. Obviously, we're probably not going to be able to have a live wrestling event. It kind of is what it is. But now that the ability to do all this streaming stuff is coming to life, we've got a lot of folks that want to help out. It's going to be our 9th annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive this year that he started with us before he unfortunately passed away. So a lot of cool stuff is happening. The Patreon is growing, Marty, now that you're involved with it, and Tony. All you have to do is head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. They can stream studio shoot interview DVDs full length. They can access these episodes early without any advertisements or anything. It's a really cool platform for fans to take part of, and it helps us stay active. Are you looking for a cat?
No, but my pants are too short.
Your pants are too short.
Yeah,
well, it is the fall now, so.
Oh, and now
I'm long sleeve now, baby.
Yeah, I see that. It's hot in the studio. All these lights up here. And this is not Atlanta Falcons. I had the Braves on yesterday.
I saw that.
And Falcons, this is the Julio Jannetty, though. If you look on the back.
I was very impressed. Where did you get that jersey?
I forgot.
Yeah.
I think my friend.
It meant a lot to you, though.
Miranda sent it to me.
Oh, okay.
And she's a Milwaukee girl. Matt Daddy was like that.
But we spoke to her on the phone.
I think we did. Yeah, last night. That's right, we did.
TGI Fridays.
Yeah, what happened to Wolford's?
To what?
What's that Chinese place we go?
Kowloon.
Oh, yeah, what'd I say?
Walford's, I think.
And I got Julio's college on Bama because, I love the Roll Tide, but also a Georgia Bulldog. Because I grew up on the border right there. Columbus is right, the river separated, the Chattahoochee River.
Yeah, the old Chattahoochee.
Right behind the bowling alley.
There
separates Alabama and Georgia. So, and we had Bear Bryant back then. So, we loved Bama and we loved Georgia. And some guys like Auburn. Auburn's like 30 minutes from where I live. I'm not really crazy about them.
All right.
They got my own reasons.
All right. Well, maybe we'll go there when we're talking.
They wanted me to come there to be a kicker.
Oh, did they?
And not to play anything else, because I had a state record for a little bit, 55-yarder in high school.
Wow.
And but I didn't want to just be a kicker. I mean, I wanted to play too.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, no, we don't want our kickers playing. I was like, I ain't coming then. They ended up wrestling the little small community college, Chattahoochee Valley. And our coach came in, he's actually from Jersey. He'd come down there and turn that program around. My first year, he took a chance. He goes, I heard you could be a little bit to handle. And, but he took a chance on me, and it worked out good. He sent me to nationals every year. You have to qualify. You win the district, win the SEC junior college title. And then you go to national, qualify for nationals. And we got ranked as high as number 8 in the nation at one time under him.
Wow.
And they hadn't won maybe one match in the last 3 years before he got there. And see, I really enjoyed that. But and then we wrestled against Auburn because we go over there to scrimmage with them. And so a bunch of us were beating their guys. So you figured the next step when in 2-year college, we'll go to Auburn. But see, it didn't work out. I think they were dropping their wrestling program. Plus, some of the coaches were still pissed at me for walking out. I didn't want to kick for them because I wanted to play linebacker or do something. I didn't kick the football. Hell, I can do that at home.
Right.
But yeah, that was that. And so I get the sport. Yesterday I had my Braves on my Atlanta. I think I still got the hat on.
You got the hat.
There. I ain't got a haircut in like 38 years.
38 years, really?
How long has this pandemic been going on?
Since March. So
Did you say March?
March,
March.
yeah, March.
Park the car in the garage. That's if you're in Boston.
Exclusively.
You know they gave me a hard time again. Let me show you. Right here on camera.
What happened?
No, I might get in trouble. I got enough legal problems right now. The Massachusetts people, they keep sending me stuff saying, "Are you quarantined for your 14?" I mean, every day, they really do.
Really? Every day they're texting you?
Look, I'll show you if I can find it. I'm sorry, not trying to hold y'all up, but if you come to Massachusetts, be prepared to sign your life away. Here, you read that to them. Can you read?
All right. No, not really, but if I put it close enough. Massachusetts traveler without a negative test, Massachusetts law requires a 14-day quarantine. Failure to comply may result in a $500 a day fine.
You going to split that with
Taking
me?
it very serious. We'll have to, yeah.
Every day, though, until I leave,
They've
Tuesday?
texted it to you every day?
Really? Yesterday, they said they'll continue until the 14 days is
Well, we've got some friends in politics in the back, so maybe...
Hey, Goliath, I'm going to need you, bro.
All right, wrestling fans, we continue our journey down 1988 with Marty with a lot of twists and turns in between that take us not only around the country, around the globe with some of Marty's adventures. The fan response has been phenomenal. We go to October the 16th, 1988. It was almost a different incarnation of what would become the King of the Ring tournament pay-per-view back when it was a house show. The first 2 years it took place at Foxborough Stadium, the home of the New England Patriots, and then it went on to become...
They don't have Tom Brady anymore.
They don't.
So what's going to happen?
Tampa Bay's got him.
Yeah, but they got Cam, though. They brought up Auburn.
They got
boy.
Cam in.
Auburn, won the national championship for Auburn.
What do you think that's going to be a plus for the Patriots, minus?
It's going to take him a minute to learn the system.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to be a plus.
If he's healthy, my God, that could be a great
That's the thing,
pickup for him.
he gets whacked on that shoulder again.
Yeah.
Right, Matt Daddy? You know about the stuff.
Yeah, he
He's
knows.
an encyclopedia
Yeah,
for wrestling and all sports. That's cool. That's good
He's
for
an
me.
encyclopedia, all right. Yeah, Joe Scoops, as we like to call him.
Oh, is that right?
Joe Scoops. All right, wrestling fans. Again, back to King of the Ring. It went from a couple of football stadium shows to a house show in Providence every year. In 1988, you were actually in the tournament.
Yeah, and I was there when Harley Race came through.
Mm-hmm.
And they put that thing on it, the king,
the helmet, the crown,
freaking helmet, yeah. But it was funny because Central States where I broke in, he was him and Bob Geigel owned it, and he always would do his interviews. I am the 7 times real world champion, not that Hollywood Hogan bullshit up there. And he would preach that we do the real thing. We are not a traveling circus. And I would always ask him, because I was there doing the next interview, and I was like, Harley, do you really think it's a circus? Because I was still studying and learning shit. It's a joke. I would never have anything to do with that. Then a couple years later, they called him, and he went right the fuck up. He went right in. And then I told you, I think I told you on an earlier episode, he comes in, sits down, or he was sitting, me and Sean, felt comfortable to go talk to him. I think he actually got there before us.
Oh, he did, yeah. He debuted in '86.
Yeah, and we said we'd go sit with him, and I said, Harley, you always told me this place was a joke. How'd you get here so fast? Well, money talks. and then he said, let me tell you something. When Hogan and I worked Madison Square Garden, we sold it out the fastest it's ever been sold out, one day. And I'm like, really? Wow. He goes, they didn't come to see him. He had been there before. Oh, Harley, man, I miss him. Rest in peace, my brother.
Well, we enjoyed having him in this very studio. That was
Oh,
a
you
nice
had him in?
Yeah, yeah. I wish we had more of them.
How'd he do?
Good.
Because
Good.
there at the end, he was kind of tired a lot. You know?
Well, this was probably '09, so not.
Oh, okay.
He wasn't. He really didn't start to decline much at that point.
You know, remember that girl, Gorgeous George?
Yeah, the one that was with Macho Man.
Yes.
I mean, yep.
Pretty girl. In fact, you know, because Randy was the one with her, I didn't never want to like approach her or anything. Even after they split off, you know, it was still like Randy's. You know.
Right. Yeah.
But she was a pretty girl. Boy, when she would get drunk, oh my God. Tasmanian Devil had nothing on her. I was sitting with Harley and I don't remember who else, maybe Bob Orton Sr. We were sitting in a little restaurant getting something to eat, talking, and she comes in raising hell with the bartender and just having a fit. And I said, let me go over there and calm her down. I'll be right back. Harley gets me, goes, just sit right here and enjoy the show.
I would, like I said, imagine if we were able to have Holly in several times, some of the content we could have produced.
Oh,
but
imagine him and Sheik together. That'd be a good one.
that would be an interesting twosome. That could have been a reality show.
What about New Jack?
I'd love to have New Jack. We had New Jack on a live event, but never here in the studio. And I liked him. I liked him an awful lot. Very upfront guy.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to let you know the truth.
Yeah. What's that?
Yeah, I said he'll let you know the truth.
I think he'd be a great addition to what we're trying to do.
I'll talk to him if you want.
Definitely.
Okay.
Would love to have him with us
that'd be
sometime.
great, man.
Yeah, a different point of view, you know, from a different territory.
Oh, man.
We really haven't done much on ECW here.
He has one of the best. I mean, I timed it. I'm like, God, the intensity. It was like 8.5 minutes. But he went off on Benoit, you know, on a shoot interview.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy. I mean, that intensity has started. Sheik even said, tell him, Bubba. You tell him. He couldn't even get a word in because Jack was going, bro. He was just going. For 8 minutes, he was just, oh, man, he was ripping into Benoit. But, you know, because he was good friends with Nancy. And you know, Chris was kind of hard to get close to, which is, you know, nobody, I mean, not everybody's trying to get close to everybody, but just saying, it wasn't standoffish. It was just closed. You know, it was just closed. It was like, you know, hey, he's a very nice guy, super nice, very polite, very respectful. But he was just to himself. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, I tried to do that until I started drinking.
There you go.
But yeah, and New Jack didn't hold back. I mean, for 8 minutes, I was so impressed. Like, next time I have an argument with one of my girls, I want to see if I can yell that long. It's not even just the yelling, it's the intensity. You know, and you, Vince, you get blood on your hands and you're going to get away with it again. I'm like, damn. And I sat back and I thought, I wonder why New Jack's not been in WWE.
I don't think he would fit in WWE no matter
he'd
what.
Knock somebody out too quick.
Yeah, I don't think that would have been a good fit, but certainly a very interesting guy. Like I said,
Good guy,
I like upfront, and he was very upfront when we had him.
Good man to have on your team.
All the way back in 2002, I think. It's been that long now. So
yeah.
It's been a minute since we've seen him, but I'd like to have him again. But back to you. That night, King of the Ring, you went the singles route. In a losing effort in the first round to the Red Rooster, Terry Taylor. Any memories of having a singles match for the first time in the company?
You know, Terry was so good to work with. Because he'd educate you during the match. He would tell you why to do certain things. Like, remember, I think I told him another episode, he told me just one, he had me in a rear chin lock. And, you know, and I got my hands up, like, and he says, he's whispering in my ear, turn your palms up. This way it's like you're asking the people for, you know, help. Turn your hands up. I mean, a little thing like that. I mean, I'm learning during the match with him. Solid, very good worker. Knows what he knows the business. He knows the psychology. That's why I told you when Vince called him in for a meeting and told him, you know, what he say, Terry's. And that's usually a good thing. When Vince wants to talk with you, he's going to bump you up somewhere or give you another character or something. Or he's going to do like this and tell Terry, great worker, great concept of psychology, and solid as can be with all our guys in the ring, but unfortunately, the business is where we're going now, that's not necessary. So he just basically said, we don't need a good worker no more. Fuck. He told Jake, he brought Jake in. I was riding with Jake at the time too. Jake didn't let it get to him as bad because we just powdered up. Back then we used to, do stuff, and he just did more of that. we took care of business on that ride. But I was like, well, what was the meeting like? He goes, well, he told me, he said, Jake, what do you do with a good book when you're done reading it? I said, you told him read it again if it's good enough, right? He goes, I didn't say a word. I just said thank you and walked out. But that's how he told Jake goodbye. In a nice way, though. He wasn't being rude. Jake hadn't done anything wrong.
Well, I guess sometimes that can happen with anyone, once they've had their run.
Not
and
me.
whatnot. No, not you, though. We want our episodes here to
seven
go on
times
forever.
real fired. I didn't get fired all those times. I quit a couple.
Did you?
Yeah. But I still got Sheik. Sheik had the record. I broke it. But Chavo Guerrero, the senior, the dad, he broke. Sean and I came in for that one day. We got fired the next day.
Right.
We had the record until he came in there and failed the piss test the first day. He didn't make a whole day. he broke our record. But so about five or six of them, about five of them were. Well, a couple of them were. There's a difference in being released and being fired.
Right. Sure.
A couple times I was released. They had to. One time I was accidentally in jail for a little while. Not the bowling alley. It was something else. Actually, it was just a DUI or something stupid. But anyway, they gave me a release. They waited for so long. I mean, John Laurinaitis, when he was running, when he was vice president, I think he married one of the Bellas. One of the Bellas'
their mother.
Yeah, both of them's mother, I guess. They're twins. And then I guess Triple H is the vice president now, right? Matt Daddy, who's the vice president now? Who? Not of America, of the WWE. Yeah,
he was in charge of talent relations. He wasn't the vice president of the company.
Triple H?
No,
Yeah,
Johnny Ace.
He was vice president 1 minute.
Of the entire company?
Yeah.
You sure about that?
I'm positive about that. Not HIV, but yeah,
well,
positive.
We don't want to go there.
But when you get released, in my case, I couldn't do anything. They waited on me as long as they could, But Tallahassee, the Florida system down there is kind of crooked. They cleaned it up after I already did my time, but we stopped talking about all this jail stuff, huh? Making myself look like an old villain. But they had to give me a release. I remember a girl came to see me. A visitation, and she had her head down. And I'm the one still struggling in this damn place. But she had her head down, and I'm like, what's wrong? Talking through a window, like on the phone. And she goes, I got to give you some news. And as soon as she said that, I'm like, uh-oh, I hope it ain't what I think. And she goes, Johnny said to tell you that your job is secure when you can start back, but for now, they got to give you a release. And then now you're locked in a place like that. Now you can't let your head go down in there because it's like the prey on the weak. They see somebody upset or something, and they're gonna get you. They're gonna get your lunch. They're gonna get your every canteen you got, food, the snacks and shit that we get, and they'll just beat the hell out of you for being a little wuss. But yeah, and the thing with the release now, you get paid for, I think it was up to 90
days, yeah.
Yeah, you get paid for the next 90 days still. Whereas when you're fired, your shit stops right then. That's it. You ain't getting another paycheck. But as Al Snow said, if Vince thinks you got value for the company, he'll bring you back. That was like Hacksaw Duggan and Sheik when they both got released, when they got caught on the Garden State Parkway or Jersey Turnpike, whatever it was.
Yeah, and back in '87.
Yeah, and they had to let them go because they got this big feud with each other, and they're riding, and I think there was some cocaine, but definitely with some weed.
Yeah, the Sheik had the coke in his bag. Yeah.
Yeah, and so they, that made it headline news. USA Today front page, and so when Vince had that meeting, he brought, first time he'd ever had a meeting with all the boys. That's why we got in trouble that night. Just had a meeting on professionalism, and we really didn't do anything wrong. That was Jimmy Jack, and he's apologized and admitted, out that it was his fault. But he had talked about then, Vince had talked about then, and said, those guys, their career is over. They'll never be back. One stupid decision like that, and they'll never be back again. You guys mess up like that, your career will be just like theirs, over. And he had him back by a year later, 6 months later.
Duggan was back before the end of '87. Sheik, it took about a year, yeah.
Yeah. So we're like, yeah, he really. And it's like Al Snow said, if he thinks he can make money with you, he'll bring you back. He didn't like Jesse DeBody, you know, because Jesse sued him for like, I think, $700,000, because we all got notes. I don't know why he sent them to us. We got notes in our mail, or your check. You used to get a check every Monday. You go to that mailbox, you got that check sitting there. But you had a note in it where Jesse is settled, or they did something for $700,000, and it had to do with royalties, because they weren't paying the guys correctly on the royalties either. And Jesse, you know, took it to court and won. And you know, you got $700,000 out of Vince, or the company, I should say, not Vince, but out of the company. You think you're going to be back? Wait a minute, you became governor? Yeah, come on back. Governor of Minnesota? Yeah, come on back. We use you as special guest referee. You remember that?
Yeah, SummerSlam '99.
Oh, my God. You are an encyclopedia.
Well.
Yeah, man. So, what brought that up, though? We were talking about
part?
King of the Ring.
King of the Ring '80. I'm impressed you remembered. It was your first singles match in the company. Lost to Terry Taylor.
Terry,
Sean went on to the second round. He beat Danny Davis in a singles match.
Terry Taylor was working with Sheik one time, and we're watching because, you know, we know Sheik's routine pretty good, but Terry was kind of new in, and we knew he could work though. So we're watching, we're studying, and it got to a part of the match it just got weird. It's like something ain't right, and it kind of slowed down. And I remember asking Terry when he come back, I said, Terry, what was that when you were in a rear chin lock forever, and then it snatched you back down in it as you got up or something? I can't remember exactly what it was. I said, what was that all about? He said, she kept saying, Teddy, what's the gimmick? And Terry was like, well, what's the gimmick? You know, work the damn gimmick, Teddy. I threat you if you don't. and Terry's like, I don't know what gimmick you're talking about. You look at the people and tell them, a USA, a USA. He says, Sheik, I can't do that. He goes, you either do that, Terry, I threat you. He goes, Sheik, I can't do USA here. He goes, why can't you do USA? He goes, because we're in Canada. I don't care, do it anyway. And he did, and they got with it. We're in Montreal, and they're cheering USA, USA.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, man.
Lazaro Vaziri.
Yep. Never got to work with him, but I bet it was fun. It would have been fun. I mean.
Well, he'll always be in this studio in spirit.
Yeah.
But the havoc he created in this one room still amazes me as I look up at the lights right now. But late October 1988, it was...
Oh, so Harley Race,
sorry.
so Harley get the King of the Ring. I don't know if that was the first
That wasn't the year he won, though. He won it in '86.
Is that what it was?
DiBiase won it in '88, yeah.
Well, that was the whole... I told you, like with Terry Taylor, they always rib you by your personality. You come in all cocky, you become the Red Rooster. You know, Harley come in wanting to be the real world champion. So they put the king crown on him, and it was weighed about 20 damn pounds. And if that wasn't bad enough, they made him a little chin strap thing that would squeeze his face up. They said, wear that. I mean, they just was like clowning him. And he did it. But he was proud to be the king. Macho Man made it cool. Remember, he changed the crown.
Yeah, he had a nice looking crown.
Yeah, he would change that.
He wasn't wearing that big purple bucket.
Damn, I mean, when you set it down, I'd like mess with stuff and stuff up toilet paper up in there. The Harley I liked a lot, so and it knocked the hell out of you. I mean, like with Fuji, I'd cut up with him sometimes, take his hat and spray paint the rim on the inside. When we was in Madison Square Garden, and he put it on, and he kept messing with it. He could feel it. He pulled it off and looked, and he had a black ring around his head, and he's looking, and he's I'll get you, Marty. Right, I'll get you. He didn't have to guess who did it. But yeah, that was funny. But I wouldn't do that to Harley. I'd just stuff it full of toilet paper, or something, ruffled up paper, something easy.
Yeah, that's harmless enough.
Yeah.
Late 1988, I'm sorry, October of 1988, Saturday night's main event, one of those NBC phenomenons that drew millions and millions of fans while replacing Saturday Night Live. You had Jeez, I lost
Saturday
my...
Night Live.
Remember Saturday Night Live, the comedy show?
Yeah.
That's what Saturday Night's Main Event would replace.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
You had a showdown between Jake the Snake Roberts and Ravishing Rick Rude. They had a hot feud in 1988. It was one of the final appearances in Jake's corner of Cheryl Roberts. Any memories of Cheryl Roberts?
Yeah, she was kind of a sweetheart. She was just kept quiet to herself, you know. They had the little girl with them all the, well, not all the time, but usually when she would be there. And so she'd be taking care of her kid. She was a sweetheart. I can't find anything wrong.
They'd bring one of their kids on the road?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, really?
Girl. You know, Jake, I hope you don't mind me telling this one, Jake.
Jake is going to be coming here sometime
Is he?
soon.
Well,
Yeah.
I'd love to be here with him. We'd have fun together. We'd come up with some stories, bro. We did some stuff on the road. I was telling Matt one today, wasn't I?
Well, let's hear it. What do we got?
No.
What do we got?
Well, I'll just say this much. Back then, you know, they eventually put it in the contract. I think this was in the contract. Later, they put in the contract you couldn't fraternize with the raw girls and all that stuff. But there was supposed to be no fraternization. Is that the right word?
Yeah.
Fraternization? The hell? Come up with that word. But between the boys and office personnel, like the girls, you know, in the office. Well, Jake took that to the limit. I can't tell you what he was doing with the snake.
What he was doing with the snake?
Yeah.
No.
No. No.
You can't share even. I think the statute of limitations is expired.
No, but we're not on Jake's damn pride. By the way, Fabo beer.
Fabo pop, baby.
It's not beer though. What is it?
Soda pop.
Soda. I mean,
You
why'd you say beer? I'm trying to let y'all know I ain't drinking beer.
You got the mint flavor today.
I call
You
it
got
beer.
the mint flavor.
The mint flavor. Right, that's what that one is. Oh, that was root beer, cream soda. It's pretty good though, yo.
Do you think that Jake having Cheryl in his travels with him helped maybe calm him down a little bit, keep his head screwed on straight a little bit?
I don't know what I was going to say. But now this I will say because it was kind of funny, but maybe it ain't. I don't know his family stuff, but maybe I won't.
He's a single
I
man.
think when she was, yeah, but the daughter's grown up now.
Oh, okay.
You know, yeah. But he was only kidding. It was funny to me. So you know, I'll say this: he was mad at Cheryl one time, and he said, "Fuck them off, fuck them all. All women are just fucking whores, fucking just a bunch of whores." I said, "Well, you know," and she was a sweetheart, little 2-, 3-year-old running around, you know. They're whores. They're fucking whores. I'm like, well, what? Your daughter though? He goes, she's a future whore.
How do you really feel, Jake?
Yeah, but he was just, you know, he was just spouting. He didn't mean that at all. Not at all.
No, who would mean that? October, the tour of the Europe did big business for WWF. It was kind of new. There weren't as many international tours back then as there were now. You had a
There's more now?
Many more international tours. You didn't know that. Well,
no, we were doing pretty good ourselves.
You didn't need to go international at that point, right?
No, but we would usually right after WrestleMania because there's always a little dip after, you know, it'd be like after the Super Bowl. It's a little dip, be a dip in football, even though XFL tried to jump in there, right?
Yeah.
I heard they were doing, starting to come around, then the shit hit. The pandemic thing hit. They bankrupted or something.
The XFL?
Yeah, the newest, the
Oh
slate.
yeah, no, yeah, The Rock bought it.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
For pennies on the dollar, he did good.
Is that right?
If they can get on TV and get a deal. No, it's interesting though. I haven't
Well,
seen
the
one
NFL's
time
actually-
cue from your friend over there on this episode. I guess he's too
Matt
busy
Daddy?
visiting a convenience stores. Yeah.
Matt Daddy.
Matt Daddy. Yeah.
We might have to ride up
The mayor's going to toss him.
What's that?
The mayor is going to toss him.
Goliath, how you doing back there?
All right, Mayor. Thank you.
But one of my legs is getting smaller than the other. I just now noticed that.
Yeah.
I think it was from I had a wreck on my bike. There was, I usually do cardio in the morning, you know, bike ride because I'm getting old, man. That's all. I can't jog no more because of the ankles. But you know, like 6 in the morning when I usually go, I usually wait till the sun breaks now, so there's a little bit of light. Because I'm like out in the country in Alabama, and it's pitch black. You barely see the road. And another car comes shooting around the corner. Didn't see me. I had to run off the road to keep from getting hit by the car, and it jacked me up with some nerve damage. I guess it's causing the muscle to deteriorate, atrophy here. I didn't ever notice that until now. This leg is, man, I'm falling all apart.
Well, at least you're sitting down now.
Yeah, for now.
For now.
Where are we going tonight?
I don't know.
Last night, the one waitress was kind of cute.
The one that looked like John Candy?
Oh, no, not that one. I forgot about that. Yeah, we, you know, when you can have fun in the TGIF, and there wasn't hardly anybody in there, was it?
No, it was nice and quiet. But your partner in crime was banned from the studio today.
What'd you do there? Goliath, you was catching hell yesterday. Robbie's catching, what'd Robbie do?
Wim O'Brien.
Who?
Wim. W-I-M-B. That's his real name, Wim.
Wim, I'm sorry, bro. I'm gonna do like the Owen Hart. I thought you was great, man. I didn't think he was an asshole like that.
He's still trying to figure out Wim. He wants to know where it is, but maybe he'll find it someday.
Oh,
we'll have to wait and see. But on that October European tour, a rare title change not on TV.
Oh, so I was saying too, though,
Oh,
we used to do right after WrestleMania, we'd shoot over to Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually we got to where India and I think Australia once. But I think that was it. It was just one, and then it became 2 a year. Like somewhere in the fall, I think they would throw a little shorter one in.
Yeah.
What, they're doing more now?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Many
Wow.
times a year, yeah.
Well, because you can't go wrong. I mean, gosh, they love American wrestling everywhere.
Yeah.
It's going to be a sellout. It starts dropping off here, go over there. You start off just like with the basketball players.
Yeah.
You know, they fall off here, go over there, you're a star again. But yeah, I didn't realize they were going that much though. But like I say, if the ratings are dropping off, all you got to do is international.
On that tour, you had, again, a rare non-televised title change. Rockin' Robin defeated Sherry Martel. Any memories of the sister of Jake the Snake Roberts and Sam Houston?
He called her a whore too.
Did he?
No, just playing, Robin. No, she was a little sweetheart too. You know, kept to herself quiet. And, yeah, I might have missed a few things. I mean, Sam Houston, you know, he's related somehow, brother. Sam Houston.
Yeah.
What's his real name?
If it isn't Sam, I don't know.
The encyclopedia. What about Matt Daddy? Sam Houston's real name. Man, Sam, you got him. You got 2 dictionaries stumped. But he would say otherwise. She's just wild. You just got to get her in the right place. And I was like, why do you know that? Why do you know? You know, I'd never seen her do. She was kind of to her, you know, very nice person, very polite, respectable. Like I say, Jake and Sam might be going, shit. You don't know her. You're right.
That was the Robin that you know.
Yeah, the Robin I know is just quiet and to herself. Sort of like me and Jake were.
Also on that tour, it was the end of 2 WWF mainstays at that time. Magnificent Don Morocco, Junkyard Dog. There was a lot of shenanigans on that tour. Any memories of JYD and Don Morocco at the end of their WWF runs?
I think JYD, when he got his first Mercedes, he put regular gas in it and tore it up the first time he filled the tank. I can't forget that one. Yeah, and with JYD, when we came in, that brother, you know, he's a big boy. He could eat. I mean, when we first started, you know, the guys were showing us around, like you got your favorite restaurants in each town, and they kind of, a lot of them cater to the boys. You get a bigger steak, you know, faster. But old Junkyard, man, he would have 2, he'd always order 2 of everything that he would get. Yeah, 2 big 30-ounce steaks, 2 of them. You know, wherever we went, he got 2 plates. And we were thinking, on one hand, man, he eats a lot. On the other hand, we're going to make some money here because that shit was expensive. But in Morocco, I'm sure glad I didn't see him have to pull him off anybody one night. We was walking through, I don't know where the hell it was, Bourbon Street or something like that. And he was wearing a tank top. You know, we just got through wrestling. He was still pumped up, man. He got like basketball delts. And you know, he's walking through, and he had a bottle of something, and it just slipped out of his hand, broke right there in the road. And these hunk kids started laughing at him. Ha, 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 ha. Big tough wrestler, huh? Man, he turned and started running after him. I mean, he's a big old boy too, and he was hauling ass. He got within a finger's reach of him. He didn't quite catch him, but that would have been an ugly scene because he would have hurt them guys.
Well, the Iron Sheik called both of them good medicine men. Would you agree with that statement?
You know, every town we went to, like me and JYD rode a couple times together. Marty, first thing I like to do when I get to a town, I got to find a hood. And I was like, okay, I ain't got a problem with that. But I thought he just, you know, okay, we're in Charlotte, you're going to find a hood. We're in Las Vegas, going to find a hood. We're in Denver, got to find a hood. Chicago, and it wasn't hard to find.
Yeah.
But then medicine man, that's why he knew right where to go to get
He knew where to get his medicine.
You know, Jake had taught me something once when we was out in L.A. And everybody was on the hunt. And he said, all you do is get in a cab and tell them to take you to the hood. They know what you want. They know where it's at. And it was
cab
true.
drivers?
Yes. I jumped in one time to the hood. I didn't know which one. It went straight to one. And knew exactly. And they know in the hoods, they know when a cab's coming through and there's a white person in there. They know what they're there for. So they're all running up with their stuff to sell you. Why do I know that?
Secondhand stories, I'm
Back in
sure.
the day, that's, you know, I've changed. You've changed.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was, but Don was, I like Don, man. He could be a bad boy if he wanted to.
Now, what do you mean by that, a bad boy?
He could cut up, he could get pissed off and destroy a damn studio probably faster than Sheik.
Really?
Yeah, if he was mad, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a strong-ass boy, man.
Also, in late 1988, you had new babyface tag teams coming in, babyface tag team coming out. B. Brian Blair, Jim Brunzell, the Killer Bees.
That was because of that meeting I told you about.
That was actually led to what them leaving.
Yeah, when Brunzell, you know, hopped up in the meeting and told Vince, seems like the workload's increased, but the payload's decreased. It was gone. Actually, then Blair took it another step further, started going around to the guys talking about starting a union. That's when it was gone. You can't talk about a union around WWE.
I don't remember who it was, but I believe someone in here said they were caught talking with Jesse about unionization. Was that true? Do you remember anything about that?
It's possible. I don't really remember.
Blair apparently was released because, or fired, I should say, because he refused to put over Ron and Tully at a television taping before Survivor Series. Any memories of that?
No, not at all. I didn't know that. There's a lot of things I don't know.
You weren't there.
I mean, even when I'm there, I'm not there.
But I mean, you can't be everywhere every night with everyone.
No. And when they say I'm not all here because I'm not all there.
Do you maybe a thought process, Killer Bees or all the new babyface tag team like yourself, new babyface tag team like Powers of Pain coming in? You think maybe they resented it and they knew, you know, what the writing on the wall was for them? That they
No, I don't think so because, you know, they kind of were fun-loving guys. They liked everybody. I mean, as far as I can tell. I mean, I got along great with both of them. Jim's a sweetheart, and Brian's, you got to keep both eyes on him, but he's pretty cool. The reason I say that is we were, he ran a tour down in Aruba. We did Aruba and a couple of the other little islands right around there, and I think Carousel's right there, Carousel, but I'm not sure. But I know Aruba was our mainstay, and yeah, he was up late. Like I'd be out at the bars. He would too sometimes, but as he got a little older and more responsible running tours and stuff, he, you know, you could kind of, the club thing we thought was going away. He wouldn't go out as much, but actually it happened twice in India too. When he was part of the book. He was a booker or something for a tour in India. Bad News Brown got real angry with him.
Really?
Because he was saying something about our pay. He was only going to be able to pay us half of what we were supposed to get or something. And Bad News was like, nah, no, you give me the whole thing. Now, well, the other guys want to take half, that's on them, but you're going to give me my whole payday. And Brian did. I think I luckily got mine, but some of the guys didn't. And in Aruba, it's sort of the same kind of thing happened. It's like the common denominator there, or you know, Brian's in charge, there's a problem. Brian's in charge, there's a problem with the money. And what else to say about Aruba, too, I'm out one night, it's like 2 or 3 in the morning in Aruba, man, they love to party. They love to party. And I'm at a club on the beach, right there at the beach, which is where all the good clubs are in Aruba. And I'm not coming out. That was GHB days. So
Oh, the GHB days.
I was feeling good, and I come stumbling out, and I'm thinking, man, I got to get some of that other stuff to get me straight. And that's easy to find in Aruba. But so, I'm out there on the corner, and one dude comes up and tells me how much it was and all that. And I see old Blair, and he's with the booker's wife, or the promoter, the owner, the guy that he was going through from Aruba. He's out with the wife. Now, it could have been an innocent thing, but I don't know. They were giggly and bumping shoulders and all, snuggle up. I don't know how innocent it was, but that's the promoter's wife. And we're worried about the money, and you're out now. There was just something went right. But I never said nothing about that till now. So no worries, Brian. Nobody knows except the people watching this.
Well, I tell you, I don't know if anyone in the history of the studio has ever been talked about in the way that Brian Blair was. The first time we had the Sheik, is noted, he became a phenomenon to a new generation of fans when he talked about wanting to rape Brian Blair and make him humble. Tony Atlas earlier last year wanted to physically attack Brian Blair because of, I guess, an exaggerated story of a real-life fight that Tony and Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff got into.
On the side of the road.
Yeah,
I think I heard about that when I was breaking into wrestling.
Tony was furious about Blair's version of it. Absolutely furious.
Oh, I bet he was. I mean, if you don't tell that story correct, that's why I don't tell it, because I heard it second or third hand, and it might not be correct. So I ain't
and you know what's funny? Not to pour gasoline on a fire, but
you're going to do it anyway.
It actually took place near a bowling alley. But
well,
but anyway, Tony
who
was
came up with that one, though, Brian?
Tony was ready to kill Brian Blair, and he made a video of it when he after the studio session. He was so angry about it, he went back up to Maine and he went to the laundromat where the guy that runs his Twitter account was, and they made a little video where he used some foul language in ways he wanted to hurt Brian Blair and put it out there on social media. Some guys seem to like Brian. Some guys have a real strong hatred of Brian. Any reasons why?
He's like, what do they call that, polarizing? What do they call Trump that? Polarizing, I guess that means you either like him or you hate the hell out of him. But I like Brian. But I mean, I've seen, well, for instance, those tours where he's upset the guys. I forgot who all was on it. The Bushwhackers were there, Bad News, me, shoot, I can't remember who else. Tatanka. There was a bunch of the Tampa boys, I know that. And at that time I was Orlando myself, right up the street. But yeah, I mean, he told the guys he'll pay them later. I'll get it to you later. You know how that goes. Right?
Did you ever get it?
I got mine. Luckily, I got mine for whatever reason.
Later on, did you? Or on the tour?
He got me straight out
front.
Oh,
really? Oh, good.
And yeah, like I said, and sometimes you carry yourself too proud.
Yeah.
You know what I mean by that? And some of the guys resented that because they didn't think he was as tough as he liked to tell people he was.
Do you think he deserved to be raped by the Iron Sheik?
Nobody deserves that. He come in, Nikolai Volkov, rest his soul. Nikolai was they roomed together when they were tagging and all that.
Yeah.
Nikolai comes in. Buddy, I'll tell you something about that Sheik. I don't trust that man. He come in the room last night and he stared at my ass. And the covers were off my ass and I sleep naked and I turned around and he's staring at my ass. And Sheik was, when he was telling me, Sheik was right there, Bubba, of course I stare at your ass. I've wanted to, but Sheik not do that. He goes, you're damn right you not do that.
So the Sheik actually had an interest in Volkov's ass, according to Volkov.
Volkov said the covers had, he was laying there naked and the covers, his ass.
Well,
no, Sheik said your ass was nice and shiny.
I'm glad that when we shared that 2-bedroom suite in Toronto that we had separate bedrooms.
Yeah,
now that you mentioned that, I locked the door.
Especially if you sleep naked.
Well, Sheiky baby, I told you, when he was the bodyguard for the Shah of Iran, that was part of the, I don't know, I'm trying to find the right word here, but that was punishment. If you broke laws, you could be raped in the ass by another man because it wasn't considered gay if you were the one doing the humbling. If you were the humblee, it was a punishment for breaking laws.
You have definitely
The Sheik
changed.
had to do it.
You know, I know that they're not looked down on for, I didn't want to say the F word, but for fucking sheep.
Yeah.
They don't get, they're not looked down as gay for that. I seen a video, man, on YouTube. There was a couple guys, I don't know, Arab or what, I don't know, but they had the things on their head. And they were way out in the field, the one's holding the goat. Man, that goat was kicking, and the other one, was behind him. Somebody videoed that shit. Just out in some random field. And the poor goat, man, he was kicking and trying to get away, and dude was holding him while the other one, yes. But they don't look at that as odd.
Well,
the goat probably does.
The goat probably, it wasn't his best day. Not like the goat we have down here at the studio.
what is he going to go back and tell his friends? That was a bad experience.
Well, the poor Sheik areas right here, his little pop head. I don't know. That story should be brought to life maybe in a book or a movie
I was just
someday.
wondering why we're talking about this on a wrestling show.
Well, Brian Blair, I guess, is what led up to
He's
it.
Going to make it. He loved to, Marty, fuck him in his ass and make him humble. I don't know how many times when he didn't like somebody, he'd also say Jew thing a lot. That Jew motherfucker.
Yeah, that was another line that he used ad nauseum on the interviews. But it was the charm. Like I said, there's a whole new generation of fans that came to love and know the Sheik as a result of these drug-induced tirades that would have never known about him otherwise.
Yeah.
In 2004, he wasn't exactly on everybody's radar screen. And then, like I said, he went missing. We found him in someone else's name at a hotel room. Came in. He was as high as a kite. He had no teeth. And he just went to town for 3 hours on every person he ever disliked. Moolah, Hogan, Blair, Andre, Savage,
That's what
Jake.
I said.
It was a hit list.
He can go off like that, and then New Jack was outdoing him. I mean, he leaned back, and the floor's New Jack's.
Well, we need
Tell him, Bubba.
We need New Jack here, then. He'd just add to the charm that
I'll
is
try to
this
talk to
building.
him, see
Yeah,
if
that'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
All right, wrestling fans, we are running out of time on this episode. I'm running out of voice. We've done a lot of talking.
Me too.
We still got a lot to do. For my...
You know what, though?
What?
You've changed.
All right, well, since the last time you said it 5 minutes ago. A lot of
At least
change.
you did
The only
change
thing I
shirts.
haven't changed is my clothes, I guess.
That's right. We're going to have this on next week, too, huh?
That's right, wrestling fans. Next Thursday night, 9 p.m., the party with Marty continues here on Wrestling Insiders. We'll look at Survivor Series 88 and more in the fall of a great period of the World Wrestling Federation, now WWE. Mr. USA Tony Atlas will be here on Tuesday night at 9 p.m. as well. Don't forget, if you're watching the premiere, right where we're all chatting, I'm sure Rick B is here. Marie is here, I'm sure. We're talking about Stoney. What about our friend Marvelous Mick? Is he watching from overseas? What about Trigger Trey? What about all our great friends right now? We've done so many episodes, I can't even remember everybody's name, but we love you anyway. The Super Chat button is open, that little gray. Click it. Any way you can help us, it goes a long way. The Patreon subscription service is also open. For just a couple of bucks, you can stream full-length studio shoot interview DVDs, early access to Wrestling Insiders with Tony and Marty and so much more. Many great perks to go along with that.
Gino Jannetty may come here next time.
Bring him along. We'd love to. I'm sure he'd be an interesting interview, too.
Yeah, he would.
Patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. For Marty Jannetty, I'm Dan Marotti. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours stay healthy. Be well.
Rock it.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
On October 28th, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Loomis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE Authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now.
Tonight at 8 p.m., what does everybody want? How about our longtime friend Al Snow, who debuted with us all the way back in 2006. You're going to be in for some laughs. Pre-order your autographed 8x10 photo from Al at bostonwrestling.com. He does not have much time for the cyber autograph signing, as we're trying to record as many episodes as humanly possible. Fans, get ready at the top of the hour. Again, we go live, but right now we round out Marty Jannetty's Thursday Marathon as Marty shoots on the infamous Dynamite Kid Jacques Rougeau Vendetta and Locker Room Fight, along with Survivor Series 88. Check it out. Great. Wrestling fans, welcome back. It is Thursday night. We're partying with Marty Jannetty. We're having a great time. Marty, we're glad to have you back.
Thank you. Do you think? What do you think Annie has for Thanksgiving? What's the main meal?
Well, we are going to talk about Survivor Series. Although I'm not sure maybe what her favorite is. I bet.
Yeah, you do.
There's
Hammer. Greg Valentine, what's up, brother?
I bet there's a lot of helpings. Many helpings.
Man.
You know, when Stan Lane was in the NWA, they used to call him the man with the educated feet. The boys, when they'd go to the Hilton, they'd call Annie the woman with the educated tongue.
Oh, man, I didn't know all that. See, I get an education every time I come here.
No, I don't think anyone ever said...
You know what Tony did to me one time?
Tony who?
Atlas.
The Hall of Famer, Mr. USA,
Yes.
Tony Atlas. Wrestling Insider, partner in crime. What did he do?
We was at a party. We was at, somebody's hotel room, at a party, a bunch of people. And I had this pretty girl that had these high heels. No, I'm sorry, Tony. That was no Barbarian. Barbarian is he's a footman too.
Oh, is he?
Yes.
I didn't know Barbarian was a footman.
He asked me.
Yeah.
Marty, maybe you'll get me shoes. And I knew that he liked shoes. Tony can relate with this.
Wait, he liked any shoes, even men's shoes?
No, it wasn't Annie. No, this was a good-looking. Oh, I didn't mean he wasn't good-looking, Annie. This was a good-looking girl, though.
She didn't look like Keith Frankie.
Damn. But she had the 3-inch fuck me pumps. I'm sorry, the pumps, 3-inch pumps.
Come visit me pumps.
Yeah, come visit me pumps. They were pretty cool-looking shoes.
Yeah.
But old Barb, he's like, Monty, maybe you'll get me a girl's shoe. I said, just one? He goes, yeah, just one's good. And I'm like, okay. I didn't know, I knew about Tony, but I didn't know
But what would
Bob.
he do with the shoe?
Well, I got the shoe. I asked the girl. She goes, what the fuck you want my shoe for? I said, just let me get it for a minute, and I'll give it right back to you. Somebody wants to get it for their wife, and they want to look it over so they can, some kind of shit.
Came up with a good angle, yeah.
Yeah. And she goes, oh, okay. She hands it to me. I hand it to him. He goes in the bathroom, and she saw him go in there. And I did too. I did too. A lot of people, big ass Barb, right? And going in there with a white, kind of cool looking shoe.
He humbled the shoe?
We kind of forgot about him for a minute. And then a couple of minutes later, the door opens. It might have been more than a couple of minutes, but I don't want to sell him short. But he walks out. Thank you, Marty. Thank you so much. I'll leave now. And he leaves. And she goes, where's my damn shoe? She goes, oh, I'm sorry. He left it in the bathroom. And she goes in the bathroom. She goes, oh, my God.
He humbled the shoe.
He humbled the shoe.
And left the evidence.
Yeah, I see you later, Marty. Thank you. He's a very polite person.
Well, he still owes Shelton Benjamin a buck or two, but that's a different story.
There? I didn't hear it.
Some international tour that Barbarian set up, almost like what you were talking about in Aruba with Brian Blair. The payday was significantly less, and Shelton's still waiting now, several years later.
Oh, they went to Africa.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, were you there?
No, I wanted to make that tour. I love going over to Africa, but you got to be so careful over there. Davey Boy, rest his soul, love you, Davey. He would always want to go when we go to Johannesburg. Mm-hmm. Soweto's the worst place in the world. Murder rate and all that shit. It's the worst in the world. It's worse than damn Chicago, if that's possible. I'm sorry about Chicago people, just kidding. But y'all are having it rough right now. If you let Trump help you, damn it, with that Lightfoot lady. That just gets into politics. Yeah, I'm sorry about all that. Well, I was talking about Barb was running the show. I think it was Nigeria, though, where they went. And as soon as you hear Nigeria, you already got to be on red alert.
Really?
Yeah, well, yeah, that's where all the people that they send you that crap on email, like, hey, we're gonna give you $1 million, but give us 100,000 first.
Yeah.
What kind of shit is that? But yeah, so I guess that I'm glad I didn't make that tour. My girl Cernisha, I think she was going to make it, or she did make it, or she found out that a lot of guys didn't get paid, and that. I don't know if Barb was in charge of that or the promoter over there. It might have stiffed him, and then he's got to go explain to the boys. I don't know. I wasn't there, but now I'm glad because I like going there. I was going to say about Davy Boy. See what happens when my ankle don't hurt so much?
See, it's good, yeah.
We would go to Johannesburg. Sweato's right up the street, and they actually would do tours through there. You know, like people, it's that bad. They make their houses, it's a whole community, whole city, made of 10 roofs. You know, like they throw it together. Some cardboard boxes are in between, but it's like a whole different world. Right outside of Johannesburg is pretty civilized now. You know, not a third world country type of thing. But you know, Davey, they took tour rides for a while in regular cars, and then the people there, Sweato, didn't like that shit. You know, what are these white people coming through just staring at our shit? You know, they're making fun of us. What the hell? So they started like bombing the cars and
wow,
and doing stuff. So now Davy Boy comes up and he's trying to get about 4 or 5 of us to go. And he comes up, he says, MJ, he says, let's go tour Sweato. I said, for what? He said, oh, it'd be cool, man. Don't you think it'd be cool? It's the crime capital of the world. I said, that's where I need to go. What am I going to do, out-crime them? But he wanted to go. I said, they bombed the cars. He goes, we're not going in a car. I got us an armored tank.
He got you a tank?
Him and I think Dynamite Kid, rest of his soul. Damn, everybody's gone. Shit. You've changed. Dynamite, Davey, maybe the Rougeos, I'm not sure. But it was a handful of, about 4 or 5 of them said, yeah, we'll go. And they had the story to tell when they came back. They went in that armored tank, so they couldn't worry about getting bombed and shit. So the brothers lit up a damn bunch of tires and threw it up underneath it as they came to catch the fucking thing on fire. They ended up late for the show. They got out of there eventually, but man, why you want to mess with them people in Soweto? You think they want to live like that? You want to come there and do tours? Look at these poor ass people. Shit, I don't blame them really. I wouldn't drag a body to the river or nothing like that.
Never.
But yeah.
Interesting story.
Yeah, man, Africa had but I loved it there. The guy that was the head of the one tour we did, he was in I forgot what they're called, but it's the high up security, it's national security. But they got a name, I don't know what the name was. But he was, he used the word disappeared. And there was a black dude, my friend Buster, he went as Buster Rhymes, a big boy from Houston. But we went over there and our first show, I brought up this national security guy because they liked us to death. They brought us over to their building, showed us how they work, and showed us how they rip off the people legally. He did, I swear to God. Well, we do this and we send that and we do this and we do that and we get the money and they can't do nothing about it. I'm like, damn, he just told me how they rip people off. Damn, you won't get that in America. Biden and them hide it. Obama and them hide it. Uh-oh, we might have to cut that, right?
Well, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, but so. And they do things. They don't make secrets about it like they do here. They just let you know. Buster was getting called the N-word. He's a big black guy. Mm-hmm. Over in Africa, and you're getting called the N-word. What the fuck? Excuse my language. But yeah, they in his match there was some people calling him the N-word. and he didn't like it. I don't think anybody would. But, you know, he was telling the guy, he goes, if they come to the show again, I don't want to get in trouble. This is the head of the whole, I don't know if the whole country or Johannesburg, which is a country to itself, really. It's nothing like the rest of the country. Although Cape Town, that was cool. It was a nice, civilized place. Sun City was real cool. I mean, I love Africa.
You'd go back.
What's that?
You'd go back.
Oh, yeah, if I knew I wasn't going to get ripped off.
Yeah.
You know. But so anyway, Buster told the security dude. He said, "Look, man," he goes, "I don't want to get in trouble." He goes, the guy goes, "No, you don't worry about it." And Buster says, "What do you mean?" He goes, the person says that tonight, they'll disappear." He was the first, he said it before I did. He'll disappear. And Buster says, "You serious? It could happen tonight." And he wasn't joking. He wasn't like smiling or anything. I mean, that's how strong they are over there. But I mean, just tell us. You know, not trying to hide it or anything. But yeah, but I'd love going over there. Johannesburg is a lot of fun. Like I said, Cape Town is at the very bottom of Africa, and there's a point, me and George Steele, Animal Steele, was, rest his soul, miss you, brother, went up on like a little mountain thing where you can look over the oceans come together. I think it's the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean. And there's two different colors that you can see where they meet.
Really?
It's like bluish on one side and dark greenish on the other.
Wow.
And they say it's because one's a warm body of water, the other one's a cold, but it's just kind of cool. You look out there and you see, you know, like where they come together. You know, and that's in Cape Town. And there's I think Sun City is a city built in a crater, like a meteor hit. And
Sun City?
Yeah.
That's where your friend DB that picked you up at the airport, I believe, is from.
From Sun City?
Yeah.
That's a party place.
Well, you have to ask him next time you see him. Yeah.
They built a city in a crater. And there's a lot of casinos, there's a lot of rich-ass hotels, you know, a lot of rich people, a lot of good times there. So, I mean, so Africa, you think about it with just animals running through, you know, wilderness. No, there's a lot more to it. But we changed.
Well, I tell you, one thing that has certainly changed over the year is the significance of WWE's annual November pay-per-view, Survivor Series. However, in 1988, Thanksgiving night, it was your WWF pay-per-view. You teamed up with the British Bulldogs, the Heart Foundation, the Powers of Pain, and the Young Stallions to take on...
Damn, we had that many teams?
WWF Tag Team Champions Demolition, the Brainbusters.
Yep. Us against all of them?
The Rougeaus, the Conquistadors, and... Who did I forget?
You know, in that match, I was thinking the British Bulldogs. I was thinking, because Davey Boy was next to me, there was like you just said, about 8 of us on the apron.
Bolsheviks.
Was it them?
It was 5-on-5, 5 teams against 5 teams.
Damn, that's a lot. Just you don't have, the ring's only 20 by 20.
For the fans watching, how do you even see the ring when you're live in attendance, you know?
Hey, man, I tell you what. Yeah, right? You're the first, you paid the most money not to see.
First time I went to a Survivor Series was '93 in Boston, and at that point it was only 4-on-4, and even then it was like, you couldn't, you know, at certain parts of the match you couldn't see much, but 20 guys in one match, and 18 of them are outside the ring.
And you're getting cussed when we're up there like blocking the view. I would always like squat down, but then Terry Taylor, somebody said, "Don't do that. Not with all the big guys."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just make yourself look smaller. But like the people who can't see, he goes, "Well, they'll get over it." You know, but they would be cussing. You know, like Babe Ruth once said that the loudest boos come from the cheap seats.
Yeah.
But these are ringside.
Yeah.
They paid the most money and they can't.
They couldn't see.
Yeah, I'd be pissed off too. $100. They had to start giving these chairs. By the way, you can get one of these chairs. Where do you get these chairs?
You have to buy a $300 or so or more seat at one of WWE's pay-per-views.
Look at this one. Hey, Coach, sidestep that one. You're my coach, my college wrestling coach is going to start watching this.
Good.
He told me to act like, he said, I taught y'all to have a little class. We was a little
You don't have a little, you have a lot.
Thank you. That and a nickel, what can I buy? But yeah, he did teach us to be classy. We'd go to, the big schools. We were a little community college, junior college, and we'd go, against Auburn and Alabama and LSU, and he said we'll possibly get outfought, but we won't be outclassed. And you know, act like act like somebody. Don't go in there acting the ass. Like one time though at LSU, we did. A couple of our guys, the Fleischmans. Yeah, I think they were just mad because we couldn't do nothing with LSU. They kicked our ass, and some of the guys got really pissed about it. And fuck, man, it's a major school, you know. Yeah, a couple of them started acting up, and one of them actually put his hands on the coach in front of all these. There was Auburn was there, Alabama was there, LSU was there. We got all these major colleges, and they all had great wrestling programs. And here we are. They just let us in because coach was good about getting us against top. That's the way you get better. You compete against better. You know, if you compete against something you can beat all the time, well, that's as far as you're going. But anyway, he found ways to open doors and get us in against the. That's why we destroyed the junior college level, because we was going in there and we would actually go over to Auburn and train with them. You know, Coach Milkovich would, you know, treat us like we were Auburn guys.
Now, you want to hear a funny one? You say in class. It reminds me of a woman we've mentioned many times on this program.
Oh, boy.
She had this phrase that she would use more than once. She'd go, I got class, baby. I don't fuck the guys like those other whores, baby.
She did.
I'm the only one here that Vince would drive by a drink for, baby.
And you know what? She didn't fuck the guys.
She just ate their asses.
She looked at and once in a while, from what I heard, I wouldn't know. A blowjob here and there.
Maybe, yeah. But you know,
her friend Lorraine was pretty good.
Annie was clean downstairs, I guess.
I don't know nothing about
in the
that.
Mouth, maybe she needed a little Isaac Yankem work. I don't know.
Damn. You have definitely changed.
Well, anyway, back to Thanksgiving night, 1988, the Survivor Series.
How did we get there?
Richfield, God only knows. We go all over. That's what makes the show so much fun. Your memories of your first WWF pay-per-view?
Was that it? The Survivor?
That was it, Survivor Series 88.
Davey Boy's next to me. And, you know, Dynamite had just got his teeth knocked out by Rougeau.
Yes.
And so they were on the opposing side. And I think Jacques, as I always call him, he hates that. That's the only reason I do it. Jacques Rougeau was, and I love him to death. I just cut up with him, tease him. He's my favorite cribbage. You know, cribbage is a fun game. The boys always play in the dressing room. And me and him, man, that's all we did. We just killed the time. Unless there was a hooker there.
Do you think the boys ever played cribbage when Annie was eating their ass, or no?
That'd be interesting.
That'd be an interesting game.
You might make some bad moves, but yeah, so Jacques was in the ring, and then he did a couple of spots with somebody, and then Davey got tagged. Not Davey, Dynamite got tagged in, and I was like, uh-oh, and I'm tapping Davey next to me. Uh-oh, here it goes. Here. Do you know what the story? You know what happened?
Oh yeah, I was actually going to get to that point after we talked to Survivor Series, but no, it's in the same time frame. Survivor Series was the British Bulldogs last night, Davey Boy Smith and Dynamite Kid. Several weeks earlier, I guess in a rib that Mr. Perfect pulled, the Rougeaus blamed the British Bulldogs for it. Dynamite took offense to it and slapped the hell out of Jacques, and at the next TV taping, he waited for Dynamite with a almost like the Nick
roll of coins, they said.
Roll of coins, yeah. And he just sucker punched Dynamite, knocked his teeth out, and then started to punch the hell out of him until it was broken out. I think Alan Coage, Bad News Brown, got involved.
Possibly Patterson was right there. Uh-oh, did I mess my mic up?
You're good.
Okay.
The mayor says it's all right.
That's Goliath and Matt Daddy over here.
Matt Daddy
Just so y'all know,
there.
we got a great control room and dictionary, 2 dictionaries. Anyway, so we were in the ring, Sean and I in the ring, going over things we could do, new moves and stuff. Like, what if we threw them in that way? We both do backflips into elbows, or some crap. And we could hear the screaming in the hallway. It was coming from catering. And Dynamite, I mean, what it was Raymond was a pretty good boxer.
Yeah.
And he was screaming, instructions for Dynamite. Dynamite came out with 2 cups of coffee. So his hands are full.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Now, you can't, that's the best sucker punch in the world. He's got 2 cups of coffee. And he drilled it, but he had a roll of coins, and I guess that helps. I don't know how that works, but knocked his teeth out, 2 of his teeth. And he went down, Dynamite went down to his knee. Now, we didn't see this, but, this is from the guys that did see it. He went down, But he was coming up. He was coming back to his feet. Dynamite was a tough boy, man. Rest in peace, my brother. And I guess Raymond's shouting instructions, punching instructions in French.
So he couldn't prepare for defense. Yeah, he did it in French.
That's their natural language, so maybe it just came out while he was excited. But Pat Patterson comes over and he's screaming in French. And, all that French connection is pretty tight, too, from what they say. Never mind. You changed, man. But so, they broke it up, and Dynamite, I think 2 teeth got knocked out. The front 2, top. And maybe that's what happened to mine over here. Maybe Rougeau, Jacques, did you hit me while I was asleep? Scott Hall did. But later that night, Kurt Hennig, Kurt's going to be, he's going to joke around with it. And Dynamite and them, they loved each other. So Kurt could get away with shit others couldn't. Sort of like I was able to do that. But Kurt's walking around. Dynamite's over there saying there's going to be serious problems now. Because, he had to talk through his teeth. But so Davey, I'm hitting him like when Dynamite got tagged in and Jacques in, that was like right after that. And I'm like, oh, here it goes. I'm expecting to see the and Davey goes, no, this is business. And that's what they did. They just did a match. They didn't nothing. And then I guess they shook hands afterwards. Jacques went to him because Jacques and I got kind of close at 1 minute. Not like that, but not like the French connection. Nothing.
Not like the Can-Am connection, you mean?
or Rene Goulet. But but they Jacques told him, he goes, look, man, he goes, you started it, you smacked me. I didn't do anything to deserve that. I came back. He goes, now if you get me again, I'll just come back again, and this will go back and forth until one of us is dead, or we can end it now. And Dynamite shook his head and said, let's just end it.
That's respectable.
Yep.
That's respectable.
Yep. And so that was that. I mean, I thought, I learned a little something there. I mean, you would never think Davy Boy, the one that shit in Tammy's, spaghetti, covered it up. You know about that?
Yes.
She was getting a little too arrogant there, cocky there, as her name was getting dropped from buildings, that like the banner thing.
Yeah.
She'd be out in the ring, boom, Tammy or Sonny, and pictures over it. Some girls, well, the guys too, I guess. Look at Sean. Uh-oh, I didn't mean that. Yeah, I did, but I don't mean it bad.
No, you meant it good.
Yeah. They sometimes I told you what Randy said. He summed it up, Macho Man. But sometimes they can't handle the fame. We have a saying, too much too soon. And Sonny kind of started getting a little cocky, a little arrogant, and Davy Boy had to settle that down. When he shit in her, like she had a to-go, styrofoam things of spaghetti, and where he came up with the shit, who knows, but he put some shit underneath her spaghetti and piled her spaghetti back over it. And she's sitting there eating it, and then she gets to it and she sees it and she goes, and then she had up. She went crazy. She quit. She quit on the table. I think it was over in Europe somewhere.
Really?
Yeah. She was telling Vince, fuck this, fuck the boy. Because another thing that happened, and I was actually kind of not involved, like I didn't piss in the bucket, but remember the Godwins?
Yeah.
They had the pig, and they took a bucket of slop out to the ring. They slopped people.
And they had yeah.
Well, what's his name? He went as Phineas. What's Mark?
Dennis Knight.
Or Dennis, I mean, yeah. And Mark was the other one, right?
Mark was Henry Godwin, yeah.
Did you say Mark?
Mark Canterbury.
That's it. Now I forgot. So Phineas, which one was he?
Dennis Knight, yeah.
He put the bucket, he goes, guys, the bucket's right by the toilet. We got to slop with Sonny tonight. I've already pissed in it. And all the guys lined up. The guys lined up to piss in that bucket. And what's his name? I think it might have been Virgil, took like a diarrhea dump in it. And so it was like slop size, they'd fill it, this much at the bottom when they would slop people with coleslaw or some shit. Mm-hmm. But we're all watching, and I think me and Al had to, I'm not sure of that, but we had to go work with him.
Uncle Al.
Yeah, and Uncle Al and I were watching on the monitor in the back though, and whatever they did, they had to mess with Sonny, and they went and they slopped her and they threw the shit on her, and we're all in the back, the whole back. I mean, you got about 50, 60 guys, because everybody knew. She just got piss and shit thrown all over her. And she kind of caught on. She didn't know at first. She just thought she got slopped. Then you can see her smelling, and she's looking, and it's right on TV. She's looking. I think she realized there's shit in this. So she wasn't happy, but that's what happens when.
That's what happened. You know, you get pissed and shit on and eat it.
You mess
literally.
with the boys.
Yeah, and you know what? Maybe that's the way wrestling should be. It was a way to adjust an attitude.
They said the Italians handled their own law. You know, the guys that come in and want payment to be basically the police for for you, because you couldn't go to the police over illegal shit. So it's sort of like that with the boys.
Certainly a different time.
Red Rooster got a lot of it.
How did he get it?
Well, because he was some didn't like him. And
a lot of guys don't like him.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I mean, he's a
no,
good guy.
like I said, I liked him an awful lot.
Yeah, he's a great guy. But some people he rubs wrong because he's pretty real. And people sometimes don't like that. And he's not. I'll give you an example of how real he is. Barry Horowitz?
Yeah.
Barry trains his ass off, man. I would look at Barry. I work hard when I do work, which I try to do a lot. Not lately. I'm 600 years old. It hurts now. But Barry's in there busting his ass. I mean, he's working out hard. He's dieting hard. He's telling me one time, I tan 3 times a week on TV tapings. I'll throw a 4th one in there. I mean, he's real serious about his training. But sometimes it's genetics. You're only going to go so far with the way your body structure. And Barry, I'm a victim of that too. I mean, I work out harder than anybody, and just not much was happening. And Barry was the same way. He trained hard as fuck, but nothing was happening. Not much was happening. He got hard, but he didn't you're in there trying to get bigger. And but he's drinking his protein drink. Terry Taylor comes up. He goes, "What's that?" And he goes, "Oh, it's a protein drink, and it makes you, He goes, This is Terry. He goes, if that produces that body, I'll stick with my beer." Barry was, oh man, he just like deflated. But some people take offense to stuff like that.
Yeah.
And Barry's just like, shit. Okay, he spit some truth at me. So what am I going to do? But they like the British Bulldogs, like Dynamite didn't like anything. Dynamite, Davey just ribbed the shit out of you if you mess him. Dynamite would want to fight you, and if he couldn't fight you, he'd fuck with you. And somehow he didn't like Terry, and Terry go to the ring, and Terry always had the suits. Remember that's what got him the Red Rooster. I'm gonna dress. Telling Pat Patterson that, but so Davey and. Like Davey's in it for the fun. Dynamite's in it for the anger. They take his suits. They cut his, like he's got I don't know where he got them seersucker suits at though. He had in $2 ties. I don't know where this. I guess some Sears, but and double knit polyester suits, and pants. It was sort of something like that. And I'm sorry, Terry. I mean, maybe it was. I just don't know nothing about fashion. I might be wrong. But I do think I saw some of them at Walmart. but they would cut the sleeves off, and then they cut his pants, and then they like stitch just barely, stitch them back together, and all together. So and he had them on a hanger. So when he comes in from his match, he showers up, puts his clothes on, puts his pants on, and pop pop. And Davey Boy's sitting there. He's gonna try to act like oh, you want Bermuda shorts today? and Terry's like, great, that's great. Fuck. And he puts his fucking thing, pop, pop. And Dave's like, oh, you want a tank top too? and Terry did it right though, because if you sell it, if you put it, like if you get all mad, then you're gonna, now that's like what happened to Chief Strongbow's son. He would sell the hell out of getting ribbed, and when you do that, then the boys are really like, because if you don't like just ignore, like, oh, okay, so what? I mean, it ain't no fun to rib that person.
Yeah.
You want to rib the person that gets upset. But Terry handled it well. He goes, huh, great, lovely. And that's about all he said. But that didn't stop Dynamite. Next night, same thing again. Same fucking thing.
To Terry Taylor again?
Yeah. And the third night, Terry started hiding his shit, and they knew he was going to. He would hide it. He put it like in either Pat Patterson's, or he told Vince what was going on. He'd put it in Vince's thing. As soon as he'd go to the ring, David Boyd and them would sneak in the room. They got it again. He got it like 3 nights in a row, and he just fuck it, and he stopped wearing the suits. He started wearing just like the regular, like the rest of us. Yeah, that was some of the shit that goes on. Oh, Strongbow son, what was it? Something Youngblood, not Youngblood. Dictionary. What was Chief Strongbow's son's name? Yeah, he wasn't there long because they ribbed him right out. You know, I told you when we had that one day and we got booted.
Yeah.
Because Vince said the boys don't want you here, and if the boys don't want you to be here, you don't want to be here. You won't stay. And we thought that was just an excuse to, say goodbye to us. But now, when we got back in, we saw like, oh, okay, that's what he meant. They'll rib you right the hell out of the business. It ain't even a rib. Sometimes ribs are supposed to be funny. When you're tearing somebody's clothes up and shit, costing them, it might have been a $500 suit. I doubt it, but it could
even if it was a couple hundred, that's still money out of his pocket.
Yeah, and all he did was went and did his work in the ring. He come back and he's got Bermuda shorts. But and then with Strongbow, his son was just being a little too cocky because his dad's the agent.
Right.
So he ain't got much worries. But yeah, they ribbed him, man. They was shit. He had a Halliburton. Steve Lombardi was, sorry, Steve, I got to tell this. Steve was riding with him. So, after a couple times they shit in his bag, which they did that a lot to the guys. You get shit in you piss the guys off. You're getting shit in your bag. You can go ahead and count on that. And whatever else they decide to do to you. But you're definitely getting the shit in the bag. He had a Halliburton, and you can lock the numbers. Well, evidently he locked it, and you could reset them, a little reset button. Well, the only person riding with him was Brooklyn Brawler. So, I mean, he's there helping him, reset his thing. Who the hell else knows? But I wish I could remember his name. Was it Jay? I can't remember his name. But Strongbow's son, something Youngblood it was. Jay Young? No, I don't know. Not Jay. But anyway, they got it, man. They shit in his bag. One time they took his bag, when he first started, he wasn't locking it, they took it to the shower and turned the shower on. All his fucking shit. It's a puddle of water in his bag, Halliburton. That's some metal ones. It ain't like so it's going to hold the water. It's going to hold the shit. It's going. They dumped I think Kurt Hennig dumped a bunch of fish guts in it.
Oh wow!
I shouldn't have said that, Kurt, because that one. I think Kurt was in it just for the fun too. He didn't care. He had nothing. We used to rib each other sometimes just for fun to break the monotony of being on the road 300 days a year. But but he reset his Halliburton and locked it, and he comes back and they shit on it and they took a lock and locked it to the shower head thing. So he had to get the maintenance guy to come cut the lock off. So he'd had enough. He quit. But you got to think like, wait a minute. And he's suspicious of Dynamite and Kurt, and he never really worried about me because I loved Chief so much. I wouldn't. I was trying to help his son, So I wouldn't. I didn't need to rib him. I just watched, as Harley said, just watch the show. I was just watching the show, and which makes me almost as guilty. What do they say now? If you don't speak up, you're just as bad. Something about
in some points of view, yeah.
The Black Lives Matter thing, they say that a lot. If you don't speak up, you're just as
guilty. Yeah.
But I mean, I couldn't help but laugh. I mean, it was funny stuff, man. And fish guts in the guys' damn. Even though now the guy's on the road for another 20 days, he's gonna have to go spend money to get that shit cleaned. But what I was gonna say with Lombardi, he was the main one doing it because he knew the combination. He was sitting there with it when he reset it. And how could you not know that? There was one guy riding with you and you reset the thing together. Who the hell do you think opened the combination? But Steve was riding with him, so he got away with a lot. He would act all mad, Kurt Hennig taught me something one time, and I did it a lot afterwards. He goes, always, when you rib somebody, like we were big into locking people's shit, lock it to the pipes above and or anything in the dressing room. You take them, combination locks whenever we do a high school gym, you already knew locks were coming the next day, because there's all them lockers in there.
Yeah.
And Kurt let you go and you yank them. Some of them are open, and they do, because they'll just close them, don't really turn the dial, so you yank them, and you get 4 or 5 locks every damn time, and they're going to show up the next day. And then, man, they would, Kurt told me, he says, when you take a lock and lock somebody's bag, make sure you lock your own, but you know the combination. That way you can be mad along with them. They'll never suspect.
That's a good one.
Yeah, yeah. I started doing that. I was like, God damn it, I got a lock. And then I'd hear like, fuck, I got a lock too. God damn it, I got a lock too. And we'd all bitch together. And then later I'd take mine off.
Oh, that was a good way out of that one.
Yeah.
But disappoint.
And this is 1998, so I might be
88.
No.
Again, fans, so many ways you can help our fundraising efforts this week as we run out of time, and prepared to go live at the top of the hour with Uncle Al Snow. As our Marty Marathon concludes, head on over to BostonWrestling.com. Pre-order autographed 8x10s for Al and all the other guests that we're going to have with us live to help us cover the cost of Wrestle House and the months of quality interviews you're going to be able to enjoy as a result of this endeavor, along with great signed collectibles for your collection. Don't forget that the Super Chat button is open for business. It's that little $ symbol under the Premier Chat on the right side of your screen. And we're looking to add members to the Boston Wrestling MWF Sports family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Later tonight, get early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, inside scoops from yours truly, exclusive Patreon video content, and help keep wrestling legends working. Again, that's patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. The eBay store is on fire as we speak. You can find the link to our eBay store in the description box below. Also, there's little ways you can help that add up a lot in a hurry, especially when it comes to letting YouTube know you're enjoying our content. Give the marathon a big thumbs up. Subscribe to our YouTube channel for free, clicking the little bell for notifications with all the great content coming your way this weekend, and share the link to the marathon, the live episodes, the signings across social media to get new fans watching our content. Again, I continue to be very humble and realistic that there are millions of fans that don't know we exist yet, especially those that gave up on wrestling, that loved it in the 80s and the 90s. But once they find these shows, I truly believe they're going to love them like you do. Let's start creating original studio shoot interviews 7 nights per week. Let's help keep wrestling legends working. We'll be back tomorrow afternoon with the one, with the only Dutch Mantel, Zeb Coulter. And then as WrestleMania 37 Day 1 kicks off, we're going to bring you a little John Cena Sr. marathon, even if it's just for Marjo Ouellette herself. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you live with Al Snow in just moments. For now, good night from Tampa.